Chapter 0001. The first courier in the persistent drizzle enveloping Redwood County. The atmosphere was damp and melancholic, suffused with a hazy mist reminiscent of a lover just indulged, still adorned with the delicate beads of sweat upon her skin. Scattered across the countryside, dozens of farms resembled scars, their sparse fields of oats bowing under the gentle caress of the summer breeze. Danton once again inspected the leather-wrapped parcels, ensuring they were impervious to moisture. Before wiping the raindrops from his face, tightening his cloak, and quickening his pace, during the annual summer harvest, the trolls, goblins, and wolfen were known to swarm the Dragon Hills, engaging in their side ventures as robbers, plundering the border towns like a locust swarm. But if caught, they would not even spare their captives, as humans were viewed merely as sustenance by these races. The silhouette of the Red Pine Watchtower came into view. Prompting a sigh of relief from Danton. As he approached, he discerned two sentinels clad in standard-issue Frankfurt armor atop the tower, gesticulating in his direction. The two soldiers, sheltering from the rain within the tower, emerged grumbling, weapons unready, prepared to extort a few silver coins from Danton. This had become the norm. Curse it. I knew I couldn't evade them, he thought, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. While he was indeed concerned about the silver coins, he was far more apprehensive about them rifling through his parcels. After all, the soldier's integrity was as tarnished as the reputation of the vermin in the Western Territories. Bad news. A dozen ogres have attacked Pisa Town and are heading toward Morning Mist Town. The sheriff has instructed me to notify the mayor post-haste and alert the militia. Danton pulled the hood of his cloak lower, ensuring his visage remained concealed, and suddenly sprinted away, his voice tinged with panic and helplessness. As if pursued by death itself, the two sentinels halted, exchanging startled glances, evidently taken aback by the sudden news. Should we inform the captain? One sentinel shouted toward the tower. Where are the ogres? The captain, roused from a midday slumber, scrambled upright, neglecting his shoes, seizing his sword, and hastily made his way outside. In the sentinel began, only to realize he did not know, just as he turned to question the informant. He witnessed a lithe figure dart past the checkpoint and vanish into the curtain of rain. Fool, deceived, the captain fumed, swinging his sword in frustration against his subordinate. After him, sir, the path is dreadful. Even if we were to ride, that lad would have already hidden himself in Morning Mist Town. The sentinel lamented, realizing the futility of their pursuit. Seeing the captain's ire was about to erupt, he hastily assured him, next time, I shall certainly catch him and extort double. Rubbish, the captain retorted, striking his subordinate across the face. You didn't even glimpse his appearance. How can you extort him? A chorus of silence fell upon the sentinels, as none had even laid eyes on the culprit. I recall now. I heard from other comrades that a cloaked figure has been slipping through the checkpoint in peculiar ways, evading capture each time. And not a single copper coin extorted, the captain muttered, seething with resentment. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open. Next time we catch him, we'll frame him for a crime and hang him on a pole for 3 days. It was not until he caught sight of the outline of Morning Mist Town that Danton finally paused, glancing at the mud caking his legs, letting out a sigh of relief that his parcel remained intact. Otherwise, the miserly clerk, Balmer, would undoubtedly concoct various reasons to dock his wages. At the tender age of 16, Danton had already served as a courier for 3 years, a seasoned veteran in his own right. Yet, with the recent appointment of a new clerk 2 months prior, troubles had arisen, making life increasingly arduous for the couriers. Just 37 gold coins more, and I can procure an Orleans Highland horse, enabling me to carry more letters and deliver them swifter, thus earning a greater salary, mused Danton, envisioning a bright future, unable to suppress a smile. After setting aside tuition and living expenses for my sister, I might even save enough for the journey to the Heroes Corridor. With dreams of a burgeoning savings account, Danton eagerly traversed the waterlogged cobbled path, splashing droplets with each step. As the largest town along the border of Redwood County, Morning Mist Town boasted a population of around 10,000, serving as the hub for nearby mail before it was dispatched. Yet, on rainy days, the post office was hauntingly desolate. Ascending the steps, Danton shed his cloak, neatly folding it beside the door before pushing open the peeling paint of the grand entrance, making every effort to avoid any actions that might provoke the clerk's ire. Inside the hall, 16 busy young couriers sorted through mail, their faces etched with frustration, with one even muttering curses under his breath. Justin, if you wish to avoid termination, it would be wise to keep your silence, even outside the town. I can sense your resentment, Danton whispered, lowering his voice to caution his friend. What do I care? Balmer can't hear me anyway, Justin retorted, slamming a letter onto the table, venting his grievances. It's been nothing but misfortune lately. I am faring worse than you. The clerk has found every excuse to dock half my wages. If this continues, I shall starve, Matt sniffled, his eyes darting toward the ink stains on the envelopes. Stealthily pilfering the closer letters. Couriers were compensated based on the quantity of letters delivered, and Matt's underhanded tactics allowed him to earn at least 2 extra drow coins each month. Such methods were only grasped by the seasoned veterans, and Danton was no stranger to these tricks, executing them with even greater finesse than Matt. It's not just you. Everyone except Danton has had their pay cut. The other couriers lamented, cursing Balmer's name that if we all worked as diligently as Danton, Balmer wouldn't find an excuse to dock our wages. Matt's eyes glinted as he redirected the conversation toward Danton. That's impossible. The superior is deliberately seeking trouble. You can't escape it. Justin shook his head. I fear Danton is in for a rough patch. He has been viewed as the protege of the former clerk. And if the new clerk doesn't suppress him, he'll have no authority. Danton quietly approached the workbench, opening his leather pouch and commencing his tasks. Look at the meticulousness with which he works. Not a single letter has been dampened. It's no wonder he has garnered the finest reputation among our 100+ couriers and earns the most. The other couriers eyed the drying letters by the window, feeling a twinge of inadequacy, as those were letters they had carelessly soaked. Each month, many specifically requested Danton to deliver their mail, a regular occurrence that had caught the attention of the former clerk, who held him in high esteem, had he not been so young. Danton would have surely been promoted by now. How do you plan to deal with the clerk? If you manage to oust him, it would be a tremendous boon for us couriers, Matt lauded Danton, sparking a wave of excitement among the couriers as they looked towards him with anticipation. After all, Danton was the finest courier among them, having mentored many newcomers. I'm more concerned with how to avoid being dismissed by him. And you all should keep quiet and focus on sorting the mail. Danton feigned exasperation, casting a sidelong glance at Matt. Danton's evasion sparked a flicker of disappointment across Matt's face. The lad was far too cautious. Always eluding capture. Most likely, Matt is the one who informed the clerk, resulting in Duran's dismissal, he thought, frowning at the realization that this fellow would go to great lengths to ingratiate himself to the clerk at the expense of his colleagues. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash, and a mud-streaked hurled the mail pouch to the ground. What happened? Justin gasped in shock. Will's left eyelid was swollen, leaving only a narrow slit visible. And a gash at the corner of his mouth oozed blood, staining his shirt crimson. He limped as he walked. The next time the sentinels demand money, just hand it over, Danton sighed. Unless you've reached the soul tier and awakened your talents to become a magus. Danton resist. How did you know he was beaten by the sentinels? Justin queried, perplexed. It could have been robbers. If it were outlaws, he wouldn't have any clothes left. Danton pointed to the mail pouch. Moreover, do you think thieves would refrain from tearing it open? What if it contained something valuable? The couriers nodded in agreement, knowing that desperate brigands were far from gentlemanly. They would extract every last bit of wealth from any hapless victim they encountered. As each heist carried significant risk, necessitating maximum profit. Have a drink. Danton rose and poured a cup of hot water for Will. Is there any other reason? Melissa from the HR department sauntered over, her gait sultry as she leaned down to rub her fingers along Danton's chin. She was renowned for her beauty in town, and many infatuated youths often sneaked outside her home to watch her every move. A mere smile from her would send them boasting to their peers for days. Melissa was clad in a fashionable low-cut, form-fitting gown that already revealed a hint of her bosom, and as she leaned over, they swayed perilously close to spilling from their confines. Justin and Matt gawked, instinctively swallowing hard. If he had encountered robbers, Will would certainly have gone to the sheriff's office. The time spent waiting for processing and taking statements would have taken at least 20 minutes. Ample time for his clothes to dry, rather than being so drenched. Were you truly extorted? Melissa's alluring gaze fixated on Will's bruised cheek. Indeed, the sentinels took all my money. Will had never received such attention from a woman before. Feeling as though he were being caressed by a lover's delicate hand, his cheeks flushed and his entire body squirming with discomfort. How unfortunate. Melissa reached out, her fingers adorned with red nail polish inching closer. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance that danced into Will's nostrils that he gulped, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. I'll help you take a day off. Go home and clean up. Be safe next time. Melissa removed a small twig that was lodged in Will's hair, a fleeting smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips as she reveled in her own charm. Will, feeling awkward, could barely utter a word. After all, these postmen were merely boys of 15 or 16, with far too little experience in life, truly deserving of the title of the finest postman in our misty town. Melissa's gaze shifted to Danton. Observing the handsome youth, unable to resist extending her graceful neck to plant a kiss on his cheek, Danton swiftly raised his hand, blocking Melissa's crimson lips, the delicate dampness of her touch lingering in his palm. Yet he remained unfazed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming even more alert. After all, this woman had a rather unfavorable reputation in town. "Oh, still shy, are we? Well then, farewell, I must go have my lunch." Melissa chuckled, swaying her ample hips as she departed the post office, carrying her floral umbrella. "Why are you hiding?" The other postmen were enviously astonished, yet secretly relieved that Melissa had not managed to kiss him. Such a large backside. "I wish I could touch it." Justin's gaze followed Melissa's voluptuous figure, feeling a dryness in his mouth. "I heard she is a baron's mistress secretly kept in town. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be best to suppress that thought." Matt licked his lips. "Have you also been extorted?" Will, heartbroken over his lost coins, sought some sense of psychological balance from his companions. "What do you expect? Do you think that gang of Western scoundrels are just idly named?" Justin rolled his eyes at Will. "No, I believe Danton must have escaped. He is renowned as the wiliest fox of the West." Matt, full of anticipation, inquired, "What did he do? Please, share your insights." The postman's eyes brightened, akin to discovering a new secret realm, as they fixated on Danton, urging him with a chorus of voices. Danton shook his head, silently bending down to sort the letters. "Do tell us. We'll treat you to a grand feast at the Golden Ivory Tavern, and even find a dancer to spend the night with you." Remembering Danton's remarkable qualities, the postman grew increasingly eager, persistently pestering him, convinced he must possess a way to evade the extortion of the sentinels, only too proud to share it. "What is all this noise?" A gruff shout suddenly shattered the atmosphere of the hall. As Clerk Balmer pushed open the heavy maple door to his office, glaring at the gathered postmen, "Who permitted you to slack off? Each of you will forfeit a coin." The postmen lowered their heads, their faces ashen. One coin was enough to cover 3 days' worth of expenses, yet none dared complain, meek as lambs. "What are you still standing around for? Get back to work." The short, stout Balmer waddled out, his iron shoes clattering sharply against the floor. "Will, stay behind." Will was momentarily stunned, acutely aware that trouble was imminent. "Look at what you've done. You've dirted the floor." Another coin deducted. Balmer stood before Will, admonishing him with an air of superiority. "I didn't mean to." Will stammered, his lips trembling with fear, too intimidated to wipe away the spittle that had sprayed onto his face. Still talking back. Balmer raised his leg and kicked Will in the stomach. Will stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, clutching his abdomen, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead from the pain. The other postmen felt helpless, suppressing their breaths, accustomed to the clerk's brutality and merely hoping to avoid drawing his ire. "What are you lying there for? Get up and clean the floor. If your reflection doesn't show in it, don't bother coming to work." Balmer was seizing the opportunity to assert his authority, intent on erasing the previous clerk's legacy. Ensuring that these postmen would never dare defy his orders again, he was unconcerned about staffing issues. There were plenty of eager young men from the nearby towns willing to become postmen, as it was considered a respectable job, and he could profit handsomely from bribes during the hiring process. "No, I'll do it." Will's face drained of color, turning pale. If he were dismissed, his father would surely punish him. "Humph. I only care about results." The clerk paid no heed to the excuses, determined to have Will expelled. "Sir, as you can see, he was injured on the job, and Melissa has also agreed to his early departure." Danton straightened his posture. Aware of Will's dire financial situation, if he lost his job, his younger sisters would surely go hungry. "What business is it of yours?" the clerk barked angrily, swinging his hand toward Danton's face. Chapter 2. The bloodied fist. Danton stepped back with his left foot, leaning back as he calmly watched the clerk's greasy hand swish past his nose, the breeze ruffling his dark hair. The force behind that slap was considerable. If it landed, it could easily loosen his teeth. Although the postmen kept their heads down, they cast furtive glances at the unfolding scene, astonished to see Danton evade the blow. Did he truly wish to forfeit his job? The clerk was notoriously violent, often seeking excuses to strike. But the postman had no choice but to endure, fearing that any attempt to flee would lead to even harsher treatment, forcing them to quit under duress, leaving them without their wages for the month. Before his subordinates, the clerk's failure to land a hit diminished his authority, causing his plump face to turn a deep shade of crimson as he stepped forward and aimed a kick at Danton's midsection. Danton, quick as a cat, sidestepped the powerful kick. Bomber, unyielding, swung his hands in a flurry, grasping for Danton's hair. The vigorous movement caused his ample belly to jiggle. With a snap, one of the metal buttons on his shirt flew off, exposing a ring of flesh. In mere seconds, Bomber was out of breath, leaning against his thighs, panting heavily like a comically large pig, yet no one dared to laugh. You insolently defied your superior. I shall have you dismissed. Bomber glared at Danton, roaring as though that was the only way to reclaim a semblance of authority. Sir, it was entirely my fault. Please calm down. Danton meant no disrespect. Witnessing Danton speak up for him, Will felt a surge of gratitude, enduring the pain as he rushed to assist the clerk. Get away. Bomber finally found a target for his frustration, grabbing Will by the hair and slapping him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the post office, leaving the postmen frozen in fear, dreading they might be caught in the crossfire. Danton realized he was now in Bomber's sights. Even if he escaped this time, further troubles awaited him, as Bomber was his superior, determined to make his life miserable. Stay calm. Danton contemplated resigning, yet the thought of his sister's tuition held him back. Besides, leaving like this would only serve to inflate his ego. Enough, let him go. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Danton raised his voice, shouting. The clerk jumped, startled. He had never expected a lowly postman to dare shout at him. Calm down. We need to find a solution. Faced with Bomber's furious glare, Danton's mind raced, knowing that without an excuse, he would face a tempest of violence. What are you waiting for? Break this bastard's legs. Bomber turned to the postman, bellowing, finally realizing to use his position to intimidate. The postmen exchanged glances, hesitating. They liked Danton and found it difficult to act against him, yet they could not defy their superior's orders. This is a prime opportunity to align myself with the clerk. Perhaps I could even get a promotion. Matt's eyes flickered, weighing the risks, but as he took a step forward, he caught Danton's gaze and froze. After all, Danton was one of the most senior postmen, having mentored many of them. There's no turning back now. I've already betrayed Duran, and there's no retreat. Sweat beaded on Matt's forehead, but upon seeing the clerk's imposing figure, he steeled his resolve. Danton, who do you think you are to defy a superior? Kneel and apologize. Matt, crafty as ever, shouted to his fellow postman. Attack. Don't let him run wild in the post office. With one leading the charge, 10 postmen of indifferent relations with Danton surged forward, seizing the chance to pledge loyalty to the clerk. If they did not act, they would undoubtedly face repercussions later. Without having entered the realm of the soul or awakened any talents, Danton would be no match for 10 postmen, and the clerk could already envision him being beaten to a pulp. A smirk creeping across his face. What a pity, such a fine talent. Had he not been a confidant of the former clerk, I would surely appreciate him. Bomber acknowledged Danton's abilities, but felt slighted by his lack of deference. After all, he had been in power for 2 months without any signs of respect or flattery. Who else would he target if not him? As the situation worsened, 2 more postmen lunged at Danton. Bastard, do you see? This is the allure of power. The clerk sneered, relishing the thrill of commanding others, but when he noticed Danton's serene expression, his pleasure diminished, prompting him to curse. Smash that pretty face of his. Stop. I am Melissa's man. If you wish to die, go ahead and try to touch me. Despite being cornered, Danton's pride compelled him to remain in the post office, a sudden spark igniting his defiance. Wait. The clerk paused, startled by Danton's declaration, incredulous as he asked, What did you say? I serve Melissa. Bomber was a lecherous man, often harassing the female staff of the post office, but Danton had never witnessed him making advances toward Melissa. The current attitude only reinforced Danton's conviction. Regardless of Melissa's true identity, as long as Bomber feared her, he could use that to his advantage. Are you deceiving me? Bomber's expression fluctuated ominously as he fixed his gaze upon Danton, a man of official stature who would not be easily swayed by the words of a commoner. You may seek verification. Danton maintained an air of nonchalance, though internally he was fraught with anxiety. Once Melissa arrived at the post office tomorrow, his facade would crumble. The secretary certainly wouldn't consider Danton to be Melissa's lover, At most, they would be seen as master and servant, yet it remained a troublesome predicament 2 months prior. Upon his arrival at the Misty Town post office, the moment he laid eyes on Melissa, Balmer had been consumed by a desire to take her to bed. This woman exuded an alluring languor that surpassed even the most exquisite courtesans of the imperial capital, inciting unbearable envy. Balmer had heard whispers of her being a baroness mistress, yet he paid them no mind, for a woman without support would inevitably resort to certain measures for her own safety. On a rainy afternoon, Balmer summoned Melissa into his office, intent on making his move. However, before he could even touch her voluptuous curves, a letter struck him squarely in the face. Upon reading its contents, Balmer broke into a cold sweat, quickly diverting the conversation, no longer daring to entertain such thoughts. "You bastard, enjoy your fleeting triumph while it lasts." Balmer seized the mail on his desk and hurled it at Danton. Growling, "Do you think with Melissa backing you, I cannot deal with you?" The postmen were bewildered by the secretary's sudden change of heart, yet it was evident that Danton remained, their expressions shifting dramatically. After all, this marked a definitive break, and upon recalling the moniker of the Fox of the West, they shuddered, foreseeing difficult days ahead. "That I await your actions," Danton replied as he organized the letters, casting a glance at the hall he had occupied for 3 years. His lips defiantly pressed together, while inwardly he sighed. The excuse for his return would soon be exposed, and he could never come back. Commoners are indeed commoners, lacking any sense of decorum. "That I've heard your sister is a student at St. George's Academy of Magic? Humph. How could a low-born wretch possibly gain admission to such a prestigious institution?" Observing Danton's calm demeanor, Balmer seethed with rage, unable to restrain his venomous tongue. She must be engaging in debauchery, entertaining at least 100 men daily, or else she could never afford tuition. "You've gone too far." The postmen instinctively turned their gazes toward Danton, all too aware that Elaine was his treasure. Balmer's words had undoubtedly struck a hornet's nest. "You seek death." Danton's expression contorted into a snarl, akin to a tempest rising from still waters, charging at Balmer. "Stop him." Feeling the piercing intensity of Danton's hawk-like gaze, Balmer's hair stood on end, instinctively retreating, his voice cracking under pressure. That it was too late. Danton surged forward, his right foot powerfully propelling him off the ground like a cannonball, followed by his knees flexing as his back arched like a drawn bow. His right fist striking Balmer's chin with the force of an arrow, the impact reverberated. Balmer's head snapped back, a spray of blood escaping his lips as several blood-stained teeth clattered to the floor. Danton withdrew his right arm, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the secretary's face, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Balmer's nose caved in, a fountain of blood gushing forth, soaking his shirt front. A few postmen who were on friendly terms rushed in to restrain Danton. "Stop, you'll kill him, and then you'll be imprisoned too." Will, clutching his waist, felt an immense relief that he had not entered the soul tier. Otherwise, Balmer would have been dead from a single blow. With a thud, like a mound of flesh, Balmer collapsed onto the floor. "You are doomed. I swear I will sell your sister to the lowest brothel, where those foul-sweating laborers will ravage her daily." Balmer, writhing in pain, glared at Danton with malice, vowing to dismember him. "I await that day." Danton licked the blood from his knuckles, spitting it out without a backward glance as he exited the post office. The postman surveyed the chaotic hall in silence, stunned by Danton's explosive outburst, suddenly realizing that turning against him might have been the worst decision they could make. Standing on the long street of Misty Town, Danton tilted his head back, allowing the rain to wash over his face. Gradually regaining his composure, he is merely a newly appointed secretary in a border town, lacking established connections. How much influence could he possibly wield? "It is nothing more than hiring a band of desperate mercenaries to cause me trouble." Danton ambled along, contemplating the potential actions Balmer might undertake. The border of Sequoia County lay adjacent to the Dragon Hills, known for their bandits and the sunsetting wasteland, compounded by an ineffective border commander, resulting in utter chaos. Desperate men emerged from the impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, unhesitating to commit murder for a mere silver coin, with ogres and cannibals aplay. The constraints of imperial law, could that fill their bellies? Between starvation and being hanged for crimes, even the dim-witted offspring of ogres knew which path to choose, still short on coins. Otherwise, I could have reached the soul tier within a month. Danton felt the weight of his coin pouch, reluctant to touch the savings meant for tuition, aware that the magical energy required for promotion was too immense to gather solely through natural means. It would take at least 6 months. A bounty of 10,000? Passing by the Golden Ivory Tavern, Downton's gaze caught the notice affixed to the bulletin board, the vivid gold coin emblem glaring at him, stimulating his senses intensely. Chapter 3. Golden Ivory Tavern. The bandits active along the border primarily targeted passing merchant caravans and travelers, rarely daring to assault towns, for despite the border troops' shortcomings, they were still imperial regulars. Equipped with both clerics and knights, posing little threat to ill-equipped brigands, most bandits maintained a low profile to avoid drawing attention and becoming targets for extermination. Yet there were always those reckless souls who brazenly engaged in pillaging and arson, repeatedly challenging the authority of the Duke of the West. Without exception, these notorious bandits found their names plastered across the West's wanted posters, their likenesses printed on bounty notices that adorned the border towns. In this world, there was no shortage of adventurers yearning for overnight riches and fame. The heads of these bandits were the shortcuts to their renown. Even 5-year-old children understood that every bounty bore the heavy scent of blood, both from adventurers and from the bandits themselves. To eye in the face of such brutal slaughters, those bandits who survived were all infamous and commanded hefty rewards. Tyson the Ogre, nicknamed Iron Man, was an emerging thief known for his gruesome habit of consuming the ears of his slain foes. With a bounty of 10,000 gold durlands, the violent bear Rooney, known as Balloon, had made his name by killing the captain of the Arsenal Knights Vanguard with a single shot, earning him notoriety throughout the West, infuriating the captain to the point of placing a bounty of 50,000 gold durlands on his head. Yet, all the mercenaries who sought to claim that bounty ended up as victims of the violent bear. TSK, it has already risen to 150,000 gold durlands. Downton observed Rooney's bounty notice affixed to the upper right corner of the board, weathered by the elements, yet still vividly displaying the amount of gold, indicating that the bounty remained effective, and the violent bear was still at large. That a bandit with a bounty exceeding 1,000 was guaranteed to be at least a war-tier expert, capable of dispatching Downton without a second thought, prompting him to continue perusing the notices. Minotaur Keto Village, a beast-folk female shaman, bounty 5,000 gold durlands. Downton sighed, abandoning the search to even make it onto the wanted list. One had to be worth at least 300 gold durlands. With his current strength, he couldn't even handle a measly 10 gold durland fish, let alone make a living from bounties without starving. Returning to his humble abode, in an effort to save money, Downton opted not to cook, nibbling on a piece of black bread while contemplating his financial strategy. As a Frankfurt native, he naturally utilized currency suffixed with durland. For a family of 3, monthly living expenses were approximately 15 gold durlands. However, the average commoner likely never encountered gold coins throughout their lives, primarily using silver durlands. That I've heard that postmen in the imperial capital receive dozens of silver coins and tips daily. I wonder if that is true. Downton shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic fantasies as he prepared to step out in search of odd jobs. At this hour in the past, Downton would have already organized his mailbag, embarking on his journey to deliver letters. However, that was no longer an option. 3 whole years as a postman. As he walked down the street, Downton suddenly felt a void, unaccustomed to the stillness. Yet more than that, he felt a pang of nostalgia. With these legs, he had supported his sister Elaine, enabling her to attend the most prestigious St. George's Academy of Magic in Frankfurt, and he held a deep affection for this job, had it not been for Balmer's incessant provocations. Escalating to an unbearable level, Downton believed he might have continued as a postman for life. "Where have you been? I've been searching for you," Justin called out upon spotting Downton, accompanied by 6 other postmen, all of whom shared a friendly rapport with him. "What's the matter?" Downton observed Will's swollen lip and frowned. "Why aren't you resting at home?" "It's all my fault," Will expressed his guilt. "Don't blame yourself. Without you, Balmer would have found another reason to target me." Downton laughed heartily, clapping Will on the shoulder. "Do you really think I'd starve just because I can't be a postman anymore?" "Of course not. You are the Fox of the West. Only your title of top postman is in jeopardy." The boys chimed in, playfully calling out the nickname they had given Downton, their laughter ringing through the light rain. A clumsy yet sincere display of friendship. "Come, I'll treat you to a feast at the Golden Ivory Tavern." The tall Durin punched Downton playfully in the chest, slinging an arm around his shoulder. "No thanks," Downton declined. They were all just ordinary children from humble families, hardly able to afford a tavern meal. "Are you looking down on us?" Durin tightened his grip on Downton, preventing his escape. While the other boys pushed from behind, just based on the method you taught us about choosing nearby mail. You're worth 100 meals. This group of youths harbors a genuine gratitude towards Tang Dun, each of them having benefited from his kindness, all being postmen he personally trained. Delangfu, situated in the northern region of the West Continent, ranks as a nation of third-tier comprehensive national strength, frequently bearing the unwelcome titles of poverty and backwardness. Beyond the capital's circle, the remaining territory is divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, each a hereditary domain of the 4 great dukes. Morning Mist Town, located in Redwood County, falls under the jurisdiction of Duke Presido of the Western Territory. The taxes paid by Tang Dun each year flow directly into this family's coffers. During the Fifth Continental Holy War, which occurred 10,000 years ago, the Dragon Hills served as one of the main battlefields, having been bombarded mercilessly by the Dragon Legion commanded by the Red Dragon King, leaving it in tatters. With the adjacent Redwood County also suffering the consequences. It is said that under the ravaging of tens of thousands of fire-based spells, the entire county was reduced to scorched earth, and it was only after Delangfu established its nation and the migration of refugees that life began to return, albeit slightly. Even today, on the land once seared by the scorching breath of dragons, many crops remain unplantable. Even the most resilient oats can only yield a single harvest per year, and most grains are shriveled, resembling malnourished, emaciated beggars. Fortunately, the border residents do not rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. Beneath Morning Mist Town lies a wealth of magical energy mines. Otherwise, the king would not have permitted the migration of refugees. However, after nearly a millennium of extraction, these veins are gradually running dry, leading to a decline in the border economy and prompting more young people to leave home in search of their fortunes in the great cities. Numerous abandoned mining towns stand like forlorn spirits across the borderlands, becoming nests for magical beasts, bandits, and refugees, rendering Redwood County even more desolate and chaotic. Beyond the vast expanse of the Sunset Wasteland lies the Orc Empire, trading in ivory, beast skins, and the potent blood of magical beasts, along with other specialties, which, once sold to the human empire, can yield substantial profits for merchants, thus establishing this trade route as the last major supply point before entering the Sunset Wasteland. Morning Mist Town sees an influx of merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers each peak season, filling every corner of the town, with taverns often overflowing with patrons. Tang Dun stepped into the Golden Ivory Tavern. He was immediately assailed by a cacophony of noise, mingled with the scents of ale and sweat, prompting him to frown slightly. He truly despised such clamor. A dwarf, covered in mining dust, lay drunkenly slumped beside a table, oblivious to the fact that a thief had just pilfered his coin purse. On the elevated stage in the hall, dancers showcased their energetic tap dances to lively music, their snow-white thighs lifting high with each movement, eliciting a chorus of whistles. "Bring me 8 cups of dragon's tongue liquor," Justin shouted to the waiter, clearly well acquainted with the establishment. Among the group of youths, he was the one who indulged in revelry, not particularly frugal, thus needing to borrow money each month to make ends meet. "Let's find a seat," Duran called out, locating several empty spots and tugging Tang Dun along, only to realize after a few steps that he had not followed. "What's wrong?" Justin queried, following Tang Dun's gaze. "TCH, what's so interesting about a down-and-out traveling merchant? Come on, let us go drink." "You go ahead. I want to see what goods are for sale." Tang Dun sidestepped a few inebriated patrons and approached the corner where merchants had set up their stalls. One particular vendor, shrouded in mystery, donned a black robe and cloak, his entire face obscured by a hood. His breathing sounded labored, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. A soiled bohemian blanket lay on the ground, strewn with mechanical pocket watches, massive colorful feathers, and striped stones, all exuding a faint air of mystery. 100 gold delans for a broken piece of wood. Have you lost your mind? A corpulent merchant spat, deriding the item, yet unable to part with it as he meticulously examined it. The vendor remained silent, not even lifting his head. "Hey, stop pretending to be mysterious. That trick won't fool me. It has 10 silver delans. Take it or leave it," the merchant insisted, his glassy eyes darting as he attempted to drive the price down. Nearby, a dozen customers perused the wares with little interest. Seasoned travelers who had seen enough of the world to recognize the merchant's feigned mystique, which would only deceive the untraveled country folk. 13 silver delans, not a penny more. The fat merchant raised his offer. Grantaire, you are the wealthiest merchant in Morning Mist Town, worth millions. That is it really necessary to haggle over a down-and-out merchant's wares? Someone jested, poking fun at Grantaire. You know nothing. Every single copper should be spent wisely. If the value does not double, it's a loss. Grantaire retorted, stroking his neatly trimmed mustache with his thumb. Fine, I concede, 20 silver delans, but that's my final offer. The traveling merchant shook his head in silence. Tang Dun's gaze fell upon a tome placed in the upper left corner of the blanket, about 6 centimeters thick, the size of A3 paper, its cover wrapped in aged leather, marred with grease and dark stains, even bearing dark red splotches of what appeared to be blood. Unlike his peers who favored frivolities, Tang Dun dedicated his time to working for income and honing his physical prowess to absorb magical energy, reserving the remainder for reading. That he cherished collecting books, believing they imbued wisdom and knowledge. Do you truly consider yourself one of the 5 most enigmatic traveling merchants of the continent, selling goods of legendary rarity? 30 silver delans, or I'll walk away. Grantaire issued an ultimatum, his small eyes fixed on the other man, seeking to pinpoint the price's bottom line. This seems intriguing. Tang Dun bent to grasp the book, but another hand moved more swiftly, snatching it first. I'll take this book. Chapter 0004. The Mage. Young Grantaire, donned in a brand new ogre outfit, straightened his back, casually flipping through the tome, his eyes not even glancing at Tang Dun. Exuding an air of disdain. A few youths, led by him, followed closely, casting provocative glances at Tang Dun. The son of Morning Mist Town's foremost merchant, 17-year-old Grantaire felt himself superior, believing that besides the mayor's son, all his contemporaries should behave like domesticated Siberian bear hunting dogs, wagging their tails in his favor, though there were always a few who failed to grasp their place. The Fox of the Western Territory? Why not me? Young Grantaire was aware that this was the moniker given to Tang Dun by the postman, but he was consumed by jealousy, convinced that he alone deserved such a formidable title. The white bear hunting dog, standing a meter tall and nearly 2 meters long, sensed its master's anger, crouching low and barking ferociously, ready to attack. Several mercenaries stepped back, their eyes glinting with greed. This creature, notorious in the northern territories for its ferocity, was a large hunting dog, inherently savage and bloodthirsty, capable of wrestling with a grizzly bear, easily worth 10,000 gold delans, and if purebred, even more. Tang Dun furrowed his brow. Finding this individual as tenacious as a piece of chewing gum, always seeking trouble whenever he laid eyes on him, he had initially intended to walk away, but the allure of that tome proved too difficult to resist. What is going on? Durin and his group, fearing for Tang Dun's safety upon seeing Grantaire, approached. Oh, the bodyguards have arrived. Grantaire mocked Durin. I heard you were expelled from the post office. How is that? Want to work at my family's shop? Don't worry, as long as my family has bones to eat. You won't go hungry. The youths erupted in laughter. Bones referred to the hunting dog, and Grantaire's sarcasm was unmistakable. Let us go, don't mind them. Justin urged, pulling Tang Dun away. The postmen were unwilling, but what could they do? If a fight broke out, they would be the ones to suffer. Let us go. Tang Dun wouldn't fall for the trap. He knew Grantaire sought to provoke a conflict, which would provide him with an excuse to unleash violence upon everyone. Oh, the Fox of the Western Territory is a coward without guts. Grantaire's lackeys taunted Tang Dun, even stepping forward to tug at the postman's clothing. Hey, aren't you a bookworm? Don't want that book anymore. Young Grantaire viewed Tang Dun as a rival, knowing well of his obsession with books, and considering his alluring sister added to the provocation. Tang Dun pretended not to hear, not even turning his head. He certainly desired the book, but revealing that would only encourage Grantaire to purchase it to humiliate him. Ha, aren't you the Fox of the Western Territory? If you have the guts, take this book from me. I'll give you double the gold delance. Grantaire tossed a coin pouch onto the blanket, knocking over a beast tooth pendant, deliberately provoking Tang Dun, hoping to embarrass him by beating him up in the tavern. In less than 3 seconds, you'll have to set that tome down. Tang Dun muttered under his breath, his pace unbroken, silently counting the seconds in his mind. The postman cast a glance at Tang Dun, unsure of his certainty. You wasteful fool, buying such a useless book, trying to drive me mad, Grantaire exclaimed, hastily reclaiming the coin pouch and leaping like a ball, delivering a slap to young Grantaire's head. Father. Young Grantaire's tone was filled with frustration. He felt humiliated, especially in front of so many mercenaries, and he truly did not wish to speak with his father. Compared to young Grantaire's extravagantly adorned leather armor, Grantaire wore a linen robe worth no more than 50 copper coins, with the posterior area worn to the point of being nearly white. Exuding an air of utter poverty, just by appearances, who could guess he was the wealthiest man in Morning Mist Town? His stinginess was renowned throughout the Western Territory. Not a trace of magic. This is undoubtedly not enchanted equipment, not worth even a copper coin. Grantaire struck his son's wrist with a swift motion, spitting out words laced with indignation. If you don't put it down, go back and meditate that if you haven't reached the third stage of the soul in half a month, I'll break your legs. Father, young Grantaire attempted to protest, but a swift kick to his thigh silenced him, instilling a fear that left him no choice but to flee. Hey, 30 silver delrans. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree. Grantaire tossed down 30 coins, not waiting for the traveling merchant's reply, and dashed away like a rabbit struck by an arrow. Clutching the totem with carving .as for the commoner Tang Dun, in Grantaire's eyes, he was no more than an insignificant insect, not even worthy of a glance. Turning swiftly, Tang Dun approached a street stall and picked up an ancient tome. The yellowed pages of the sheepskin book bore black characters, swirling and dancing, imbued with an artistic beauty akin to an elegant and ornate sonnet, stirring emotions within, much like a masterfully carved sculpture. Each letter seemed to encapsulate a millennia of classical essence. This must be a legal code from some kingdom, Justin remarked, glancing at the legal text. Not of much use. There are plenty of such books in the library. What if young Grantaire buys it? The postman, disinterested in books, were nonetheless curious about Tang Dun's judgment. Do you think Grantaire's miserly reputation is unfounded? He wouldn't even take a carriage to the imperial city to save a copper coin. Would he allow his son to squander money before him? Tang Dun explained casually, flipping through the pages, growing increasingly pleased. The postman suddenly understood, their envy growing immensely. They too desired such deductive reasoning. How much? Tang Dun revealed no hint of eagerness, maintaining a neutral expression, ready to haggle. 100 gold coins. A rough voice emerged from beneath the cloak, grating like sandpaper against metal, nearly piercing the eardrums. Why don't you just rob it? You're not some legendary mysterious traveling merchant. For a tattered book to ask such a price, it's enough for half a year of my living expenses, Justin exclaimed, urging Tang Dun. What use is this thing? You can't even eat it. Would 10 gold delrans suffice? Observing the merchant's worn-out robe, Tang Dun suddenly lost his negotiating spirit and offered his utmost sincerity. After spending 10 gold coins, he would have to subsist on cheap black bread and water, as the remaining gold was reserved for his sister's tuition, which he would never touch. Not worth it. Durin counseled his friend, aware of Tang Dun's overflowing compassion. The Western continent is rife with 5 great mysterious legends, aside from the cloaked traveling merchant. The most renowned is the Headless Horseman, Postman Marlin. Countless versions of their tales exist, often told by parents to lull children to sleep. The figure before them is evidently a swindler masquerading in the guise of a traveling merchant. 10 gold coins. No more. Tang Dun reiterated his offer, prepared to abandon the pursuit if declined, for the book's value was only around 7 gold delrans. The merchant lifted his gaze slightly, meeting Tang Dun's eyes. Suddenly, Tang Dun felt a sharp pain in his head, akin to being thrust into a meat grinder, as all his memories were wrenched away. Yet in the next moment, his body felt entirely normal, as if it had merely been a fleeting illusion. Am I just overly fatigued lately? Tang Dun pondered. Deal. The merchant lowered his head once more. Tang Dun hurried home, quickly retrieving 10 gold coins to purchase the legal code. All right, let us go drink. Justin tugged on Tang Dun, finding a seat and snapping his fingers to summon the waiter. Durin, what have you decided? A young man, familiar with the group, sat down at their table, greeting them. The postman appeared somewhat reserved. This individual, named Robinson, was a notable figure in the town, having apprenticed since the age of 6 and debuting at 12. He started with 3 silver delrans and amassed a fortune of 200,000 over 8 years, becoming a wealthy merchant. I'll do it for 50 gold coins. Durin gulped down a mug of ale, clearly torn by the decision. Agreed. Robinson observed the dancing performers on the platform, sipping red wine without a hint of hesitation, displaying his generosity. Brother, if there are any lucrative opportunities, do consider me. Justin's eyes sparkled, his tone slightly obsequious. I'm a first-tier soul mage. I'll hire them to gather magical herbs in the Crow Ridge Cemetery, Are you sure you want to go? Robinson countered. Not going. Justin rejected outright. I've heard there are ghouls lurking there. I certainly don't wish to be eaten. Robinson feigned regret. Shrugging his shoulders, he didn't want to employ too many people anyway. As fewer who knew about the expedition, the better. Tang Dun, will you go? Duran still felt uneasy, believing that having Tang Dun along would raise their safety. Him. No way. Robinson decisively dismissed the notion upon seeing Tang Dun's interest. Why not? The postmen were astonished. In their view, Tang Dun appeared more reliable than Duran. I sense no magical energy fluctuations from you. You haven't even condensed a soul seed yet. Have you? Robinson, possessing considerable strength, presented an irrefutable excuse. Tang Dun's sister, Ilian, was a student at St. George's Magic Academy. Had he expended the savings meant for her tuition and living expenses on magical stones and potions to enhance his body, he would have advanced to the soul stage and become a mage a year ago. Duran advocated for his friend, seeking opportunities to in the magical realm of the Western continent. Various forms of magical energy exist, such as arcane energy, elemental energy, natural energy, and holy energy, collectively referred to as magical energy. Their presence allows any living being's potential to be enhanced to varying degrees through cultivation, and those truly powerful can move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. The path of cultivation begins with physical training and willpower refinement. As one grows stronger and their will becomes resolute, they gradually sense the magical energy fluctuations permeating the air through meditation. Subsequently, they strive to absorb this energy, accumulating it to a certain extent, causing qualitative changes. The magical energy condenses into a soul seed within the body, simultaneously unlocking one's innate talent. Innate talent is a divine gift to the populace. A remarkable ability. Only upon ascending to the soul stage can one rightfully be called a mage, for only by condensing a soul seed can one select an appropriate magical profession for further study based on their innate talent and aptitude. Beyond the soul stage lies the war stage, where the soul seed within begins to sprout and grow into a towering soul tree, eventually leading to the judgment stage, where blossoms flourished. This stage, any mage can summon a magical servant, and their talent undergoes its first evolution, making the judgment stage a significant turning point in power. Beyond that is the dragon-slaying stage, yet such powerful beings are exceedingly rare throughout the Western territories. Of course, there are even more profound realms beyond, but for ordinary commoners, they have neither seen nor even heard of them. All right, 30 gold coins. Be prepared to gather at the southern town entrance at dawn. Robinson changed his mind. Recognizing Tang Dun as a potential asset, for a merchant must always observe to determine if someone is worth keeping close. Chapter 0005. The Vortex Meditation Method by Carriage. Crow Ridge is approximately a day and a half's journey from Misty Morning Town. It is said that millennia ago, it was the royal burial ground of a certain kingdom. This rumor has attracted numerous adventurers, yet none have unearthed treasure within. Instead, they have become the ghoul's lunch. Overnight riches turning to dust. 2,000 years ago, the Southern Orc Legion and the Troll tribe from the giant Dragon Hills allied to invade Drankford. However, they were soundly defeated by the astute King Drankford VI, who commanded his troops in the Western Territories. This battle resulted in over 1 million soldiers lost on both sides, their corpses carpeting Redwood County, and the bloodshed turned the earth into a mire. The restless souls lingered, swirling in the skies, and for months, the residents of the Western Territories saw no sunlight. To prevent the outbreak of disease after the war, the king ordered the soldiers to collect the bodies and dispose of them in Crow Ridge. Initially, they were cremated, but the sheer number of corpses overwhelmed the king's efforts. As he departed, the officers in charge became apathetic, hastily discarding the bodies. The death toll was staggering. Some souls remained, having traversed endless years, naturally evolving into undead beings as they gradually absorbed magical energy. For the safety of the border residents, the king dispatched paladins and priests to purge Crow Ridge until the threat was neutralized. But even so, people continued to avoid Crow Ridge like the plague, never daring to set foot there. Kerosene lamps, candles, fishing lines, 5 days' worth of food, clean water. Tang Dun meticulously inventoried the supplies needed for the expedition. Once satisfied, he packed them into a leather backpack. I still need healing potions, quality weapons. If I could get a magical accessory for protection, that would be splendid. Though he had prepared diligently, the sight of his meager belongings elicited a sigh. He was simply too poor to afford more. Perhaps this expedition is a misguided decision. Tang Dun settled at a round table by the window. Illuminated by the dim glow of the kerosene lamp that he picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began jotting down the precautions for this journey, and no matter how he calculated, the danger remained over 60%. The moonlight spilled like water upon his skin, a cool touch. I should withdraw. This thought flickered in his mind, but Tang Dun shook his head, discarding it. Without the postman profession, he needed a new source of income. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford his sister's tuition. In an effort to dispel his wandering thoughts, Danton opened the newly acquired tome of laws. The elegant prose and the 14 lyrical sonnets detailing legal tales brought him immense pleasure, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. Becoming a mage would significantly reduce the risks. Danton rested his elbow on the round table, propping his chin with one hand as he gazed at the resplendent night sky. Filled with aspirations for the future, should he ascend to the soul tier, not only would his innate abilities be enhanced, but he would also gain access to formidable martial skills and spells, empowering him to achieve feats of slaying 10 or even 100 foes. As he observed the twinkling stars and basked in the gentle glow of the moonlight, Danton's mind became tranquil. Unwittingly entering a meditative state, to absorb magical energy, one must attain this state of meditation. Yet most individuals are restless and plagued by chaotic thoughts, unable to achieve tranquility, though they may occasionally succeed. The sheer volume of magical energy required for ascension is far too vast. Those fleeting moments are but a drop in the ocean. The depth of one's meditative state determines the rate at which magical energy is absorbed. Currently, Danton practiced the vortex meditation technique taught by his sister. Typically, he could only reach a shallow meditative state, but now he had astonishingly transcended his limits, entering a medium-depth state of meditation. Under the luminous moonlight, the magical energy within the small room flowed together like a brook in the woods, increasingly converging and permeating Danton's body. The concentration of magical energy intensified, occasionally sparking like stars. Danton resembled a vortex, greedily drawing in the magical energy. Unbeknownst to him, as he meditated, the tome resonated with a soul wave, causing 3 mottled points of light to emerge from its pages, glowing softly like fireflies, drawing in even more magical energy from the surroundings. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door startled Danton, pulling him out of his meditative state. His right hand trembled, and the quill he held left a dark mark across the pages. "What is it?" he exclaimed, dismayed as he saw the ink smudge marring the sonnet, resembling an ugly scar on a beautiful visage. "What are you doing? You're half an hour late. If I hadn't pleaded, Robinson would have set off without you," Durin remarked, puzzled, for Danton was typically punctual and would never make such an error. "What?" Danton glanced at the old mechanical clock resting on the table that he recalled that after organizing his belongings, it was just past 9. Yet now it was already half past midnight. Impossible. Have I really meditated for over 3 hours? Danton's expression was one of shock, momentarily forgetting to open the door for Durin. Previously, he could only maintain meditation for a maximum of 40 minutes before his thoughts would scatter. Yet among the young people in Misty Town, he had ranked in the top 10. Now, however, he had extended that duration nearly 8-fold. Extending the meditation time is not merely a simple addition, as mages meditate. The resonating magical waves attract energy from the surroundings, which takes time. Thus, as meditation progresses, the amount of magical energy absorbed in a given time frame continually increases. Of course, there is a concentration limit. Once saturation is reached, no further change occurs. "Open the door. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Danton rose and took a few steps, suddenly realizing his body felt invigorated, brimming with energy, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. He casually opened the door for Durin, then turned and walked pensively toward the window, eager to grasp this extraordinary sensation and understand the reason behind the extended meditation. Durin, intending to complain, immediately fell silent upon seeing Danton's demeanor, knowing his friend was deep in thought. What could it be? Enjoying poetry, gazing at the stars, Danton recalled the details before his meditation, glancing at the tome, which bore no trace of magical energy fluctuations. It should not be magical equipment. "Are you ready?" Robinson must be growing anxious. Durin stole a glance at the clock, unable to contain himself. "Sorry, I'm coming now." Danton inserted the quill into the inkwell, ready to close the tome when he suddenly froze. The unsightly ink mark he had inadvertently made had vanished, as if it had never existed. "What is the matter?" Durin asked, lifting Danton's satchel. "Hurry up. Robinson is waiting. All right. Danton grabbed a dagger and tucked it into his boot before exiting the room, but as he locked the door, he couldn't resist one last glance at the tome. No, I must uncover this quickly. Danton dashed back, stuffing the magical tome and inkwell into his satchel. Danton and Durin reached the southern street corner of Misty Town. But before Danton could apologize, a youth covered in acne berated them. Do you think you're the masters, making us wait so long? Apologies, it was my fault, Danton replied, not bothering to argue. Enough, it's getting late. Everyone get on the carriage and let us depart. Robinson interjected, stopping Tony, who was about to continue his tirade. Nearby stood a carriage drawn by two ORLANS Highland horses, its top laden with supplies, tightly bound with thick ropes. Master, please board. Keel held the door open, slightly bowing in respectful invitation for Robinson to enter. This slightly hunchbacked middle-aged man served as Robinson's servant and driver, accompanied by a tall and burly man named Pierre, who bore a Viking longsword, exuding a rugged aura with every movement. What brings you here? Danton was taken aback to see Will among them. I want to earn some extra money. Knowing his own character, Will understood he would likely be dismissed by Balmer. So after contemplating for an afternoon, he sought out Robinson in the evening, requesting to join the group. If he performed well, he might continue working with Robinson, who was a well-known young merchant in Misty Town, a figure many young people aspired to emulate. Stop dawdling and get in, Tony grumbled, shoving Will aside as he picked his nose. The night breeze whispered past, and the sound of hooves echoed as the carriage rolled out of the town, embarking on the journey to Crow Ridge. Robinson, you truly risk it all for wealth. You dare to venture to Crow Ridge. Tony, a chatterbox, mocked through a mouthful of smoked sausage. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To get rich, one must take risks. Robinson closed his eyes to rest. The millions of corpses and eons of time had forged a deathly ecological environment in Crow Ridge, making it a haven for undead creatures and plants. Some of these creatures and flora were materials for creating various magical potions, which could be sold to apothecaries for a handsome profit. Every year, a few intrepid adventurers dared to enter Crow Ridge, though most met with misfortune, becoming the lunch of ghouls. Why bring along these two burdens who aren't mages? Thor taunted Danton, his mouth smeared with meat scraps. One must give aspiring youths a chance. Robinson grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth, radiating a sunny charm that was hard to resist. Thank you, boss, Will exclaimed, overflowing with gratitude, quickly altering his tone. Robinson nodded, though internally he sighed. Bringing these two along was merely a ploy to act as bait. Even a first-tier mage possessed greater physical prowess than those seasoned soldiers, so in the event of danger, the two youths would inevitably lag behind, drawing the attention of pursuing ghouls. Danton refrained from scrutinizing his companions inside the carriage, with a day's journey ahead. There was ample time. After all, they were still getting acquainted, each observing the other with heightened caution. Invasive glances might provoke discomfort, leading to conflicts, and besides, Danton had more pressing matters to attend to. Lighting a candle, Danton extracted the tome, perusing its contents. Robinson cast a glance but soon lost interest. As an experienced merchant, his discerning eye saw nothing of magical energy within the book. It appeared utterly mundane. After thoroughly examining it without finding anything unusual, Danton hesitated but ultimately retrieved the quill, dipped it in ink, and began to draw on the upper blank space of the page. For a full 10 minutes. Nothing changed. Danton frowned and casually scribbled a few words that an hour passed. Yet still no alterations occurred, causing Danton to question his own judgment. Could it be that I was mistaken? He contemplated giving up but felt unwilling. If he could discover the method to extend his meditation time, he could swiftly ascend to the soul tier. I'll give it another try, Danton resolved, preparing to write more words, and thus commenced composing a lyrical poem in the style of Shakespeare. Enough already, commoner. If you keep writing, I might just lose my temper. Suddenly, an elegant line of calligraphy materialized on the page, capturing Danton's attention. Chapter 6. The ancient tome. Danton had never anticipated that this tome would manifest text and engage in dialogue with him, leaving him astonished and momentarily speechless, instinctively looking up to gauge the reactions of his fellow passengers, fearing discovery. Stay calm. Danton forcibly suppressed all his inner turmoil, compelling himself to focus on other thoughts to divert his attention. Only in this way could he maintain his composure. Otherwise, he would be unable to contain his exhilaration and would surely shout out in joy. Even so, his agitation caught the notice of the perceptive Robinson. What is the matter? Robinson opened his eyes, glancing at Danton and the tome he held. It feels like I've been bitten by a bug. Danton stifled the urge to conceal the tome, feigning indifference as he scratched his neck, acting as if nothing had occurred. An intelligent item of this caliber must be at least a perfect-grade magical artifact. If auctioned, it would command a starting price of no less than 100,000 gold coins. Even a fool like Danton recognized the immense value of the tome in his possession. This was a precious magical item capable of transforming a pauper into a millionaire overnight, should the strangers in the carriage become aware of it. Who could guarantee that their greed would not awaken? Danton had to tread carefully. Losing the codex was a mere trifle compared to the tragedy of being silenced and discarded in the wilderness. Get some rest. Rejuvenate your spirit, and don't let tomorrow's important matters be delayed, Robinson cautioned, closing his eyes. Fortunately, it was already deep into the night, and the occupants of the carriage were succumbing to sleep, too weary to scrutinize him. Otherwise, the proximity would have surely betrayed him. Danton nodded, intending to discreetly stow away the codex. Yet he found himself irresistibly compelled to delve deeper. It was akin to someone discovering they had won a substantial lottery, without confirming it. Restlessness would ensue. You possess wisdom. Danton dipped his quill in ink, hesitating momentarily before inscribing the query. The codex remained silent, but all the characters he had just penned, along with the answers on the pages, vanished entirely. Silent, are we? Then I shall indulge in some whimsical scribbling. With a flick of his wrist, elegant letters adorned the pages. Nonsense. I am the ancient tome, the greatest encyclopedia. How could I lack wisdom? It was as if an invisible quill was dancing, and splendid words materialized on the pages, the vibrant red ink reminiscent of crimson flames, as though they were about to ignite. Although it was merely a line of text, its noble and proud essence emanated from the paper, enveloping him. What a beautiful script! What is this font? Danton exclaimed, genuinely admiring it. Each character is a work of art, a testament to civilization's legacy. Your discerning eye is commendable. This is the Nesseril arcane script. However, it is but a trifle. I am versed in many styles, including the calligraphy of the Eastern continent. The latter part of the statement seemed to boast, with each character representing a style Danton had never encountered before. Yet all shared a singular trait, an opulence that was overwhelming. Are you a connoisseur of beauty? Danton maintained a stoic expression, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The Nesseril magical civilization had long since perished in the annals of history during the Dawn Era. 10,000 years prior, it was not merely the ruins of a homeland that were scarce. Even the remaining documents were few and far between, preserved within the imperial library of the Plantagenet dynasty. Inaccessible even to most dukes, such artifacts were exceedingly precious. Even a single drop of ink upon them would signify an irretrievable loss. The tome expressed its disdain with a single word, commoner. You are exceedingly rude. Then how should I address you? Danton could not suppress a smile. The book was indeed entertaining. You may call me my Lord Tome, or Lord Homer. Alas, I have already instructed you to cease your writing. Homer admonished Danton, punctuating his displeasure with a series of ellipses. How shall I converse with you? Danton pressed further, but Homer fell silent. Is writing on the tome harmful to you? After inscribing this inquiry, Danton sighed, preparing to conclude the dialogue. He was not one to press a person unduly, or in this case, a book. Not at all. It merely gets dirty. Pfft. Danton nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is that even a reason? Are you deceiving me? Those characters can certainly vanish. The tome was rendered speechless, and minutes later, it revealed a response. Well, you have seen through me. I merely find it bothersome and do not wish to converse. Danton's lips twitched. The tome's temperament was indeed unpredictable. Very well then. I shall not disturb you. He inscribed this message, preparing to close the tome, his mind beginning to ponder the potential benefits it could yield him. What a jest, judging by the implications woven through the tome's words. It was at the very least an artifact from the Nesseril era. It would be remiss not to extract some advantage from it. Of course, Danton intended to engage in a straightforward exchange, devoid of any trickery. Wait, commoner, your tone suggests you harbor disdain for me. Humph, as a noble, I must not lose my composure. This time, Homer wrote more swiftly. As an apology, I have decided to grant you a meditation technique. Thank you. But no. Though tempted, Danton resolved to decline. Uncertain if the tome was jesting or toying with him, he replied, You have done nothing wrong. No need for an apology. Nay, you, a commoner, are so magnanimous. Would that not make me appear petty? Homer was incensed. Very well. Grant it to me. Danton was intrigued. What marvel could a meditation technique known even in the Nesral civilization possess? Not at this moment. Are you jesting with me? Danton nearly spewed blood onto the pages, his expression darkening. Commoner, mind your tone. Lord Homer is always a man of his word. The tome felt slighted. Really? Absolutely. Pray tell, what is with that string of question marks? Do you doubt me? Homer was irked. Nobles should not lie. Danton deliberately provoked the tome with a reckless assertion. Fine. In truth, I have only misspoken once, yes, just once. Seemingly anxious that Danton might not believe him, Homer punctuated his statement with an exclamation mark that nearly filled the page, affirming his sincerity. Whatever, it matters not to me. Danton adopted a strategy of retreating while advancing, seeking to discern Homer's character. Commoner, the vortex meditation technique you are currently employing is quite commendable. Your innate talent is also exceptional. Provided your magical energy is sufficient, you shall soon be able to condense a soul seed. But that was the meditation technique my sister entrusted to me. It is invaluable. Danton's sister was extraordinarily gifted, a rarity among her peers, and within half a year of enrollment, numerous mentors were vying for her attention. The vortex meditation technique was a gift from her current mentor, as it was considered improper to present an apprentice without a valuable offering. Humph. An unsophisticated commoner. The Holy Angel's meditation technique I offer, although usable only after you attain the soul stage, will significantly enhance your efficiency in absorbing magical energy. That sounds impressive. Danton gasped. It seemed Homer was indeed well endowed. Humph. Of course, would I, Lord Homer, bestow can never be mere trinkets. Once you master it, you shall comprehend its true worth. Homer was utterly full of himself. Thank you in advance. Danton suddenly recalled another question. What is the identity of that traveling merchant? A commoner. The tome's response was quintessentially Homer. Danton nodded, harboring no suspicions. The life of a traveling merchant involved procuring distinctive items from one locale and selling them in another, trading on novelty, while they occasionally stumbled upon antiques and profited handsomely. They often misjudged and incurred losses. I shall retire for the night. Writing all this has truly fatigued me. Homer wished to conclude the discussion. Wait. Can you personally extend my meditation duration? Danton nearly forgot the most pivotal question. Certainly. Homer's nonchalant reply ignited Danton's excitement. He understood what this effect signified. Why has no one discovered this magical effect before? Because those fools cannot appreciate the allure of the arcane script. By the way, your handwriting is atrocious. The tome had remained dormant, thus all its wondrous effects were sealed away, and the resonance of Danton's soul fluctuations during meditation had awakened it. Apologies. Danton felt embarrassed. Resolved to practice his calligraphy diligently. Being scorned by a book was indeed humiliating. In truth, Danton's handwriting was quite commendable, surpassing that of most individuals, yet when juxtaposed with the erudition of Homer, it appeared woefully inadequate. I shall sleep now. The tome inscribed 3 bold characters before closing itself without Danton's intervention. Danton gazed at the oversized tome, placing his palm upon it, gently caressing its surface. The black grime seemed to take on an aesthetic quality. Lacks character. Danton shook his head, finding the tome's appearance utterly abysmal. If discarded on the street, no one would bother to pick it up. Little did Danton know, this was not the tome's original form. Homer had sensed Danton's fondness for literature and genuine passion for reading, which hinted at his potential to become a poet. Otherwise, even if the pages were torn, the tome would have disregarded him. Lord Homer radiated an artistic aura, never deigning to converse with the uncouth. As Danton peered through the carriage window at the moonlit night, he suppressed the urge to engage in vortex meditation immediately. If Robinson and the others witnessed his prolonged meditation, they would surely inquire. And a careless response could lead to complications. Taking a deep breath, Danton steadied his emotions, stowing the tome in his satchel, leaning against the carriage, and preparing to rest. He was not one to lose his composure. He understood when to act and what to do. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the carriage, the group was awakened amidst the cawing of crows, signaling their arrival at Crow's Ridge Cemetery. Duran leapt from the carriage, stretching his limbs, the jarring journey leaving him sore and stiff. Is this the Crow's Ridge, overrun by ghouls? Danton surveyed the desolate landscape before him, revealing a patch of earth transformed into blackened soil, intermingled with decaying bones, rotting corpses, and writhing maggots, eliciting a shudder. What an awful stench. Tony pinched his nose. Although they had yet to enter Crow's Ridge, the nauseating odor was already assaulting their senses, inducing nausea. Will could not contain himself, his face paling as he bent over, expelling a torrent of bile. "Half an hour for breakfast, then we commence." Robinson consulted a map, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Gold, here I come." Chapter 0007, Crow's Ridge Cemetery. The coachman and servant. Keel busied himself, retrieving a leather backpack from their belongings, distributing the prepared bread and sausages among the group. "Pass me the butter." Tony squeezed a pimple on his face, wiped it on his thigh, and then snatched the sausage. Taking a hearty bite before commanding imperiously, "Don't hold back. Request whatever you desire, and let the servants fetch it." Robinson, draping a napkin around his neck, picked up a knife to commence his meal, striving to emulate the mannerisms of the upper class with every movement. "I want a duck egg." Coming from a humble background, Will had never been attended to, and as he watched Keel respectfully present the duck egg, a look of envy crossed his face. "Strive hard. Not only can you have beautiful maids, but you might even have the chance to marry a princess." Robinson chuckled, given the imminent task. "Let us forego the wine. Next time, I shall treat you all." "Thank you, boss." Will was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling that Robinson was his kindred spirit, and he resolved to work diligently thereafter, determined not to disappoint his employer. This was precisely the response Robinson sought. Observing Will's excited and yearning expression, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto his lips, though he quickly masked it. He prided himself on his keen understanding of people's psyches. Capable of making them willingly devote themselves to his cause, Danton swiftly devoured his food, meticulously organizing his belongings for the last time, ensuring that nothing would be forgotten and everything was within easy reach. "Are you not going to eat more?" Robinson's gaze sharpened slightly. This youth exhibited greater composure than Pierre, who had been a mercenary for 3 years. The food had been provided by themselves, and while Tony and the others eagerly stuffed themselves at the prospect of a free meal, this youth merely consumed a piece of black bread and a few slices of sausage before pausing, likely not even reaching 6/10 full. "No need. Eating too much will hinder our mobility." Danton shook his head, subtly reminding the others that he did not wish to be encumbered by those with full bellies. After excessive feasting, not only would the body become sluggish, but the mind would also wane. Entering Crow's Ridge in such a state was perilous indeed. "What do you know? Without eating enough, how can one have the strength to fight?" Tor provoked, glaring at Danton as he shoved another large piece of sausage into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, rendering him unable to chew as morsels spilled forth. Pierre, biting into his bread, frowned, glanced at Danton, then set down his food to carefully polish his Viking sword. A basic set of equipment, including weapons and armor, costs at least 500 gold coins. After deducting daily maintenance expenses, there is little left, which is why most mercenaries are quite impoverished. They would never miss an opportunity for a lavish meal. Pierre explained, his pride preventing him from appearing incompetent in front of the others. Will and Duran felt embarrassed to continue eating. "Once we return to Misty Town, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." Robinson was adept at managing people, soothing the group while casting a grateful glance at Danton, a tactic to win their favor. He passed the plate to Keel, surveying Danton with increasing satisfaction. The 15-year-old boy, slightly slender yet spirited, possessed delicate features. His lips perpetually pressed together, but when he smiled, it revealed a refreshing allure. Danton sat upon a stone, pulling out the magic tome and idly flipping through its pages. He was not in a meditative state, but rather reading with a calm and composed demeanor. The nascent morning light cascaded down, illuminating Danton's chiseled facial contours, rendering him akin to a magnificent sculpture carved by the master Rodin. "This lad is destined to be quite handsome, with that face alone. He could easily win the affections of many lonely noblewomen." Robinson felt a pang of jealousy as Danton read quietly, resembling an elegant poet. He understood that in the imperial capital, a youth with such charisma would undoubtedly captivate certain affluent women with peculiar tastes. Will felt inadequate, comparing himself unfavorably to his peer Danton. Yet an hour after entering Crow's Ridge, those thoughts dissipated, replaced by panic and fear. The pervasive stench lingered at his nostrils. The soft earth teemed with crawling insects, brazenly making their way up his legs. If left unchecked, within 5 minutes, his pant legs would be crawling with revolting bugs. The cold wind swept through, seemingly carrying the weeping and wailing of souls, chilling him to the bone. "Are you afraid? The ghouls haven't even emerged yet. Otherwise, you'd be terrified." Tony mocked Will, deliberately attempting to frighten him. "I am not." Although Will denied it, the tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. "Silence. Keep your eyes peeled for herbs, and do not overlook any. Robinson cautioned in a hushed tone. Be wary of attracting the undead. The sky was filled with swirling black crows, incessantly cawing, an incessant nuisance. There are far too few herbs. After nearly an hour of searching, even traversing an abandoned town, Will gazed at the pitiful 5 plants and couldn't help but voice his discontent. It's to be expected. Many come to gather herbs, so the outskirts of Crow's Ridge yield little. However, everyone fears venturing into the heart of the graveyard, which is why to strike it rich, one must go in. Tony licked his lips, hesitating. His earlier calm had vanished, longing to leave. Only within Crow's Ridge could one truly experience the oppressive atmosphere of death. Duran was equally anxious. Their small team had already encountered 17 wandering ghouls, but fortune smiled upon them, as Pierre's experience allowed them to avoid danger early on. To find fortune, one must take risks. We are certain to uncover herbs aged a century or even a millennium. A single plant could fetch thousands of gold coins. Robinson rallied the group, painting a vivid picture to boost morale while alleviating their anxiety. Do not worry. We shall return by afternoon and will undoubtedly leave Crow's Ridge before nightfall. Indeed, at night, the undead are most active if we linger here overnight. We are doomed. Pierre, leading the group, couldn't help but glance back. Danton, what are you carrying all that for? Isn't it tiring? A kerosene lamp, 5 days' worth of food. Aside from exhausting your strength, it serves no purpose. Tony finally found an opportunity to deride Danton. Are you planning to camp in Crow's Ridge? Preparation for the future. Danton replied succinctly. Robinson observed Danton, who walked second in line, suddenly feeling a measure of admiration. Unlike the terrified Will, though he was tense, he retained his composure. When they unexpectedly encountered ghouls earlier, Will had screamed in fright. But thankfully, Danton had swiftly covered his mouth, preventing a potential alarm. Attention! I have spotted a spectral mushroom at 10 o'clock, approximately 50 paces ahead. Danton was a man of his word, despite acquiring the valuable magic tome. He made no demands to return home, still daringly advancing into Crow's Ridge. You've got excellent eyesight. Will envied, as Robinson promised that in addition to a fixed commission, there would be extra rewards for each herb found. It's not a matter of sight, it's close enough for everyone to see. Duran chuckled. Glancing at his friend's back, have you noticed? A third of our finds are thanks to him. What is the secret? Do share. Will's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you foolish? Why would he divulge his secrets for earning a bonus? Tony spat, deliberately trying to provoke Danton. Come here, I'll tell you. Danton beckoned Will closer, then turned to Tony, raising a finger. No more provocations, 10 gold coins, and I'll reveal the answer. You're searching based on the growth characteristics of spectral mushrooms, right? They typically thrive in damp, shaded, and low-light areas. Robinson slapped his forehead. My apologies. I forgot to introduce you. No wonder I saw you enter the potion shop yesterday afternoon. You were inquiring about potion knowledge. Duran suddenly understood. Not inquiring, but buying. That arrogant and self-important apothecary. You know how he is, right? Danton bent down and dashed out to collect the spectral mushrooms. If this lad became a mercenary, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself. Pierre regarded the bold and meticulous Danton with genuine admiration. 15 gold coins a month. How about following me? When Danton returned, Robinson made his offer. Knowing such talent must be secured swiftly, Duran and Will's eyes lit up, signaling Danton to agree immediately. Someone who isn't even a magic user. What is so special about him? Tony felt a twinge of jealousy if Danton accepted. His pay would surpass Tony's. Let me think. Had he not acquired the magic tome, Danton would have readily agreed. However, now he needed to reconsider his future trajectory. What is there to think about? 15 gold coins. A typical apprentice earns only 3 a month. Will fumed. Had such a lucrative offer been presented to him, he would have leaped at it without hesitation. Even the usually composed Pierre was taken aback by Danton's refusal. While Keel's jealousy turned his eyes red, for as a slave, he earned not even a single silver durlon a month. Never mind. Everyone has their aspirations, but my door will always be open to you. Robinson concealed his displeasure, internally deriding the impudent youth. Once he had tasted enough hardship, he would understand the harshness of reality. Duck down, a horde of ghouls ahead, 100 meters. Pierre barked, prompting the group to crouch down. Fearful of being discovered, ahead, there were 36 ghouls, one of whom appeared to be a minotaur, towering over 2.5 meters tall. Let us take a detour. Robinson gestured for everyone to circumvent the ghoul cluster by veering to the right. Due to the experiences from previous encounters, everyone had gained some knowledge. They bent low, gradually shifted their positions, and endeavored to maintain silence. No abnormalities. Every minute, Pierre reported on the status of the horde of ghouls. After 10 minutes, they had traced an arc and reached the 2 o'clock position of the tallest ghoul, soon to break free. No abnormalities. Just another 100 meters, and we can accelerate. Pierre's words eased everyone's tension. However, Danton suddenly interjected. No, something's amiss. The group was startled, turning their gazes toward the ghoul horde, which still had not detected the team, wandering and scattering further apart, seemingly presenting no danger. What nonsense are you spouting? Trying to scare me to death? Tony retorted angrily. Look at those scattered ghouls. If connected, they form an arc. Danton scanned the surroundings, his expression grave, wishing fervently that he was mistaken. The others were still trying to comprehend. But Pierre, with a single glance, turned pale. His rich experience told him they were being hunted. This is bad. That ghoul might be a wise leader. As if to affirm Pierre's judgment, the tallest ghoul let out a chilling, soul-piercing wail. The previously wandering ghouls instantly became frenzied, charging towards the team in a deadly pursuit. Chapter 0008. A Fatal Strike, Run. Robinson let out a low growl. If it were merely a dozen mindless ghouls, he and Pierre could manage, but with a leader directing them, the combat prowess of these undead creatures would surge dramatically. Tony grimly realized that they had no choice of escape. Their field of vision was filled with monsters. From a bird's eye view, as the ghouls ran, a large semicircular formation became apparent. Had they been in greater numbers, the 7 unfortunate souls would have been ensnared in an inescapable trap. Faster, they're closing within 100 meters. Pierre's warning drained the color from Will's face, who dared not look back and sprinted with all his might. The graveyard's silence shattered. The crows, pecking at the foul-smelling earth and sifting through maggots for food, took flight in fright, flapping their wings and soaring into the sky. Thud. One ghoul, sprinting too swiftly, snapped its Achilles tendon, tumbling to the ground, its head buried in the mud, yet it quickly rose again, oblivious to the pain of its twisted foot, continuing the chase. Upon death, if the souls of humans or subhumans are not soothed, there is a chance they will transform into ghouls. However, by this time, they had long lost their former appearances, becoming grotesque and decayed, driven solely by the instinct to feed. With the passage of time, some ghouls of superior quality would sprout a soul seal within their skulls, capable of absorbing the magical energies of the surrounding space, gradually transforming their bodies and augmenting their strength. The shattered souls would also mend during this process, leading to the initial awakening of intelligence. At this stage, ghouls could be considered mid-tier undead beings, akin to the evolution of humans from birth to adulthood. The towering ghoul behind them exhibited the cunning to set ambushes, indicating it was at least of a higher tier. High-tier ghouls possess independent thinking capabilities and formidable combat strength, roughly equivalent to a 5th-level magical warrior. Among the 7, Robinson was the most powerful, a 5th-level magical warrior, but even he faced an inevitable demise against such an opponent. In less than a minute, the distance between the 7 had widened. The 4 magical warriors led the charge, with Danton, relying on the stamina developed from years of delivering messages on foot, positioned 3rd from the last, while Will lagged 10 meters behind, and Gil had fallen far behind. Don't leave me behind, Gil wailed. Robinson appeared not to hear, not even glancing back, and Pierre and Tony would certainly not concern themselves with him. Uncle Gil is falling behind, Danton warned, already sensing impending doom. Don't bother, he's beyond saving. Robinson had brought Gil along merely as cannon fodder, a contingency for such emergencies. Danton bit his lip tightly. Reason informed him that Robinson's assessment was accurate. Gil was already in middle age, over 40, with severely diminished endurance, unable to sustain such a prolonged sprint. Saving him would only slow their pace and lead them all to become the ghoul's meal. Help! Gil's plea was abruptly silenced, transforming into a harrowing scream. Danton looked back to see a ghoul pouncing on him, its rotten teeth sinking into his neck, then violently shaking its head, tearing away a large chunk of flesh along with his clothing. 3 of the fastest ghouls soon arrived, pouncing upon Gil, savagely tearing him apart like dogs seizing prey, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Robinson, think of something. This is open terrain. If we keep running like this, we'll inevitably be caught. Pierre shouted, discarding all unnecessary items to lighten their load. Run towards 11 o'clock. There should be a small town over there where we can take refuge. Robinson was not incompetent. Having anticipated the risks of the mission, he had prepared meticulously, having acquired a rough map from adventurers who had previously visited Crow's Ridge Cemetery. This decision would bring them closer to the ghouls on the left, but there was no choice, seeing Robinson change directions. Everyone followed suit. How far? Danton, initially ready to discard his backpack, hesitated at this question. Over 2,000 meters. Robinson pulled out the map for a glance. At this moment, he could only pray that the person who sold him the map had not misrepresented the location. No problem. It's not far. I can hold on. Danton, aware of his stamina, resolved to plan for the subsequent actions. Don't you dare toss that backpack. It's a waste of energy. Duran urged. Even Robinson had discarded his pack. Yet Danton still carried his, and he had not forgotten that his friend had brought the heaviest load. Don't talk. It will strain your lungs. Danton adjusted his breathing and glanced back, noticing that the ghouls had distanced themselves as they feasted on Gil, prompting him to reduce his speed to conserve energy. That guy's about to fall behind. Tony chuckled maliciously. The ghouls devoured Gil in less than a minute, then resumed their pursuit. These creatures, driven solely by the instinct to feed, knew no fatigue. The distance gradually shrank. Now within 100 meters, Danton turned back to see some maggots crawling on them, leaving trails of repugnant green slime. Why are they still chasing? Will, exhausted like a dead dog, felt the oppressive weight of imminent death, teetering on the brink of collapse. No one explained anything. They were all conserving their energy, pure cursed inwardly. Once ghouls become undead, they harbor an instinctual aversion and extreme hatred for all living beings, yearning to tear apart and devour their flesh, thus relentlessly pursuing without respite. I hope there aren't too many ghouls in the town. Robinson silently prayed, believing that only by escaping their line of sight could they hope to survive. Why hasn't that guy fallen behind yet? Tony was astounded. Danton clung to the rear like a stubborn burr, the ghouls unable to catch up. Impressive. Robinson noted the critical factor. Danton consistently maintained a safe distance from the ghouls, and whenever they closed in, he would immediately accelerate, then slow down to catch his breath once safe, conserving energy for the next burst of speed. How am I still not as composed as that boy? Pierre chuckled bitterly, conceding defeat in mindset, and he believed that once the ghouls caught up, what would be the first to perish? I see it, the town. Duran shouted, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the group. After running for over 3 minutes, the town finally came into view. We're saved. Will, overwhelmed with joy, coupled with the strain of the long run, mismanaged his energy, and while leaping over a dirt pit, his leg buckled, and he fell hard, striking a sharp stone. Get up. Danton rushed over, gripping Will's arm and pulling with all his might. My leg. Will howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Just a bit more. The ghouls had closed in to within 70 meters, and soon they would clash. Danton dragged Will a few meters, but upon looking down, he was utterly stunned. Will's left shin was fractured, bent at a 60-degree angle, only held together by flesh, blood oozing from the gash caused by the stone, soaking his pants. What is wrong with my leg? Will, pale with pain, convulsed, devoid of strength even to look down. It's nothing. You just twisted your ankle. Danton reassured Will, glancing back at Robinson and the others running farther away, then turned to look at the approaching ghouls, suddenly raising his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow. It's broken. My leg is broken. Will, still seeing his fractured limb, cried out in despair, realizing his fate. His eyes caught sight of Danton, whom he clutched as though he were a lifeline. Don't leave me. Please, don't abandon me. I won't leave you behind. Danton shifted his backpack to his chest, crouched down, and pulled Will's arm, attempting to lift him. Will draped himself over Danton's back, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down like a fountain. He knew he shouldn't be this way, as it risked both their lives, yet he harbored a sliver of hope, unwilling to relinquish that faint chance of survival. Look, Danton, that kid has gone mad. Pierre, hearing Will's cries, turned to see and exclaimed in shock. Is he out of his mind? Carrying Will spell doom for both. Tony nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Run. The essence of Robinson's intention was to use them as cannon fodder. Although Danton's actions were unexpected, he remained unmoved. Danton, abandon him, or you shall perish too. Duran exclaimed, his eyes reddening with urgency. Will, you coward, to save your own life, you would betray a friend of 3 years. No, that is not it. Will cried, his grip around Danton's neck faltering. Danton, be rational. Duran attempted to turn back, yet his legs betrayed him. He recognized his own cowardice, unable to summon the courage to rescue them. Overwhelmed with shame, Will recalled the kindness Danton had shown him over the years. Suddenly, with a forceful shove, he leapt off Danton's back. The ghoul pursued them, lunging forward with an overpowering stench. "Danton, flee!" Will shouted, making a desperate leap, seizing the ghoul's right leg and pulling it down. Danton staggered a few steps, only to witness Will entangled with the ghoul, followed by several more closing in on him, pressing him down, one even vaulting over them, charging toward Danton. "Run!" Tony bellowed. Ignoring his command, Danton unsheathed his dagger, his expression cold and resolute as he focused on the approaching ghoul. To flee now would leave his back exposed, providing ample opportunity for the ghoul to strike, perhaps even multiple times. It was far better to fight back fiercely. The ghoul emitted a hoarse roar, akin to the death knell. Danton held his breath, eyes wide, fixated on the creature. As its claws swung towards him, he summoned all his strength in his left arm, swinging it out to deflect the ghoul's attack. Then gripped his dagger tightly, plunging it toward the creature's skull. With a sickening thud, the dagger penetrated the ghoul's eye socket, and with a fierce twist, he ensured its demise. However, due to momentum, the body still collided with him. Nearly 100 pounds of weight forcing Danton to stumble back, even dislodging some writhing maggots onto him. "Impressive," Pierre exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated such a remarkable display from the lad, executing a one-hit kill. Just moments ago, he had feared that had Danton heeded Tony's advice, he would surely have met his end. Chapter 0009. The Dungeon Portal. The ghoul's weak point was its head, without a decisive blow to destroy it. Even severed limbs or grievous wounds to the torso would not bring about its death. The horror of these monsters lay in their near-total lack of pain receptors. Fear was utterly absent. They remained oblivious to the concept of death, charging fearlessly even against a dragon capable of incinerating them to ashes, and as long as they drew breath, they would relentlessly attack their foes, no matter the severity of their injuries, until one side fell. Due to these racial characteristics, ghouls became the most cost-effective cannon fodder, their legions forever occupying the foremost position in the ranks of the undead. The ghoul tsunami tactic had long instilled dread in the hearts of many nations across the Western continent. Such inexpensive cannon fodder was something every commander yearned to possess. Danton pushed aside the corpse, withdrew his dagger, turned, and with a powerful push of his right foot against the ground, surged forward, covering a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. The ghouls, preoccupied with tearing at Will's corpse, paid no heed to Danton, granting him ample time to reach a safe distance. Pierre gave a thumbs up to Danton. Had he faltered in his strike, he would have become the ghoul's next meal. Consumed with jealousy, Tony fumed. Danton remained so composed. His adaptability in dire situations was nothing short of terrifying, but he questioned whether he would have had the fortitude to confront such a ferocious foe as the ghouls without fleeing at the first opportunity. The remaining 5 members of their party dashed into the small town. A few ghouls wandered the desolate streets, immediately charging towards them upon hearing the commotion. "What now?" Tony gripped a slender-bladed dagger, prepared for combat. "Don't force it. Find somewhere to hide first." Robinson swiftly scanned their surroundings. They had been running for so long, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them. Even if they needed to fight their way out, they must first regain their strength. "Into the inn. With more rooms, we'll have more options." Danton pointed toward a large 6-story inn some 30 meters away. "Go, Pierre, lead the way." Robinson drew a dagger encrusted with magical gems from his waist. Had it not been for the urgency, he would not have squandered the spells contained within to enter the inn. They would need to eliminate 2 ghouls blocking their path. The long street offered no means of evasion. "Fireball." With a wave of his hand, Robinson conjured a fireball the size of a coconut, which shot forth, trailing a scorching flame, striking the ghoul. Boom! The ghoul exploded into a myriad of pieces, flaming chunks of flesh flying in all directions. After Pierre and Tony worked together to slay another ghoul, the 5 rushed into the inn, making no stops as they ascended to the 2nd floor. "Damn it, they're still on our tails." Robinson fumed, not expecting that even after using his magical dagger to dispatch the ghoul, he would still fail to buy them time. These relentless undead creatures pursued them with alarming fervor, even without sighting their prey. They could track them by the cacophony of footsteps. "Split up, every man for himself. Danton, Durin, you 2 head to the 2nd floor." Pierre charged up to the 3rd floor, his tone forthright. "Old Pierre is lying again. Tony couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the grim fate that awaited the two unfortunate souls. Robinson, coming in third, did not even glance at the second floor. He turned the corner of the staircase and continued his ascent. These three were old friends, their cooperation honed over years, having survived dire situations 3 times using such tactics, often at the expense of numerous adventurers. All right, Durin agreed, ready to rush down the second-floor corridor in search of a room to hide. Quick to act, Danton seized his friend's clothing, dragging him up to the 3rd floor. "What are you doing? Let them draw the ghouls away, and we can survive," Durin urged anxiously, whispering a reminder, in such a life-or-death moment. He could not afford to think of anyone else. "That's out of the question." Danton had no time to explain. As he surged up the 3rd floor, a cold smirk coursed through him. He had not anticipated how cunning Pierre truly was. The 2nd-floor corridor was a straight shot, offering a clear line of sight. The ghouls, in hot pursuit, would immediately spot the unfortunate souls running this way. After all, the staircase leading to the upper levels had a turn that effectively concealed Robinson and his 2 companions, significantly reducing their chances of detection. Danton had considered hiding in the nearest room. But what if it was too far? What if he couldn't conceal himself before the ghouls arrived? Furthermore, the doors could be locked. Pierre was exploiting Durin's intention to use them as bait, yet the circumstances were vastly different. In the 4 minutes of their flight, Danton had not merely run. Upon hearing Robinson mention a small town, he had begun strategizing how to utilize the town's geography to escape. Otherwise, he would not have promptly suggested taking refuge in the inn. He had even speculated on its interior layout. Indeed, the more honest a person, the more deceptive they can be when lying. "I hope the ghouls savor their flesh." Tony dashed into the 3rd-floor corridor, instinctively glancing back, only to freeze in shock at the sight of Danton and Durin panting as they ascended. "This is bad." Robinson turned, seeing them approach, his mouth twitching in frustration. "Damn it, I should have guessed. I can't fool this kid. What now? We're in trouble." Pierre, at the forefront, turned back, ready to shoo them away, but his entire body suddenly vanished from the corridor. Tony and Robinson were left in stunned silence, jaws nearly hitting the floor when darkness enveloped them, only for light to return almost instantaneously. "What just happened?" Durin asked, watching the 3 vanish into thin air. Instinctively halting his steps, thump, thump, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated in Danton's ears. He knew the ghouls had caught up, faced with certain death on one side and a slim chance of survival on the other. He had no choice but to fight. "Don't stop," Danton urged, pulling Durin along, exerting his legs for another burst of speed, and soon their vision plunged into an endless darkness, akin to plunging into a lake. A sticky sensation enveloping him, though it dissipated quickly. Danton lost his balance, instinctively shielding his head with his arms as he fell heavily to the floor, rolling away. "Where are we?" Tony climbed to his feet, surveying the dust-laden room, bewildered. "Stay focused, we must fight," Danton growled. All 5 had arrived, leaving the ghouls no reason to relent in their pursuit. Indeed, as soon as Danton's words left his mouth, the ghouls materialized. Reeking fiercely, yet one stumbled as it crossed through the portal. "Thunderstrike!" Pierre roared, charging towards the ghoul, simultaneously launching himself off the ground, activating his skill as blue arcs of electricity spread outward. The ghoul momentarily froze. Stunned by the shock, whoosh, Pierre's great sword sliced through the air with a dull roar, cleaving the creature's head in 2. Robinson swung his dagger, casting a fireball that obliterated the second oncoming ghoul. Burning chunks of flesh rained down, crashing to the ground and kicking up choking dust. The upper half of a 3rd ghoul emerged, but before it could advance, its body shattered instantaneously. Tony gripped his dagger tightly, eyes fixed on the spot where the ghoul had appeared, relieved that the 4th had not yet emerged. The ghouls ascended to the 3rd floor, suddenly losing track of their prey, and stood there in a daze. These creatures were devoid of thought. Thus, they did not scour the corridor but merely wandered aimlessly, driven by instinct. The 5 individuals, armed with sharp blades, remained vigilant for several minutes, yet the ghouls did not make an appearance. Gradually, they relaxed and sat down heavily on the ground. "Is this a teleportation?" Tony gasped, looking uncertainly at Robinson. Indeed, Robinson nodded, surveying the surroundings. They found themselves in a spacious master bedroom, thickly coated with dust, over an inch deep. As if submerged in the river of time, Robinson, having traveled across 7 countries and seen much of the world, was astonished that he could not recognize this style of decor. I don't see a teleportation portal, Durin remarked in confusion. The magical energy sustaining the portal has been depleted. Hence it lacks a physical form. We are exceedingly fortunate. Did you not see? The last ghoul was torn apart by spatial energy precisely because the portal's magical energy was insufficient for it to arrive in time, Robinson explained. Gesturing toward the intricately carved magical patterns adorning the walls, each node embedded with a magical stone. However, all the stones had cracked, a telltale sign of expended magical energy. Magical stones, being natural minerals, took millions of years to form and contained rich primal magical energy. The purest form of magical power, which any practitioner could directly absorb, they were indispensable fuel for the magical realm, utilized in alchemy, potion-making, and various magical industries. Who constructed the teleportation portal here? Durin queried, intrigued. It is said to be a profoundly complex branch of magic, one that ordinary dragon-slaying mages would scarcely comprehend. Why concern ourselves with that? The portal is gone. How do we return? Tony's remark plunged everyone into a silence laden with worry. If we find enough magical stones to replace the depleted ones, we should be able to reactivate the portal, Pierre began, only to be interrupted by Tony. Brother, are you jesting? Count the nodes on the magical array. We need over 100 stones to fill them. Where are we supposed to find them? Tony's face was etched with frustration. Let us first ascertain where we are. Pierre sighed, moving toward the louvered window. The bedroom was dimly lit, and any movement sent clouds of dust swirling, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Have you noticed? The ambient magical energy is abundant, at least 3 times, no, 5 times that of Frankfurt. Robinson exclaimed, his face alight with ecstasy as he sensed the concentration of magical energy. If I train here, I could swiftly attain the 6th tier of the soul, or even ascend to the ward tier without difficulty. Before the others could digest this delightful revelation, Pierre, standing before the louvered window, gasped in horror. You must come and see. Chapter 0010. The sleeping treasure. 4 individuals rushed to the window, their expressions freezing in place. What lay before them was a majestic and resplendent central city, with streets laid out in a perfect chessboard pattern. The Baroque-style architecture was breathtaking, elegantly arranged along the long streets, all centering around the ducal castle at the heart of the city. The grand planning and layout rendered the city akin to a timeless masterpiece painted by a great artist like Van Gogh, exuding beauty as if it were a regal woman. Yet now, this noble lady lay entombed, for the city was dead. What in the world is this place? Where have all the people gone? Tony could scarcely contain his astonishment. The others fell silent, unable to provide an answer. The sprawling city lay enshrouded in dust, devoid of life, as if draped in a shroud and buried in a graveyard. If this is a city destroyed by war, why are the buildings intact? Robinson pondered, racking his brain for an explanation. Could we be underground? Durin looked up, seeing only a thick layer of black clouds, with not a single ray of sunlight piercing through. The reason they could see the distant landscape was due to the presence of fireflies emitting a dim red glow, creating trails of light reminiscent of the aurora. Dark moss coated the buildings, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. "We struck gold," Robinson suddenly shouted, shattering the silence of the bedroom. "Have you lost your mind? Those are undead creatures roaming the streets, not gold coins," Tony complained, nearly driven to madness by the sight of the ghouls. Should they be discovered, they would surely be torn to shreds. Ignoring Tony, Robinson excitedly dashed to the furniture, rummaging through it until he unearthed a coin pouch. "What are you doing?" Pierre couldn't help but chastise him. But he fell silent in astonishment the next moment. After millennia, the fabric had long since deteriorated, and before Robinson could untie it, the pouch disintegrated into tatters, spilling dozens of coins that clinked as they rolled across the floor. Tony's eyes nearly bulged out of his head at the sight of the golden glimmer, his breath becoming labored. It seems there's no mistake. Likely, when war suddenly struck, the residents fled without seizing their personal wealth, Robinson mused. Picking up a gold coin and feeling its chilling metallic surface, his voice trembling. Considering the scale of this city, it must have had a population of at least 600,000, and the immense wealth of 600,000 souls lies here, waiting for us to unearth it. And that's not all. The deposits in the banks, the goods in the shops, the treasures in the noble estates. Now they all belong to us. Tony's gaze was fervent as he fixed his eyes on the castle in the city center. To possess such a city, one must be a high-ranking noble, whose family has held power for millennia. Just imagine the extent of their wealth. It would be beyond measure. Except for Durin, The other three instinctively swallowed hard if they were to acquire this wealth. They could easily become billionaires, considering that many of those nobles were millionaires in their own right. Now, their gold was theirs for the taking. Durin's expression remained unchanged, yet within, he felt a burning urgency. The wealth of this entire city was a temptation that pressed him towards desperation. This was a chance to effortlessly become a billionaire, who would willingly share it with a stranger. Moreover, the individuals he would be sharing with were so weak that he could easily dispatch them with a mere finger. Immense wealth is always a perfect test of human nature, and many would fail the examination. Durin was self-aware enough to recognize that Robinson and the others were old partners, likely to share equally. But what about himself and Durin? To them, he was merely a stranger, and, crucially, they perceived him and Durin as individuals lacking any self-defense capability. The most troubling aspect was that during their escape, Robinson and the others had already exhibited hostility. If Durin failed to realize that they had hired him merely as bait, he would indeed be foolish beyond redemption. A deadlock. Durin chuckled bitterly, likening it to the goddess of fate lifting her skirts to reveal the allure of her seductive black stockings, only to suddenly change her mind and spit a mouthful of saliva onto your face. Let us not forget that the concentration of magical energy here is the most vital resource. Durin interjected excitedly. In the Western continent, any area with a magical energy concentration above the average was a coveted prize among nations, for it could cultivate more and stronger practitioners, thereby directly enhancing a nation's military might. Such a treasure trove was immensely valuable. Setting aside the personal enhancement, simply reporting this to the king would yield a hereditary noble title of at least account for the informant. Not some dilapidated noble title, but a genuine lordship, allowing an ordinary person to leap into the upper echelons of society. I want to acquire a dozen elven maids, a dozen fox girls, and change them every night, Tony exclaimed, his youthful exuberance nearly bursting forth as he rambled about future pleasures. Those ghouls are not mere clay to be molded at your whim, and who knows what other undead creatures lurk here. Until we clear them out, you shall never lay your hands on those slumbering coins, Durin retorted, not giving up as he began to devise a rescue plan. When wealth is not easily attainable, they would confront the imminent crisis. What Durin needed to do was demonstrate his value, so they wouldn't immediately consider killing him. As long as I survive, there will be opportunities. Durin contemplated the magical tome, and with the five-fold concentration of magical energy here, he believed he could quickly ascend to the soul tier. The thrill faded from the faces of the four, as they finally acknowledged that their situation was far from optimistic. Our food supplies are scarce. If we do not find provisions within 2 days, we will certainly starve. Durin deliberately imposed a deadline to stress the urgency, emphasizing that every additional person added strength. The expressions of the four turned grim, relieved that Durin had not discarded his backpack. Otherwise, they would all be facing starvation. Had I known, I would not have discarded my backpack, Tony lamented, pounding his chest in regret. Then a hint of malice crossed his face. If he eliminated the two of them, he would save 2 portions of food, along with 2 shares of immense wealth. Thank goodness Durin had the foresight. Robinson smiled, placing his hand on Tony's shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze, signaling him to remain calm. Durin, you're not planning to hoard all the food for yourself, are you? Pierre quickly shot a warning look at his friend. The three had known each other for quite some time and could discern each other's thoughts through subtle gestures. Certainly not. It all depends on the circumstances. This building is rife with ghouls, and we must rely on you to resolve the situation. If I perish, I shall be doomed as well. Darn it, if only I were at the soul stage. Danton displayed a gloomy expression, subtly emphasizing the disparity in power between the parties, conveying that he posed no threat whatsoever. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss. In the end, you will receive an extra gold coin, Robinson reassured Danton. Resembling a generous benefactor, Durin jovially punched Danton on the chest. Kid, you hit the jackpot. How do you plan to spend this windfall? Tony draped an arm over Danton's shoulder, feigning camaraderie, yet inwardly he was on the verge of laughter, bemused by the 2 fools who remained oblivious to Robinson's manipulations. If he were to allow you to leave alive, that would indeed be a sight to behold. I shall procure the complete set of the exceptional lynx armor, purchase several Franny and thoroughbred horses, a manor, and servants. These are necessities. Danton spoke with a face full of yearning, earnestly articulating his dreams to disarm his opponents, while inwardly he harbored a cold smirk. His strength was insufficient to safeguard the provisions, should he withhold them. He would surely provoke the others, and a beating would be the least of his worries. If relations soured, any further schemes would become exceedingly inconvenient. 5 days' worth of provisions should suffice, 1 portion per person. Correct? Danton, apprehensive that everything might be snatched away, proposed a direct distribution. Robinson nodded upon seeing Danton's lack of selfishness. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to find the magic stones, Durin urged, completely oblivious to the malice emanating from the others. How shall we divide ourselves? Danton inquired of Pierre. How about we form a group? Our strength is lacking. If we act alone, we shall surely perish. Robinson had intended to keep Danton and Durin close for surveillance. But upon hearing this, he hesitated. No, that would squander time and manpower. We shall act independently. Each person will be responsible for a designated area. Pierre decisively refused. But that is far too perilous. Danton feigned reluctance. Yet it was a tactical retreat. By proposing independent action, Robinson would undoubtedly harbor suspicions given his nature. Robinson slowly opened the door, and as the rusty hinges emitted a harsh creak, he poked his head out to assess the situation. No danger present. Enough with the chatter. Time is scarce. Let us move swiftly. Robinson signaled, and Tony and Pierre promptly pulled Danton and Durin out of the bedroom. 1 on each side. Robinson gestured towards the staircases at either end of the corridor. Goading. You wouldn't want to be labeled cowards, would you? You are the coward, Danton retorted, rolling his eyes as he extended his right hand. You too. With a clap, Danton and his friend exchanged a high five. Danton proceeded cautiously. And upon descending the staircase, he leaned against the wall, exhaling a long sigh. At last, I have temporarily preserved my life. He realized his entire back was soaked, the sweat dripping onto the floor and dampening the dust. This appears to be an inn. Never mind that for now. I must find a place to hide and absorb magical energy. Observing the silent corridor, Danton suppressed the urge to select a nearby room, walking further down the hall, leaving a few footprints in front of a door to create the illusion of having entered. He then retraced his steps along the same prints before pushing open another door and leaping inside. Having left no footprints, I should be able to avoid being discovered too swiftly. Danton had to exercise caution. Durin, for heaven's sake, don't foolishly return. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he withdrew the magic tome and placed it on his lap, taking several deep breaths before commencing vortex meditation. Time was too constrained for him to even converse with Homa. Chapter 0011. Soul Eruption. You are exceedingly cunning. With just a few words, you've ensnared 2 free laborers. Once only their own remained in the bedroom, Tony laughed heartily without restraint. Let them live for now. The benefits are numerous. The more people we have, the greater and quicker our chances of locating magic stones, and when we encounter monsters, we can always use them as cannon fodder. That Danton is quite clever. He won't cause any unexpected troubles. Will he? Pierre frowned. What if he manages to escape? That kid isn't even a magic user. What waves could he possibly make? I could crush him with a single hand. Tony spat dismissively. Though the concentration of magical energy here is quite high. Even if given a month, he might not reach the soul stage. Even if he becomes a magic user, in this place, without a mentor, how could he learn martial arts and magic to enhance his combat prowess? Robinson's considerations were comprehensive. Moreover, do you truly believe a first tier would stand a chance against us? The outside is teeming with ghouls. Where could he possibly run? The teleportation portal is right here, should he wish to leave. He must return. Tony chuckled with delight. If he happens to find some gold coins, all the better. He won't have anywhere to spend them, thus collecting for us. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us swiftly search for the magic stones. We cannot remain here. Even if we were as wealthy as nations, what good would that do? The cunning Robinson harbored deeper concerns. Who could guarantee that Pierre and Tony did not entertain thoughts of hoarding the wealth of this underground city? He needed to be doubly cautious. As for Danton, a mere fish that could be crushed at any moment, he posed no concern whatsoever, had he not whimsically brought the magic tome along. Danton would undoubtedly have met his demise. In the quiet guest room, the silence was palpable as Danton closed his eyes, his mind devoid of distractions, entering a meditative state. Truly, the concentration of magical energy in this underground city was remarkable, beneath the resonance triggered by his vortex meditation. Star-like dots of light began to flash and multiply. As time passed, Danton's breathing gradually lengthened, and sporadic magical energy sparkles began to follow his inhalation, entering his body. With a sudden rustle, The magic tome opened of its own accord, flipping pages as 3 dark red light points floated from the pages, like magnets, drawing in more magical energy from the surroundings. Danton quickly entered a mid-level meditative state. Surrounding the light points, magical energy converged, gradually forming into a vortex, which was then drawn by soul force, slowly flying to Danton's skin and permeating it. 20 minutes later, nearly 30 magical energy vortexes had appeared in the room, glowing with a greenish luminescence, illuminating the dim environment significantly. The vortexes continued to generate, yet they fell far short of keeping pace with Danton's absorption and fusion speed. His aptitude is quite remarkable. He has managed to gather so many vortexes. Had he not been so impoverished, unable to afford magic stones for training, he would have likely reached the soul stage long ago, perhaps even attained a higher tier. Homa observed Danton with keen curiosity. Through the magical eye, Homa had witnessed every action Danton took upon entering Crow Ridge. As a youth, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. He did not abandon will, dispatched ghouls with single strikes, and judiciously utilized his stamina to escape, preserving his backpack for emergencies, strategizing his escape from the town, and ultimately outsmarting Pierre and Robinson, navigating through perilous circumstances. Homa was utterly captivated, as if he were witnessing the most exquisite opera. While Homa was lost in thought, over 20 more vortexes coalesced, and only when the total reached 100 did they stabilize, keeping up with Danton's absorption speed. An ordinary first-tier magic user, even in such a high concentration of energy, could at most condense 20 magical energy spheres, which paled in comparison to Danton's performance, falling short by at least 5 times. Even so, Homa remained unsatisfied. At this rate, it will only take 2 days to condense a soul seed. But with dangers lurking everywhere and time pressing, it seems I must expend the magical essence I've stored for a millennium to give you a boost. The magic tome floated into the air, its pages radiating light, flipping violently. Each page overflowed with dozens of light spots that frantically absorbed magical energy and formed vortexes, forcibly pushing them into Danton's body. Danton's brows furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a crab, his body trembling slightly and sweat pouring out profusely. Still not at the limit. Bring it on. Homa released even more light spots. In a moment, the entire room was filled with vortexes, swirling and disturbing the air. Emitting a whooshing sound, thousands of firefly-like light spots entered Danton's body, rendering him translucent, resembling a firefly lantern, illuminating the room increasingly. Time flowed slowly, and after a prolonged breath, magical energy at last filled every cell of Danton's body. Reaching saturation, boom, Danton's body jolted, as if struck by a warhammer, pulling him out of his meditative state. Quickly, gather your focus, concentrate, and, according to the Holy Angel's meditation method, channel the magical energy within your mind to condense the soul seed. The magic tome floated before Danton, its pages emblazoned with large red letters, appearing somewhat chaotic, revealing Homa's urgency. If he missed the optimal moment, the chances of successfully condensing the soul seed on the first attempt would diminish exponentially. And even if successful, future achievements would be limited. The magic tome radiated brilliantly, projecting the image of a naked female angel, appearing semi-transparent, her arms crossed over her chest. With a swish, the angel's wings unfurled, white feathers of concentrated magical energy gently drifting down, as her cherry lips parted to release ethereal, melodious arias. Danton opened his eyes, taking in the swirling magical energy vortexes scattered throughout the room. The holy and resplendent image of the angel, and the tome's reminders. After a moment of distraction, he regained his composure. For this very moment, Danton had undertaken extensive preparation, inquiring with his sister about the detailed process of condensing the soul seed. Thus he experienced neither panic nor worry. Utilized meditation to resonate with the soul, triggering pulsations while simultaneously drawing in magical energy, flowing toward the brain, merging, cleansing this pulsation to refine and continually strengthen it. The fragile soul was buffeted by the surging force of magic, akin to a humble pebble ravaged by a tsunami, as Danton's nerves endured a torment akin to 1,000 cuts. What resilient nerves, what formidable willpower! Exclaimed Homa, the magic's detection fixated intently upon Danton, marveling at his tenacity, for he had surpassed the time allotted for the soul's molding by his predecessor. This refining process, known as soul shaping, yielded a more potent soul seed the longer one persevered. When it eventually sprouted, the resulting soul tree would flourish even more abundantly. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated within Danton's mind. With a thunderous roar, As magic energy spilled forth like ocean waves, a seed the size of a sesame appeared within his cranium. Quietly suspended, Danton opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, numerous dark red specks erupting simultaneously, reminiscent of a dragon's breath. Congratulations, you have become a magic wielder. The magical tome landed back on Danton's lap, bestowing its accolades. Thank you. Danton raised his hands, gripping tightly as he felt the power coursing through him, unable to suppress a light laugh. I have awaited this moment for so long. Speak, I cannot hear you. Homa grumbled. You owe me compensation. Do you understand? I have expended a millennium's worth of magical essence accumulated for soul restoration to expedite your ascent. The last great war had left the tome severely damaged following the demise of its master. Teetering on the brink of collapse, to preserve the soul, it had to seal away all its formidable powers, resulting in a pitifully scant supply of magic essence. Magic essence is a higher form of magical energy. A magic wielder utilizes the soul seed to siphon magical energy, refining it into magic essence, which is then employed to forge the soul and body. How shall I compensate? Danton retrieved an ink bottle and a quill from his backpack. Inscribing upon the magical tome, you are too weak. Compensation can wait until you reach the Dragon Slayer tier. Homa felt a twinge of guilt. As the new master, even if he drained the tome's essence, there would be little he could do. Very well. Danton stood, swinging his fist vigorously. Thud, thud, thud. His heart thumped like a war drum from ancient times, pulsing with greater vitality. His vision sharpened, allowing him to see farther and more clearly, while his sense of smell heightened, making the stench of decay in the air more pungent and nauseating. A newly initiated magic wielder typically sees their physical prowess double at most. You seem to have tripled it. Homa scanned Danton's body with his soul's eye, reporting the latest data. Danton nodded, feeling his muscles tighten and strengthen, agility enhanced, and with a gentle leap, he soared over a meter high. Before ascending to the war tier, your physical capabilities should increase by twofold at most. For this phase primarily fortifies the soul essence, facilitating the magic wielder's ability to absorb magical energy and enhance efficiency. The war tier is where the body receives perfect reinforcement, encompassing the heart, bones, muscles, and tendons. During this period, magic wielders can be likened to humanoid beasts, capable of tearing apart lower-tier magical beasts with sheer physical strength. The Judgment tier marks a significant division in strength, as it is here that one's talent undergoes its first evolution, allowing the summoning of a magic servant. Further ascension leads to the Dragon Slayer tier. Homa elucidated these concepts to Danton, each term clearly articulated, surpassing even the textbooks brought back from the prestigious St. George's Magic Academy in Frankfurt by his sister. I am aware that each major tier is subdivided into 7 minor tiers, and that future ascensions will face rejection from the laws of the realm, leading to elemental backlash. If one cannot withstand it, they shall be reduced to ashes. Danton hurriedly wrote, determined not to appear foolish before the tome. Thanks to his sister, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge, even having visited the Academy's grand library, though he had been hastily ushered out due to an altercation at the time. Indeed, each ascension necessitates not only sufficient absorption of magical essence, but also continual learning of advanced martial arts and magic, honing them to perfection to counteract the realm's law's attacks. Thus, I shall now impart to you a transcendent martial art. Homa's magical script became increasingly ornate, particularly as he detailed the content, stirring Danton's enthusiasm. Chapter 0012. Giant martial arts. The formidable power of a magic wielder is exhibited through martial arts, magic, and divine techniques. A forbidden spell can obliterate a main city, while a hall-level divine wish can even rejuvenate a soul. What transcendent martial art? Danton grasped his pen, nearly completing the task in one stroke. Giant martial arts, a formidable combat technique of Dragon Slayer caliber, has caused considerable distress to the dragon lineage at the hands of these Titan descendants. Are you jesting? With my current magic ability, I could scarcely sustain it. Danton couldn't help but roll his eyes. High-tier martial arts are invariably superior to their lower-tier counterparts, yet they are also more complex, difficult to master, and consume significantly more magic energy. With Danton's current reserves, unleashing a Dragon Slayer tier technique would deplete his magic entirely. Would he then have to rely on brute strength to engage in melee? It would be a miracle if he didn't perish in the attempt. Magic energy is not infinite. One cannot continuously unleash martial arts or magic without restraint. Numerous practical experiences have demonstrated that judiciously managing magic energy Employing appropriate martial techniques and integrating basic attacks to create the most optimized combo are essential to maximizing one's offensive potential. The unworldly commoner is never devoid of exceptionally gifted individuals across any realm. The martial techniques they create offer remarkable value. The giant martial arts have their origins in the ancient era, allegedly crafted by the founding patriarch of the giant race. The tome's text flashed rapidly, nearly provoking Homa's ire. And so what? Danton furrowed his brow. If I cannot utilize it, then it is of no use. You infuriate me. Although the giant martial arts are of Dragon Slayer caliber, you can begin training from the soul tier, and its magic consumption will decrease accordingly, naturally. Its power will also diminish. The tome's script became increasingly erratic with frustration. If it is unusable, why would I even present it? I almost forgot. I seem to recall hearing that martial arts with such characteristics are exceedingly precious. Danton smacked his forehead. This was not entirely his fault. As a commoner, his exposure had been quite limited. Absolutely. Although its power diminishes at lower tiers, it still surpasses ordinary martial arts of the same tier by a considerable margin. And importantly, as you ascend, your proficiency with this technique will increase, while other magic wielders must seek higher-tier martial arts for training. Otherwise, lower-tier techniques cannot withstand the backlash from the laws during ascension. Homa was undoubtedly a loquacious entity, filling an entire page with his ramblings. How much time will this save? It's outrageous that you dare question the expertise of Lord Homa. I concede, Lord Homa. Please accept my humble submission. Danton mused that he must read more in the future to avoid further embarrassment. Humph. Having triumphed over Danton in a professional domain put Homa in high spirits. And he projected an image of a giant, wielding a heavy warhammer, simulating various martial techniques. Giant roar, giant stomp, giant seal. Each technique was overwhelmingly powerful, and Danton watched enthralled, unconsciously mimicking the motions. Homa slowed the giant's movements, providing detailed explanations of magic energy flow, attack ranges of the techniques, and their magic consumption, among other aspects. Time was of the essence, and Homa wished he could instantly imprint these martial techniques into Danton's mind. Let us go and seek a monster for real combat. That is the swiftest method to enhance combat prowess. After a mere 30 minutes of instruction, Homa urged Danton to engage in battle. Danton's fists collided, revealing an eager expression. He felt no fear and recognized the necessity of familiarizing himself with the surroundings to seek an escape route. The corridor was empty. Danton opened the door, assessing the area before dashing toward the staircase on the left. His movements were swift and agile, akin to a wildcat. Landing soundlessly, he turned the corner of the 5th-floor staircase. His pupils constricted sharply. A ghoul was wandering below. Upon catching sight of him, it lunged up the stairs like a hound scenting blood, emitting a hoarse, furious growl from its damaged vocal cords. Danton retreated instinctively, propelling himself off the ground with his right leg, leaping downwards while drawing back his right arm like a taut bowstring. Magic energy surged towards his right fist, the cracking of his knuckles echoing as if his fist had thickened. Giant iron fist, Danton roared, fearlessly gazing at the ghoul's grotesque visage, as his right fist shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, landing heavily upon its face. With a resounding crash, the ghoul's head jerked back, rotten flesh splattering everywhere. Its face caving in, and due to the force of the blow, it flew straight down the stairs with a thud, crashing against the wall opposite. Your technique is flawed. You are too forceful. The tome floated beside Danton, displaying a line of large characters. Although such actions would deplete magic essence, Homa felt the need to supervise, for Danton was still a novice. Danton paid no heed to the warning, his focus solely on the ghoul. After landing his strike, he powered through with his legs, leaping over the 7 steps below, plummeting toward the creature like a meteor. Giant stomp. Boom. The ghoul had barely risen when Danton landed upon it. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as its ribs shattered completely. Die. Danton bent down, his right fist crashing down once more upon the ghoul's skull. With a resounding impact, the ghoul's head exploded, its cranium spinning across the floor for several meters, only coming to a halt when it collided with a door. A wisp of purplish mist, akin to remnants of a soul, drifted from the corpse, drawn into the magical tome. Danton gasped heavily, casting a glance at the corpse before swiftly darting down to the lower level. The recent roar would undoubtedly attract other monsters. You were too reckless. Had it been a mid-tier ghoul, you would have been doomed. Homer admonished. I will utilize soul magic afterward. If we determine the monster is too formidable, we will retreat immediately. Danton nodded. In truth, he was not being reckless. The ghoul's body was so decrepit that it was barely even at the initial tier, due to the presence of various magical energies. Beasts could also cultivate and advance through the ranks, from initial to mid, high, and further to elite and hero tiers, forming a pyramid of power levels at AS for those super-tier beasts. Each one is a ruler in its own right. In mainstream understanding, undead creatures are categorized as monsters, naturally classified by the same tier system as magical beasts. The higher the tier, the stronger the power, and the more pronounced the physical changes. A ghoul lord, for instance, would sport an insignia on its arm, looking impressively formidable, unlike the pitiful, mangled corpse before him that appeared as though it had been torn apart by wild dogs. Upon reaching the third floor, Danton spotted two ghouls rushing towards him. Having heard the sounds of battle. Low tier can be killed. The grimoire emitted a green light, casting a magical detection spell upon the ghouls, without hesitation. Fueled by a wild surge of confidence from his earlier victory, Danton surged towards the two monsters like a whirlwind. The 30-meter distance was quickly closed. Just as he approached, he stepped forward with his left foot, halting his momentum, and with his right hand forming a blade-like gesture. He thrust forward with vigor. Giantess arrow. Whoosh! A burst of magical energy shot from his fingertips, instantaneously forming a sharp arrowhead that split the air with a thunderous sound, striking the ghoul. Boom! The ghoul's entire head exploded. And as the second one leaped over its fallen comrade, its claws swiped at him. Danton did not flinch or evade. Instead, he executed a swift turn and kicked out, sweeping the ghoul away. Bang! The ghoul crashed into the right wall, splintering wood as it rolled inside, and Danton pounced, reducing it to a mangled mass of flesh. Like a specter, Danton haunted the inn, dispatching lesser ghouls as he encountered them. In this deadly practical encounter, he grew increasingly adept at wielding the giant martial arts techniques. One must commend Homer for being an exceptional mentor. Not only did he project the giant martial arts techniques for Danton to emulate, but his explanations were also astutely detailed, constantly correcting Danton's errors. The foundational techniques he received were the most orthodox, and such perfect instruction would certainly save him years of missteps, preventing him from developing bad habits. It is crucial to understand that these minor combat flaws could become critical vulnerabilities in battles against skilled opponents. As Danton continued his exploration, he confirmed that this was a large, luxurious inn, boasting 6 floors, and that the ghouls were once its patrons, corpses of former staff transformed. After thousands of years, some of these monsters had grown quite formidable, and with Danton's current strength, it was best to avoid confrontation. Following an initial rush of excitement, he calmed himself, proceeding cautiously, unwilling to become a ghoul's lunch. Even if targeted, he could rely on his enhanced physical prowess as a magic user, coupled with the giant leap technique. To escape, the inn had numerous rooms, and most ghouls lacked intelligence. As long as he evaded their line of sight, they would be powerless against him, provided he was not encircled by several ghouls. Even if he needed to flee, he would do so along the paths he had traversed, never recklessly entering unexplored areas, for stumbling into a ghoul's den would be an act of foolishness he would regret. After an hour of meticulous searching, Danton finally arrived at the first-floor hall. Like most inns, it featured a tavern, with a bar stocked with bottles of fine wine that I've struck gold. Danton's eyes lit up at the sight of the bottles. These wines had to be at least a millennium old. And if he could take them outside, they would be exquisite vintage. Such long-aged wines could only be found in the cellars of hereditary nobility, serving not only as a delight, but also as a symbol of status and wealth. Foolish commoner, do not indulge in daydreams. These wines are far too ordinary, and given their poor preservation, most have surely spoiled. The truly fine wines are kept in the vaults of the grandest nobility. The grimoire shattered Danton's dreams mercilessly. Only by conquering the largest castle at the center of the city might you taste true delicacies. Danton grimaced, finding Homer's words too scathing. The Thunder Dwarf's Thunder Beer series. The Crown Elf's Golden Honey Wine series. I guarantee that a commoner like you would swallow your tongue after just one sip. Homer rattled off an impressive list of rare brews. Exuding an unmistakable air of nobility, Danton's gaze wandered, searching for a potential water source, and he stumbled upon shattered wine bottles and spilled liquid on the ground. He quickly seized the grimoire and retreated back to the staircase. The sound of conversation reached Danton's ears, indicating that someone had arrived here before him. Chapter 0013. The 100-man slaughter weapons. Not far from the bar, there was a door that led to the inn's backyard, as well as the basement, well, and storeroom. Danton recognized the voices belonging to Robinson and Pierre. He was acutely aware that he was far from their match, and wisely chose to retreat, finding a secure guest room. He ensured there were no traces left behind before hiding inside. "How long have I been meditating?" Danton inquired, quill in hand, writing as he communicated with the grimoire while contemplating his next course of action. "Nearly 25 hours. Homer replied promptly. "I used the source of magic to help you gather magical energy, which is why your meditation lasted so long. At your current level, it should have taken no more than 3 hours." "That long? I wonder how Durant is faring." Despite his concerns for his friend's safety, Danton felt helpless. He was only just capable of self-preservation, and should he encounter a formidable ghoul, he would be as good as dead. In this dim underground city, there is no way to gauge time by the sun. Everything seems dead except for the mossy plants, Homer lamented, even contemplating composing a sonnet to express his feelings. "Gurgle!" Danton's stomach rumbled, a wave of hunger washing over him that he retrieved some bread, crumbled it into pieces, moistened it with saliva, and swallowed. "You'd best find food quickly, or you'll starve," Homer warned. "And you'll need a water source. Intense combat will deplete your fluids significantly. Those wines might serve in a pinch, but they are likely guarded by Robinson and his companions. Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Before that, I need to find a weapon. Being barehanded puts me at a disadvantage." Danton sighed, glancing at the dagger in its leather sheath. Most of the giant martial arts techniques required long-bladed weapons to execute, and this simply would not suffice. Danton was a thoroughgoing miser, with no spare funds to purchase a weapon. The dagger he possessed had been a gift from his sister, purchased with her scholarship. Where to look? The blacksmith's shop. Homer could think of no other alternatives, but there are numerous undead outside. It would be far too dangerous for someone of your caliber. "No, I'll search the guest rooms. That won't work. A large inn like this has at least 200 guest rooms. Far too many. Not to mention the time wasted searching for adventurers who might be carrying weapons." Homer dismissed the idea. "Let us head for the luxurious suites. Those who can afford such opulent accommodations are surely wealthy, and their personal guards must carry weapons." Danton had already anticipated Homer's concerns. Homer fell silent, realizing he couldn't keep up with Danton's train of thought, feeling a bit frustrated. It said that upon entering the soul tier, one unlocks their talents. Why haven't I? Danton inquired. "Do not fret. The soul seed is adapting to your body. Once it perfectly aligns, your talents will automatically manifest. This process takes about 3 days, the moment the subject shifted to his area of expertise." Homer brimmed with confidence. 3 days is far too long. Danton felt disappointed. Every individual who becomes a magic user will develop a unique innate soul shield, which can be activated with mere thought. Homer explained that it serves as a dual immunity shield against both magic and physical attacks. It is quite practical. Whoosh, a fist-sized, pure white, semi-transparent orb materialized, slowly revolving around Danton's body like a satellite. "Let us set off. I hope Robinson and the others haven't already searched the luxurious suites." Danton grabbed his backpack and left the guest room, retracting the soul shield since maintaining it consumed magical energy. Navigating the dim staircase, Danton ascended to the top floor. Typically, luxurious suites in large inns are located on the upper levels, offering expansive views of the main city's stunning scenery, providing a sense of grandeur. As if the world lay beneath their feet, a favored ambience for the wealthy and aristocrats alike. Alas, the door hinges were rusted, and the creaking sound of the door opening was the perfect signal for an ambush. As Danton pushed open the door to the first suite on the left side of the corridor, a ghoul sprang forth, having detected the noise. "Can be killed." Before Homer could finish, Danton, noting the ghoul's tattered form, swiftly squeezed into the room and closed the door behind him, wary that fighting in the corridor would attract more monsters. The giant's arrow has a lethal range of 5 meters. As the ghoul charged at him, Danton immediately fired a concentrated magical arrow at its chest. Bang! The ghoul's ribcage caved in. Its body halted momentarily. Danton stepped forward, twisting his torso and swinging his arm, delivering a powerful blow. Boom! The ghoul's head was crushed, rolling away as chunks of flesh and maggots fell to the ground. Not bad. The head is a relatively small target, and at your level, you might miss, putting yourself at a disadvantage. It's better to target the body to prevent it from closing in, then follow up with additional attacks. Observing as Tang Dun lunged forward, delivering the final blow to the monstrous creature attempting to rise, Helma felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit with a hint of frustration at the waste of magical energy. A wisp of deep violet mist erupted from the corpse, wafting into the grimoire. "What is this?" Tang Dun inquired. Having previously witnessed the grimoire absorb such mist from every corpse he had slain, yet he had no time to ask questions. "Soul remnants," Helma added. "They contain soul energy, capable of repairing my soul's essence. So it's not meant as a sacrifice." Tang Dun responded nonchalantly. "After all, soul energy is a form of magical energy, and one of the most enigmatic kinds, favored by many deities as offerings. The deities of the Western continent are generous, as long as one can present a satisfactory sacrifice. They may receive the coveted blessings of the gods, the sands of time from the dragon of time and order, the artifacts of the war god, and the fortune goddess's lucky leaves, among others, are prime examples of divine rewards that could drive any ruler of the continent to madness. Using such things as offerings would hardly gain the attention of the gods," Helma remarked scornfully. "They might even curse you silently." Thinking, why waste our time with such a pauper? Tang Dun couldn't help but chuckle. Typically, those who manage to procure sacrifices for offerings are significant figures, yet in Helma's eyes, they were rendered utterly worthless. A foul stench of decay permeated the room, quite overpowering. Ignoring Helma's ramblings, Tang Dun began his search. On the floor lay a skeleton, evidently not transformed into a ghoul, its clothes tattered beyond recognition, with a few scattered coins around it. In the wardrobe, Tang Dun discovered a travel chest. Upon opening it, a brilliant light nearly blinded him, revealing it to be stuffed full of gold coins and gems. "If only I could take these back. This wealth could purchase not just a purebred Frania horse, but a small estate." Tang Dun closed the chest, tossing it back into the wardrobe, continuing his search. For Tang Dun, who was trapped, these riches served only to add extra weight and expend his energy, holding no practical value. "Is this magical equipment?" Tang Dun queried, plucking a ruby ring from the skeleton's finger. As a destitute commoner, he had never encountered magical gear before. "No, merely a luxury item, that dagger at your waist. However, is the real deal. Judging by the engraved magical array, it should unleash a war-grade spell upon the infusion of magical energy." Elated, Tang Dun picked up the 1-foot-long dagger, wiped off the dust on his sleeve, infused it with magical energy, but nothing happened. "What gives?" Tang Dun asked, perplexed, swinging the dagger again. "This underground city has been buried for at least 3,000 years. Do you think the magical array etched on the dagger remains intact without even basic maintenance?" Helma scoffed. Discarding the rusty dagger, Tang Dun continued his treasure hunt. Half an hour later, he had rummaged through 5 opulent suites, discovering mostly gold coins, along with a pendant and a mechanical pocket watch, the latter imprinted with a defensive magical array, likely used by a wealthy individual for protection. Yet the ravages of time had rendered them inoperable. The only valuable find was a rusty knight's sword pried from a corpse, which Tang Dun estimated would break after barely 5 strikes. "Don't lose heart. Once I absorb enough soul energy to restore a portion of my essence, I can unlock a war space and take all of this with me." Helma reassured Tang Dun, concerned he might be disheartened. "A spatial item?" Tang Dun exclaimed with delight, quickly penning his inquiry. "Spatial attribute metals are notoriously rare and difficult to mine, and crafting spatial equipment necessitates obscure space mages, making such items exceedingly expensive and often unavailable. Don't compare me to those worthless spatial items. I am Lord Helma." Helma retorted, clearly displeased with Tang Dun's suggestion. "How many do I need to absorb?" Tang Dun asked eagerly, wishing to immediately slay ghouls. "For such ghouls, approximately 1,000. Helma estimated. "That should unlock a war space large enough to accommodate 2 heavily armored rhinoceroses. The more effort you put in, the more I recover, and the greater the space I can unlock." "Are you jesting? 1,000? How long will that take? By the time I vanquish them all, I'll have turned into a dried corpse myself." Tang Dun couldn't help but roll his eyes. "They aren't ants. A pot of boiling water won't wipe them out in one go. These are man-eating ghouls." "Humph. If you were to procure a complete soul of a giant dragon, I could instantly unlock a war space the size of a small coliseum, sufficient to contain 1,000 ghouls." Helma lamented, feeling belittled by a commoner. "You should hurry up and recover to the point where you can converse with me directly. Writing all the time is too cumbersome." Tang Dun stored away his quill and inkpot and pushed open the next door. In the dimly lit parlor, a battle axe lay quietly on the ground, emitting a faint blue glow, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. a battle axe. Excitement crept onto Tang Dun's face. Even he, despite his simplicity, understood that a weapon still radiating magical light after thousands of years was no ordinary item. For the first time, Tang Dun lost his composure, dashing forward to pick it up. Completely oblivious to the vast spider web that enveloped the ceiling above him, a black-blooded spider, comparable in size to a purebred stallion, with 12 enormous compound eyes, fixated on its prey, stealthily descended from the ceiling along the web. Chapter 0014. Rending Dragon's Tooth. This was a heavy battle axe brimming with the essence of the ogre clan, measuring 1.5 meters in length and weighing 300 pounds. The axe handle was carved from the thigh bone of a hero-class hill beast, adorned with intricate spiral patterns, composed of 6 rare metals, including dragon teeth and infused with shamanic potions. It forged a blade shaped like a fearsome beast, ever ready to tear its prey apart. Beautiful! Tang Dun could not help but exclaim, the blade painted with a bright red tribal emblem, which had not dulled even after millennia. It is called Rending Dragon's Tooth, a weapon capable of slaying 100. The grimoire, living up to its reputation as an encyclopedia, provided a detailed introduction. An ogre must personally slay 100 giants, collect their souls, and present them at the ancestral altar as a sacrifice to obtain Rending Dragon's Tooth. Thus, this battle axe symbolizes the valor of ogre warriors. It's a sacrificial weapon. Tang Dun's heart raced with excitement, hastily writing, what is its classification? In the Western continent, aside from purchasing weapons crafted by blacksmiths, magical energy users have another means of acquiring gear, collecting sufficient offerings and presenting them at the altars of various deities. The war god, who presides over war and slaughter, is also the most generous of deities, forging various hundred-slaying weapons with divine power, making them the top choice for many melee magical energy users. Of course, even among the hundred-slaying category, the power and rarity vary. A weapon obtained by sacrificing 100 ogre souls would be superior to one acquired through the sacrifice of 100 ordinary human souls. After all, ogres possess innate combat prowess, capable of overpowering 20 ordinary human soldiers even without advancement due to their remarkable physical attributes. Perfect grade, inferior quality, however, for you, it would at most be considered excellent quality. Helma sighed, lamenting that despite finally finding a weapon, it could not unleash its full potential. Why? Tang Dun asked, puzzled. Equipment is categorized with strict distinctions, ranging from the basic ordinary to exquisite, then to excellent, perfect, and beyond to legendary and epic. Each grade is further subdivided into inferior, average, and superior qualities, with the most apparent difference being the price. Exquisite grade equipment starts at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. After 20 years as a mercenary, Pierre could not afford even a single piece, and perfect grade items begin at 1,000,000 gold coins. Equipment that is not maintained can also deteriorate, losing potency, but Tang Dun had never heard that the grade could vary based on the individual. This is a dedicated altar weapon of the ogre tribe, imbued with the essence of the ancestor souls. Without ogre bloodlines, you cannot activate it. Helma hastened to reassure Tang Dun, noticing his disappointment. But don't worry, there is also a giant strength spell inscribed upon it. Once activated, it will grant you the strength of a giant for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. That means I can use it once every 10 minutes. How powerful? Does that mean I could crush any enemy? Tang Dun grasped Rending Dragon's Tooth. It was heavy, and while he could lift it with his current physical condition, wielding it effectively posed some difficulty, leading to fatigue within 2 minutes. Dream on. Do you think your enemies are fools? Upon seeing you unleash the strength of a giant, they will undoubtedly distance themselves, waiting for the effect to wear off before engaging you in battle. Helma, with his expansive perspective, quickly pointed out the flaw. Moreover, it is excessively heavy, while it is perfectly weighted for ogres. For you, it is far too cumbersome. Unless you quickly advance to a war grade and increase your strength, you won't be able to wield it effortlessly. What should I do now? Tang Dun hesitated. Rending Dragon's Tooth was too heavy. Carrying it would waste energy, yet he was reluctant to part with it, as it was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Be careful. The grimoire suddenly projected a red glow, forming 2 flickering magical flame symbols that swiftly darted out and struck Tang Dun's shoulder. He staggered a few steps but tightened his grip on the battle axe, aware that Helma would not attack him without cause. Danger was imminent. Indeed, as Tang Dun dodged, a blob of green viscous substance, the size of a watermelon, splattered onto the spot where he had just stood, corroding the wooden floor and emitting black smoke. Danton did not dare to lift his gaze, charging forward while dragging the torn dragon tooth. A fist-sized soul shield sprang forth, swirling around his body. Whoosh, 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 clusters of green slime were shot forth, trailing closely behind him. Zing. The speed of the slime was too swift. Danton was struck by one. But fortunately, the soul shield absorbed the blow, albeit losing a third of its mass. The venomous slime from the black blood spider's venom sac was limited, and after expelling it, the assault ceased. Danton halted, raising his eyes to behold a spider of equine proportions on the ceiling. It is the black blood spider, a malevolent undead creature adept at ambush and assassination, possessing strength comparable to a second-tier soul. Homar projected the words, otherwise. Danton would have been too far to discern. The spider's body was adorned with red and black patterns, bristling with spikes resembling fingers, and its grotesque, piercing mouth dripped with slime. Hiss, hiss. The black blood spider emitted its customary intimidation sounds as it raised its rear, suddenly ejecting a stream of white liquid that rapidly solidified into a resilient web upon contact with air, ensnaring Danton. He executed a giant leap to evade to the side. Thank goodness, no panic. Seeing Danton fixated on the black blood spider with a calm demeanor, Homar felt a sliver of relief. If he faltered before battle, their chances of victory would plummet. With 2 failed ambushes, the black blood spider slowed its offensive, its 12 compound eyes fixated on Danton. Exerting psychological pressure while seeking an opportunity to end the hunt, beasts and insects are often more patient than humans. With my current martial skills, slaying a spider of the same tier is perilous, let alone one of a higher tier. Danton's palms were clammy, yet he dared not loosen his grip on the battle axe. I must devise a strategy. Look for an opportunity to flee. You cannot defeat it. Homar urged anxiously. Do not entertain thoughts of activating the power of giants to turn the tide. The black blood spider's speed can easily evade. Danton cast a glance at the door. Estimating the distance, the black spider's pincers rubbed together, subtly shifting its tail toward the door, expelling a torrent of silk that completely sealed the exit, with no means to swiftly eliminate its prey. The black blood spider opted to ensnare him to death. The window. Just as Homar projected the words, the black blood spider also sealed the window. These undead creatures possess an innate hunting instinct. It seems we must gamble everything. With no path of retreat, Danton steeled his resolve, suddenly raising his battle axe and swinging it toward the ceiling. The giant flail was unleashed. A chain of magical energy erupted from the axe, connecting to a blade of magical energy identical in shape to the torn dragon tooth. Slamming down onto the black blood spider, the spider dodged, but Danton swung his arm, the flail altering its trajectory in a half-circle, sweeping toward it. Though it ultimately missed, it cleared away a significant portion of the web. The giant flail is a mid-range striking technique that, once activated, forms a magical weapon connected by chains to strike the target. Is this the spider's limit evasion speed? Danton took a deep breath, steadying himself as he pondered how to ensure a hit. Homar floated nearby, racking his brain for solutions, but Danton had already made his move as the prey darted towards the door. The black blood spider immediately spat silk, successfully ensnaring him this time. Without a moment's pause, it lunged forward, ready to inject venom into his body. It's over. Homar could bear to watch no longer. Now, Danton, whose legs were ensnared in webbing, remained remarkably calm. As the black blood spider approached, he inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with air, and unleashed a giant roar. The immense sound wave resonated throughout the room, causing even the air to ripple as if in waves. Struck by the stunning technique, the black blood spider experienced a momentary sluggishness. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light filled the room as Danton activated the power of giants. Above him, a colossal fist, the size of a watermelon, materialized. A tidal wave of strength surged through Danton's limbs, making the 300-pound torn dragon tooth feel as light as a feather. Giant execution. Danton roared, raising the battle axe high before bringing it down with the force of thunder. The black blood spider sensed the tremendous threat and attempted to retreat, but was still struck by the axe, which cleaved a significant portion of its body, causing its forelimbs to snap off and foul blood to splatter everywhere. Hiss, hiss. The black blood spider screeched in rage, unleashing a torrent of silk from its spinnerets in an attempt to intercept its prey. Die for me, giant seal. Danton surged forward, breaking free from the web and swinging the battle axe once more. A massive axe, 10 times larger and forged from magical energy, manifested from thin air before coming crashing down upon the black blood spider. Thud! The horse-sized arachnid was cleaved in two, blood spraying outward in a radiant arc. Danton lunged forward, hacking at the carcass, fearful that it might retaliate. Enough, it is dead. Homar exclaimed, hastily floating over to project large letters. Calm down. Gasping for breath, Danton finally ceased his actions, his arms aching and unable to hold the battle axe, which fell to the ground. Incredible, you actually killed it. Homar marveled, then quickly adopted a serious expression. But do not employ such reckless tactics next time. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Do you think I wanted to risk my life? Danton picked up the torn dragon tooth, hastily making his way out, knowing that the commotion would undoubtedly attract monsters or Robinson's group. A random encounter could spell his doom. Wait, collect the spoils first. Homar urged urgently. There is a soul magic core within the body that is a valuable magical material. As Danton retrieved a walnut-sized magic core from the pool of blood, the magic tome extracted a wisp of misty, deep purple soul residue from the corpse. Excellent. The soul energy within the residue of a freshly slain being has yet to dissipate. It is worth the energy of 10 ghouls. Homar expressed satisfaction after slaying 100 more. I can unlock the war space. By then, I would have surely been devoured by the black blood spider. Once Danton ducked into a guest room, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. Reflecting on the perilous situation he had just faced, he could not help but grumble. Am I destined to become a mere laborer with no future? Who says so? You are a paladin, for goodness sake. Homar replied matter-of-factly, leaving Danton momentarily speechless. Chapter 0015, The Radiance of Hercules' Power. Ha! Are you joking? Danton's face was a mask of disbelief, as if he had witnessed a filthy, cowardly goblin attempting to pummel a fearsome dragon. You are indeed a paladin, Homar retorted. Exasperated, are you questioning the expertise of my encyclopedic knowledge? Impossible. Danton shook his head. This is more astonishing than being a wizard. In the Westland continent, there are numerous magical professions, broadly categorized into 3 main types: warriors, assassins, archers, etc., all of which fall under physical classes. Then there are mages and warlocks, those who wield wondrous magic, referred to as magical professions. Finally, there are clerics and paladins, who employ divine magic. Warriors require the least skill. Once they become magical practitioners and learn a few techniques, they can become mercenaries that as numbers increase. Their social standing diminishes, relegating them to menial and laborious tasks, hence earning the derisive title of laborers. Magical professions are elite jobs. One cannot simply become a grand mage through mere aspiration. First, one must possess intelligence that weeds out many mediocre individuals. Each magical practitioner must master 3 languages to even begin deciphering magical tomes and literature, or they will never step into the mysterious realm of magic. Dragon language, Elvish, Giant tongue, these are mandatory courses. If one focuses on combat, ancient dragon language, earth elemental language, and netherreal language are also essential studies. Only by mastering these can one omit or abbreviate syllables while chanting spells for rapid casting. In battles of magical professions, if a mage can cast spells twice as fast as their opponent, even a fool knows this leads to overwhelming dominance. Theories of elements, knowledge of demons, elemental biology, the 3 fundamental laws of magic are sufficient to deter 2/3 of magical practitioners. Let alone advanced magical geometry or magical arrangement and reconstruction. Without comprehension, drawing a magic circle is impossible. A magical practitioner who cannot draw a magic circle would be utterly humiliated, and they would not be acknowledged by their peers. The magical profession realm is a closed circle. Most magical books available in the market are incomplete or even fraudulent. Only handwritten copies hold value, and if one cannot comprehend these, how can they communicate with others? Besides inherent talent, becoming a magical practitioner requires immense wealth. Magical materials, scroll transcription, experiments, spellcasting materials, each entail significant expense, which ordinary individuals cannot bear. Physical classes can earn a living wage even as laborers, while mages are a bottomless pit, solely consuming funds. Danton considered his intelligence to be fairly decent. With some effort, he might manage to become a mediocre mage. However, a paladin was something he never envisaged, for this profession is comprised entirely of devout followers of deities. Without exception, all possessing unwavering faith and dedicating their lives to their gods. You must be mistaken, I am a thoroughgoing atheist. Since childhood, Danton had often experienced bizarre dreams featuring iron boxes that ran swiftly and flying iron birds. Should he speak of these, he would most likely be burned at the stake by religious zealots. There is no mistake. Divine power resides in your bloodline. You are a paladin, Homar asserted confidently. Now, calm your mind and begin meditating on the holy angelic statue. feeling the sacred energy within the seed of your soul. After taking several deep breaths, Tang Dun settled cross-legged on the floor. Envisioning the purest of angels, time flowed languidly, and a series of pristine white glimmers began to manifest upon the seed of his soul. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared, striking his mind like thunder. In a moment of clarity, Tang Dun swung his right hand. In a flash, a golden radiance resembling fireflies emerged from thin air, cascading down from his head. This is the initial stage of the Hercules Radiance. Also known as the Power Radiance. It is a divine art that can be bestowed by a priest upon anyone, doubling their strength. Homer elucidated. Which deity do I worship? Tang Dun clenched his fist, observing the slight bulge of his muscles, still unable to conceal his astonishment. Becoming a priest does not necessarily require the worship of a god. It could stem from a direct blood relative who has been touched by divinity. Homer inquired curiously. You've never mentioned your mother before. I have no recollection of my mother, Tang Dun replied, touching the ring on his finger, the only heirloom left to him by her. I apologize. Homer felt it was inappropriate to broach the subject further. So, does that make me a wild card? How will I learn divine arts? I can't just go around randomly worshipping a deity, can I? Tang Dun lamented, realizing that a lack of sincere faith could invite divine retribution, effectively severing his pathway to finding a paladin as a mentor. Must I rely on epiphany? Tang Dun licked his lips, considering that besides finding a mentor, he could also perform sacrifices to exchange for divine arts, or seek out ancient ruins for spellbooks. Though all of these options seem daunting, epiphany is a gift from the gods to their followers. Akin to a splendid poem discovered by chance, it is serendipitous and cannot be sought after. You may live your entire life without ever experiencing a second divine art through epiphany, Homer remarked, disheartened by Tang Dun's lack of knowledge. What am I to do then? Am I destined to be a mere laborer? Tang Dun felt utterly disheartened, as if he had just lifted the hem of fate's gown, only to be met with a crushing foot to the face. Humph. Homer projected a large character, imbued with a sense of arrogance, as if to say, hurry up and seek me as your mentor. I am an encyclopedia. Lord Homer, I humbly offer my knee once more. Tang Dun chuckled, satisfying Homer's vanity. As for divine arts, my repertoire is limited. The grimoire poured cold water over Tang Dun's enthusiasm, noticing his expression resembling that of someone who had just been bested by a dragon. However, my dimensional space contains many altars dedicated to various deities. You can certainly perform sacrifices there and acquire divine arts. Do you wish for me to be slain by divine punishment? Tang Dun's eyes twitched. Not at all. Most of the deities honored at these altars have already fallen, yet a trace of their divinity remains imprinted. As long as you offer a sacrifice, you can still learn divine arts. Homer continued to extol the benefits of his own abilities. This means that with me, you can simultaneously learn the divine arts of different deities. What a tremendous gain! Tang Dun's excitement nearly overwhelmed him. Each deity possesses their own unique divine art. If I were to master them all, I would undoubtedly be the greatest in the world. That is indeed a possibility. Homer concurred, his tone laced with pride. Humph, are you astonished? This is merely a fraction of my power. Then let us proceed swiftly. Teach me some divine arts that augment strength, allowing me to wield this warhammer with ease. The sensation of overwhelming giant strength obliterating monsters was exhilarating, and Tang Dun yearned for more. What I know, you are not yet ready to learn. Instead, observe this. The pages displayed a series of divine arts, complete with detailed descriptions, truly befitting an encyclopedia. However, the price of 1,000 souls attached to it raised questions. Is this a deity or a heartless merchant? 500 souls for a divine art that can only be bestowed on one individual for a mere 2 minutes of endurance. Where am I to procure such a sum? I might as well be slaughtered. Tang Dun felt exasperated, his written complaints morphing into a scrawl. Lack of common sense. This is undoubtedly a bargain. If you were to perform a legitimate sacrifice at an altar, it would cost no less than 1,000 souls. Homer adopted a mysteriously secretive demeanor. Let me let you in on a secret. During the sacrifice, the officiating priest can also partake of the offerings. Kickbacks, even divine practitioners lack integrity. Tang Dun vented his frustrations. Is there any possibility of a discount? I am powerless. Homer was merely a medium, lacking authority over the altar. Why is it that the evil arts are generally 1/3 more expensive than the radiant arts? Tang Dun browsed the list, his frown deepening. Divine arts are generally categorized into radiant and evil types. The former grants enhancements to allies, such as strength, agility, and endurance, while the latter inflicts negative magical effects on enemies, including sluggishness, doubled pain, and strength deprivation. Perhaps it is because the divine loves humanity. Humph. The doctrine of dark evil gods seems to revolve around slaughter and destruction, does it not? Tang Dun had heard of several religions prohibited in the Western continent, regardless of the circumstances. My share of soul fragments must be guaranteed. Otherwise, I will go on strike, Homer stipulated, concerned that Tang Dun might neglect him in favor of gathering offerings to exchange for divine arts. All for you. Tang Dun was still contemplating the possibility of using the grimoire to open a war space and seize treasures. Divine arts? Could they truly compare to the might of giant combat techniques? Standing back and casting support spells was far less thrilling than wielding a battle axe and cleaving foes in two. Melee is the true romance of man, Tang Dun mused, dragging the torn dragon tooth as he prepared to continue his hunt. Barbarian. Homer scoffed. The flawless weapon for 100-man slaughter was undeniably sharp. Tang Dun need not waste mana on combat techniques. A simple swing could cleave a ghoul in two and easily shatter its skull. The only drawback was its weight. After mere minutes of wielding it, he found himself compelled to pause and rest. Why must one wait until the judgment stage to summon a familiar? If I had a creature to carry my battle axe, how much energy I could save? Tang Dun inscribed in the grimoire. It is said that sorcerers are not bound by levels and can summon numerous demonic servants from the abyss through magical materials and summoning rituals. Can you do that? Spellasting professions are an exception. As long as their soul power is sufficiently potent, they can summon many familiars to serve them. Some trained imps could easily manage the roles of butler and chef. Homer continued his lesson. Due to reasons of secrecy and trust, most sorcerers preferred not to employ servants, instead delegating daily tasks to summoned familiars. I am so envious. What do you suppose my future familiar will be like? Tang Dun mused about a bright future, only to feel hunger pangs again as he prepared to eat the remaining bread. Suddenly, Homer collided with his head, causing him to choke. An ambush? Tang Dun sprang up, alert to his surroundings. Hee, I have figured out how to grant you a familiar right now. Homer projected text, igniting a fervent spark in Tang Dun's eyes. Chapter 0016. The Repentance of the Undead. What must I do? Tang Dun remained composed. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if one were to stumble upon it, one must assess whether it would shatter their teeth. Since spellcasting professions can summon familiars through magic, you too can summon using divine arts, Homer declared with great enthusiasm. A beautifully ornate script formed the name of a divine art and its detailed description, clearly displayed on the page. The repentance of the undead can purify the bodies and souls of evil beings, transforming them into devoted followers who repent for their past sins. This is a dragon-slaying tier divine art, and it requires only a sacrifice of 3,000 souls. You have truly struck gold. Homer laughed heartily. At last. This resolves the issue. Is divine art truly so powerful? It can change the beliefs of the undead. Does that mean there would be no more evil in the world? Tang Dun was taken aback. Commoner. You misunderstand. The failure rate of this divine art is exceedingly high. Nearly 1 in 1,000 that it is only effective against mindless ghouls. If you were to attempt it on a death knight, you would undoubtedly be turned into mush. Homer felt the urge to roll his eyes. His new master was so naive that it seemed he must begin remedial lessons. I thought as much. How could one expect those heinous liches to repent and become good? Or rather, good undead? Tang Dun felt relieved. While divine arts were indeed miraculous, they ultimately were not omnipotent. Enough chatter. Hasten to perform the sacrifice. This will suffice against the ghouls. Homer urged. Let us not forget that I can barely afford this divine art with the remnants of my last pair of trousers. How embarrassing would it be to have a ghoul's servant following me around? The mere thought of having a ghoul, reeking of rot and crawling with maggots, as a companion sent shivers down Tang Dun's spine. He feared his appetite would dwindle considerably. You are able to acquire a familiar that others must wait until the judgment stage to summon. What a tremendous advantage. You can always trade it later. Do not push me to curse. These worthless ghouls without any rank are but a single slice away from being cut down without breaking a sweat. Tang Dun was disheartened. If I could repent a ghoul lord, that would be quite decent. Daydreaming. Homer derided. Very well, then perhaps a low-tier one will suffice. They lack even the strength of a soul tier. What good are they to me? To pollute the aesthetics of the city. Tang Dun racked his brain, pondering their potential advantages. Once you reach the war tier or acquire soul-related magical equipment, you can repent low-tier ghouls. Otherwise, prepare for backlash and pursuit. Homer felt exasperated. If he were not on the brink of collapse himself, he would have no trouble repenting even a ghoul lord for Tang Dun. Indeed, Even the tier dragon's fangs can be found, and perhaps there are even better magical armaments available. One must remember that the opulent suites are occupied by noble aristocrats. How could they possibly lack defensive gear? Tang Dun murmured as he prepared to continue his hunt. Robinson, you must absolutely avoid the uppermost floors. Hey, in a perilous situation where death looms at any moment, you actually have little choice. Having an additional ghoul servant would significantly enhance your chances of survival, Homer urged earnestly. If Tang Dun were to perish, it would not know how many years it would remain in slumber. Even if I wished to make a sacrifice, I possess no soul. The soul stone is an essential item for adventurers, utilized to capture the souls of slain prey. However, Tang Dun, being a miser, clearly could not afford it. You could incur a debt. Upon witnessing Tang Dun rise and peer at the door while dragging the tier dragon's fang, the grimoire swiftly floated before him, projecting large letters. Huh, that deity seems to be in quite a pitiful state, doesn't it? Tang Dun chuckled. Sacrificers are typically fearful that their offerings may not suffice to invoke divine favor. Yet he had never heard of one who would extend credit. Even the weakest of deities exude mystery and condescend to mortals. Without sufficient offerings, they would not even cast a glance your way. In 1 month, if you sacrifice 3,000 souls, you shall obtain this dragon-slaying divine spell. Homer wore a grim expression, feeling that this deity had indeed lost its value. It seems you resemble a middleman. Why not ask that deity if a 70% discount would be feasible? Tang Dun jested. Unaware that Homer suddenly fell silent, a grimoire floated in midair, creating an eerie atmosphere. Could it truly be possible? Tang Dun, self-aware of his current capabilities, knew that even if he inquired about Homer's origin, it would not divulge, and he would only be left with an impression of insensitivity. A 70% discount is indeed possible, but the time frame must be shortened to 20 days. Homer abruptly projected the text, startling Tang Dun. Unbelievably, it is indeed possible. Tang Dun felt momentarily dazed and waved his hand to inscribe another line. What about a 50% discount? I must be its first customer in thousands of years. Surely some concession is warranted. Commoner. Do not push your luck. Homer fumed, its letters becoming distorted. Whose side are you on? The souls I save are all for you. Tang Dun tapped the grimoire with a finger. Truly foolish. Homer, at a loss for words, realized the truth in Tang Dun's statement and promptly fell silent. Tang Dun suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Without a trump card, attempting to eliminate Robinson and his companions and escape this underground city would be akin to climbing a mountain. In the face of inevitable death, it was better to take a gamble. Leaning against the wall, he contemplated how to maximize the strengths of ghoul fodder. It has agreed. Homer reported the outcome of the negotiations, 1,500 souls. To be paid within 20 days. Come now, grant me the divine spell. Just as Tang Dun nodded, a golden arrow suddenly shot forth from the pages of the grimoire, piercing into his forehead. Boom! Tang Dun felt as though his brain had been struck by a battering ram. Darkness enveloping him as he stumbled back several steps, nearly losing his balance. How do you feel? Homer inquired with concern. The martial skills, magic, and divine spells acquired through sacrifice will be directly imprinted in your mind. Hence the pain. Splendid. Tang Dun sensed new incantations taking root within his mind, making the gestures for casting as he prepared to unleash the repentance of the undead. Stop. This divine spell consumes vast amounts of magical energy with your reserves. You can use it a maximum of 3 times. Homer hastily intervened. Once your magical energy is depleted, you will require 6 hours of meditation to recover. Tang Dun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Feeling immensely relieved, the longer he delayed, the more likely Robinson would explore the luxurious suite first, leaving him without even a sip of broth. The sacrifice will only allow you to learn the repentance of the undead. Mastery will require relentless practice, Homer cautioned. Worried that Tang Dun might become addicted to the allure of sacrifice after tasting its sweetness. Understood, that which is earned through sweat is the most authentic. Tang Dun wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that only through rigorous training could martial skills become instinctive, unleashing their full potential. Tang Dun dashed out of the guest room, cautiously making his way to the top floor while straining his ears to listen at this moment. He was eager to encounter a ghoul. In the depths of an underground city teeming with undead creatures, Tang Dun's anticipation soon bore fruit. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he spotted a ghoul wandering in the corridor, raising his left hand. He softly chanted the incantation for repentance of the undead, and a golden longbow materialized in his grasp. With his right hand, he drew the bowstring into a crescent shape, like coalescing into a golden arrow. Having completed his preparations, Tang Dun thrust his right foot firmly against the ground. Boom! The ghoul, alerted by the noise, turned its head, and, upon spotting Tang Dun, lunged at him like a rabid dog. The speed was so great that many of the maggots clinging to its body were flung off. Tang Dun's archery skills were average, so he resorted to this clumsy method to increase his accuracy. As the ghoul charged within 10 meters, he released his right hand. Whoosh! The arrow zipped through the air like a meteor, piercing the ghoul's chest and continuing onward. The ghoul momentarily halted, then let out a howl as it resumed its frenzied assault. Let the battle commence. Failure is not an option. Homer projected the text. Tang Dun swung his battle axe, cleaving the undead creature in two and severing its head, sparing himself the effort of seeking out a second one. Yet another ghoul, drawn by the commotion, burst forth from a guest room. Though repentance of the undead was not an instantaneous spell, it required only 3 seconds to cast. As the ghoul closed in within 5 meters, Tang Dun released another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow embedded itself in the ghoul's chest, piercing through once more. Die. After blocking the undead's claw strike with the tear dragon's fang, Tang Dun severed its neck. The failure rate is dishearteningly high. Homer extracted the remnants of the soul from the corpse but did not merge them, choosing instead to preserve them. It will eventually succeed. Tang Dun's expression remained unchanged as he continued his search for the next target. 5 minutes later, he faced his third failure, the depletion of his magical energy leaving him with an overwhelming sense of physical exhaustion, dizziness, and weakness in his limbs, making him yearn for a deep slumber. Have you considered the consequences of failing to repay the owed sacrifices by the deadline? After a moment of silence, the grimoire projected the text, attempting to encourage Tang Dun. Ultimately, it would only mean death. Tang Dun leaned against the wall as he ascended, a smirk gracing his lips. Once a decision is made, there is no room for regret. Besides, do I have time to indulge in melancholy? Striving for survival, even in death, leaves no regrets. Homer suddenly found itself at a loss for words. Tang Dun's calm demeanor and steady heartbeat indicated he was not speaking falsely. Are you worried I might crumble? Tang Dun chuckled. I am not that fragile. Failure to repay the sacrifices will result in your soul being forcibly offered. Homer reminded him. Sacrifice is a sacred covenant that cannot be altered, just as I had anticipated. Though the manner of death differs, Tang Dun tapped the grimoire. By the way, I forgot to mention that since sacrifices must be conducted through you as a middleman, you could very well charge a service fee. Homer was taken aback. To deceive a deity sounds thrilling. Next time, let us join forces to swindle them a few more times. That IT seems a 50% discount is still too generous. Tang Dun mused, considering that should he propose an absurdly low price, the deity would likely be infuriated enough to leap from a height. Return my concern. Why would I worry about a character like you? I must be utterly foolish. Homer grumbled in writing, but felt reassured. Knowing that Tang Dun possessed a resilient heart, the greater the pressure, the more exceptional his performance. With so many divine spells, I desire them all. Tang Dun licked his chapped lips. I recall you mentioning that the grimoire's dimensional space contains numerous altars and many fallen deities. Which one is the most gullible, the most amenable to haggling? Homer declined to respond, realizing that Tang Dun was indeed an atheist. However, it suddenly considered that given the current predicament of those deities, it might be feasible to exploit them. Chapter 0017. Potion formulation. Having exhausted his magical energy, Tang Dun knew that without meditation, it would take nearly a day to naturally replenish his reserves. Of course, utilizing magic stones or various potions to restore magical energy would expedite the process, but that would be exorbitantly expensive. Even affluent mages would only employ such items during combat, ordinarily. They relied on meditation. How can one reside in a luxurious suite without even a single magic stone? Tang Dun discarded a handful of coins, the dust rising and causing him to cough incessantly. Broken magical artifacts and coins no longer piqued Tang Dun's interest. He now yearned for magic stones and sustenance. The sensation of hunger surged upon him like a tsunami, causing his stomach to cramp. And he gazed at the wooden furniture as if it had transformed into delectable morsels, wishing to pounce upon them and feast. Cautiously traversing the corridor, Tang Dun pushed open another door. Dust cascaded down, tickling his nostrils and prompting a sneeze. That a skeleton lay sprawled beside the bed, adorned in a black mage robe with silver trim, having endured the ravages of 1,000 years, though tattered and worn. Its identity was unmistakable. A mage? Tang Dun's eyes gleamed, yet he did not rush forward. Instead, he meticulously examined every corner of the room, unwilling to fall victim to the lurking black blood spiders once more. Confirming there was no danger, Tang Dun closed the door and swiftly approached the corpse. Is it permissible to take? Tang Dun's gaze fixated on the dusty staff, awaiting Homer's magical analysis. A purple light emitted from the grimoire, scanning the corpse from head to toe. No traps. Homer reported the findings. The staff is of exceptional quality, undamaged, with an added magical effect that doubles the casting range. However, it is of no use to you. I can take it back for my sister. Admiring the sapphire embedded at the top of the staff, Danton felt a sense of satisfaction as he picked it up, brushing off the dust. This will make a perfect birthday gift for her. On his left hand, he wore a magical ring that infused magical energy, capable of activating a solitaire shield with a cooldown of half an hour. This is splendid. Danton attempted to remove the ring, only to inadvertently snap off the skeleton's finger. The sharp crack echoed eerily in the silent room. As a magician, how could one not prepare 1 or 2 spare magic stones? After donning the ring, Danton began to rummage through other items, yet found nothing of value. Search the wardrobe, Homa suggested. There must be something. Magic users never allow themselves to run out of magical energy, for that signifies extreme danger, so reserves are guaranteed. Disposing of the tattered clothing, Danton discovered a black travel case. Opening it revealed 6 fist-sized black vials and 12 test tubes affixed to a leather belt. Danton cautiously twisted one open, releasing a peculiar aroma. These are magical potions, but alas, they have dried up and lost their efficacy. Homa's extensive knowledge proved invaluable, preventing Danton from grasping at straws. What about this? Danton queried, shaking a test tube. I haven't seen this before. It appears to belong to a potion master, perhaps a new concoction he developed. Aside from 3 mage robes, a coin pouch, 2 diaries, and 2 magic stones, there's nothing else here? Danton was immensely disappointed. The 2 fist-sized magic stones would only replenish half of his magical energy. For a typical soul-tier magic user, a single stone of this size would suffice to completely restore their drained magical energy, with plenty to spare. However, Danton was unlike any ordinary user. During his ascension, the magic tome consumed a millennium's worth of magical essence for him, and he employed the exceedingly rare meditation method of the holy angel statue. Coupled with his resilient body and will, the process of soul shaping took an extensive duration, solidifying his soul seed into something remarkably robust and powerful. Not to mention, he would eventually grow a more flourishing soul tree. His current capacity to store greater magical energy was a direct advantage, signifying that in battle, he could unleash a greater array of spells and techniques. Thus, when the scions of affluent families became magic users, their families would spare no effort in preparing vast quantities of magical potions and rare treasures to ensure the formation of a formidable soul seed. Danton should feel fortunate. Had he not laid a solid foundation, his magical energy would scarcely suffice even to cast a single spell of the undead's repentance, a divine technique of the dragon-slaying tier. Wait, I sense a magical response. Search more thoroughly. Homa's soul detection was far clearer than Danton's naked eye. Could there be a hidden compartment? Danton pondered, using a rusty dagger to cut through the leather of the case, revealing a concealed section. Inside lay 16 yellowed sheets of parchment, a badge, and 9 red stones the size of fingernails, appearing ordinary at first glance. Yet their careful preservation indicated their value. This doesn't seem like a magic stone? Danton mused, examining one of the stones against the dim light from the window. It is a magical red diamond. What? This is a magic diamond? Danton's expression froze, swiftly replaced by elation. Magic diamonds are the most valuable portion birthed from a vein of magical energy, containing at least 10,000 times the magical energy of an equivalent-sized magic stone, and are highly prized for their unique effects. Each magic user has a limited capacity to draw magical energy from magic stones, but when used in conjunction with magical red diamonds, this limitation is transcended, as the diamonds allow for easier absorption of magical energy by the body. Isn't this just a common red diamond, unremarkable to a world-weary commoner? Just wait until you encounter the rarer golden and green diamonds. You might just burst with excitement. Homa scoffed at Danton's lack of composure. This is a magic diamond, reputed to be a hard currency across realms. Some magic users may never even see one in their lifetime. Danton could not help but be astonished. He had heard from Ilian that in those ultra-high-end, luxurious auctions, gold coins were as disregarded as refuse, while various magic diamonds were the universally recognized equivalent. Humph. The value of those 9 magic diamonds probably doesn't even reach a tenth of this stack of parchment. What is this? Danton reached for the parchment. Yet he recognized none of the inscriptions, hastily writing to inquire with the magic tome. a new potion formula, the value of which cannot yet be assessed. Homa projected the text. For confidentiality, it appears he recorded it in ancient dragon language. Can it be translated into Frankfurtian? Danton expressed curiosity about the formula. A potion master, as the name suggests, is a magic user capable of concocting various wondrous potions. Potions have become an indispensable aspect of a magic user's life. Even the most rudimentary melee combat engineer would prepare several healing potions, mana potions, and stone skin potions for emergencies, not to mention higher-grade potions such as giant strength and swift wind. Sometimes a mere vial of potion could turn the tide of battle. Commoner, it has been translated. Yet you will not comprehend it. Homa was reluctant to waste effort, for understanding the formula and the reactions of the substances required specialized knowledge in potion making. I have resolved to become a potion master. Repeatedly underestimated. Even Danton's usually placid demeanor began to show signs of irritation, a delusion. Homa clearly held little faith in Danton's aspirations. Danton remained silent, pocketing the potion formula. Previously, he lacked funds, having devoted his time to earning money to support his sister Ilian's education. Now, however, things had changed. Once he emerged from the underground city, he could leverage the vast wealth of this city to purchase the books he desired and learn. I am merely 15. It is not too late. Danton encouraged himself. I shall become the most erudite individual. Are you truly resolved? Seeing Danton's seriousness, Homa felt compelled to impart some wisdom. Becoming a potion apprentice is not difficult, but achieving distinction as a potion master is immensely challenging. Out of 1,000 apprentices, fewer than 10 will ultimately obtain a certification. Danton fell silent, stowing away the quill without writing another word. Being a potion master is an exceedingly costly profession. Even those of noble lineage cannot afford to support two. Danton pointed out the window. The implication clear. The wealth of this underground city was more than sufficient for his indulgence. Very well. Even if you possess wealth, can you endure the solitude and monotony? Potion making is often regarded as the most tedious and dreary of disciplines. A standard potion concoction typically requires 2 to 3 hours. Not to mention those studies lasting several days or even weeks. A potion master spends a significant portion of their life within a laboratory. Do you believe you can manage this? Danton continued to remain silent. Yet his gaze grew more resolute. He did not wish to be belittled. I have yet to mention the most crucial point. To become a grand potion master, besides diligence and perseverance, one must also possess sufficient talent and aptitude. There are certain things in this world that cannot be attained solely through the sweat of one's brow. I shall undoubtedly become a grand potion master to prove you wrong. Danton gritted his teeth, beyond his stubbornness. Potion masters were also among the most lucrative professions. Having been impoverished for far too long, Danton refused to remain a mere courier or a beleaguered laborer. Without aspirations, what difference was there between him and the goblins who merely drifted through life? Dragon's guardian power. Homa, observing the unwavering determination etched on Danton's youthful face, suddenly flew before him, projecting 6 magical glyphs. The parchment contains the formula for the dragon's guardian power potion, which grants the drinker the strength of a dragon, and even a chance to transform into one. Homa sighed. I have never heard of such a potion, and judging by this potion master's badge, he is merely an intermediate potion master. It is unlikely he could develop such a high-level potion. So it is highly probable that this is a stolen research result from a grand potion master. Isn't this the only known potion formula on the Western continent? Danton was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his fists. I must concoct it. Surely its original creator longs to witness it gain renown across the continent. It is indeed a pity and a loss for such a powerful potion to remain shrouded in dust. Homa concurred. If the potion formula was accurate, its value would be immeasurable. In any case, we have struck gold. Knowledge is wealth. Who could have anticipated that these dozen or so nearly decayed sheets of parchment would be worth so much? Danton chose not to take the formula with him, but instead found a guest room. Lifting a floorboard to conceal it, along with the sapphire staff, the parchment had deteriorated over thousands of years, and Danton, having flipped through it, noticed significant tearing. He dared not tuck it into his clothing. The pages were filled with formulas, and even a single missing digit could yield a potion vastly different from the intended product. After all, it is well known that potion making is an exceedingly rigorous discipline. Chapter 0018. Ghoul's Servant. Having once felt famished, Danton now found himself merely parched. He endured the thirst and continued his search through the room. Upon opening a door, he caught sight of the ceiling. thickly draped in cobwebs, with a black blood spider perched upon it. Danton turned and fled, drawing a magic stone to extract magical energy, for in his current empty state, facing a black blood spider would spell certain doom. Hiss, hiss, the black blood spider screeched, crashing through the door and charging out. However, after pursuing for half a corridor, it abruptly retreated. What is happening? Danton stood at the staircase, his expression one of sheer astonishment. They are not ferocious beasts, they are merely spiders, utilizing their webs for hunting. Homer tapped Danton on the head, but your reaction is impressively swift. I would rather have been slower. My precious magic stones. Danton lamented, his heart aching. He had saved those magic stones to activate a teleportation portal, only to waste them in a futile endeavor. This cannot go on. I might as well absorb the magic crystals, Homer declared resolutely. After all, there are 9 of them, ample enough to squander. Isn't the stored magical energy sufficient to activate the teleportation portal? Danton suddenly recalled a particular magic crystal, but it would require at least 10,000 magic stones. He hastily wrote down his inquiry. The quantity is too scant. The nodes are part of the magical array, and they must be filled with magic stones to establish a connection before the portal can be activated. Homer's expertise was indisputable. Potion masters truly are the most lucrative profession, even as a junior. One can amass 9 magic crystals. Danton mused as he patted his pocket, exhilarated by his newfound wealth, as his current worth was astonishingly high. It is also possible they were pilfered. Let us not forget that precious potion formula. Perhaps that fellow raided his mentor's treasury. Homer projected text, sketching a narrative. I had no idea you possessed a talent for storytelling. Danton jested. If you were to pen it into a book, it would likely sell like hotcakes. Humph, I am Lord Homer. The grimoire naturally accepted the flattery. Though it pained him, Danton began to extract magical energy from the magic crystals. He needed to find enough magic stones or food before hunger rendered him immobile. A ghoul wandered into view, and Danton unleashed the confession of the undead, but alas, a golden arrow pierced through its chest, resulting in yet another failure. Danton dispatched the ghoul and continued dragging his torn dragon tooth in search of a target. Half an hour later, he sought refuge in a guest room to rest. 8 consecutive defeats. I must say, your luck is abysmal. Homer sighed. I refuse to believe it. I shall try again. Danton replenished his magical energy and charged out once more. Despite the incessant failures, his combat experience was steadily accumulating. After evading a low-tier ghoul, Danton encountered a common one on the 3rd floor. This should do. A longbow materialized in his left hand, while his right hand drew the bowstring. Danton muttered to himself, aiming at the ghoul. The golden arrow struck the ghoul's head, and though he held little hope, he tightened his grip on his battle axe, preparing for a melee. To his astonishment, the struck creature halted in its tracks. This time, the golden arrow did not pass through. Upon embedding itself in the head, it suddenly erupted with radiant light, and a female angel composed of white light appeared. Her eyes closed as she chanted a holy hymn. Under the melodious, divine tones, the ghoul began to confess the sins of its existence. We did it, Homer exclaimed joyfully. It is now your servant, and you can command it with your soul energy. Come here. Danton beckoned as the ghoul stood before him, devoid of hostility, and he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. You are far too filthy. I should find some armor to wrap you in. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Danton mused, considering how to disguise the ghoul's grotesque appearance for easier transport, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him regarding enhancing its combat prowess. What's on your mind? Homer inquired, noticing Danton's momentary stupor. I can equip the ghoul with armor and a weapon. Its combat effectiveness would surely increase. Danton quickly scribbled to inquire about the feasibility. Armor is acceptable, but the ghoul won't wield a weapon unless it possesses intelligence. However, such undead beings cannot be made to confess. Homer was skeptical about this approach. A non-advanced ghoul is far too weak. You could slay it with a single stroke. Not so, we could outfit it in full heavy armor. After all, ghouls do not tire, and weapons need not be intricate swords or battle axes. Steel claws would suffice, as their attack methods are also claw strikes and tearing. As he articulated his thoughts, Danton's reasoning grew increasingly lucid. With heavy armor, their speed will diminish, Homer cautioned, and they are simply too weak. Defeating a magic wielder would be extraordinarily challenging. Speed is not a concern. They can serve as meat shields, while I take the lead in offense. Danton refined his strategy. Let us not forget, they are the finest cannon fodder of the undead, never fearing death. It seems plausible, but the ghoul army relies on sheer numbers. You only have one. The enemy can easily circumvent it and attack you directly. Homer, with far more experience and insight than Danton, pointed out the flaw with piercing clarity. Then I shall acquire another batch. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. Danton's spirit surged. But he soon grew anxious. How many ghouls can the confession of the undead absolve? Given your current soul energy, a maximum of 2. Otherwise they will rebel, and the first to perish will be you. Homer was well acquainted with Danton's condition. What? They can rebel? Danton gasped. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Am I carrying a ticking time bomb? Divine arts are not infallible. Homer retorted sharply. Do you truly expect the ghoul to remain loyal to you for eternity? Are you a holy paladin? You are far more sinister than a lich. So, the stronger my soul energy, the more ghouls I can absolve, correct? Danton realized that the most direct method to enhance his soul energy was through continual advancement. Indeed, Homer elaborated. However, if you confess a low-tier ghoul, you can only bring one along, and the likelihood of rebellion will significantly increase. If I ascend to the war tier, how many ghouls can I command? Danton's eyes gleamed with anticipation. That depends on your growth. But it should be no fewer than 15. Homer could only estimate, unable to provide certainty, as no one knew what might transpire before Danton ascended to the war tier. 15 ghouls, unburdened by fatigue or fear. Clad in heavy armor, charging towards the enemy like a tidal wave, encircling and annihilating them. Just imagining it feels exhilarating. Danton chuckled, but quickly silenced himself, fearing that attracting monsters would lead to his undoing. Homer frowned, contemplating Danton's strategy, realizing that if executed, it would indeed be formidable. He had not forgotten that Danton was not short on funds. Even outfitting the ghouls with a full set of high-quality heavy armor was within reach. Here, take this. From today onwards, you shall be designated Servant Number 1. Danton handed his battle axe to the ghoul, pleased to see it obediently hoist the weapon that he reached out to pat its back in encouragement. But upon seeing its decayed flesh, he quickly withdrew his hand. Let us depart. We shall capture another. What is Robinson to us? Once we have an army of ghouls, we shall overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Danton declared fiercely, utilizing a magic crystal to replenish his energy. Onward, let us first topple that black-blooded spider. Danton was filled with fervor, but 10 minutes later, he faced a setback. The confession of the undead failed. Attack. Danton sought to test the effectiveness of the ghoul, commanding it with his soul energy. Servant Number 1 indeed performed admirably, launching itself at the oncoming undead kin, its sharp claws striking the creature's face. However, due to their comparable strength, the ghoul also sustained grievous wounds. Danton quickly recalled Servant Number 1 and took matters into his own hands, slaying the opposing monster. Unwilling to risk losing his newly summoned servant, the exceedingly high failure rate was exasperating. He dreaded the thought of attempting to confess another ghoul. Uncertain of how much magic energy and time would be squandered, with Servant Number 1 in tow, Danton returned to the top floor, but before he could begin his search, he overheard faint complaints. This room has already been claimed. It must be Durin. Tony was fuming. I wonder if he took anything valuable? Why not Danton? Pierre meticulously combed through every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Humph, that kid isn't even a magic wielder. After nearly 2 days, he has probably met his end in some corner. Tony was convinced Danton could not have survived. That unfortunate soul is likely now the ghoul's lunch. Pierre mocked as he approached the door. Let us check the next guest room. Stop picking up those coins. There's nowhere to spend them. Robinson's mind is truly sharp. Sending us to search the luxurious suites was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. Tony mused, tossing a magic stone in the air, excited. That skeleton we just encountered must have been a wealthy individual. Carrying 30 magic stones, what a spendthrift. For Danton, the perilous black-blooded spider was easily dispatched by Pierre and Tony, allowing them to search the suite without reservation. Along with Robinson's reserves, we are just over 60 stones short. Plus, with the fine wines in the cellar, we needn't worry about starving for at least a week. During this time, we are certain to find enough magic stones. Tony envisioned the future. Once we get out, we shall be fabulously wealthy. Releasing those two earlier was a grave mistake. If they disclose the location of the dungeon, we shall be doomed. Therefore, before we leave, we must eliminate them, with no outsiders present. Pierre revealed his true nature. Isn't Robinson guarding the wine cellar. As long as they search the backyard for food, they are as good as dead. Tony teased his friend. Don't fret. They may have already perished. Let us go. The opportunity is slipping away, Homer urged. concerned that Danton might become despondent. Danton nodded, quietly retreating down the staircase. But just a few steps later, he heard Tony's exclamation of shock followed by a tremendous crash. "Run!" Pierre shouted, and the tension in his voice revealed that they were in serious trouble. Danton immediately quickened his pace, racing towards the third floor, eager to avoid any fallout. "What do you plan to do?" Homer observed Danton's cracked lips with worry. The conversation he had overheard had blocked off Danton's last escape route. He could now only fend for himself. Chapter 0019. The Death Siren in the Dimly Lit Corridor. A faint stench of decay mingled with the musty scent of dust, suffusing the air with an aura of death and decay. Danton stepped into a guest room and, peering through the window, beheld the ghastly sight of ghouls roaming the streets below. "First, I must find some food and water. Survival comes first," he resolved, opening the window and surveying the chaotic street below. "I must leave this inn. Have you truly considered this? The undead outside are certainly more numerous and formidable. They are not merely the trifling creatures you see here." Homer was fully aware that Danton had little choice. He had scoured nearly 2/3 of the inn, yet had found not a single grain of rice. If he did not seize the opportunity to venture out while he still had strength, he would inevitably starve. As for collecting magic stones, Robinson and his companions were surely far more desperate. "We can traverse the rooftops. Be cautious, and we should not encounter any undead." Danton dipped his quill in ink, discovering it was nearly depleted. If Robinson could find wine in the cellar to quench his thirst and stave off hunger, then I too might find fortune elsewhere. Let us head to the magical goods shop. We might also acquire some equipment to bolster our strength. Homa concurred. "Let your servant lead the way." Number 1. Jump. At Danton's command, the ghoul leapt from the window, landing with a thud on the roof of the adjacent grocery store. Number 1, seemingly unfazed, rose and stood vigil. After a minute had passed, certain that no danger lurked, Danton stepped onto the windowsill and leapt down. With a crash, Danton shattered the roof that had been cracked by the ghoul's fall, tumbling directly into the grocery store below, debris raining down upon him like hail. Could it possibly get any worse? Danton gasped, clutching his head and rolling to avoid the falling rubble. Hiss, hiss. 2 jets of venom struck the spot where Danton had just been. "Be careful, it's a shadow spider." Homa couldn't help but facepalm. Danton was undoubtedly cursed by the goddess of misfortune. In the corner of the ceiling lurked a spider adorned with green patterns, suddenly realizing its prey was within reach and launching an attack. Number 1, charge it, Danton commanded, raising his right hand as a cascade of golden light shimmered down from above. Empowered by the brilliance of Hercules, Danton felt a surge of strength within him. He swung his battle axe, delivering a colossal blow. Boom! The magic-infused dragon tooth, propelled by the chain's pull, sliced through the air with a whistle, shattering the spider's web. Number 1, true to its loyalty as a magical servant, crashed through the ceiling, bringing the shadow spider down with it. "Block it, spinneret!" Danton dashed forward, activating the giant's power feature on his axe. Summoning all his strength for a giant's execution aimed at the spider's head, the shadow spider, ensnared by the ghoul, struggled to move. Its spinneret obstructed and unable to unleash webs, it could only spray venom from its mouth, all of which was absorbed by Danton's soul shield. With the spider incapacitated, Danton knew that failure here would be utterly disgraceful. Without hesitation, the dragon tooth cleaved through the creature, severing it in two. A spray of pungent blood splattered across Danton. Is this how the battle ends? In the blink of an eye, the shadow spider, possessing a power level roughly equivalent to a second-tier soul, lay lifeless, leaving Homa nearly aghast. Number 1 has done well. Without it, we would have faced a fierce struggle. Danton panted, exhilarated. My meat shield tactic is indeed effective, isn't it? Indeed, the shadow spider possesses low intelligence and does not feed on ghouls. Caught off guard by such a sudden assault, it must have been thoroughly startled. Furthermore, there is no other servant as dedicated as this one, Homa mused, reflecting on the value of the 1,500 souls Danton had sacrificed. Not edible. Blood splattered on Danton's face. Trickling past his lips with a metallic tang, he wiped it away, preparing to extract the magic core, only to pause at Homa's projected script. Don't just stand there. Extract the magic core. A wisp of soul residue was absorbed into the grimoire. I've heard from destitute bards that in certain nations across the continent, fried spiders are considered a delicacy. Danton sliced open the spider's carcass, revealing its fresh flesh within. Ah, that must be the people of Tai, who have a penchant for consuming insects, Homa noted, suddenly realizing. You aren't actually considering eating this spider, are you? Is it poisonous? Danton inquired, clearly reluctant to partake if given a choice. The shadow spider resides in dark, damp areas and is not an undead creature. Hence, it is not poisonous that it is safe to eat. Though I cannot fathom how you could find it appetizing. Homa shuddered at the thought of the spider being consumed, his script twisting in disgust. Then it is settled. Tonight's dinner shall be this, Danton declared, cutting a substantial piece of meat to stow in his backpack as he made his way into the inner courtyard of the grocery store. He needed to climb to the rooftop, otherwise, exiting through the street would surely lead to a confrontation with the ghouls. Navigating the rows of rooftops, Danton moved with utmost caution. This once bustling commercial street, dotted with various shops, had once thrived, evident in the presence of an opulent inn. Thus, he made little effort in covering the less than a kilometer distance before discovering a weapons shop. Number 1. Proceed and scout ahead. Observing the ghoul awkwardly limping into the courtyard, Danton felt satisfied. Such a reliable servant warranted another apology. The noise created by the ghoul did not attract any monsters, allowing Danton to descend safely. Find a room, then start a fire to roast the meat. We cannot consume it raw. Danton surveyed his surroundings and dashed towards the master bedroom. Lighting a bonfire in the courtyard would undoubtedly summon a horde of undead, turning Danton into the feast for their gathering. Suddenly, a woman's wail echoed, causing Danton to halt in astonishment. Retreat. You have trespassed into the domain of the death siren, Homa cautioned. The voice, laden with sorrow, exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down his spine. This was the death wail, a form of soul attack. Number 1. Guard my back. Danton fortified himself with luminous power while swiftly retreating towards the ladder. Poised to ascend to the rooftop when he hesitated. We must leave, Homa urged, having unleashed his magical detection to locate the undead's position. Why has it not pursued me to attack? Danton scribbled hastily. Do you not find it peculiar? Could it be that this siren is of a lower tier? That is a possibility. Homa mused, impressed that Danton could remain composed enough to perceive such subtle details in this perilous situation. We shall discover the truth through experimentation. Danton waited, the death wail resonating through the air, yet the siren did not materialize. Cautiously, he approached a bedroom to the right. The intensity of the wail increased, growing piercing, sending sharp pangs of pain through his skull. Yet he pressed on steadily. It seems we are dealing with a low-tier death siren, one who knows nothing but the death wail. Homa reassured. Capture it. To guard against treachery, Danton channeled magical energy into the ring on his finger, conjuring an oval shield that enveloped him. Indeed, as Number 1 pushed open the door, a skull shrouded in violet mist shot forth with a sharp shriek. This was the soul-tier spell, Shadow Arrow, swift and lethal. The ghoul could not evade, and it was obliterated, cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Casting aside his grief for the servant he had known for less than 3 hours, Danton summoned his own soul shield and charged toward the floating death siren. Giant's execution, the death siren failed to evade, the axe blade slicing into her thigh. Ah, she shrieked in fear, hastily retreating while pleading, do not kill me. Danton was momentarily taken aback. Not only was he surprised by her plea for mercy, but he also realized that his physical attacks inflicted minimal damage upon this soul entity. Soul entities can mitigate some physical damage. Slaying her is far more challenging than vanquishing a black blood spider. Homa quickly projected a warning. Danton hastily concealed the grimoire behind his back, as the bewildered death siren remained oblivious to the situation, still in shock. If she were to glimpse the written words, he would find himself in dire straits. You have harmed my servant. Do you truly believe I would let you go? Danton assumed a fierce expression, preparing to gauge the death siren's true nature. It was a rare encounter with a talking being, even if she was a siren, and Danton found a strange sense of familiarity. Perhaps, in the future, she could provide him with sustenance and water. I can compensate. The death siren, lacking negotiation skills, blurted out her offer. I will give you many gold coins. You dare to attempt to bribe me with gold. You shall perish, Danton declared with righteous indignation, raising his battle axe. Are you not a holy knight? Why treat a kind girl so roughly? The death siren suddenly burst into tears. Kind. Danton scrutinized the death siren, rapping his knuckles against the grimoire and discreetly writing, Is it not said that undead creatures are malevolent? This siren's demeanor seems rather peculiar, reminiscent of a neighbor's weeping girl. That is mere rumor. The realm of the undead is akin to that of humanity, containing both benevolent and malevolent beings. You are surely unaware that in the shadow realm, There are numerous human nations that thrive under the protection of the undead, living more blissfully than you do. Homa divulged a little secret. If the church were to hear this, they would surely condemn it to the pyre. Stop crying. I do not bully girls. Danton, reminded of his sister Elin, lost all desire to continue the battle. Really? I knew it. Paladins are all about holy justice. The banshee floated in the air, joyfully spinning around before a look of concern crossed her face as she anxiously pleaded, "Though I am a banshee, I am not evil. Please do not purify me." Paladins are the sworn enemies of undead creatures, and their divine magic can inflict tremendous damage upon them, which is why the banshee was so fearful. You've struck gold. This banshee clearly lacks common sense. She only recognizes you as a paladin from the radiant power you exude and fears you will harm her. If she were to learn that you wield 2 divine spells and are utterly incapable of dealing with her, she would likely burst into laughter. Homer displayed the text on the pages of a book, ensuring the banshee would not see it. Chapter 0020, The Phantom Bee in the Dimly Lit Room. Danton and the banshee exchanged silent glances, scrutinizing each other. She appeared to be a girl of about 15, her youthful cheeks exuding an innocent charm. Yet, between her delicate brows, there was a hint of an enchanting allure that promised she would grow into a beauty capable of driving many kings mad. Her eyes were large and striking, like sapphires, glistening with unshed tears that evoked a sense of tenderness. Her nose was elegantly pointed, adorned with a fading sprinkle of freckles, and her thin lips, slightly tinted pink from a gentle bite of her pearly teeth, were captivating. Please do not look at me like that. The banshee fidgeted, her slender fingers entwined as she averted her gaze from Danton's scrutiny, a desire to flee evident in her demeanor, though the door was blocked. I've never seen such a timid and bashful banshee. The magic tome flitted out, displaying words. The banshee's frail figure suggested she was malnourished, clad in a Victorian-style white ensemble, with blue and white striped knee-high socks adorning her legs and pink round-toed shoes on her feet. Sweet as a piece of cake. Do not look. The banshee suddenly raised her hand to cover her chest. I have no interest in fried eggs. Danton had not initially noticed her bosom, but her words caused his gaze to unconsciously drift in that direction. The slight curve was reminiscent of a bud waiting to bloom, and coupled with her pale, almost translucent skin, it held a certain allure for some unsavory individuals. You are the fried egg. Your entire family are fried eggs. The banshee pouted, her voice ethereal, lacking any semblance of a soul reaper's menace, instead resembling a bullied neighbor girl. How long have you been here? Danton, no longer wishing to waste time, thought perhaps he could glean the origins of this underground city from the banshee. Her expression stiffened, then morphed into one of despondency as she floated to a corner, hugging her knees and crouching down. Hey, Danton felt like a villain. I can't remember. It's been so long enough for little vines to grow from a seed and cover the entire city. Long enough for Tia to gather every stone here and pile them up in the back garden. The banshee suddenly began to weep. I miss home. I miss my mother. I want my brother to talk to me. Danton sighed and sat by the door. If he had been on guard against the banshee's potential attack earlier, he had now completely lost any desire to fight. This girl resembled a little swan lost from home, presenting no threat whatsoever. Silence enveloped the bedroom until the girl ceased her sobbing, at which point Danton spoke. Where is your home? I will take you back. Really? The girl's face lit up with surprise, but it quickly turned to anguish. Where is my home? Why can't I remember? What is going on? Danton wrote down his inquiry in the magic tome. She is a naturally reincarnated banshee, missing parts of her memories from her previous life. Homer lamented, though we do not know who killed this girl. She is undoubtedly fortunate, for she is not transformed into an unsightly ghoul. Danton nodded, aware that the natural reincarnation rate of banshees is 1 in 100,000, making them exceedingly rare. Banshees are inherently endowed with a strong affinity for magical energy and, given their lengthy lifespans, can easily become powerful mages if they so desire. Furthermore, they possess a spiritual constitution, allowing them to be immune to physical attacks as they advance to higher ranks. Only magical and divine attacks can harm them. Homer marveled. They are a naturally magical race. I know. The undead's Banshee Legion is exceptionally formidable, renowned as the most powerful magical army on the continent. Danton had read about it in the war history brought back by Eileen, which chronicled numerous classic battles. The strongest 6th-generation Banshee Legion in history once utilized their overwhelming ranged magical firepower to conquer 23 major cities of the human kingdom in a single day. Indeed. Thus, Banshees are born into nobility and sent to military magic academies for training during their childhood. You should count yourself fortunate. Had you encountered a banshee in a different locale, you would undoubtedly be doomed. Homer cautioned Danton. Do not assume that merely having a ghoul as a meat shield allows you to rampage through the underground city without consequence. Stop crying. Your eyes are all swollen. After comforting the banshee, Danton began to dismantle the door, stacking wood to prepare a fire. Despite her frequent tears, the girl quickly settled down, having grown accustomed to her solitude. Ahem, what are you doing? The banshee interjected as she watched Danton ignite the bonfire, filling the room with smoke. Roasting meat, making dinner. Would you like to eat something? Danton was unsure of the banshee's dietary habits, but assumed she would not reject food. No, that's disgusting. The banshee recoiled at the sight of the bloody meat, seeming to disdain the smell of blood, drifting away slightly. Hey, you're the banshee, not me. How is it that I seem more like an undead creature? Danton grumbled. If given a choice, I wouldn't eat this. Eat. Wait a moment. The girl floated away, utilizing her innate ability of levitation, a gift she had instinctively grasped at birth, requiring no magical energy. Looks like your dinner is sorted. Homer praised. Good thing you didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, you might have missed encountering such a unique banshee. In just a minute. The banshee returned, cradling a ceramic jar in her hands. Honey, I collected it. It's delicious. The banshee thrust the jar into Danton's hands, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, much like a girl eager to show off a new toy to a friend. You are supposedly an evil undead creature. How can you be so adorable? Danton mused internally as he unscrewed the lid, gazing at the golden honey and taking a sip. How is it? Is it sweet? The banshee circled around Danton, eagerly inquiring. Very sweet, thank you. Danton licked his lips and inscribed on the magic tome. Why are there bees in this city of the dead? What's so surprising about that? Even in the realm inhabited by the undead, there are countless plants and insects. Do you think it's all barren stone? Homer schooled Danton. You are quite fortunate. This honey should be collected by phantom bees. A supreme delicacy in the human kingdoms. An ounce can fetch over 10,000 gold derlands. Is it that expensive? Danton was taken aback, realizing he had just consumed a significant amount of money over the past 15 years. He had not saved enough to reach even 10,000 gold coins. Phantom honey possesses effects that soothe the mind, invigorate the body, and restore magical energy, making it an excellent tonic. Moreover, these bees only nest in dark environments, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to harvest honey. Homer estimated that this jar of honey weighed at least 5 pounds, and if consumed sparingly, it could sustain Danton for half a month. Yet, the very next moment, he performed an act that left Homer utterly astonished. What are you doing? The banshee looked perplexed as Danton offered her the jar. Is it not good? No, it's just that this phantom honey is too precious. I cannot accept it as a gift. Danton felt his cheeks flush. He was not a man who enjoyed taking advantage of others. So this is what they call phantom honey. You are quite knowledgeable. The banshee clasped her hands over her heart, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Danton. I do not need a gift. If you like it, that's enough. If it runs out, I can collect more. Danton chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. He was a pauper who couldn't even offer a proper greeting gift. By the way, wait a moment. Remembering the wildflowers in the courtyard, he hurried outside to gather a handful and then wove them into a flower crown. So beautiful, the banshee floated behind him, gazing at the flowers, unable to contain her praise. This is for you. Danton placed the flower crown on the banshee's head, and with her flowing black hair, it resembled a stunning oil painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The banshee blushed, lowering her head, her fingers intertwining once more. It was the first time she had received a gift from a boy, and she felt quite nervous. Next time, I will definitely give you a beautiful gift. Danton fashioned a lifelike grasshopper from a few more blades of grass. So lovely. The girl cradled the grasshopper in her palms, blowing gently on it and bursting into giggles. The smile crept onto Danton's lips as he recalled Eileen, that in their impoverished home, when his sister saw other girls with toys and felt envious. She never asked for anything. Instead, he would weave various little insects from grass to cheer her up. Celestia, that is my name, the banshee declared, feeling that today was the happiest day of her life. Thank you for your gift. I am Danton. It was only then that Danton realized Celestia was communicating with him without moving her lips. This is the innate soul communication magic of the banshee. Otherwise, how do you think she understands the Drankfurt language? Homa discerned Danton's confusion and sought to clarify it for him. In that inn, there are 3 other humans. You must tread carefully, for they are nefarious and will assuredly slay you. Danton, as a man, found it exceedingly difficult to utter a request for Celis' assistance in gathering magic stones. The demoness was adept at collecting gems and harvesting honey, and it was entirely conceivable that she had already amassed a considerable stockpile of magic stones. If it weren't for the fear of you harming my brother, I would never have emerged, Celis revealed, her expression marred by fear and sorrow, fully aware that as an undead, she would be perceived as an evil being by humans. Brother? Danton leaned in, straining to hear. Yet silence reigned. Yes, over here, be cautious. Celis glided toward the rooftop. Danton followed, ascending the ladder, and peered through the dilapidated window to behold the Death Knight sprawled upon the bed. Warrior class? Homa gasped. The magical detection spell had just been deployed, and 2 orbs of green flame suddenly flared up in the knight's hollow eye sockets. A chill crept down Danton's spine. A high-ranking Death Knight, its combat prowess no less than that of a 5th-tier warrior. Even the mightiest Robinson would find himself effortlessly obliterated in its presence. Run. Homa projected words, urging Danton to flee before the Death Knight emerged, for remaining would spell certain doom. Chapter 0021. A change in tactics. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, casting no light below, enveloping the entire underground city in a somber gloom. In contrast, the 2 orbs of green fire in the Death Knight's vacant eye sockets glimmered like distant stars. Hurry. It's perilous. Danton sprang onto the rooftop, lowering his body. It's all right. As long as we do not ascend the stairs, it will not attack us. Celis perched on the eaves, casting a pleading glance at Danton. You want to purify him? Will you? The pressing question is whether your brother harbors a desire to kill me, Danton replied with a wry smile, unable to deceive such an innocent girl. Aren't holy knights formidable? My uncle Hiller leads a knightly order that can even slay dragons. Celis scrutinized Danton, clearly unconvinced. She is merely a naive girl, utterly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Homa fluttered before Danton, projecting text on the page. I have only been a holy knight for less than a day, Danton stated candidly. Producing a quill and inscribing upon the grimoire, what level of power does that Death Knight possess? At the very least, it is of warrior class. It could fell 100 weaklings like you without breaking a sweat. The magical detection failed to activate. Interrupted by Homa, who feared provoking the foe, Danton had no retort. The mere sight of the Death Knight's equipment was blinding. Its armor shimmered with a blue aura, accentuating its tall and imposing figure, while the knight's longsword, 3 fingers wide, remained razor-sharp even after a millennium, its slow-flowing golden gleam indicating it was of at least perfect quality. Such magnificent magical attire. No wonder it could slay dragons, Homa mused, in life. He must have been the dream of countless maidens. I believe you will surely become a great holy knight in the future. Celis encouraged Danton, clenching her small fist in determination. Does it still remember you? Danton was more concerned about the Death Knight's potential threat to him. Celis shook her head, her legs swaying gently, her face awash with sorrow, a pair of hapless siblings. Homa sighed. She has remained by her brother's side, and her devotion makes me reluctant to oppose her. What do you intend to do? Danton asked in astonishment. Have you forgotten that you owe a debt of 1,500 souls? A death demoness can at least account for 500 souls. They are high-grade offerings. Homa was still quite concerned for its new master, having secretly gathered several souls to help repay the debt. Forget it. I cannot bring myself to do it. Danton had never contemplated killing Celis. Then perhaps we could use necromantic repentance to transform her into a servant? Homa suggested. This would be safer. And I could proceed with the next plan. Just look into her innocent eyes. Do you think I could harm her? Danton retorted, his heart softening. A death demoness is a born sorceress. I had planned to teach her dark magic to aid you in combat and gather souls by slaying monsters, even while weaving schemes. Homa's magical script retained its beauty, a death demoness maid, also serving as a personal magical advisor. How impressive it would be to showcase her. Even a duke would not enjoy such a privilege. Would you care to be my guide? The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, prompting Danton to muster his courage and speak. I will compensate you for your services. Certainly. I was worried you might ignore me. Where would you like to go? I am quite familiar with this city. Celis exclaimed, eager to assist, having endured prolonged loneliness, a feeling that gnawed at her soul like a venomous snake, nearly driving her to madness. Danton was the first human she encountered, and even a few exchanged words would fill her with joy and wonder. I see. Such a foolish demoness must have been deceived into losing her very undergarments. There would be no need for necromantic repentance, and besides, that divine art could fail, Homa teased Danton. Am I truly so devious? Danton lamented, a frown creasing his brow. With the food issue temporarily resolved, the remaining task was to hunt ghouls with all his might and gather souls. With Celis as his guide, Danton was confident that their efforts would yield greater results with less exertion. Let us depart. The death demoness cheerfully led the way, eager to lend her new friends assistance. Wait, my number one is missing. Danton returned to the chamber, discovering the ghoul had been cleaved in two by a shadow arrow, aimlessly crawling on the ground without commands. Number one. I am sorry. Danton swiftly brought his axe down, severing its head. In life, it fearlessly served as a meat shield. In death, it contributed its soul remnants. Truly, ghouls deserve commendation. Homo was inspired to compose a poem for number one. Extracting a crimson mist. I shall compensate you. Celis, feeling guilty, followed closely behind, offering ghostly honey. Please replenish your strength. Don't worry. Even if you finish it, I have other food. It's fine if one dies. I can always catch another. After all, ghouls abound in the underground city. Danton accepted her offer, realizing that fighting on an empty stomach would severely diminish his combat effectiveness. He would not risk his life so foolishly. Yet he resolved to make it up to Celis in the future. One was an innocent death demoness, the other a kind-hearted youth, both with experiences unknown to the other, thus their conversation flowed effortlessly. Are you a postman? You must have traveled to many places. Celis expressed her curiosity about the outside world. I have left my footprints across most of the western realm. I shall take you hunting in the Dragon Hills, where a beautiful red fox lives, and many capture them as pets. Within the expansive shop lay a myriad of full suits of armor, akin to a row of soldiers awaiting inspection. Danton followed the death demoness into the weapons store, overwhelmed by the selection. Despite the passage of time and lack of maintenance, the armors, though rusted and worn, would still provide better defense than being unarmed. Which set do you prefer? Danton inquired, inscribing his question on the grimoire. While most of these armors are of fine quality, the magical arrays inscribed upon them are damaged and cannot be activated. Homa projected the text. The third set on the left, the silver armor of ancient Roman design, incorporates some blue iron metal, offering superior defense and fitting your stature quite well. Incredible. You can write. Celis marveled at the fiery red letters floating in the air. Writing is trivial. I can craft over 10,000 scripts. Homa enticed Celis. I also know many wondrous spells. Would you like to learn? Is magic useful? Celis reached out to touch the grimoire, only to miss, then gently poked it with her fingertip. It can help princes slay dragons and defeat demon lords. What girl has not hidden knightly novels beneath her pillow, nor dreamed of a prince professing his love from a balcony? As she listened to Homa's tales, Celis nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Hey, don't fill the mind of an innocent girl with such knowledge. Danton rolled his eyes, removing the lightweight armor and donning it. Clank, clank, the iron boots struck the ground, resonating with a dull thud. Danton jumped a few times, already anticipating the exhilarating sensation of kicking a ghoul in the face, which would surely be satisfying. The wooden racks were adorned with an array of weapons. After trying a few for feel, he chose a roughly 15-pound two-handed sword, as he preferred traditional weaponry. What a pity, the bowstring is broken. Otherwise, taking a crossbow would significantly enhance lethality. Danton picked up a dagger, drew it to check its sharpness, then tucked it into his boot. Shall we set off, my friends? Danton approached Celis, tapping the grimoire. Tell me another tale, just one more. The pure-hearted young demoness had completely succumbed to Homa's stories, pleading earnestly with Danton. What good stories could Homa possibly tell? I could narrate Hamlet. Danton had dreamt of many classic novels, yet he had never dared to speak of them, fearing the pyre. However, Celis was different. As a death demoness, she had no opportunity to share such tales. And even if she did, no one would trouble him. Who would believe an evil demoness? A secret, buried within one's heart for 15 long years, and unable to be shared with another soul, is indeed a torment of the highest order. However, upon encountering Celis, Danton finally found a confidant. Hamlet, renowned as a tragic masterpiece, has only narrated less than half of the prince's woeful tale, yet Celis was already reduced to tears, with even Homer expressing his sentiments through 2 poignant sonnets. Continue, Celis urged. Noticing Danton had paused, Homer flitted over, bumping into his head in discontent. Shall we first slay the ghouls? Once I've completed the offerings, I promise to regale you for an entire month. Danton chuckled bitterly. He realized that further delay might lead him to become the offering himself. for Prince Hamlet. Slay, slay, slay. Homer's insistent projection urged Celis, from this moment forth, you must learn magic, so we can swiftly hunt down enough ghouls. Celis nodded eagerly. Perched atop a rooftop, Danton quietly surveyed the street below. A fledgling ghoul was hunched over, gnawing on a guinea pig the size of a wild dog, while a few ordinary ghouls, drawn by the scent of blood, approached, only to be swatted away by it. Its strength is approximately at the third tier of the soul. It's not feasible to eliminate it, Homer reported through a magical detection. Relaying the information promptly. Let us relocate and seek another. We must devise a safe and efficient strategy, Danton mused, unwilling to allow time to slip away so idly. The ghouls would not initiate an attack on Celis, as she was a banshee, yet should she choose to engage, they would instinctively retaliate with ferocity. However, lacking intelligence, they would not aid one another. After dispatching the ghouls in a grocery store's backyard, Danton cleared a safe zone and instructed Celis to draw them out, luring them one by one. Let us attempt to draw a ghoul at the first tier of the soul. Observing the pile of ghoul carcasses, Danton felt emboldened, eager to challenge himself. In the backyard of the grocery store, numerous ghouls lay in disarray, their bodies rendered into a gruesome spectacle by Danton's blade. The ground was splattered with gore, the air thick with a foul stench, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Isn't this too perilous? Celis fretted for Danton's safety. Perhaps we should slay these ordinary ones instead. They require little effort. Though Celis lacked experience in discerning the strength of her foes, she clutched her grimoire, knowing Homer would instruct her on all matters. Too slow, Danton exclaimed, wiping his blade on a tattered cloth to remove the blood. Are you not weary of slaying these insignificant fish? These ordinary ghouls had yet to develop a soul mark in their heads, rendering them incapable of absorbing magical energy. They were woefully weak. With Danton's current power, he could effortlessly fell a dozen in single combat without breaking a sweat. Indeed, they are exceedingly feeble, posing no threat whatsoever. It is only in life and death combat, where one is ever on the brink of demise, that a magic user cannot afford to be complacent, fully immersing themselves in battle, thereby honing formidable strength. Homer, having long grown weary, merely wished to see if Danton would muster the courage to suggest a challenge. Testing the mettle of his new master, it was evident that Danton possessed commendable audacity. Within less than a day of becoming a magic user, he sought to confront formidable foes. Certainly, a dragon reared in a greenhouse would dare to challenge even a goblin. Danton referenced a proverb from the Western continent. Let us not forget, I have number two. Number two seemed to sense its master's mention. Turning to look, its face, marred and grotesque, eliciting a sense of dread. As Celis lured the ghouls, Danton initiated a necromantic penance. If unsuccessful, he would strike again. The failure rate remained alarmingly high, yet the sheer number of attempts compensated. And after dispatching over 60 ghouls, he finally managed to penance one. He named this emaciated ghoul number 2, procuring suitable armor from the weapon shop to adorn it. What are you doing? Celis questioned in astonishment as Danton discarded the rending dragon tooth, opting instead to wield a shield in his left hand and a Roman short sword in his right. I cannot rely on the giant's strength, usable only once every 10 minutes, for my battles. My own martial skills are the most worthy of trust. Prepare yourself. Homer expressed satisfaction with Danton's choice. Becoming overly reliant on powerful magical artifacts would ultimately render one a mere puppet. The death banshee dutifully cradled her grimoire to her chest as she floated forth. On the street, the ghouls wandered aimlessly, completely oblivious to Celis, allowing her to approach a lower-tier ghoul with ease. Homer employed magical detection, and a faint blue rune briefly appeared upon the ghoul's head before vanishing. That's the one, at the first tier of the soul, he advised. This time, avoid the corrosion spell. Use the phosphorescent arrow. Cast it, then retreat. Understood. Celis was a bundle of nerves, her gestures for casting slightly faltering, but thankfully, she utilized soul chanting, preventing any mispronunciation. Stay calm. It cannot catch you. Homer resumed his mineral, correcting each of Celis's missteps. Though the shadow arrow boasted great power, it consumed too much magical energy. With an overly complicated incantation and lengthy casting time, Homer deemed it unworthy, thus imparting the phosphorescent arrow to Celis. In contrast, while the phosphorescent arrow was slightly less powerful, it was swifter. The time taken to cast a single shadow arrow was sufficient to unleash 3 phosphorescent arrows. If all struck true, the total damage would exceed that of the former. Against lower-tier ghouls, despite their lack of intelligence, they possess survival instincts. At your skill level, they could easily evade a shadow arrow, resulting in a significant loss. However, with the phosphorescent arrow, you gain 3 opportunities to strike within the same time frame. Hitting just once guarantees an advantage. If you land the first blow, even the most timid foe will feel the pressure. Maintaining such pressure will eventually lead them to crumble. Remain composed. Even if you are terrified, maintain a placid expression. In battle, your mindset is crucial. A mere glance can betray your intentions. Homer projected lengthy text, showcasing his prowess as a battle master, his experience unparalleled. Such teachings would benefit any apprentice immensely in the future. A white phosphorescent flame materialized before Celis, igniting and elongating into an arrow nearly half a meter long. Whistling as it soared towards the ghoul, the lower-tier ghoul sensed danger, instinctively twisting its neck. Alas, Celis, gripped by anxiety, misfired, sending the arrow astray. Boom, the phosphorescent arrow struck the cobblestone street, creating a small crater akin to a coconut. Roar, the ghoul emitted a hoarse growl, lunging at Celis like a rabid dog. Fool, do not flee, continue the assault. Homer's urgent projection filled the air. Time it right. There's enough time for you to release another phosphorescent arrow. And the closer you are, the easier it is to hit. Celis, timid and weak, felt tears welling up at Homer's stern tone, yet she dared not flee. Summoning her courage, she cast the spell. Boom, the second phosphorescent arrow flew forth. The ghoul attempted to evade, but the arrow's speed was too great, striking its right flank and tearing a gash. Run! The bold letters burst forth, and Celis, feeling as if granted a reprieve, turned to flee towards the grocery store. Although the lower-tier ghoul was swift, it could not match the Death Banshee's innate ability to float. Her movements were as graceful as a waltz, akin to a dancer gliding through the air. Even if she could not evade, she could ascend, which was the source of Homer's confidence. Celis, dazed from Homer's reprimands and having never been attacked by ghouls before, had forgotten this method of response. Danton, it's coming. Celis burst into the backyard, tears streaming down her face, calling out anxiously. Danton, summoning a radiant aura of Hercules, immediately dashed towards the entrance, gradually accelerating. The sound of iron boots striking the ground echoed with a thud. Thud. Danton paid no heed to Celis racing past him, his gaze fixated on the doorway. Whoosh! The ghoul entered with a foul gust, the stench accompanying it in an instant. They were within 3 meters of each other, and Danton could even discern the maggots writhing between its teeth. With a powerful push against the ground, Danton surged forth, raising his arm to shield himself. Bang! The ghoul collided with him. Danton felt his body jolt as the tremendous force transmitted through his shield, causing his chest to tremble, nearly eliciting a cough. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, pushing off with his left foot to halt his backward momentum, gripping the Roman short sword tightly as he swung it towards the ghoul. Giant's execution. With a flash, magical energy coursed through the sword, igniting it with a dark crimson glow, akin to a thunderbolt, as it aimed for the ghoul's head. True to its nature as a lower-tier ghoul, it dodged with a slight movement, its right claw lunging swiftly towards Danton's body. Easy. Danton raised his shield to block, the claws scraping against the metal, sparks flying, and a cacophony of noise erupting. Giants trample. Danton lifted his right foot and slammed it down, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the ground, which then collapsed, sending stones flying. The ghoul wobbled, losing its balance, and its second claw swiped at thin air. Number 2 finally arrived, striking the ghoul with a paw while clad in heavy armor, significantly slowing its movements. Danton unleashed Giant's execution once more. The short sword severed one of the ghoul's arms before cleaving downwards, bisecting its torso. With a resounding thud, the ghoul collapsed to the ground, its ferocious roars echoing through the air, yet it was rendered immobile, no longer a threat. Danton seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow, shattering the creature's skull, just as he was about to exhale in relief. A phosphorescent arrow whizzed past his back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. I am sorry. Celine, aware of her mistake, sought refuge behind a decaying tree, only her eye visible as she timidly observed Danton. It's all right. Faced with the sorrowful expression of the deathly wraith, Danton dared not express his anger and hurried to reassure her. You needn't assist. This is Danton's battle. After reprimanding Celine, Homer fluttered to Danton's side. Your courage and timing in attack were commendable. But have you lost your senses? Competing in strength with a charging ghoul, do you wish to have your arms shattered or your insides bruised? Had you been hurled away just now, you would have been at a severe disadvantage. The grimoire projected its words, thankfully. It did not speak, or Danton would have been drenched in its spittle. Clad in armor, like a tin can, you could easily withstand several claw strikes. Why the haste to strike? Homer pointed out Danton's shortcomings. Also, do your utmost to remain silent. Fortuitously, we are in the back of a general store, away from the street. Otherwise, you'd surely attract more ghouls. Understood. Let us extract the remnants of souls. Danton nodded, receptive to instruction. This soul should yield 3 or 4 at least. Right? 6. Even in its damaged state, the grimoire retained the capacity to contain the power of souls, sparing Danton the expense of purchasing soul stones. So many. Thank goodness it wasn't explicitly priced for lower-tier ghouls. Otherwise, I might as well have perished. Danton felt immense relief. Even the remnants of a common ghoul contained varying degrees of soul power, and Homer had chosen the weakest during negotiations. Humph, commoner. I am the wise Lord Homer. Homer proclaimed proudly, when they were all at the inn surrounded by ghouls. It was naturally assumed that pricing was based on their soul remnants. What a windfall. If we were to measure by common standards, these 1,500 souls would only equate to 500, acquiring a dragon-slaying spell for so little. I once thought it exorbitant. While resting, Danton wrote to communicate that deity, indeed, is thrifty, no, generous. You meant to say cheap, didn't you? Homer projected a visage of Danton's head, adorned with an expression of disdain. Let us continue the battle. Danton deftly diverted the topic, his mind pondering how he might persuade the deity to offer a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Chapter 0023, Soul Angels. First, do not rush. We must cleave open its head. Within the cranium of a low-tier ghoul lies a soul seal, a form of magical material. Homer projected an arrow, indicating the precise location. Ghouls are certainly this year's model workers, contributing flesh, soul, and seals alike. Danton mused, but he knew it was time to act without hesitation. The soul seal resembled a bone-like block, akin to a mahjong tile, smeared with brain matter and blood, reeking of decay. Danton examined it for a moment before stowing it away in a pouch. Proceed. Homer urged Danton to continue. Celine floated onto the street, and once the grimoire designated a target, she employed the same tactic, luring the ghoul back to the general store's backyard. As time passed, the deathly wraith gradually became less anxious, and her success rate improved significantly, her magic casting growing increasingly adept. Number 2, go. Observing the menacing low-tier ghoul, Danton instructed his meat shield to engage, distracting and destabilizing the creature while he maneuvered with his shield at his side. Ready to strike at the slightest lapse in the ghoul's attention, after 16 low-tier ghouls lay lifeless on the ground, both Celine and Danton found themselves drained of magical energy, compelling them to cease their hunt. Let us find a safe place. You can meditate and allow your weary body to recuperate. Huh. Isn't this the tale of Hamlet? Celine pouted in discontent upon seeing the text projected by Homer. Once he has returned the souls, I shall regale you with it for a full month. Homer consoled Celine. What Danton needed most was time. He had to grow swiftly enough to confront Robinson and his companions and escape with composure. Furthermore, there were many undead creatures in the dungeon that could easily bring about his demise. Apologies, by the way. I have a hidden opera script titled Romeo and Juliet. I shall tell you all about it later. It's a promise. Celine's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With the deathly wraith as his guide, Danton effortlessly located a relatively safe chamber. He seated himself cross-legged on the bed, clutching the grimoire, closing his eyes to commence his meditation on the holy angelic form. The soul seed released its soul energy, overflowing from his body, gradually coalescing into a white orb of soul energy the size of a cherry. As the orb stretched and expanded, a feminine angelic visage began to take form, subsequently drawing in magical energy, manifesting white feathers upon the back of the soul angel. With a whoosh, as the wings became more robust, the white feathers shot forth like crossbow bolts into Danton's body. Merging seamlessly, Celine perched on the threshold, her chin resting on her hands, idly glancing around until she suddenly caught sight of this miraculous scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. What a beautiful little angel! Celine yearned to reach out for the angel, but restrained herself, fearing she might harm Danton. 1. 2. As time passed, the number of soul angels surrounding Danton increased until they reached 12, at which point they halted, absorbing magical energy and embedding themselves within Danton's being. To be able to manifest 12 soul angels during the first use of the holy angelic meditation technique as a magical energy user speaks volumes of your potential. Homer was quite pleased. Had this been an ordinary magical energy user, they would have conjured merely 1, while someone like Robinson would not exceed 3. The whirlpool meditation method was extraordinarily valuable. If auctioned, it could fetch an astronomical sum of 10 million, which was why Elian's mentor invested heavily in her future. Had the Minter known that Elian had imparted the meditation method to Danton, he would surely have been furious, as this constituted a closely guarded secret. Of course, if the Minter discovered that Danton had forsaken the whirlpool meditation method, he would likely suffer an apoplexy. The whirlpool meditation method was indeed excellent, but when compared to the holy angelic meditation method, it was akin to mire, within a unit of time. The magical energy absorbed by a single soul angel far surpassed that drawn by 100 whirlpools, and its compatibility with Danton as a holy knight facilitated a quicker fusion. This was merely the efficiency at the first tier of the soul. As Danton's rank continued to rise, the disparity would only magnify. Naturally, the dungeon's magical energy concentration, 5 times that of Frankfurt, played a significant role, allowing Danton to absorb it without reservation. It's a boon for Robinson and his companions, Homer lamented. How splendid it would have been if Danton could monopolize the dungeon. No, I must urge Danton to seize every moment for training and eliminate those 3 ruffians as soon as possible. Also, the deathly wraith, a born spellcaster, would be ashamed to let slip away. The grimoire observed Danton entering a state of focus and drifted toward the deathly wraith. Why do these angels lack faces? Celine, utilizing soul communication, queried Homer without penning a word. They will have them eventually. Homer was unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters. I shall teach you the meditation method of the Queen of the Forgotten. Though it will not produce angels, other things will manifest. What are they? Celine inquired. You'll find out once you learn, Homer replied. However, you must become Danton's personal magical advisor. Are you still willing to learn? If I become an advisor, will he not leave me? Upon seeing Homer nod, Celine's joy blossomed. I want to learn. In this desolate, decaying dungeon, Celine had endured too much solitude and was genuinely afraid of continuing in loneliness. She longed for companionship. I hope you remember the promise you made today. The grimoire projected fiery red text that burned like demonic flames. Homer possessed an inherent elegance and pride, never resorting to deceit. Otherwise, he could easily have concocted countless contracts to deceive the naive Celine into becoming Danton's servant. Unbeknownst to Danton, who was wholly engrossed in his meditation, the soul angel's wings continuously coalescing magical energy permeated his body, causing his soul seed to gradually enlarge. 3 hours later, Danton emerged from his meditation, exhaling a long sigh. Flecks of magical energy bursting forth with each breath. Twinkling like distant stars in the dim room, the once sesame-sized soul seed had now doubled in size. To only be able to manifest 5 remorses of the undead is insufficient. Danton clenched his fist in dissatisfaction, unaware that such an efficiency would astonish any observer. All right, let us continue hunting ghouls. Seeing Danton awaken, Homer, who was teaching Celine magic, immediately urged him on. Are you a heartless overseer? Danton stretched languidly, jesting at the grimoire. Yet he swiftly readied his weapon and headed toward the general store, eyeing the dimly lit backyard, strewn with corpses. A fierce battle raged on. A low-tier black blood spider found itself cornered, emitting desperate shrieks as it struggled to break free. Its mandibles were reduced to a bloody mess, crimson blood splattering everywhere. The second and third, clad in full heavy armor, resembled iron cans, steadfastly holding their positions, refusing to yield even an inch. Their claws incessantly raked against the black blood spider, leaving behind deep gashes. Danton raised his left hand, brandishing a shield, while his right wielded a knight's lance, thrusting madly through the gaps between 2 exposed ghoulish servants. The lance tip was already stained crimson, with fist-sized holes peppering the spider's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ceres floated 30 yards away, 5 meters above the ground, casting a commanding presence as she chanted incantations. Arrows of phosphorescent fire shot forth in a relentless barrage against the colossal spider, providing suppressive fire. Occasionally, errant spells left small craters in the walls, sending debris flying, which clanged against the ghoul's armor. Unable to endure the torment, the black blood spider gathered its strength and unleashed a burst of green venom. The 2 ghouls, undeterred and acting as the most fearless of shields, remained steadfast in front of Danton. Hissing, the venom corroded their armor, releasing plumes of white smoke. The rhino-sized black blood spider propelled itself with all 8 legs towards the second, seeking an escape route. With a thud, the second was knocked over. Just as the spider advanced a mere meter, Danton leapt forward, blocking its path with 2 great strides, and forcefully swung his shield. The spider's momentum faltered, and in that fleeting moment, the second scrambled back to its feet, successfully repositioning itself. Danton retreated, continuing to jab at the remaining 2 compound eyes of the black blood spider with his lance. Keep pushing. It's on the brink of death. Homar projected vibrant words to rally the team. For 10 days, Danton had relentlessly hunted ghouls, collecting souls and honing his combat skills. Whenever fatigue set in, he would meditate, refusing to succumb to sleep until exhaustion rendered him incapable of keeping his eyes open. He wasted not a single moment. This fervent diligence and abundant sweat finally bore fruit. Danton's combat prowess soared. And with the right tactics, he completely overwhelmed undead creatures of the first soul tier, and even those of the second tier no longer satisfied his appetite. Homar believed Danton was becoming overconfident and selected a black blood spider at the pinnacle of the third soul tier, hoping to teach him a lesson in humility. However, to Homar's surprise, Danton resorted to this tank strategy, methodically wearing down the beast. The intense combat had persisted for 6 minutes, and Danton's magical energy was entirely depleted, forcing him to resort to melee with his dragon spear. The armor of the two ghouls was riddled with corrosion from the venom, extensively damaged, as they bore the brunt of the attacks with their bodies. Had they been human, they would have fled in despair long ago. The black blood spider was not faring any better. Having exhausted its venom, it would take time to replenish its supply. Even if it managed to strike, the ghouls remained unyielding, and the angle for web spinning was rendered ineffective due to its confinement in the corner. With a thrust, the knight's lance pierced the spider's eye, and Danton twisted his wrist, further embedding the spear. The black blood spider finally bled out, letting out a final shriek before collapsing, its 8 legs giving way beneath it. Chapter 0024, Dungeon Lord. Danton, wary of deception, refrained from allowing the two ghouls to move aside and continued to stab the spider with his lance until it ceased to breathe. It's dead. As Homar projected the words, a wisp of dark purple soul residue was extracted from the spider's body and absorbed into the grimoire. With the threat neutralized, Danton collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as waves of exhaustion crashed over him, akin to a spring wound to its limit, leaving every part of his body aching. He removed his helmet, greedily inhaling the air, disregarding the pools of blood and chunks of flesh on the floor, sprawling out with limbs akimbo. Ceres, drenched in sweat, would have long since depleted her magical energy were it not for the magical crystal Danton provided. In the future, we must prepare some instant mana replenishing potions. Mana stones are simply too slow. Danton reflected on his combat experience. Extracting mana from the stones required resonating with soul energy for guidance, which was not only distracting but also too slow, a major blunder in battle. To think that defeating a low-tier black blood spider would prove to be such a challenge, I must train harder. Homar projected words, admonishing Danton. This spider was roughly at the pinnacle of the third soul tier. Had Danton known the truth, he might have become complacent, and Homar would not allow such a thing to occur. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with Danton's performance. My second. Danton barely noticed Homar's words, for the second ghoul had finally reached its limit after days of battle, the heavy armor collapsing it to the ground. It's no good. The second has multiple broken bones. We need to replace it. Homar activated his soul sight, scanning the condition of the ghoul in detail. Danton assisted the second in removing its armor, revealing bone shards protruding from the flesh, tendons largely torn, and its entire body misshapen. Truly, it was the most cost-effective cannon fodder. As long as the head remained intact, it would continue to fight, yet excessive bodily damage would inevitably impair its combat efficacy. For no one would be foolish enough to be bitten to death by an immobile ghoul. The finely crafted armor from the weapon shop, though rusted and unsightly due to a lack of maintenance, retained its defensive capabilities, albeit without activating any special effects. Compared to ordinary gear, they were of significantly higher quality, and if brought back to Morning Mist Town, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of desperate mercenaries. Over the past 10 days, the second and third had worn through more than 10 sets of such armor, surpassing even the treatment some small adventurer groups received. When we have the funds, we should procure exceptional grade armor for the ghoul servants. They would surely be as resilient as turtle shells. Danton mused, recalling the fearless charges and positioning of the second and third, with a large enough contingent. They would be overwhelmingly fierce. That was perilously close. Ceres floated over, still shaken but now exhilarated. Is this what it's like to fight with death looming at every moment? It's exhilarating. I hope she doesn't become a battle maniac, Danton thought, feeling a pang of envy for Ceres, who, being a naturally magical being, learned spells astonishingly quickly under Homar's tutelage. In a duel between the two, Ceres could easily employ a kite-flying strategy to wear down Danton, who lacked any ranged attack methods. Of course, Ceres currently lacked the tactical intelligence for such a strategy, and Danton wouldn't foolishly chase her down. He would choose tactics suited to his strengths. Ceres possesses commendable talent and aptitude. With enough effort, she could undoubtedly become a renowned banshee across the continent. Holmar remarked, contemplating that had Ceres been born in the realm of the undead, she would have undoubtedly been nurtured as a key talent. Now, to harvest the spoils. Having regained some strength, Danton leapt up, slicing open the black blood spider's body to extract the magic core. Not killing the second? Holmar inquired, puzzled. Never mind, it has accompanied me for so long. I simply cannot bring myself to extract its soul remnants, Danton replied, requesting ink and a quill from Ceres to inscribe an explanation in the grimoire. The remorse of the undead cannot be lifted as long as it lives. You lose one servant slot. Holmar was non-committal regarding Danton's decision. Very well, then let us end it. No soul extraction. Danton approached the second, swiftly ending its existence with a decisive stroke. May your soul ascend to paradise and find eternal rest. In truth, for the millions of undead within this dungeon, death is a form of liberation. Holmar sighed. This creature is formidable. It must be worth a considerable number of souls, yes? Danton finally recalled the matter at hand. I still require a few more offerings. All debts are settled. So soon? Danton was taken aback, the answer catching him off guard. In these 10 days, you have scarcely done anything but meditate and fight, with hardly any time left for eating or sleeping. All that toil and sweat will not be in vain. Holmar rarely praised Danton. I suddenly feel a lot lighter. Indeed, being free of debt is a relief. Danton couldn't help but laugh. What shall we do next? Right, let us activate the war space and take all the wealth from here. Are you a gluttonous, idle goblin who would be satisfied with a moldy piece of bread? Have some ambition and resolve. Holmar was exasperated. Do you not wish to possess the entire dungeon? Danton retorted. I'm not that greedy. This isn't greed. It's a goal that any man should naturally aspire to. Do you wish to remain a commoner for life? Danton fell silent, but clenched his fist tightly. Which boy hadn't he dreamed of becoming a hero in his youth? Which hadn't he fantasized about marrying a princess? This dungeon, home to nearly 1 million undead, poses a tremendous threat. Yet it is also an opportunity that if you were to slay them all and use their souls for sacrifice, any deity would be generous beyond imagination. Powerful martial skills, magic, divine arts, legendary-grade magical armors, even artifacts. There is nothing beyond the reach of the gods. Gold coins, masterpieces, gems, priceless artworks, they lie there waiting for you to claim. Even the most ordinary ceramics from this shop would be antiques back in the Western continent, fetching hundreds of gold coins with ease. Value is derived from scarcity. Too much diminishes worth. Danton was not foolish. Moreover, there aren't too many collectors out there. Have some aspirations, will you? Behold the magnificent and imposing castle in the city center. Undoubtedly the residence of a hereditary duke. What do you think of his collection? And those noble families with their treasure vaults, certainly enough wealth to squander for 10 lifetimes. Most nobles delight in purchasing 1 or 2 masterpieces by renowned artists, adorning their walls to exhibit their refined taste. Once you have scoured the underground city, you could easily decorate every corner of your estate with such artworks. Indeed, there are countless paintings. Celis nodded, recalling her aimless wanderings when boredom struck. Having encountered far too many oil paintings. Have you spotted that magical tower? Danton looked up towards the north, where a towering mage's spire loomed, strikingly vivid, akin to a blade piercing the heavens. The worth of a mage's tower is something you already know without my saying. Holmar coaxed. Just observe its scale. The prowess of its owner undoubtedly transcends that of a dragon slayer. Are you suggesting I should die any quicker? A mage's tower is the sanctuary of wizards, the final bastion, and each is riddled with traps. Without the owner's permission, I might as well prepare to be obliterated by defensive magical arrays. Despite his complaints, Danton recognized the truth in Holmar's words. Among the ancient relics that adventurers flocked to, mage towers, royal castles, and magical academies were indeed the most valuable and fiercely contested. Setting these aside, merely the rumor of possessing quintuple the concentration of magical energy here would entice even dragon-slaying champions to swarm in, eager to seize and monopolize it. You see, residing here would yield exponential benefits in cultivation. If I were in their shoes, I would certainly refuse to share. Holmar sensed that Danton lacked a certain audacity to defend his territory, but he was still young and could be cultivated over time. I too would not share with others, especially considering Robinson and his companions wish to kill me. Then what are you waiting for? Meditate swiftly, continue hunting ghouls, hone your combat skills, and elevate your strength to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Homar urged. Every second you delay, they absorb more magical energy and capture another soul. Charge, charge, charge. Danton leapt up, raising his arms in fervent shouts. Given Robinson's meticulousness, how could he not carry soul stones? As long as he amassed enough souls, he could sacrifice them at the war god altar to obtain formidable combat techniques. Charge, charge, charge. Celis trailed behind Danton, mimicking his enthusiastic cries. The girl had discerned that Danton seemed intent on residing in the underground city, which filled her with joy. I shall never be lonely again. This seemingly deceased underground city, even with bioluminescent moss casting a faint glow, appeared dull and unchanging. Aside from moments of hunger, Danton scarcely felt the passage of time. After another grueling 10 days of arduous training, subsisting on spider meat and spectre honey, which was far more nourishing than stale black bread, Danton had grown taller and stronger, no longer the frail figure he once was. With the continued practice of the sacred angel statue meditation technique, the seed of his soul had now expanded to the size of a mung bean, accumulating magical energy that prevented him from exhausting his reserves after casting a few divine spells. I wish to return for a while, Danton declared, having dispatched a low-tier ghoul and seizing a moment to confer with Homar. Indeed, a return is necessary, Homar concurred. One cannot survive solely on spider meat. Spectre honey is also finite, although Celis is indifferent. You should conserve it. Food, water, magical stones, and potions. Essentially, I require a substantial supply. Danton had devised a comprehensive plan. Over these 10 days, he had amassed numerous soul remnants, yet instead of using them for sacrifices to exchange for divine spells, he had allowed the grimoire to consume them, all to unlock the war space and facilitate the transport of supplies. Chapter 0025. The war space of the grimoire is not measured by volume, but rather by weight. With 1,000 pounds constituting a single unit of war logistics, loading ordinary supplies exceeding 1,000 units or strategic materials exceeding 100 units necessitates the consumption of magical stones. I've never heard of needing to spend money to utilize spatial items. Upon hearing Homar's explanation of the war space, Danton's face was a canvas of confusion. That is due to your ignorance. Do not equate the grimoire with those inferior spatial items. Homar educated Danton. The war space is vastly superior to ordinary spatial tools. Consuming magical stones powers the war core, slowing the flow of time within the space. So, the items stored in ordinary spatial tools will still spoil over time, while those in the war space will remain unchanged for an extended period. Precisely. In simpler terms, the more magical stones consumed, the slower the flow of time. For instance, food, fruits, or even a steaming cup of tea can be preserved for centuries, provided you are willing to spend the magical stones. They will emerge just as they were when initially placed inside. Homar had every right to boast. The war space was undoubtedly the pinnacle of spatial equipment, for it inherently contained advanced temporal and spatial laws. How marvelous! Danton resolved to accumulate magical stones in abundance henceforth, for they represented strategic resources. Gold may depreciate, but magical stones would forever retain their worth. Certainly. Ordinary spatial equipment is already highly coveted by magic users, let alone the more rare war space equipment. Each piece is legendary. By the way, can the grimoire accommodate living beings? Danton pointed at Ghoul. 3. Undead creatures do not count as mere supplies, do they? They can, but such life forms are classified as war units. Storing them requires a higher order of space to maintain life systems, thus consuming 10 times the magical energy of a standard war logistics unit. Homar projected text, showcasing its formidable power. As long as you possess sufficient magical energy, even a dragon could be contained. Incredible. Celis gazed at the grimoire, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. How expansive is our current space? Danton, brimming with anticipation, longed to know how much he could carry away. 1 unit of war logistics. As the answer was given, the grimoire projected an ancient bronze door, towering 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, intricately carved with a massive hourglass motif. Just as Celis reached out to push it, the hourglass split in half, and the door swung open, revealing a golden light curtain. There is nothing inside? The death banshee tiptoed forward, peering inside, only for 2 bronze hands to suddenly reach out, seizing her and attempting to drag her into the door. Help me, Celis cried in fright. The prank was a success, and Homar projected the death banshee's head, adorned with a grinning face. How vast is the war space? Danton continued to write with his quill, wishing he could be heard. Vast beyond your imagination, but do not blame me for not warning you, as the war space expands. The consumption of soul energy increases exponentially. Homar complained. Do you think I relish having you scribble on me? Hurry and hunt ghouls. Collect soul remnants for me to restore my essence. Speaking of his body, Homar grew irate, envisioning the day he would regain his power and cover Danton in oil paintings, allowing him to experience the sensation of being defaced. Time is of the essence. I shall prepare the items to bring back and depart in an hour. Danton glanced towards the inn. Worry etched on his face. I wonder how Durin is faring. The likelihood of survival is exceedingly slim. Robinson and his companions will not spare you. Homar reassured him. You need not feel guilty with your abilities. Merely self-preservation is a challenge, let alone rescuing him. Why must you leave? Celis interposed in front of Danton, her expression teetering on the brink of tears as she gazed at him. Did I do something wrong? Did I anger you? Do not overthink it. I merely need to return home to address a few matters. I shall be back within 10 days. Observing the girl, who resembled a younger sister, Danton hastily clarified, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. You promised. You must return. Otherwise, I shall never share my honey with you again. Celis intertwined her fingers, casting her gaze aside, shyly unable to meet Danton's eyes. Yes, I promise. Danton nodded. Wait for me to return. And then you may leave. Celis left him with those words before hastily drifting away. The preparations were not cumbersome. The war logistics space contained not only the gold collected over these days, but also valuable items that would be sold upon return to procure supplies. We have been so focused on hunting ghouls that we have accumulated little gold. It seems our purchasing power will be limited this time. Homar expressed his dissatisfaction with the thickness of Danton's purse. Poor, too poor. Next time, we shall directly clear the undead within the light bank, emptying their vault. Setting his backpack beside him, Danton sat on the steps, awaiting Celis. I hope Robinson and his companions do not arrive before me. Rest assured, in this undead-infested underground city, they will surely tread carefully, hence their progress will not be swift. Homar suddenly recalled a concern. What if they return to the inn room and discover the magical array embedded with magical stones? Restoring the portal's function, they will undoubtedly remove the stones, and then how will you return? That is why I arranged a time with Celis. If the portal remains closed, she will fill it with magical stones. Danton had anticipated this. That is the only passage out. And Robinson and his companions would certainly not destroy it. Not to mention the magical stones collected by Celis. Tang Dun himself discovered an entire box of them, containing more than 100 pieces, which were crafted by the master blacksmith for forging equipment. Unfortunately, before they could be utilized, they transformed into ghouls. In fact, they might have already forgotten you, lost in the thrill of exploring the dungeon. Homa projected a number, more than 20 days. How could an ordinary person, not a magic wielder, possibly survive? Perhaps those three are currently engaged in a deadly struggle for the wealth, turning against each other. Tang Dun clenched his fist. Relying on others to fight amongst themselves was an unreliable hope. It was imperative to enhance his own strength to overpower them. How troublesome. If I could absorb a bit more soul power, I could establish 2 beacons in the dungeon and Morning Mist Town, enabling spatial teleportation. Homa complained, feeling quite uncomfortable with this sense of weakness, as if it were merely a lowly fish in a vast ocean of warriors. You can teleport, Tang Dun marveled. The capabilities of the grimoire seemed endless. Of course. I am a grand grimoire, Homa interjected, sensing Tang Dun's desire to inquire further. It's pointless to tell you about my other abilities. Once you help me gather enough soul power, you'll naturally discover them when the time comes. Celis, struggling, dragged a linen sack back, breathless, and as she entered the backyard, her strength gave out. Thud. The sack fell to the ground, spilling out a dozen gems that, even in the dim surroundings, could not hide their brilliance. Here, Celis exclaimed, grabbing a handful of gems and thrusting them into Tang Dun's hands. They're quite valuable. You can use them to buy things. The sack contained over 300 gems and more than 100 magical stones slightly larger than marbles, all collected by Celis in her spare time. There were many more hidden in her secret backyard. Pack them up, Tang Dun instructed without hesitation. Expressing gratitude would only displease Celis. The grimoire opened the bronze gates of the war space, and 2 bronze hands emerged, retrieving the supplies along with the relatively intact ghoul number 4. But traversing Crow Ridge was perilous, and Tang Dun needed to take a servant for safety, leaving number 3 in the backyard. After briefing Celis on her tasks, he worried she might forget. So he meticulously wrote down instructions on a full sheet of paper, even sketching 2 diagrams of the inn structure, indicating the room where the teleportation portal was located. Celeste did not mind the effort and diligently took notes. All right, this is where I leave you. Do not approach the inn before the agreed time. You are not yet their match, Tang Dun reiterated, gently touching Celiza's forehead before turning to depart. Celeste wanted to speak, but, upon opening her mouth, was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sob. Tears like pearls streamed down her cheeks, soaking her face. Tang Dun swiftly moved along the rooftop path he had taken before. As he neared the inn, a giant leaped in through the window. The corridor was devoid of ghouls, likely wiped out by Robinson and his companions. Tang Dun did not linger, racing toward the guest room where the dragon-guarded potion formula and sapphire staff were hidden. Carefully lifting the floorboards, he was relieved to find them still there. After allowing the grimoire to place them back into the war space, he directed number 4 to lead the way, charging into the master bedroom that housed the teleportation portal. Number 4 faced no attacks, indicating no ambush within. Tang Dun hurriedly entered, glancing around. Indeed, the nodes on the magic array were empty when Homa first teleported into the bedroom alongside Tang Dun. It had already scanned the magic array with its spells, familiarizing itself with the size of magical stones needed for the nodes. Under Homa's guidance, Tang Dun opened his backpack and began embedding the polished magical stones. Thankfully, with the grimoire's assistance, he saved considerable time that would have been wasted merely in preparing appropriately sized magical stones. As the last stone was placed into the final node, the magic array became energized, glowing with a soft blue light, and promptly unfolded a 3-meter-high portal. With sizzling sounds, spatial energy crackled, releasing a flurry of sparks. A minute later, the portal stabilized completely. You may enter, Homa urged. Eagerly, Tang Dun commanded number 4 to enter first, then propelled himself into the portal, his vision instantly engulfed in endless darkness, his body feeling as if it had plunged into a lake. Experiencing a sensation of drowning. Chapter 0026. Encounter with an adventuring party in less than a second. As Tang Dun's right foot touched the ground, the sudden glare of sunlight pierced his eyes, causing him to involuntarily shut them. Unlike the dim environment of the dungeon, this small town in Crow Ridge basked in the summer sun, its state still dilapidated and decayed, yet exuding a hint of warmth. Number 4. On guard, Tang Dun commanded as the ghoul shielded him, his left hand shielding his eyes, peeking through a narrow slit. The corridor was eerily silent, with sunlight streaming through the rotting roof, casting beams of light. And he could clearly see specks of dust swirling in the air. Clear the way. Following Tang Dun's command, number 4 charged ahead, bounding down the stairs and out of the inn, sprinting swiftly toward the outskirts of the town. Tang Dun followed closely behind. For ease of movement, both he and number 4 were clad in leather armor, having stored the dragon tooth in the war space, wielding only a Roman short sword. As long as he avoided the suspected Lord Ghoul, Tang Dun felt almost safe. The boy who once faced ordinary ghouls with a high chance of demise had now transformed into a ghoul slayer. Enjoying the warm summer breeze and observing the low shrubs, Tang Dun felt a sense of vast freedom. Near the town's entrance, a wandering ghoul spotted Tang Dun and immediately lunged at him like a rabid dog that hadn't eaten for months. Tang Dun leaned forward, taking several long strides to accelerate, leaving number 4 behind. Then with a giant leap, he soared through the air, covering 10 meters in an instant, with his right hand raised high. Tang Dun brought the short sword crashing down onto the ghoul's head with the force of his descent. The giant strike, slicing through, the ghoul was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were cream cut by a scalding knife. Number 4. Advance. Without glancing at the dismembered ghoul, Tang Dun waved his right hand forward, like a tempest, continuing his rapid dash. A raven, previously scavenging through the decayed soil for maggots, startled, flapped its wings and took to the sky, squawking loudly as if cursing Tang Dun. After covering nearly 2/3 of the distance, Tang Dun had yet to encounter a single ghoul. Instead of relaxing, he grew even more vigilant. So quiet, this feels too abnormal. Taking a moment to rest, Tang Dun pulled out the grimoire to write an inquiry. Better to be cautious than to err. Homa projected in text. When you get the chance, purchase some reconnaissance-type magical accessories. They will significantly enhance your safety. First, I should buy a horse. This is just too time-consuming. Tang Dun thought about the gold coins in his pouch and couldn't help but smile. ORLANS Highland horses, here I come. Truly a commoner. Look at your ambitions. As barren as a goblin. Homa retorted sharply. Then I shall opt for a Franian thoroughbred. I've heard they possess a trace of draconic power, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Tang Dun declared fiercely. If that fails, I'll settle for a golden flower unicorn. What a shallow, ignorant, and unsophisticated commoner you are. I must enlighten you, lest you embarrass my esteemed self, Homa. Homa lamented in exasperation. Once your strength increases, I will teach you how to set up summoning arrays. And then you can capture a purebred blazing nightmare from the abyss. When will that be? Tang Dun's eyes lit up, ignoring Homa's comments about being a commoner. Homa didn't genuinely look down upon Tang Dun. That term was merely a habit of its speech. Even if a high elf stood before it, it would still refer to them as a commoner. You must reach the war tier first. Otherwise, with your pitiful strength, you'd become nothing more than fodder for the nightmare. Homa added, seeing Tang Dun's eagerness. During this time, you cannot be idle. Gather summoning materials. You must prepare at least 500 complete soul seals, and they must be of high quality. 500, that means I must slay 500 low-tier ghouls. Just looking at the materials needed for the summoning, it's clear that this so-called blazing nightmare must be quite formidable. Tang Dun's gaze instantly filled with anticipation. Little Galantai was already insufferably arrogant with just a highland horse, often parading around in front of him to flaunt. When he rode the nightmare, it would surely leave him utterly humiliated, too ashamed to show his face again. A sudden and piercing scream interrupted Tang Dun's daydream. He perked up, listening intently as faint sounds of struggle drifted in with the breeze. Someone's in trouble. Without hesitation, Tang Dun dashed toward the source of the sound, ready to lend a hand. Homa refrained from commenting on Tang Dun's actions, allowing him the autonomy to make his own judgments as a man. On the decaying soil, a large group of ghouls was furiously attacking an adventuring party. The situation was dire. 3 members had already fallen, and a dozen ghouls surrounded them, viciously tearing at their flesh, eliciting heart-wrenching cries of despair from the dying. A knight clad in lightweight armor roared fiercely, shielding with his left hand while wielding a single-handed sword in his right, repeatedly attempting to break through the ghoul encirclement to rescue the 3 severely injured members. However, for every ghoul he felled, more would surge forth to take their place. Hamlet, forget them while you still have strength. Push through. An anxious warrior clad in crimson armor urged beside them, and in a moment of distraction, a ghoul's claw seized his arm, sparking a shower of fiery embers. You madman! If it weren't for your insistence on bringing them along, we wouldn't be pursued by ghouls. A weary knight, drained of magical energy, struggled to maintain her composure, her tear-streaked face accusingly directed at Hallett. A pallid archer, having lost too much blood, attempted to speak but was interrupted by a fit of coughing that expelled a mouthful of blood. The archer bore deep lacerations that exposed bone, and had it not been for the knight's healing magic, he would have perished long ago. We cannot abandon them. Knight Hamlet disagreed resolutely. Just hold on a little longer. We can vanquish these ghouls. Forget him. Let us move. This morally obsessed fellow won't leave them behind, interjected a sorceress, staff in hand, though she too was depleted of magic and could do little more than offer protection. These young individuals were merely 17 or 18 years old, having formed a 12-member adventuring party to explore the rumored tombs beneath Raven Ridge. Their initial progress was smooth, slaying ghouls, collecting souls, and gathering medicinal herbs. But as they neared the center of Raven Ridge, a scouting companion inadvertently attracted the attention of an elite ghoul. The sorceress, aware of her team's capabilities, ordered a retreat, but the ghouls pursued relentlessly, their low intelligence now augmented by a primal instinct to call for reinforcements. Having fled to this spot, they had fought desperately against the higher-tier ghouls, yet their supplies had dwindled to nothing. Despite being of the war grade, the sorceress had exhausted all her magical potions and stones. Rendered powerless, it's your fault. We're all going to die because of you. Under the pressure of impending doom, the blood-soaked knight lost her composure, roaring at Hamlet. The others joined in the chorus of blame, asserting that had it not been for this man's obstinate insistence on aiding the injured, they would have already escaped. They are our comrades. We cannot abandon them. Hamlet pleaded, brandishing his one-handed sword. A golden orb of light emanated from the sword's tip, expanding into a halo that enveloped the 5 of them. This was a divine spell, a self-healing aura that gradually mended their wounds. I still lack the heart to abandon them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing total annihilation, the sorceress declared, glancing at the 3 companions barely clinging to life beneath the ghoul's gnawing jaws. We must leave now, Hallett. If you refuse to change your ways, then stay behind. The armored warrior and the knight immediately followed the sorceress's lead, while the archer, weakened in his legs, stumbled and fell after a few steps. "Don't leave me," the archer cried out in a hoarse voice. Watching the three who sought to depart, the sorceress turned a deaf ear, yet they were unable to escape, as hundreds of ghouls surrounded them, attacking viciously, blocking every avenue of retreat. "It's all your fault. You do gooder, we're going to die. Do you understand? We're going to die." The archer, seeing the knight move to the front, took to striking his calf with the longbow in desperation. The archer was in despair, with so many ghouls and everyone injured. How could an empty mage possibly escape? "Nothing will happen, trust me." Hamlet remained unperturbed, his resolve unwavering beneath his winged helm. "The greatest regret of my life is teaming up with a moralist like you," the armored warrior cursed. Wishing he could strike Hamlet down, when Danton appeared, the adventuring party found itself in the most perilous predicament. We must save them. Danton was not a cold-hearted individual. Even in danger, he felt compelled to try. "Be cautious. There are 26 low-tier ghouls," Homa warned, pointing out the monsters of greatest concern as he activated the war space and handed Danton the rending dragon tooth. "Someone's coming. Help us." The despairing knight suddenly spotted two figures rushing from the distance, clinging to the hope that they were their salvation, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, nearly shredding her vocal cords. Danton surged forward, raising a hand as a golden aura erupted from his fingertips. With a whoosh, golden light cascaded like grains of sand over Hamlet's head, enveloping his body and instantly replenishing his weary form. Danton continued to wave his hands, bestowing brilliance upon them. 100 yards was the limit of his divine spell's range, and only upon ascending to the war grade would it expand further. "We re-saved. It's the brilliance of Hercules." The armored warrior felt a surge of power within him, his spirit rejuvenated. "Have you all lost your minds? Focus your fire and strike at a single point to break the encirclement," Danton bellowed, drawing the attention of several ghouls who charged toward him. 4. Danton empowered himself with the luminous strength, seized the battle axe, and under his command, for immediately moved to the front. "It's this bastard who refuses to leave," the knight vented her frustrations loudly. Chapter 0027, The 3 Divine Spells Unleashed. "We are out of mana. Do you have any magic stones or mana potions?" The sorceress regarded Danton with the gaze of a savior. The sharp, rending dragon tooth cleaved through the ghouls effortlessly, severing them in twain. With the situation urgent, Danton had no time to decapitate each one. Instead, he focused on cleaving their bodies to render them immobile. "Hold on for just a few more seconds." Danton sprinted forward, and after 20 meters, he raised his battle axe that a torrent of magical energy surged from the blade, shooting skyward, instantly forming a 10-meter-long axe with a blade diameter of 3 meters, resembling a leaden cloud that obscured the sunlight. Giant stamp. Danton swung down his right arm, and the magical battle axe descended with the weight of a mountain. Boom! A half-meter deep fissure appeared in the ground, and 6 ghouls caught in the onslaught were cleaved into chunks of flesh. The scent of blood-soaked earth splattered across several faces, and witnessing Danton's violent strike, they were taken aback, swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. "We re-saved," the knight exclaimed, her despondency vanishing in an instant. Danton leaped high from 7 meters away. Diving into the swarm of ghouls besieging the adventuring party as he descended, he inhaled violently, like a great whale, before unleashing a thunderous giant's roar. The piercing sound wave rippled through the air, threatening to burst the eardrums of the 5. This sound-based restriction technique struck the ghoul horde, causing them to stagger momentarily, their attacks faltering. Bang! Danton slammed down, lifting his right leg to stomp the ground with forced giant's tread activated, within a 5-meter radius. It was as if a seismic shockwave had struck, splitting, collapsing, and upheaving the earth. The ground was devastated, and the ghouls lost their footing, stumbling aimlessly, unable to mount an assault. With a swift motion, Danton swung the rending dragon tooth, activating its added effects. Giant strength surged through him, visibly bulging his muscles. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere sweeping attack, a dozen ghouls were sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, and those that collided with the axe blade were cleaved in two. The knight was so astonished by the spectacle that her eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to attack. Giants, descendants of the ancient titans, inherently possessed divine strength. Even a lone giant dared to grapple with dragons. They were a race forged for battle, and even an ordinary adult warrior could tear apart high-tier magical beasts with their bare hands, under the effects of the magic for 20 seconds. Danton resembled a miniature giant, embodying wild and unparalleled ferocity. Even low-tier ghouls of Soul Grade 4 could not withstand his powerful strikes. Each ghoul struck was reduced to mere fragments, tumbling away, had the adventuring party not been so close. Danton could have unleashed his giant's flail to encompass the entire horde as the effects wore off. Danton swiftly rejoined the formation, standing beside the sorceress. The magic stones are in the backpack. Knight. Stay still and guard my right side. Danton, wary of their combat prowess, kept 4 as a shield by his side. Though clad in full leather armor and wearing a mask, the unique aura of the undead creatures allowed the 5 to recognize 4's true identity. Yet none dared to voice etiquette. In just over 30 seconds since Danton's arrival, he had disrupted the ghoul horde, preventing them from continuing their assault on the adventuring party. The pressure on the 5 lessened significantly, increasing their chances of survival and bolstering their morale. Hold fast, the knight shouted, not only to uplift their spirits but also to reassure Danton, fearing he might abandon them upon witnessing their dire straits. Danton felled another ghoul, feeling his muscles fatigue. The rending dragon tooth was exceedingly heavy, and merely wielding it drained considerable energy. The others fared worse. After a harrowing escape from death, they stood on the brink of collapse. Were it not for Danton's timely intervention, they would have surely met their doom. Hurry, hurry. The female knight urged Hannah, a warrior of the war tier and a sorceress renowned as a mobile artillery, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding her to potentially reverse the tide of battle. Arcane energy surged into Hannah's body, and the ethereal glow emanating from the magic stone immediately dimmed, without a moment's hesitation. Hannah wielded her lark staff with her right hand, inscribing esoteric runes with her left, while her crimson lips parted to chant an obscure and intricate incantation. The fireball spell was complete. A fireball the size of a coconut materialized a yard in front of the female knight. And with a pointed gesture from Hannah's staff, it hurtled towards the most ferocious of the low-tier ghouls. Boom, the fireball collided with it, exploding upon impact, igniting it in flames. Pieces of charred flesh splattering amidst the flames and igniting nearby undead. Its power is approximately at the 4th tier of the soul. The red-armored warrior reported the damage assessment, noting that such a creature would require at least 5 fireball spells to be utterly vanquished. Hannah's foundation was commendable. Even in such perilous circumstances, her incantation was flawless, and the fireball formed in under a second. Again targeting the foe, the tide of battle was shifting, especially given that Danton had just unleashed a 20-second barrage that had felled numerous ordinary ghouls, leaving the survivors in a shattered state. Incapable of encircling the adventurers, we need to enhance our spells further. The female knight urged Danton, her face etched with confusion. It baffled her that this paladin had not immediately bolstered the party with various supportive spells, instead opting to engage the ghouls like a mere warrior. The red-armored warrior couldn't help but cast a glance at Danton. His previous combat techniques had flowed seamlessly, dismantling the horde of ghouls. Yet his current performance was woefully inadequate. It was understandable that some spellcasters, upon entering the fray for the first time, might forget their duties under the pressure of impending death, as everyone must start somewhere. But after receiving Fanny's reminder, his refusal to adapt was rather inexcusable. I apologize, but I can only cast one spell, Danton admitted shamefully, finding it difficult to confess that with ghouls so near, he was unable to use the undead repentance. Which academy of the divine do you hail from? Only capable of a single spell, and yet you dare to venture into Crow's Ridge. Fanny, the female knight, expressed disbelief, convinced that Danton's mind must be deranged. It was akin to playing with one's life. Morale plummeted once more, and even Hannah could not suppress a twitch of her eyelid, a flicker of disappointment passing through her gaze that the paladin capable of bestowing strength, endurance, agility, and even healing and dispelling spells was far more desirable than a mere melee combatant, as the former could elevate the entire party's prowess. To think we have a paladin who cannot even cast 3 basic spells. Hannah, it's up to you. The red-armored warrior realized his words might offend, yet he could not refrain from speaking. After all, their lives were at stake. Hannah subtly nodded, perfecting the casting process to the utmost limit, wasting not a moment. Danton said nothing, but he resolved that upon returning to the underground city, he would hunt ghouls to gather souls, making a sacrifice to that discounted deity to acquire the basic 3 spells. Hercules' might, Gaia's endurance, and the agility of the jungle are the most fundamental and commonly used 3 spells. Often referred to as the introductory trio, you need not worry, as they are quite easy to learn. Hamlet, noticing Dundon's silence, assumed he felt embarrassed and offered words of comfort. Harley, you fool, how utterly ignorant can you be to bring up someone's weaknesses? Fanny exclaimed, wishing she could chastise him thoroughly. Although he lacked the introductory spells, his combat skills seemed commendable, indeed granting them an opportunity to turn the tide. Surely, a paladin with the power of the dragon-slaying repentance would not be incapable of these 3 spells. Dundon's focus was swiftly diverted by Hannah. Truly, the sorceress, lauded as a mobile artillery, wielded the fireball spell with the precision of a cannonball, its destructive force overwhelming as if struck by a barrage of RPG rockets. The ghouls were blasted apart. Their remains scattered in disarray, falling in droves. Chunks of charred flesh crackled and burned, raining down upon the battlefield, emitting plumes of black smoke and a foul stench. Indeed, sorcerers are the most formidable damage dealers. Their destructive capacity is utterly staggering. The red-armored warrior marveled, lamenting his lack of talent for the arcane arts, relegated to the role of a brawler. Only 3 remain. Hold your ground. As the number of ghouls dwindled, Fanny finally found herself free from the role of a meat shield, allowing her time to replenish her magical energy. Wow, your magic stone is of exceptionally high quality, she exclaimed, pulling a large magic stone from Dundon's satchel, then stepping back from the ghouls to absorb the magical energy. With a flourish, 20 seconds later, Fanny waved her hand, showering Hannah with a cascade of light. This was the spell of awakening, designed to alleviate the fatigue induced by intense spellcasting. Bestow upon me the endurance blessing. I can hardly endure any longer, the red-armored warrior shouted. Thoroughly exhausted from the ongoing battle, with the agility blessing cascading over him, Dundon instantly felt his body lighten, his steps becoming more nimble, making it easier to evade the ghouls' attacks. As for the endurance blessing, he felt as if he could fight for another week. If earlier he had merely felt a loss of face and disdain at being underestimated, now that he had experienced the tangible benefits, he was determined not to let the opportunity pass. My introductory spells can double the effects, you know. With the crisis nearing resolution, the female knight finally found the leisure to boast. The 3 spells were fundamental, simple, and easy to learn. Every paladin could master them, but true proficiency required time and innate talent. Yet typically, no paladin wasted effort on such pursuits. With each significant rank advancement, the efficacy of these spells would automatically double. Chapter 0028, The Female Mage. Transitioning from the soul tier to the dragon-slaying tier, the introductory spells could amplify strength, agility, and endurance fourfold, which was more than sufficient, rendering the pursuit of mastery unnecessary. With such time, one might as well seek to learn even more potent spells. After all, an abundance of spells existed, and a divine knight could never hope to master them all in a lifetime. Necessitating choices. Besides spells, paladins could also learn various combat techniques akin to warriors, while even sorcerers could consume potions to enhance their physicality. Yet why did they seldom engage in such practices? Because for arcane practitioners, time was the most precious commodity. The soul tier reinforced the essence of the soul, augmenting soul power, allowing spellcasters to absorb magical energy more rapidly, with a slight enhancement in physical attributes. The war tier represented the pinnacle of physical enhancement. Heart, muscles, and bones would all grow stronger under the refinement of magical energy. Typically, melee spellcasters, upon ascending to the adjudication tier, would see their physical attributes increase by about tenfold, while even the traditionally frail spellcasters would experience a 2 to 3-fold enhancement, as they devoted most of their time to meditation and practicing spells, resulting in minimal physical strengthening. By the time one reached the adjudication tier, the strength of the body would be nearly fixed, and future improvements would be marginal. In this phase, the focus was on harmonizing magical energy, allowing the soul seed and body to better align, facilitating greater capacity for magical energy and maximizing combat prowess. At this stage, innate talents would undergo their first evolution, and additionally, there was a divine boon allowing the summoning of a magical servant. The dragon-slaying tier, as its name implies, signifies that the spellcaster has attained the qualifications and strength to challenge dragons. However, the most crucial aspect of this tier is the increase in lifespan. Even the longest-living high elves face mortality, let alone humans with lifespans of merely a century who wouldn't desire immortality. Nearly all spellcasters are like clockwork dolls, tirelessly striving towards the dragon-slaying tier. Paladins, of course, would not squander precious time on the introductory spells, or even on some lesser-used mid-tier spells. The swift ascension to the dragon-slaying tier was the aspiration and goal of many spellcasters. Fanny, possessing considerable talent, reached this level in the soul tier without much time spent. Thus she had grounds for pride. "I envy you," Hamlet succinctly expressed his sentiments. "Still too slow." Fanny shook her head. "I desire a halo." The glow could only enhance a single target at a time. But once a paladin advanced to the war tier, the glow could automatically upgrade into a halo, allowing for group enhancement. Although the halo required more magical energy, it offered the tactical advantage of simultaneously empowering multiple targets on the ever-changing battlefield. With only one ghoul remaining, it staggered under the collective assault. "The kill is mine," the red-armored warrior bellowed, as a spear of magical energy materialized at his side, swiftly piercing the ghoul's skull. "How annoying. You used your talent to steal the kill again." Fanny pouted, though anyone could discern her teasing tone. "Haha, my talent, Blood Spear, was specifically designed for securing kills," the red-armored warrior declared, plopping down on the ground beside the fallen ghoul, a smug expression on his face. "What is your talent?" Fanny inquired of Dundon. Her curiosity piqued. "Is it unsuitable for combat? Let us clean up the battlefield and leave this place swiftly." Dundon diverted the conversation. He had no intention of revealing his talent to strangers. "TCH. Fine then," Fanny replied, her expression unyielding. The crimson-armored warrior retrieved a soul stone, poised to extract the remnants of the soul from the corpse, when wisps of deep violet mist began to drift outward. Drawn into Tang Dun's backpack, the grimoire would not let such a feast go unheeded. Before Tang Dun could utter a word, it had already taken action, unperturbed by the prospect of being discovered within the confines of the bag. "My apologies," Tang Dun expressed, somewhat embarrassed by Homa's unsightly manner of consumption. "The one who should apologize is I," the crimson-armored warrior replied with a sheepish smile. According to the unspoken rules of their group, since Tang Dun had turned the tide of battle and saved them, all spoils should rightfully belong to him. The trio of Hannah had refrained from extracting souls with the stone for this very reason. Hamlet, struggling to maintain his composure, attempted to support the archer. But alas, it was too late. He had bled out and lost all breath. "Thank you," Hannah said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she extended her right hand toward Tang Dun. She was a striking young lady, only 17, yet exuding an aura of maturity, tall and voluptuous. Her flowing robe could hardly conceal her form, swaying gently with her movements, presenting an alluring silhouette. "Let us depart." Tang Dun grasped her hand briefly before releasing it. Hannah left a profound impression on him, particularly with her cerulean eyes brimming with confidence and pride, displaying a decisiveness that suggested she was accustomed to issuing commands, a figure of considerable authority. No one wished to linger in that place. After a brief respite, the five of them embarked on their return journey. Upon exiting Crow's Ridge and no longer detecting the foul stench, even Hannah, who was most concerned with appearances, sat down on the ground. The atmosphere lightened, and conversation blossomed amongst them. "A paladin born of the wild has no future. You should enroll in the seminary for further study," Hannah remarked. Tapping the ground with her staff, Fanny and the others immediately ceased their chatter. "Do not worry about admission qualifications or tuition. I shall assist you with that," Hannah offered, extending her terms to repay Tang Dun's favor. "Thank you, but I do not require it," Tang Dun replied, thinking of the dungeon awaiting his exploration and conquest. He had no time to waste at a seminary becoming a cleric. "Your path to advancement is misguided. As a paladin, you should devote yourself to divine arts. Honing martial skills would yield diminishing returns." "Vieri, the crimson-armored warrior," urged Tang Dun as he sensed his refusal. "Do not feel embarrassed. You saved us. And Hannah's offer is only fitting." "I truly do not need it," Tang Dun frowned. "I did not save you for repayment." Hannah, unaccustomed to being countered, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "What brings you to Crow's Ridge?" Fanny inquired, catching Vieri's glance and understanding his unspoken cue. "To gather magical herbs," Tang Dun replied, rising to his feet. "If you are all well, I shall take my leave." "Hey, Tang Dun, brother, do not be hasty. To show my appreciation, I invite you to dine with us," Vieri exclaimed, springing up, yet his eyes were directed at Hannah, silently asking, "Shall we keep him? These individuals possess considerable strength. Consider it a favor to us." Tang Dun had no time for idle chatter. Striding away without looking back at AS for the 2 magical stones they had consumed, He was not one to be stingy. He admired Hamlet's character and considered it a gift. Tisich, merely a paladin who cannot even perform 3 divine arts. What audacity! Fanny scoffed, watching Tang Dun's retreating figure. His strength likely hovers around the soul tier. To enter Crow's Ridge alone, he must either be mad or have a compelling purpose, Vieri mused, stroking his chin, shaking his head. I cannot believe the excuse about gathering magical herbs. Do not underestimate him. His martial skills are commendable, and his weapon is impressive, Hamlet interjected, unwilling to hear his companion disparage their savior. This only deepens my curiosity. Judging by that lad's skin and demeanor, he appears to be a sun-baked commoner. How could he possibly afford a weapon of perfect quality? Vieri licked his cracked lips, envy etched on his face. To be honest, I feel an urge to seize it from him. Are you jesting? Fanny retorted in disbelief. A weapon of perfect quality could deplete the coffers of a viscount. He is not mistaken. That battle axe exudes a tribal essence. Known as the rending dragon tooth, a unique sacrificial artifact of the ancestors' altar, Hannah, an exemplary student of St. George Academy, recalled. His 20-second wild burst must have activated the effect of giant's might. What a pity that if he possessed troll blood, its power would be even greater. I knew something was amiss. Turns out he relies on a perfect grade battle axe to enhance his combat prowess. I disdain him. Fanny conveniently overlooked the superior grade two-handed sword in her possession. Had we not encountered a high-tier ghoul at the 5th tier of adjudication, we would not have needed his assistance. Fanny expressed her vexation. Enough of that. Were it not for our good fortune and fine equipment, we would have undoubtedly become the ghoul's lunch. Vieri reflected on their recent ordeal, still shaken. But wait. Although he lacks divine arts, he is highly skilled in martial techniques. Did you not see him slay the ghoul? He fought with remarkable experience, as if he understood them intimately, Hamlet recounted. Evaluating Tang Dun's combat performance, he is formidable. In his attacks, there is hardly a superfluous movement, and his strikes are exceptionally precise. Vieri nodded in agreement, having a deeper appreciation for Tang Dun's fighting style as a melee combatant. I fail to see how he is so strong, Fanny remarked with a mocking tone, harboring a personal grudge against Tang Dun for his prior rejection. His martial skills are at least at the adjudication tier. No, they are of the Dragon Slayer tier. Hannah gazed toward the end of the dirt path, where Tang Dun's figure had vanished. The power he wields is immense. The Dragon Slayer tier? That cannot be. Fanny gasped, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Wait, our well-informed top student cannot recognize his martial skills. How rare must that be? Vieri, suddenly realizing, wore a look of shock, followed by regret. A melee fighter. He found himself irresistibly drawn to powerful martial skills. Tang Dun had slaughtered over 1,000 ghouls. If he were unfamiliar with them, it would be a grave oversight as for combat. He had been taught by a grimoire that was more perfect than any textbook. No, that lad is problematic, Hannah suddenly shrieked, startling her 3 companions. Chapter 0029. Buying a horse, what is the matter? Vieri's heart sank. Hannah was astute and would not speak without reason. A boy who is likely a commoner possesses Dragon Slayer tier martial skills. A perfect grade weapon capable of slaying hundreds, and dares to enter the perilous Crow's Ridge cemetery at the soul tier. If there is nothing unusual about him, would you believe it? Hannah produced a handkerchief, wiping the dirt from her sprightly staff. By the way, the quality of his magical stones is exceptionally high. Combined, they are worth over 100,000 kindler. Gasp, could the legend be true? Vieri drew a sharp breath, his face lighting up with uncontrollable excitement. Are you referring to the legend that a royal burial site lies beneath the Crow's Ridge cemetery? Fanny exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Surely not. Indeed, there can be no doubt. Do not forget the ancient leather armor worn by him, and that ghoul. It is quite old-fashioned in style. Hannah recalled every detail of Tang Dun's appearance, growing increasingly convinced. To uncover the truth, we could simply follow him. Vieri was eager, almost itching to chase after him. This could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. We might strike it rich. Even a fool would recognize that a burial site signifies immense wealth. I find it highly unlikely. If he had discovered the burial site, he would surely hasten to excavate it. Why would he waste time rescuing strangers like us? Fanny countered. If I were in his place, I would not engage in conversation with anyone. What if my secret were exposed? There are still some good people in this world. Vieri gestured toward Hamlet, his meaning clear. Fanny rolled her eyes, thinking, Yes, right in front of her stood a knight with an overwhelming sense of moral righteousness. Hannah hesitated. The fact that he had saved their adventuring party should mean she ought not to scheme against him. Yet the potential existence of the burial site made it hard to let go. If they truly found it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to her family. I still maintain my opinion. Let him go. Would it not be better? If he discovers Sister Hannah's identity, he would surely cling to her like a stubborn gum. Fanny pouted, having seen too many unscrupulous men. If he sought repayment, he would have inquired about our names. And besides, you consumed his magical stones, yet he did not ask for recompense. Hamlet, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow in rebuttal. I hope this matter ends here. We should find a way to repay his life-saving grace. Not seek information about the burial site. Idiot. Fanny dismissed Hamlet, rolling her eyes in disdain. I was in the wrong. Hannah forced a smile. She had refrained from giving her full name, Jose Hannah, out of concern that he might deduce her family's identity and demand a hefty reward. However, it seemed he had no such intentions. Rest assured, in the name of the eldest daughter of the Jose family, I will repay him tenfold. Pa, I do not care what you all do. I intend to follow him. Missing out on an undeveloped burial site would be a grave mistake. Vieri spat disdainfully, glaring at Hamlet while tightening his grip on his sword. I haven't settled the score with you yet. If it weren't for your insistence on bringing along those injured fools, we wouldn't have nearly met our demise. They are comrades, Hamlet retorted defiantly. Are you out of your mind? Because of your moral obsession, 5 more of us perished. Do you even realize that they could have escaped? Vieri seized Hamlet by the collar, yanking him closer and spitting in his face. Hamlet fell silent, his hollow eyes gazing at the cloud-strewn sky. A mask of guilt and confusion etched across his features. He did not wish to abandon his companions, yet this decision had cost more lives. I will never team up with you again. Isn't one time enough to ruin us? Fanny chimed in, joining the chorus of condemnation. Enough? Silence. Hannah shot a glance at Hamlet, hesitating for a moment before speaking again. The adventurers group is on the brink of annihilation. There is no need to continue. Let us disband here. Farewell. Without waiting for Hamlet's response, Hannah turned and began her journey homeward. Vieri and the others hastily followed, but after covering a few dozen paces, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the air. Hey, look, that guy is actually crying, Fanny exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent, tugging on Hannah's sleeve to make her turn back. Hamlet knelt on the ground, repeatedly pounding the earth with his right hand, venting his sense of helplessness. Hannah, you cannot afford to be soft-hearted. You must always remember this lesson. Hannah did not look back. Her right hand was clenched tightly, her nails nearly breaking the skin, compared to the solitary and unsupported Hamlet. She recalled her father's teachings, knowing what needed to be done in such moments. If that Danton finds out that his act of kindness exposed our secret, I wonder how miserable he would feel. Vieri sighed, though I feel sorry for him. We must secure the tomb. Sister Hannah is truly remarkable. If it were anyone else, they would certainly miss these details. Fanny clung to Hannah's arm, nuzzling against her, dismissing someone like Danton entirely, unbeknownst to them. Danton, who was being watched by Hannah's group, was hastily making his way toward Misty Town, focused solely on restocking supplies before returning to the underground city to train. The Robinson trio would not grant Danton much time. If they discovered he was still alive, they would pursue him relentlessly. The nearest stable to Misty Town was 20 miles away, adjacent to the North Valley Lumberyard. The owner, Lyman, was a retired officer with a somewhat irritable temperament, yet he was a decent man. Lyman frequently kept in touch with his fellow soldiers, sending letters and packages, and on one fortunate occasion, he discovered that any mail brought by Danton was always impeccably preserved, even with a few extra coins. He insisted on being the one to handle it. After greeting the stable hand, Danton had only taken a few steps when he spotted Lyman riding a magnificent black stallion, galloping across the marked racetrack like a gust of wind. Lyman ran 3 full laps before finally slowing down, allowing his steed to trot over. Huh. Our Western region's premier mailman has time to leisurely visit my small establishment. Lyman teased, affectionately stroking the horse's neck. So, what do you think? Interested in taking a spin? Due to Danton's serious demeanor towards mail, Lyman had always held him in high regard and had hoped he would work at the stable. But Danton had declined. Uncle Lyman, I am here to buy a horse. A smile graced Danton's lips. Are you willing to let me ride Blackjack? Of course not. Lyman laughed heartily, tenderly grooming Blackjack's mane as if he were family. This robust man in his 40s was refreshingly straightforward, never hiding his feelings. But you are an exception. Have you changed your mind? Come work for me? I'll double the salary we discussed last time. Lyman looked at Danton. And despite being far removed from the battlefield, his eyes remained sharp as steel. Sorry, uncle. Danton replied apologetically, still refusing. He had heard some rumors about Lyman that were not favorable, and he did not wish to become entangled with him. Well, to each their own, Lyman sighed, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. Come, let me show you the horses. The stable was vast, measuring over 200 meters in length, housing as many as 100 horses. To keep warm during the night, the stalls were strewn with straw, and although the manure was meticulously cleaned, a strong odor lingered. Lyman was accustomed to this environment, even taking a deep breath, his face lighting up with pleasure. In the stalls divided by fences stood towering horses, all groomed to perfection, exuding an air of majesty. Are you dazzled? Lyman asked, always proud of his horses. If you intend to ride for deliveries, choose one with endurance. No. I want a racing horse, one that can sprint short distances quickly. Danton's intention in purchasing a horse was not only for transportation, but primarily to evade the pursuit of ghouls, allowing him to shake them off in the shortest time possible and enter the inn's teleportation portal. Then this one will do. It only takes 5 seconds longer than blackjack to complete a lap. Lyman pointed out a chestnut stallion while outlining its advantages. Uncle. Besides blackjack, which horse here is the fastest? Danton did not wish to waste time. He knew blackjack was Lyman's prized possession and would never be for sale. It must be Black Emperor. Lyman led Danton to the largest stable. And just by its treatment, it was evident that this horse was extraordinary. Why do all your horse names resemble those of legendary steeds? Danton chuckled, noting that both Blackjack and Black Emperor were renowned mounts. Their owners undoubtedly notable figures. Heh, sounds impressive, Lyman said, tossing a handful of hay into the trough. Look at him, tall, with a long neck and graceful movements. Riding him, even the most arduous journey will feel like a pleasure. This black stallion snorted, its large eyes gazing at Danton. I'll take him. Danton extended his hand, stroking the stallion's back. It was love at first sight. The horse's body was adorned with powerful, elongated muscles, exuding strength without appearing bulky. Its lines smooth and harmonious. When Black Emperor tossed its head and trotted, its mane swayed, revealing a gentle temperament. Though he is a hybrid, his excellence is undeniable. What? You want to buy him? Lyman's words tumbled out as he heard Danton's proclamation, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Did you just say you want to buy him? I said this horse, I want to buy. Black Emperor seemed to sense it had a new owner, extending its tongue to lick Danton's face. This horse is worth 20,000 Kindlerin. Are you certain? Lyman had initially intended to bring Danton to admire the war horses, never believing the youth could afford one, that referring to him as the premier mailman had merely been a jest. In other contexts, he was just another penniless boy. Absolutely. Danton affirmed solemnly, a smile playing on his lips. Uncle Lyman. Do not worry, I will pay in cash. Chapter 0030. Get lost, you pauper. In the clean and dry stable, the atmosphere suddenly grew somber, punctuated only by the occasional snort of the horses. Retired Officer Lyman wore an expression of surprise, scrutinizing Danton from head to toe, unable to reconcile him with the image of someone capable of purchasing an excellent warhorse. Danton opened his backpack, retrieving a cherry-sized ruby and extending it toward Lyman. When I was an officer, I discovered various gems in the homes of noble lords, making quite a fortune. Unfortunately, I have no opportunities now. Lyman snatched the gem, examining it closely under the light filtering through the roof windows. Danton remained silent, aware that Lyman had participated in the war against the 12 principalities 2 decades prior, amassing a considerable fortune during that time. This isn't stolen property, is it? After confirming the gem's authenticity, Lyman casually inquired, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on Danton's eyes. Those affluent nobles preferred not to carry large amounts of gold, opting instead to fill their pockets with cut gems for convenience and status, making them prime targets for thieves. Do I seem like a thief to you? Danton met Lyman's gaze without flinching. Haha, how could that be? Upon seeing no hint of panic in Danton's eyes, Lyman speculated that perhaps the gem was something the boy had found, muttering to himself, what a stroke of luck. Its value should suffice, right? Danton inquired, already having assessed its worth in his mind at 20,000 Kindlerin. The magical tome, known as the Encyclopedia, had existed for countless epochs, and even the number of magical diamonds he had seen paled in comparison to the grains of sand. More than enough. Back in the day, when I sold the plundered treasures, I specifically studied their values. This one is worth around 30,000 Kindlerin. Danton frowned, puzzled about where the price difference originated. Wait here, I will gather 10,000 gold coins. Lyman prepared to fetch his wife, hoping to confirm the gem's value, as she had a penchant for jewelry and often purchased it, thus being familiar with the market. In the spacious stable only Danton remained, extracting the grimoire and inquiring about the matter at hand. I merely spoke of the intrinsic value of the gem. You have overlooked its added worth. And besides, that was the market valuation from 5 centuries past. Homar, displaying the arcane script of magical flames, spoke eloquently. Even professionals in gemstone appraisal can never offer a precise price. Danton nodded. Should this gemstone be refined into exquisite jewelry, its worth would undoubtedly increase, but time was a luxury he could not afford. You possess the wealth of an entire underground city. Do not quibble over such trifles. Homar teased Danton. Within the war zone, there are still over 300 gems. By calculation, you are a millionaire. Yet, it must be placed within a purse to count. Danton mused, reflecting on the time required to eliminate those undead creatures. Who could say when that would be accomplished? Have some ambition. Will you? The truly affluent families utilize magical diamonds. You are still far from that mark. Homar laid out a list, unable to suppress his complaints. Morning Mist Town is far too small. Many supplies cannot be procured. You don't intend to squander a 10 million drell gem, do you? Danton remarked, slightly alarmed by the total amount. Magic stones, various potions. These are necessities. The more, the better, Homar instructed. You must ensure that when you become lost in the various secret realms, you are equipped with provisions to last at least 100 years. Secret realms. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss that? A secret realm, by its very nature, is a mysterious domain. Ancient ruins, sacred sites, and rifts in time and space, connecting to other planes of existence on the Western continent, can all be classified as secret realms. That a secret realm often signifies immense opportunity and wealth, attracting countless adventurers. The reason the 9 great empires dominate the continent is that each nation controls several secret realms, from which they extract vast resources and power. Among them, the Heroes' Corridor of the Golden Flower Empire is the most renowned, a coveted destination for every youth, and a required pilgrimage for every mage of the adjudication tier. The underground city beneath Crow's Ridge can also be considered a secret realm. Better safe than sorry, Homar cautioned. And with defensive magical armor, thanks to the quintuple concentration of magical energy, you are on the verge of advancing to the 2nd tier of the soul. You must prepare adequately, or you risk succumbing to the backlash of elemental attacks from the laws. Danton, what are you doing here? Matt, following a stable manager, entered the stable and immediately exhibited a look of astonishment upon seeing Danton. Behind him were 6 companions, the very postmen who had been eager to pummel him at the post office that day. Danton keenly sensed the shift in Matt's demeanor. He had previously referred to him as Brother Danton, with excessive deference. Oh, I see you couldn't stay at the post office and have come to work at the stables. Matt adjusted his collar. You ought to be cautious. The town's secretary has summoned a group of thugs to deal with you. Although he feigned concern, the undertone was unmistakably one of schadenfreude. It seems you have been faring well lately. Danton closed the grimoire. Thanks to you, I have been promoted and am now temporarily serving as the head postman. Matt cleared his throat, puffing out his chest, adopting an air of self-satisfaction. Congratulations. Danton had previously held the position of head postman, overseeing more than 100 postal workers. Huh, are you jealous of me now? Matt winked at Danton with a smug expression. Shoving the manager aside, stay out of this. Let him attend to me. The manager attempted to speak, but was pushed aside by the 6 postmen. Hey, I came to buy a horse today, our esteemed head postman. Care to introduce me to one? Matt approached Danton, draping his arm over his shoulder, glancing back at his companions. Ha, not even a single horse to your name, and you dare call yourself the finest postman of Red Cedar County? Isn't that quite laughable? The 6 postmen laughed in unison, as Matt had long harbored resentment towards Danton, and now that he had found an opportunity, he was eager to mock him. Are you enjoying yourself? Danton's expression remained indifferent as he scanned the 6 postmen. Upon witnessing Danton's calm demeanor, their hearts skipped a beat, and their laughter abruptly ceased. The title of head postman was bestowed upon me by none other than you, wasn't it? Oh, and there's also the moniker Fox of the Western Territory, which you all spread about. Yet it has brought me considerable trouble. Little Jelangtai has been blocking my path daily over that nickname. The 6 postmen fell silent, unease etched on their faces as they recalled Danton's past actions. Not to mention, The entire postal staff had been extorted to the point of losing their trousers by the notorious sentinels known as the Western Territories woodworms, yet Danton had effortlessly passed through unscathed on multiple occasions, earning their admiration. Enough of this nonsense. I am officially notifying you that you have been dismissed. How does it feel to lose your job? Matt, frustrated by the ineffectiveness of the postman, found himself momentarily silenced by Danton's mere words. I don't care. I was already planning to toss my resignation letter in Bulmer's face. Danton didn't even spare Matt a glance. Come now. This is called putting on a brave face. Not being a postman means you are losing out on a significant amount of gold, doesn't it? What about your sister's tuition? Matt sensed that Danton was merely putting on a front. How about this? Call me brother Matt, take some gold, and I will plead on your behalf to the secretary. The 6 postmen knew that Matt was extorting Danton, and, even if he received the money, would not assist him. TSK. TSK, it seems you do not comprehend my plight. Then you may spend your days dealing with this horse manure. Matt gestured towards the black stallion in the stable. See that? Us poor souls toil our entire lives. Yet we cannot even afford a single leg of this thoroughbred. They are born to be ridden by the nobility. Not true. Danton can afford horse manure. Nonsense. He wouldn't even need to spend a coin. Just take as much as he wants home. Why bother going through that trouble? He might as well live here. After all, the horses eat better than he does. One postman grabbed a handful of hay and thrust it towards Danton. Come on, have a bite. The postman burst into laughter, relishing the chance to mock their former superior. However, the next moment, they felt as if their throats had been grasped by an unseen hand. Their laughter abruptly stifled. Danton twisted at the waist, swinging his arm. His right fist clenched like a battering ram, striking the postman's face with tremendous force. Thud! The postman's jaw was instantly shattered, and he soared through the air, spinning like a top before landing with a thud on the ground. Resembling a lifeless dog, gasping, the postman spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few yellowed teeth. The other postmen, startled, recoiled in unison, exchanging glances that spoke of their intent to retaliate. A good beating of Danton would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on the secretary. You really don't take a hit well. Observing the blood on his knuckles, Danton casually wiped it on Matt's clothes. Weren't you looking to buy a horse? I recommend the one on your left. Are you foolish? I, the great Matt, was mocking you. Do you not understand? Yet you still offer me a horse. You, a pauper, are destined to a life of toil. As he beheld Danton's composed demeanor, Matt could no longer contain himself, revealing his true colors as he roared at him. Sir, arguing is not permitted here. The stable manager approached, attempting to intervene. Spare me the lecture. I am here to buy a horse, not to hear your preaching. Matt shoved the manager aside. Go, open the stable for me. I wish to ride now. Matt had longed to flaunt before Danton, eager to prove himself as the number 1 in the postal realm. Sir, this horse costs 500 gold pieces. The manager, unable to deter Matt, reluctantly quoted the price, aware that if Matt rode but did not purchase, only he would suffer the consequences under the owner layman's temperament. Matt's bravado faltered momentarily. He had recently come into a bit of wealth, yet only possessed a mere 100 gendron, far from sufficient. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Matt's eyes darted as he shouted once more, shifting the topic. The manager frowned. Having dealt with many clients, he recognized Matt's reaction as indicative of a lacking purse. What is all this commotion? Layman entered the stable, 2 servants struggling behind him with a chest. What is going on? Layman, a seasoned veteran, emanated an aura of authority with a mere glare. It's him. I am here to buy a horse, but he is not attending to me properly. You should dismiss him. Matt believed a poor man like Danton had no other reason to be at the stables but to work. Who told you he is a worker? Layman dismissed Matt with a wave of his hand. The 2 servants promptly set the chest before Danton and opened the lid. Golden coins glimmered within, catching the sunlight and radiating a dazzling sheen, causing the postman's gazes to freeze, unable to suppress their salivation. My wife has appraised that gem, according to the market. It is valued at nearly 40,000 drow. Layman clasped Danton's shoulder, his demeanor warm. Here is 20,000 gold pieces. The excess is simply an allowance from your uncle for Black Emperor's feed. Danton nodded, taken aback by Layman's unexpected generosity. Kid, you have quite the composure. I have high hopes for you. Layman turned, barking at the servants. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare the gear for Black Emperor. What did you say? All this gold is his. Not only Matt, but even the 5 other postmen were left dumbfounded. One of them remained on the ground, unconscious. Could it be yours? Layman spat, pondering the origins of the gem in Downton's possession. He was not a wealthy man. Yet why did Downton appear unfazed in the face of 20,000 gold pieces? How is this possible? Matt muttered, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. Brother, if you come across more gems like this in the future, remember to seek me out. Lyman was both testing Downton and hoping for a long-term collaboration. The quality of these gems was commendable. His experienced wife had informed him that with a little processing, they could fetch a handsome price. This was precisely why Lyman chose to trade based on current gem prices. Otherwise, he would have swallowed them whole. His straightforward nature did not imply that he would overlook a lucrative opportunity. The servants moved swiftly, fitting the bridle and water reins onto the black stallion, who seemed a bit uncomfortable at first but was soon calmed. After securing the saddle straps beneath the horse's belly and adjusting the stirrups, the servant led it over to Downton. It is yours now. Lyman handed the reins to Downton. He actually purchased this horse. Though there had been signs, Matt still harbored a glimmer of hope upon witnessing this scene. He was rendered utterly speechless. The 5 postmen exchanged incredulous glances. Just over half a month ago, Downton had been a poor man like them. How could he afford a horse now? This must be a jest by the goddess of fate, one postman exclaimed in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, I must be seeing things. Once the servant secured the chest of gold coins onto the horse's back, Downton mounted the saddle with a swift motion. Uncle Lyman, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. From his elevated position, he cast a glance at Matt and gently nudged the horse's belly with his heels. The black stallion trotted out of the stable with a lively gait. Matt's face flushed crimson. He had braced himself for Downton's mockery, yet the latter ignored him completely. This dismissal was far more humiliating than any scornful words could have been. Do you think I am unworthy of being your rival? Just you wait. I shall become a sorcerer, and when that time comes, I will reclaim every ounce of humiliation I've endured. Matt glared venomously at Downton's retreating figure, silently vowing revenge. Are you looking to purchase a horse? Lyman appraised Matt's attire with a sneer. Take them to another stable and let them choose a few lame old horses. A bunch of paupers who cannot even afford a low-grade warhorse. What a waste of time. Lyman dismissed the commoners and continued his leisurely stroll with the horse. The summer breeze, soft as a lover's caress, brushed against his cheek with the refreshing coolness of the shaded woods, eliciting involuntary sighs of comfort. Downton rode the black stallion along the tree-lined path, the sound of its hooves ringing clear and bright. The previous clerk had held Downton in high regard, entrusting him with urgent deliveries, which allowed Downton to learn horsemanship while riding the post office's horses. He had even mastered a few elegant maneuvers. Lost in thought, after a prolonged silence from Downton, Homer projected text. A poor lad suddenly purchasing a horse. Wouldn't you be curious if it were you? Downton retrieved the grimoire and explained, Mistwood Town is small. My acquisition of vast supplies will inevitably become common knowledge, likely attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Why not choose another town? Among the towns along the Red Cedar border, Mistwood is the largest, with the most comprehensive inventory to procure potions and magic stones. One must come here. Downton sighed. That aside, I could perhaps obscure my purchases with the gems I found, but I had previously used a tear of the dragon when rescuing the adventurers. That Hannah seems perceptive. She would likely suspect something. The more he reflected, the more flaws he discovered in his own plan. There is no need for concern. Just be cautious of being followed. Once we enter the underground city, focus on collecting soul remnants and work towards opening the portal of the grimoire. From then on, you can traverse between the underground city and the town without fear of being pursued. Homer had faced countless dangers and immediately conceived a strategy. Downton quickened the horse's pace, if he possessed sufficient might to crush them. There would be no need for such worry. The thought of Robinson and his companions voraciously siphoning magical energy and amassing wealth in the underground city pained him. Upon entering Mistwood, Downton did not return home. Heading straight for the largest potion shop, Eugene's apothecary. Unbeknownst to him, a ruffian stationed at the town's entrance, upon spotting him, immediately left in a state of ecstatic glee. This is the finest stone skin potion, all for 28 gold coins. I'm practically giving it away. Old Eugene glanced at Downton as he entered the shop, swiftly assessing his purchasing power before ignoring him and continuing to pitch the stone skin potions to 3 mercenaries. What? Too expensive. Let me tell you, this is a military-approved defensive potion. You won't find it anywhere else. Old Eugene, with his chubby frame standing at less than 5 feet, donned a robe that made him resemble a spinning top. The townsfolk claimed he had dwarven blood, but instead of becoming a blacksmith, he had surprisingly qualified as a low-tier potion master. His son, Little Eugene, had become a name that echoed through dozens of towns along the Red Cedar border, more renowned than the town mayor. Merchant Robinson was a goal for the younger generation, as everyone knew that with enough effort, they might catch up to him. However, Little Eugene was beyond comparison. He was like a diamond in contrast to mere stones. A gulf too vast to bridge. The formal member of the Royal Apothecary Association, Little Eugene's title underscored his status and value. Even the town mayor had to tread carefully in his presence. Lying. You should inquire about my son's identity. A true royal apothecary would not have this privilege, and I can procure such top-tier potions. Old Eugene spat disdainfully. If you don't wish to buy, then so be it. There are plenty of discerning customers, and within 2 days, I'll be sold out. The three mercenaries, tempted, purchased 5 bottles of the stone skin potion. Upon consumption, the skin's surface would harden like stone within 10 minutes, enhancing defensive capabilities. Come again. Old Eugene gripped the gold coins, blowing on them to hear their delightful clink before contentedly stashing them in his money box. The shop featured rows of bright red wooden shelves displaying an array of bottled potions, which, under the sunlight filtering through the window panes, radiated various hues, evoking an air of sophistication and mystery. Danton stood before a bottle, captivated by the liquid inside that occasionally coalesced into the shape of a swimming fish, marveling at his desire to study potion-making further. Hey, don't touch that. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it. Old Eugene shot a glare at Danton, returning to his recliner. Too disinterested to engage, that he had encountered too many curious youths like him. They entered out of mere curiosity and couldn't even afford the dregs of potions, let alone the potions themselves. Old Eugene had a notoriously poor reputation in town, greedy, boastful, and disdainful of everyone. Danton, anxious about being scolded, kept his arms at his sides, yet he still could not evade the inevitable. I want to purchase magic stones. Danton approached the counter, but old Eugene didn't even lift his eyelids. Danton, I know you. A mere postman. I hear they call you the Fox of the Western Frontier. What an overreach. Do you even know who Little Eugene is? I want to purchase magic stones, Danton reiterated. My son. A noble royal apothecary, more noble than the nobles themselves. The Fox of the Western Frontier? What nonsense. Old Eugene believed only his son was worthy, dismissing everyone else as fools. That Danton's brows furrowed, enough to crush a crab. Magic stones. Here, 500 gold coins. Old Eugene produced a nail-sized magic stone from beneath his recliner and tossed it onto the counter, casually quoting a high price. No money, get lost. Danton remained silent and exited the apothecary. Humph. This country bumpkin thinks he can buy magic stones. Unbelievable. Old Eugene spat a thick loogie, contemplating leaving this small town for the big city soon. All these country folk, the very air reeks of ignorance. Once I reach the capital, I'll indulge in the finest taverns and dance with the most beautiful courtesans. As old Eugene reveled in his daydreams, a large chest flew through the door with a whoosh, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, splintering into pieces. As wood chips flew, a cascade of golden coins spilled onto the floor, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, as if a golden carpet had been laid out. Is this enough? Danton stood at the doorway, tossing 5 gems into the air, their luxurious sheen dazzling under the sun, listening to the delightful clinking of coins and gazing at the 5 opulent gems. Old Eugene's jaw dropped, resembling a frog caught mid-croak, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Chapter 0032, Stone Skin Potion. Enough, enough. Old Eugene sprang from his recliner like a spring-loaded toy, swiftly lunging for the coins. With a clatter, he scooped up a handful, only to watch them slip through his fingers and fall to the ground, producing an enticing sound that made him laugh uncontrollably. Fetch the magic stones. Danton strode toward the counter. This time, old Eugene wasted no time, darting to the storeroom like a rabbit shot by an arrow. Emerging with a briefcase, upon opening the lid, it revealed small compartments resembling a chessboard, neatly housing fist-sized magic stones. These are all premium magic stones, priced at 100 gold coins per gram, old Eugene quoted. Preparing to fleece this country bumpkin thoroughly, magic stones were categorized by the magical energy they contained, ranging from inferior, medium, and superior to exquisite and absolute. with each tier commanding a different price. Superior-grade magic stones were already more valuable than gold of the same weight. Superior. You can't just say that. Let us test it with a stone skin reagent. Danton picked up a magic stone and examined it closely. The cut surface was remarkably smooth, indicating fine craftsmanship. Yet this did not necessarily imply a high content. I don't have any litmus reagent here. Old Eugene wore a smile, but internally he felt a jolt of apprehension, thinking to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter someone knowledgeable. Litmus is a blue pigment extracted from lichen plants that thrive in dark, damp environments. It appears as a blue powder and is a commonly used indicator for magical energy concentration. When dissolved in water at room temperature and brought into contact with a magic stone, it undergoes a color change reaction due to stimulation from magical energy, shifting from a light hue to deep red, the higher the magical energy concentration. The darker the color. The litmus color chart delineates 10 color intervals, allowing for an accurate assessment of the quality of the magic stone. Danton had a sister studying at St. George's School of Magic, from whom he had previously acquired magic stones. Thus he possessed some experience. Furthermore, even if he were not well versed, the magic tome would provide ample guidance, ensuring he would not suffer a loss. You can go purchase some. Old Grangtai's general store must have it. Danton found no merit in exposing old Eugene, as litmus reagent was a fundamental potion ingredient, easily found in any apothecary. Oh, I just remembered. I have a bottle. Unable to hide his knowledge from Danton, old Eugene hesitated to part with his coins and retrieved a deep brown bottle from the counter, roughly the size of a thumb and the width of a coin. If you can't do it, I shall. Danton fixed his gaze on old Eugene's eyes and placed the magic stone before him. With no alternative, old Eugene grasped the rubber dropper, drew some litmus liquid, and dripped it onto the magic stone. The originally purple liquid immediately faded and lightened. Look at this deep color. It's definitely top quality. Without a doubt, I'll charge you 100 gold coins per gram. What a bargain. Old Eugene chattered incessantly, yet he still refrained from comparing it against the color chart. Your qualifications as a potion master must be a sham, right? Even without the color chart, I can tell this is merely a medium-grade magic stone. How many people have you deceived, old Eugene? Hearing the faint mockery in Danton's tone, old Eugene's demeanor faltered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a half-baked potion master, he possessed some insight and experience, and he recognized that the young man was indeed correct. A country bumpkin, knowing about litmus reagent and able to discern the grade of magic stones without a color chart. What kind of world is this? Old Eugene grumbled, begrudgingly acknowledging Danton's assessment. 70 gold coins, not a penny less. You dare to inflate the price of something worth merely 10 gold coins? Just let them gather dust instead. Danton turned to leave, having had enough of this fellow. Wait. Fine, 50 gold coins, but that's my final offer. Old Eugene hurried a few steps to catch up with Danton. Despite being the largest town on the border, Morning Fogtown saw little business outside the peak seasons when merchant caravans were absent, leaving his apothecary nearly devoid of customers, as the town was filled with struggling common folk, and magic users were exceedingly rare. 7. Danton continued to haggle. You're asking for my life? At that price? After deducting transportation and storage costs, I wouldn't make a profit. Old Eugene spat out, lamenting the hardships of life. One price only, 70% off, 7 gold coins per gram, for this quality of magic stone. I'll take as many as you have. Danton waved the gemstone in his hand. 70% is too little. What? You want them all? Just wait. Old Eugene immediately began counting on his fingers, calculating how much profit this transaction could yield. Danton understood old Eugene's character. Though he was greedy, he lacked the commercial acumen. Seeing a hint of profit, he would grasp at it, falling far short of old Grangtai's shrewdness. 70% is simply too little. How about you add a bit more? Old Eugene pleaded, unaware that his attitude had already revealed his willingness to negotiate. I've changed my mind. 60%, take it or leave it. If not, I'll go find old Grangtai. His stock may lack potions, but it is far more comprehensive. Danton lowered his offer, suddenly recalling that the box was covered in dust, indicating it had not been touched in quite some time. Clearly unsold. Old Eugene hesitated. Selling it at 60% was already lower than the initial purchase price. Yet keeping it would merely let it gather dust. Considering the market price for medium-grade magic stones, which stood at 10 gold coins per gram, This meant that a pound of magic stones was worth 5,000 gold coins. The average magic user could hardly afford such a luxury, as they typically resorted to low-grade magic stones, and even then, only during battle when they were compelled to draw magical energy. The primary clientele for apothecaries were mercenary groups escorting merchant caravans. Those with strength would stock up on magic stones, ensuring that unscrupulous merchants could not profit unduly, while the less capable would count every coin spent on low-grade stones. Extracting energy from magic stones during combat posed disadvantages, as it was far more efficient to consume magical potions. Hence, magic stones were predominantly utilized in forging, potion-making, and alchemy within various magical industries. Generally, magic users would only draw from magic stones when attempting to ascend ranks. During regular training, they would be reluctant to expend them. Seeing Danton approaching the exit, old Eugene capitulated. For such a wealthy customer was a rare find in many years. "Wait, I'll sell." Once he made the decision, old Eugene's actions quickened, after 10 minutes of counting coins and appraising the gemstones. The transaction was completed. It was a deal that allowed Danton to make a modest profit. However, gazing at the 20 pounds of medium-grade magic stones worth 60,000 gold coins, he could not find joy in it. Magic users seeking to swiftly enhance their strength required substantial amounts of magical energy, and relying solely on the ambient energy was far from sufficient. They needed to supplement it with magic stones and potions, all of which entailed considerable monetary expenditure. No wonder the Robinson trio was so thrilled upon discovering a 5-fold concentration of magical energy in the underground city. It's no surprise that finding a region with high magical energy concentration and reporting it to the nation could earn them a hereditary title of a baron at the very least. Danton pondered deeply, realizing that only by becoming a magic user could one truly comprehend the significance of magical energy. Regardless of the realm, it remained a resource of utmost strategic value. Aspiring to be powerful without resources might be feasible, but it would undoubtedly squander precious time. How many decades does one have to waste in a lifetime? "I'm sorry, Ilian." Danton sighed, thinking of his exceptionally talented sister. If he could provide her with sufficient resources, she might have already ascended to the rank of war mage. Clenching his fist, he resolved to enhance his power swiftly, for he needed to eliminate the Robinson trio. Each day of delay allowed them to draw more magical energy. "Where did you acquire your funds?" Old Eugene blinked his large, curious eyes. "I helped others make purchases," Danton replied dismissively. Previously, he had thought his coin pouch ample, considering himself wealthy, but now it seemed he was merely a pauper. "I knew it. How could you possibly have that much money?" Old Eugene scratched his belly, his eyes twinkling with a devious smile. "Would you like to buy some stone skin potions for protection? Carrying so many magic stones, beware of theft. Let me see a bottle." This time, old Eugene was no longer fearful of Danton breaking the potions. He selected a dozen or so and placed them on the counter. "Strength potions and agility potions can double your strength and agility for 10 minutes. All for just 50 gold coins." "I don't want those. Do you have any potions for replenishing magical energy?" Danton picked up a potion and noticed a label reading Swift Shadow. It was a potion designed to enhance speed for a short duration, perfect for escaping. The quick-acting magic energy potion, just one bottle, can fully replenish the magical energy of a second-tier soul. Old Eugene patted his chest, proudly promoting it. "This is a potion crafted by a royal potion master himself." The potion was contained in a 2-inch-long test tube, sealed with a rubber stopper. Inside was a pale pink liquid, and as Danton shook it, he noticed several particles floating within. "If you can ascertain quality, that would be a true revelation. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. I wouldn't sleep well if I did." Old Eugene passionately described the benefits of the potion, exaggerating its qualities. Danton was not particularly knowledgeable, but he sensed that with old Eugene's character, he was unlikely to sell anything of true value. It was highly probable he would end up deceiving himself. "Considering you bought a substantial amount of magic stones, 100 gold coins for this quick magic potion." Old Eugene adopted an expression of UVE profited to push the sale. "What do you think?" Danton took a few steps back, pulled out the magic tome, and opened it, inscribing an inquiry. The tome emitted a soul detection aura, casting a green light over the potions on the counter. "You're actually a magician," old Eugene exclaimed in shock. "This is a bottle of what should have been discarded waste potion. While it replenishes some magical energy, the side effects are far greater." Homar displayed the test results on the pages. "What about the other potions?" "All of them are waste potions. Is this a garbage disposal site?" according to potion laws. No apothecary is allowed to buy or sell discarded or expired potions. Homar quickly realized that in such a small border town, the Potion Master Association had neither the time nor the resources to oversee such matters. I'll pass. I can't afford it. Danton placed the potion down, picked up his suitcase, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'll give you a discount. 70, no, 50 gold coins. Old Eugene shouted after him, chasing Danton. 20, that should be acceptable, right? You keep it for yourself. Danton shrugged off old Eugene's hand. Chapter 0033. Thug, the side effects of expired potions are far too many. They can easily be fatal. Homar was furious. These unscrupulous potion masters treat lives as if they were nothing, lacking any professional ethics. For the sake of money, they would abandon everything. Danton also felt like smashing this black-hearted establishment, preventing old Eugene from harming others, but he lacked both the strength and knowledge of potion-making if the man were to retaliate. He would have no capacity to refute that moment. Danton's resolve to become a potion master solidified. I've made my decision. I will diligently teach you to become a potion master as swiftly as possible, and then I will defeat him in the realm of potion making, forcing him to swallow all those discarded potions. Since the last disagreement with Tang Dun regarding the Dragon Guardian potion formula, Homa has been pondering this issue. Various potions have become an integral part of a mage's life. Defensive potions, combat potions, and even healing potions are meticulously prepared, even by those mages who find themselves destitute. For during battle, they can swiftly and effectively enhance one's prowess. As for the more advanced potions, such as the Titan's Power Potion, they can even turn the tide of a battle. Upon consumption, one can temporarily wield the combat strength of an ancient Titan, sufficient to overwhelm a dragon. Of course, such potions are exceedingly rare and traditionally command a high price, but are often unavailable. For mages seeking rapid enhancement of their abilities, restorative potions are also indispensable. The scions of noble families, who does not partake daily of the expensive potions concocted from various rare ingredients, perpetually refining their physique and augmenting their soul power. With vast resources and inherent exceptional talents, they each possess formidable strength, effortlessly outclassing their peers without the slightest strain. How did you change your mind? Tang Dun mused as he strolled along the boulevard, a book in hand, surprised by the proposal of the grimoire. The wealth in the underground city is enough to rival that of nations, yet it cannot be directly transmuted into power. One must spend it to procure various magical potions, brew concoctions, and imbibe them to gain their benefits. Isn't mana stone an option? Tang Dun's understanding of mages was rather scant. Harnessing mana from mana stones is limited, Homa elucidated. However, certain potions do not share this limitation. After thousands of years of development, alchemy has become remarkably sophisticated, with extensive research into the body and soul power. Esteemed potion masters know how to utilize potions more scientifically and efficiently to enhance a mage's combat capability. Homa continued, showcasing his encyclopedic knowledge. That sounds impressive. Tang Dun expressed his desire to become a learned scholar. Those hereditary aristocrats spend exorbitant sums to employ personal potion masters who tailor specific remedies according to the physical constitution of their progeny. Homa stated, revealing the intricate details, the absorption rates of potions, the accumulation of residues within the body, and the magnitude of side effects vary significantly. Residues? Surely you do not believe that potions can be wholly absorbed. The grimoire retorted, potions available in the market have undergone thousands, even tens of thousands of trials. They may not possess the highest efficacy, yet they are undoubtedly the most cost-effective, economical, easily mass-produced, and most mages achieve a satisfactory level of absorption, thereby minimizing the likelihood of side effects. In a wonder the instruction manuals indicate the percentage of efficacy, Tang Dun realized, recalling the potions he had found in the underground city, all labeled with such percentages. Indeed, the classification of potion quality is akin to that of magical gear. However, take note. For instance, the Swift Shadow Potion, while generally classified as an ordinary potion, achieves a 90 efficacy, thereby qualifying as a high-quality potion. If it reaches 100, it is deemed exceptional. Homa explained, the higher the efficacy, the greater the utilization rate, resulting in less residue remaining in the body. Should I acquire some introductory texts on alchemy? Tang Dun asked eagerly. For this profession appeared high-end, respectable, and shrouded in mystery. For a commoner, there could be no greater ascent than to become a potion master. My mother would surely be pleased. Woon Ti Shi. There is no need for such trouble. Do not forget, I am the grimoire. And within my dimensional space, aside from those altars, there are numerous grand libraries. As long as you defeat the Guardian, you shall gain access and the right to peruse. Homa huffed, chastising Tang Dun for seeking distant solutions. Guardian? Tang Dun found the grimoire's power to be astonishing, perpetually surprising him. The grimoire remained silent, for 3 ruffians had obstructed Tang Dun's path. Hey, you little brat, come over here. Our boss has something to say to you. The big-nosed thug, with a menacing expression, tilted his head towards a nearby alley. Tang Dun recognized these idle ruffians, who had often intimidated and extorted the messengers. Why are you dawdling? Are your ears deaf? Move it! The big-nosed thug kicked out towards Tang Dun's waist. Tang Dun dodged, but his horse was startled, letting out a loud snort. Oh, this horse is quite nice. Did you steal it, you little brat? The thug falsely accused Tang Dun, intending to claim the horse as their own. This was their customary ruse, and even if they could not seize it, they would extort some coins. Tang Dun ignored the big-nosed thug, leading his horse into the shadowy alley. This kid is quite bold. Let us teach him a lesson, one thug sneered, following Tang Dun, speaking loudly to instill fear in their prey. That a squinty-eyed man squatted on the ground, gnawing on a chicken leg, while behind him stood 6 henchmen, their demeanor indicating they were not to be trifled with. Boss, he brought the person. The big-nosed thug bowed slightly, his tone overly respectful. The squinty-eyed man, with a menacing gaze, fixated on Tang Dun as if he intended to skin him alive. Tang Dun, however, saw no reason for these thugs to target him, feeling quite disappointed. Has Bailmer not arrived? No matter, let us break this brat's legs first. The squinty-eyed man, chewing on his chicken leg, waved his hand impatiently if it were not for the substantial payment Bailmer had provided this time. He would not dirty his hands. The big-nosed thug, accustomed to his boss's mannerisms, did not wait for the command to finish before raising his right leg to viciously kick at Tang Dun's knee. Yet, Tang Dun was faster. He lifted his thigh and struck the thug's calf, then swung his right hand, bringing the suitcase laden with 20 pounds of mana stones crashing down onto the thug's face. With a resounding thud, the big-nosed thug spat blood, tumbling backward and crashing against the wall. Before he could hit the ground, Tang Dun surged forward, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The thug let out a pained scream, but quickly silenced it as Tang Dun landed a powerful punch to his mouth. With a swift motion, Tang Dun turned, the suitcase slicing through the air like a tempest, striking the head of a thug who lunged at him, sending him sprawling. Crimson blood spilled forth like a blooming flower, staining the ground. Another thug, not yet able to reach Tang Dun, was sent sprawling to the ground by a well-placed kick, witnessing the dismal fate of their comrades. The 7 thugs were rendered speechless. They had expected to bully a mere shrimp, only to encounter a formidable fish. What are you still doing? Grab your weapons and take him down together. Break his limbs. The squinty-eyed man, seeking to assert his dominance, knew he had to thoroughly subdue Tang Dun. Otherwise, who would fear him in the future? 6 thugs drew their short blades and charged forward. They believed that upon seeing such a vicious display, the boy would undoubtedly flee in terror. Yet, to their astonishment, he charged headlong into the fray. Tang Dun wielded the suitcase like a warhammer, deflecting the incoming blades and then swinging it to strike a thug squarely in the head. With a resounding crack, the thug collapsed into unconsciousness. Tang Dun followed through with a kick, propelling the thug toward his companions as a makeshift shield. The thugs attempted to evade their fallen comrade, yet the youth had already barreled into them. The suitcase became a whirlwind of destruction. Each blow resulted in blood splattering and bodies crumpling. The sickening sounds of bones fracturing echoing throughout the alley. Having become a mage, Tang Dun's physical prowess had tripled. Without employing any martial skills, he effortlessly crushed these worthless scoundrels, each of whom lacked even a combat rating of 5. In a mere 5 seconds, Tang Dun had overturned the thugs, leaving a scene of moaning wretches sprawled across the ground, writhing in pain like severed worms. With a sudden realization, the squinty-eyed man dropped his chicken leg, staring in disbelief at Tang Dun, whose suitcase was now spattered with blood. Drip, drip, droplets of blood fell to the filthy ground. I forgot to enhance my power with the radiance of Hercules, Tang Dun remarked, waving his hand, a radiant golden light cascading down upon him, nearly blinding the squinty-eyed man. A mage. The squinty-eyed man, having drawn his short knife, initially appeared fierce and ready for close combat, but upon witnessing this spectacle, He immediately shrank back, turning to flee. Even the thugs on the ground instinctively stifled their cries. A mage was simply beyond their capacity to resist. Had they known his true identity, they would have never taken on this task. Tang Dun sprinted forward and leaped like a giant, soaring over the squinty-eyed man's head, landing before him. Giant's iron fist. Tang Dun's right fist tightened, crashing down solidly into the squinty-eyed man's chest. With a resounding boom, the thug flew backward like a cannonball, skidding several meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Where's that bumpkin? I want to see him wailing in misery. Balmer, his belly protruding and sweat pouring down his face, rushed into the alley. Yet after just a few steps, he halted. The thug who had led him there stared at the scene of carnage. Dumbfounded doe. Balmer, I suspected it was you. Balmer blinked, adjusting to the change in lighting, finally taking in the sight before him. Tang Dun standing atop the thug leader's head, grinding his face into the dirt. Tang Dun? Balmer shivered. It was indeed the youth known as the first courier, but what had transpired here? Silence. Who dares to call out? I'll tear them apart. Tang Dun stomped down fiercely, causing the groaning thugs to immediately hush. Balmer, you've betrayed me. The squinty-eyed man, mouth full of dirt, glared at the scribe, wishing he could slaughter him that a mage was not someone a mere thug could afford to provoke. After only a few steps, Balmer was struck in the back, causing him to lurch forward and collapse to the ground, coughing painfully. Balmer, I swear I'll take you down. The sinister man, well aware of the enmity between Danton and the secretary, uttered these words to compel him to release his grip. Danton swung his right foot and landed a heavy kick squarely on the face of the ruffian leader, knocking him unconscious before advancing toward Balmer. Your Excellency, the secretary, what brings you here instead of the post office? As the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, Balmer desperately scrambled, but one individual blocked his path. I lost my money bag. Yes, I came out to look for it. Balmer concocted a feeble excuse, his tone betraying a plea for mercy. If you're unscathed, I'll be on my way. Before the secretary could rise, Danton delivered a kick to his shoulder, sending his corpulent body crashing back down. Since you took office, I have never wronged you. Why must you be so spiteful towards me? Danton questioned, perplexed. Is it merely to assert your dominance? Balmer fell silent, intent on transforming the post office into his personal fiefdom. Individuals like Danton, who refused to flatter or ingratiate themselves, naturally irked him, and it was only to be expected that he would retaliate. Never mind. Even if I knew the answer, it would be of no consequence. Danton approached Balmer. What do you intend to do? Balmer shuffled backward a few steps and hurriedly attempted to rise. Don't you enjoy beating postmen? I'll show you what it feels like to be soundly thrashed. Danton clenched his right fist tightly and bellowed. Balmer, grit your teeth. No help. The secretary's cries were abruptly silenced as Danton's heavy punch connected with his jaw. Balmer's head snapped back, dizziness enveloping him as he coughed up blood, his mouth filled with loosened teeth. If it weren't for your dismissal of Will and Duran, they wouldn't have risked their lives to earn money at Crow's Ridge. The memory of his two deceased friends ignited a fiery rage within Danton, propelling him to deliver another ferocious kick toward Balmer. Ah, you dare strike me? The constable is my ally. You're finished. The secretary shielded his head with his hands, twisting like a worm. Danton's kicks grew more brutal, and Balmer's teeth were knocked out. He had not forgotten the earlier threat from the ruffian leader about breaking his legs. Without becoming a mage, his life would be utterly ruined. I beg you to stop. Not just Will and Duran, but over 30 postmen I dismissed could return to work. Realizing that threats had no effect on Danton, Balmer quickly changed his tune. The secretary was nothing more than a bully, cruel and tyrannical toward his subordinates, yet transforming into a craven wretch before someone tougher. Watching the furious Danton, the thugs remained silent, fearful of drawing his ire. They all regretted provoking a mage, especially a paladin. It was a fool's errand that would cost them dearly. To prevent Balmer from unleashing his wrath upon other postmen, Danton broke his legs, ensuring he would be unable to work for several months. If you're still unsatisfied, feel free to seek trouble. I'll be waiting. Danton retrieved his briefcase and turned to leave. I won't dare again, Balmer pleaded. But the moment Danton exited the alley, his expression turned venomous. He resolved to seek out the constable. Even if it required spending a fortune and incurring a debt, he would find an excuse to have him hanged at the town's entrance. What is the situation with the gatekeeper? Danton mounted his horse and headed to Old Granger's general store. It's a long story, but let us prepare supplies first. Besides that unscrupulous apothecary, Is there anywhere else? Homa inquired. There is one more place, though it's quite desolate. After a moment's hesitation, Danton decided to investigate, urged on by the grimoire. The Wolf and Spice General Store had stood at the northern intersection of Morning Mist Town since Danton's earliest memories. However, it had been closed for more than half the year, sometimes shuttered for 2 or 3 years at a time. Its steps gathering dust, fortune smiled upon Danton today. The store was open. He crossed the threshold and stepped inside. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. The shelves held few items, but they were diverse, including potions and elixirs. The transparent specimen jar contained a white preservative solution, encasing a heart the size of a pineapple. Thump, thump. Though slow and feeble, the heart indeed pulsated, as if still nestled within its owner's chest. This is a heart from a draconic beast, expertly processed by an unknown potion maker. Judging by the color, it must be over a century old, yet it still beats. The grimoire projected a green beam across the specimen jar, revealing the analysis results, which brimmed with rich praise. Are you interested in the heart of a dragon rhinoceros? For just 10,000 gold coins, it can be yours. Suddenly, the previously dimly lit general store vibrantly came to life with the ethereal voice. Danton felt a jolt of excitement, an indescribable thrill swelling within him. His gaze darted over the shelves, landing on the slender figure behind the counter. Young man, if you wish to buy, make your decision quickly. We will be closing tomorrow. The figure was entirely shrouded in a brown cloak, and a large hood obscured her face, causing Danton to feel a twinge of disappointment. However, judging by her voice, she seemed to be around 14 or 15 years old. I heard from the townsfolk that the shopkeeper suffers from a peculiar ailment that prevents her from seeing the sun, which is why she always wears the cloak. But surely, it can't be her. Young man, staring at a stranger so intently is quite rude, she chided, though her tone lacked any true reproach. I apologize, Danton quickly offered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Such behavior felt utterly mortifying. No matter, feel free to browse. That if you're uncertain about a purchase, please don't disturb us. The figure yawned and reclined in her chair. I'm conserving energy for tomorrow's journey. Danton nodded awkwardly. Although he couldn't see her face, he was enchanted by her voice. The shopkeeper of the Wolf and Spice General Store spoke with a slight lilt, her tone reminiscent of an older sister casually instructing a younger sibling. Both lofty yet not off-putting. She often referred to herself as we, and had a habit of biting into an apple, savoring its sweetness while examining her bite marks. Do you enjoy our voice? The shopkeeper, crunching on an apple, suddenly posed a question that left Danton flustered. And no, he stammered. Yet her voice caused his heart to race uncontrollably, leaving him bewildered. Young man, beneath our gaze, all pretenses are in vain. On the counter lay a plate stacked with 4 bright red apples, which the shopkeeper tossed to Danton. That he fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping the grimoire. Disregarding Danton, she settled down with a botany textbook. Danton moved among the shelves, finally exhaling a sigh of relief when he was certain the shopkeeper could no longer see him. What is happening to me? Am I under a spell? He scribbled an inquiry. Do you truly find her voice captivating? Homa inquired, knowing the answer but unsure how to respond, thus shifting the topic. Don't you? Listening to her voice feels like sitting on a sunlit summer day, on a grassy patch dappled with shade, savoring ice cream while gazing at the drifting clouds and the blue sky. Danton wrote fervently with a quill, leaving behind a trail of red ink. You truly are a romantic. Stop daydreaming and buy something already. Time is of the essence, Homa urged, estimating that without interruption, Danton might even compose a sonnet. Why are there no labels on these potions? Danton approached the shelf displaying the potions, observing the small bottles and reminding the grimoire. No need for soul detection. Clearly, these are homemade potions, and no wonder this shop struggles. Unless it builds a reputation, no mage would purchase potions of dubious origin. What about their efficacy? Danton pressed, instinctively doubting that the shopkeeper would sell subpar potions. Even without magic, mere observation allows me to ascertain that these potions are of commendable quality, at least exceptional grade, with an efficacy of 80%. Though Homa was not a professional potion maker, its vast experience allowed it to rival the discernment of many intermediary potion makers. Take this bottle of potent mana potion. For instance, it contains no sediment and exhibits a sky blue hue. Characteristics of an exceptional grade potion. 100 milliliters can replenish a 4th-tier mana user's energy in one go. That essay relief. Danton picked up the bottle. Resembling an ink jar, and examined it in the light. The color was tantalizing, ensuring it would not be off-putting. Stop dawdling. Take it all. We need not fear high prices now, only the lack of stock. Homa urged Danton to proceed to the checkout. I'll buy all these potions. How much do I owe? Our potions are truly flawless. And since you seem to have a discerning eye, I'll grant you a 20% discount. The shopkeeper straightened and retrieved a dusty potion box from beneath the counter, handing it to Danton. You can pack it yourself. Approximately 200,000 guilderin. Though he had anticipated this, the price still made Danton's heart skip a beat. The total volume of liquid could hardly exceed a liter, yet the cost was exorbitantly high. The price she offered is quite fair. Homar's evaluation, thus. Knowledge is indeed wealth. Chapter 0035. The Miser. The melodious-voiced female shopkeeper perpetually exuded an air of indifference, nibbling on an apple while her thoughts drifted away at a significant portion of the potions displayed on the shelves bore no labels. Evidently concocted for private use. However, with the existence of the comprehensive encyclopedia, Homar, one could easily ascertain their categories and quality, alleviating any concerns for Tang Dun about acquiring inferior products. Rapid Effect Magic Energy Potion. A 50 milliliter vial, upon consumption, can replenish 1/3 of a first-tier magic user's energy within 2 seconds. Listening to Homar's introduction, Tang Dun held a test tube, observing the pale blue potion within, shaking it gently. No sediment was present. Subsequently, he packed 100 vials into a box. High-efficiency magic energy potion, 20 bottles. According to the standards set by the Royal Potion Association, their effectiveness should be tenfold compared to the rapid effect potion for the same volume. However, the quality of the potions here is remarkably high, likely achieving a 15-fold effect. The potion box was specifically designed for storing potions, lined with soft fabric and equipped with racks, ensuring the fragile vials remained intact. 10 Swift Shadow Potions. 35 Stone Skin Potions, and the primary strength potion. Oh, let's skip that. Your Herculean strength is enhanced enough. I'll take all the primary agility potions, Homar pointed out, relishing the joy of shopping. In merely half an hour, Tang Dun had filled 6 potion boxes, purchasing 2/3 of the available potions. My apologies. As he neatly placed the rapid effect healing potion back and closed the lid, Tang Dun approached the counter to settle the bill. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for not being able to fulfill Homar's earlier proclamation of purchasing all the potions, making him feel as though he had boasted. There is no need for apologies. We are not such petty women. The shopkeeper, reminiscent of the character from Spice and Wolf, maintained her nonchalant demeanor. Are you certain? The total comes to 167,500 gold coins. We shall waive the change, considering this is your first visit to our store. Is it possible to use Alipay stones? Tang Dun produced 10 gemstones. Placing them on the counter, 6 will suffice. The shopkeeper did not even reach for them, seemingly indifferent, continuing to crunch on her apple, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet potion shop. The remainder serves as a deposit. I will reserve your next potions. Even without Homar's guidance, Tang Dun would have prepaid the deposit, for the quality of the potions was undeniably excellent. Even if he did not consume them himself, reselling them would yield substantial profits. You are too late. Our potions have already been sold. Disappointment crossed Tang Dun's face. Though he quickly masked it, he had initially believed that he was the only one privy to the secrets of Spice and Wolf, only to discover that someone else had beaten him to it. There are many clever individuals in this world, Homar remarked. Unfazed, upon noticing the absence of high-tier potions on the shelves, she had already surmised this possibility, observing the forlorn figure of the young man carrying the potion boxes, about to exit the shop. The shopkeeper felt a pang of sympathy and suddenly spoke. Young man, your discerning eye is commendable. As a reward, I shall prepare some improved new potions for your next visit. Would you like to reserve them? Her voice was imbued with a natural warmth, reminiscent of an older sister praising her younger brother and offering him sweets. Accept her offer. Without waiting for Tang Dun's response, Homar subtly vibrated, urging him. Considering the current quality of potions, the newly improved ones would undoubtedly be exceptional. Moreover, even if it turned out to be a scam, given Tang Dun's present status, he could afford the risk. Very well. Tang Dun nodded, eager to inquire about the shopkeeper's name, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. These will undoubtedly be exceedingly rare dragon-slaying potions. Upon concluding her statement, the shopkeeper closed her eyes, taking a brief respite to gather her strength for the impending journey. Tang Dun treaded lightly as he exited the potion shop, leading the Black Emperor for a distance, unable to resist glancing back. I wonder who the fortunate soul is that uncovered the secret of spice and wolf before you. Homar mused. Noticing that Tang Dun remained oblivious, sighing. Alas, it seems we have prematurely entered the season of desire. Suddenly, Tang Dun raised his hand and slapped his cheek, the sharp sting jolting his senses back to clarity. Have I fallen victim to some charm magic? He flipped through the grimoire, inquiring. Do not overthink it. Hurry and procure supplies. Homar had no intention of playing the role of a psychologist to console Tang Dun, instead listing essential items on the pages: flour, olive oil, fresh water, charcoal for warmth and fire. This is sufficient for the entire population of Morning Mist Town for 6 months. Additionally, a substantial stock of armor, weapons, and magic stones. Are you preparing to launch a small-scale war? Tang Dun was taken aback, although he had activated the war space within the grimoire. There was no need to fill it to capacity. Humph. Do you comprehend the sense of crisis? You must always be prepared with ample strategic resources to survive should you find yourself trapped in a certain secret realm, were it not for the limited scale of Morning Mist Town and the scarcity of goods. Homar could have provided a more detailed inventory. The previous owner had stored enough supplies for 100,000 residents of a small principality to last 5 years within the war space. However, following the owner's demise, the grimoire had suffered significant damage, and without magic stones to maintain the war space, all the supplies had rotted away over the millennia. Otherwise, Tang Dun could have made a fortune. Clearing out all the supplies in this town will surely cause price fluctuations and unrest among the populace. Do you wish for me to be apprehended by the security team? Tang Dun dismissed Homar's proposal, ultimately deciding to purchase enough supplies for 500 individuals to last 3 months. Forget it. I shall focus on gathering souls and establish a portal in the underground city and town as soon as possible. That would ensure greater safety. Homar was somewhat satisfied with the outcome. Tang Dun was still a novice and required gradual guidance. Grelland, as the foremost merchant in Morning Mist Town, boasting the largest chain of 5 shops, was naturally Tang Dun's prime choice. Are you certain you are not attempting to deceive me? The rotund Grelland squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing Tang Dun. True to his reputation as the most miserly individual in the West, he still wore the same linen robe worth merely 50 copper coins that Tang Dun had seen him in at the Golden Ivory Tavern. Not only had the fabric worn thin at the rear, but the elbows were also patched, looking exceedingly shabby. I can pay in advance. Tang Dun produced gemstones, shaking them to demonstrate his purchasing power. They are not stolen. Are they? Grelland's thumb scratched his well-groomed mustache, his shifty eyes darting about. Living in the same town, especially with his son frequently causing trouble for Tang Dun, Grelland could hardly claim ignorance of this courier's presence. Tang Dun chose not to respond, turning away. After all, there were more shops in town than just his own. Wait, the deal is on. Grelland, resembling a toad, hurriedly waddled a few steps to catch up with Tang Dun. 70% off. Tang Dun immediately countered. Absolutely not. By the gods above, I am already offering you the lowest price. Grelland nearly leapt in shock, as if his life were at stake, at the mere suggestion of a discount. 70% off. Tang Dun persisted. Given Grelland's miserly nature, he would never relinquish such a lucrative deal. Even at 50% off, he would still profit immensely. I will be left unable to afford even my undergarments. Grelland lamented, launching into a lengthy tirade about the hardships of running his stores and the difficulties of business over the past few years. Do save your breath for the dead. Tang Dun had no desire to engage with him. Although the fellow was stingy, his business acumen and talent for amassing wealth were well known. Do not leave. Let us negotiate further. 97% off. Grelland, envisioning the golden coins slipping away, hurriedly detained Tang Dun. Come this way and see. These are antiques I have collected from various places. They are quite valuable. Grelland forcibly pulled Tang Dun to a nearby cedar shelf, pointing out the dazzling array of items, a tactic he often employed, overwhelming his opponent with incessant chatter while promoting additional products to recoup the price difference from the discount. These items were excavated by adventurers from ancient ruins and various secret realms. They hold great collectible value. Should you encounter a knowledgeable noble, you would undoubtedly reap immense profits. Grelland lifted a jade-carved leaf, nearly thrusting it into Tang Dun's eyes. Behold how exquisite the hue of this jade is. Look at the inscriptions. They are undoubtedly in Elvish. If deciphered, it could very well be a dragon-slaying spell. The Western continent boasts a civilization spanning over 100,000 years, with wars, plagues, and various calamities leading to the continuous rise and fall of numerous civilizations, as well as the loss and obliteration of many once flourishing empires. Those ancient magics, martial arts, divine arts, and even technologies have naturally been buried in the annals of history. Tang Dun's gaze casually swept across the shelf. These items indeed exuded a profound sense of antiquity. Not long ago, a drunkard in the Empire stumbled upon a silver wine jug at a street stall, inscribed with an ancient elvish spell. Ultimately, it was sold at auction for a staggering 2 million gold coins to a sorcerer. Grellin's words held a grain of truth. Yet most of his merchandise was counterfeit. He had a penchant for collecting antiques, but possessed a notoriously poor eye for quality. I am not interested. 70% off. And if you do not agree, then so be it. Tang Dun had never harbored thoughts of overnight wealth and was preparing to turn away when he felt a slight tremor from the grimoire in his hand. Do not rush. We can discuss this further. Greed drives Grellin to a relentless pursuit of profit. As he clutches yet another snuff bottle, spewing saliva-laden sales pitches. A customer has arrived. Won't you attend to them? Danton gestured towards the entrance, and one must admit, Grellin's stinginess reached its zenith. In such a vast grocery store, he couldn't even bear to hire a single clerk. Just wait, don't leave, Grellin chattered, hastening towards the customer. What is it? Danton opened the grimoire and quickly jotted down an inquiry. The statue at the bottom right of the shelf. No matter the cost, you must acquire it. Homer managed to display a line of text before Grellin rushed back, panting. Chapter 0036, The Titan Statue. Danton closed the grimoire, feigning nonchalance as his gaze swept across the bottom of the shelves. There was no fear of misidentification. Among the dilapidated items, only one statue, carved from an unidentifiable stone, stood out, its surface entirely black, marred with greasy remnants and dried bloodstains, measuring half a palm in length and as thick as a cucumber. The stone's age was evident, with 2/3 of its surface covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering at the slightest touch. The statue depicted a giant, its fists raised in fury, muscles intricately carved, exuding a palpable sense of power. This is an ancient giant statue, with a history spanning 5 millennia. Carrying it daily will gradually enhance one's physical strength. Grelin, ever perceptive, noticed Danton's lingering gaze and swiftly seized the giant statue, fervently attempting to sell it to him. What about that minotaur? Danton did not reach for the statue, but instead glanced at the weary beast man, deliberately feigning curiosity. With Grellin's shrewdness, should Danton express interest in the statue, he would undoubtedly be taken for a ride. Just a lowly beastman merchant, here to peddle his tribal wares. Grelin intentionally disregarded the minotaur, having done so 5 times already. Only by inducing anxiety in the other party could he secure a lower price for the goods. This is a fine item, coveted by nobles. I can't go lower than a 10% discount. Grellin's words were clearly exaggerated. If the statue truly possessed the miraculous properties he claimed, how could it possibly be left here? How about a 25% discount? If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. Danton turned away without a hint of regret, casting a glance at the minotaur, no longer affording the statue so much as a passing glance. He could always admire it later once it was purchased. You're pushing me to the brink of bankruptcy, Grelin lamented. Boss, it's been 5 days. Have you made a decision? The minotaur, clad in tattered leather armor, approached, his face etched with desperation. He had been away for too long, and with each passing day, travel expenses mounted, and certain goods could not endure prolonged storage without spoiling, leading to a complete loss. Get out of the way. Can't you see I'm conducting business? Come back tomorrow. Grelin snapped irritably, his innate human superiority evident in his disdain for the beast man, especially one seeking to sell him goods. The minotaur wanted to retort, but was met with a kick from Grelin, prompting him to fall silent, though he remained rooted in place. Danton observed the scene with a sense of melancholy. The towering minotaur, exceeding 2 meters in height, with sinewy muscles, stood like a fortress, one arm akin to a giant serpent, thicker than Grelin's neck, yet he dared not retaliate, only forced to smile. You're not deliberately trying to embarrass me, are you? Danton's expression darkened as he turned away. If you want to engage in a deal worth over 50,000 gold coins, then so be it. Others will gladly take the opportunity. Wait, don't leave, Grelin exclaimed urgently, hastening to block Danton's path, arms outstretched. 85% is the lowest I can go. Danton let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He had deliberately emphasized the 50,000 gold coins to make Grelin reconsider. preventing him from walking away, for without Greland's cooperation, his subsequent plans would falter. A minimum of 80%, and you'll allow me to select 3 or 4 antiques from those shelves. Danton proposed, intentionally glancing at the Minotaur, feigning disdain. This expression was meant to redirect Greland's ire towards the beast man, diverting attention from his true intentions. 80% is simply unacceptable. Greland failed to realize that his words had inadvertently revealed his true focus. He cared little for those antiques. In truth, these items were merely remnants Greland had scavenged from various traveling merchants, and the valuable pieces had long been secured, leaving only the dross on the shelves, a desperate bid to recoup some gold. Then how about 85%? But you must include that leaf inscribed with elvish script, and let me choose 3, no, 5 antiques. Danton feigned the appearance of a fool deceived, casting his gaze at the leaf Greland had previously introduced, never once glancing at the statue. You might as well kill me. I can part with at most 1. Greland raised his voice, a look of agony akin to being grasped by an ogre. 3 pieces, or else I walk away. Danton complained, yet he made his way to the shelves, promptly picking up the leaf, deliberately displaying a look of delight. Greland leaned in closer, resuming his incessant chatter. You have other customers. I want tea waste time. If you agree to these 3 items, the deal is sealed. After toying with the leaf for a moment, Danton surveyed the shelves once more before finally reaching for the statue, with a sudden snap. Greland grasped Danton's wrist, a look of suspicion dawning on his face. After all, he was a shrewd merchant, instinctively sensing something amiss. What's wrong? Danton's heart raced, striving to suppress any signs of anxiety. Let us choose something else. I want to sell these 3. Although he had previously had them appraised and deemed worthless, seeing Danton's interest made Greland waver. Greed, shrewdness, and suspicion, these were the hallmarks of Greland, the most astute merchant of the Western realms. You think I'm some unsophisticated country bumpkin to be toyed with? I'll have no part of it. Danton deliberately tossed aside the antiques, shouting towards the beastman, Hey, stand back. Your stench is overwhelming. The Minotaur's face flushed crimson, and after clenching his fists, he ultimately relented. I apologize. He is suspicious, and I can only use you to divert his attention. Danton silently apologized. Raising his voice towards the Minotaur, he had already displayed his distaste, so this reprimand felt justified. Look down on a postal worker, will you? I'm determined to earn a fortune and study at the St. George Academy of Magic in the Empire, living in this wretched countryside. I am treated like a hick wherever I go. Danton emphasized the words academy, countryside, and hick, his voice brimming with indignation, all designed to implant a subconscious notion in Greland's mind, that he was ignorant and inexperienced. What am I worried about? This fellow is just a provincial postal worker from Redwood County. How could he possibly recognize the value of priceless antiques? He has merely been duped into buying them. The suspicious are easily swayed by words. And Greland, upon reflection, began to deem those 3 antiques worthless. Beastmen are all paupers. Doing business with them likely means you're a small-time merchant with little money. How could you afford genuine magical antiques? These must surely be fakes. Yes, that must be it. I've been fooled. Danton cursed under his breath as he strode towards the shop's exit, filled with resentment. He had long heard of Greland's unscrupulous dealings, but having previously been impoverished, he had never had the opportunity to engage. Now, after their conversation, he realized that even at an 80% discount, Greland could still pocket 6,000 gold coins and yet remained unsatisfied. A deal worth 50,000 gold coins. I could simply shout in the street, and those grocery store owners would flock to trade with me. How could I have been so foolish as to endure this indignity here? Had he not known that Homer was an encyclopedia, he would have thoughtlessly walked away, wasting only a bit of time to gather supplies in nearby towns. Wait, the deal is on. Greland quickly snatched the 3 antiques, rushing to Danton, stuffing them into his arms. No. I am sick of beastmen. Danton grimaced, attempting to push Greland away. It's all my fault, Greland apologized, as the notion of 50,000 gold coins echoed in his ears. Watching Danton leave felt as though he were witnessing his fortune flutter away like a little winged creature from his pocket, leaving him restless. Step aside. Danton was obstinate, yet his struggles were noticeably weaker. Don't block my path to purchase. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and leave. You're frightening my esteemed customer. Greland redirected his ire towards the Minotaur. Shifting the focus of the conversation, my store has the most comprehensive inventory. By here, it's settled. 85% off for these 3 magical antiques. The deal is sealed. Grelland had initially planned to offer another antique to placate Downton's anger, but his stinginess prevented him from doing so. Deliver what I want to the southern edge of the town within an hour, or the deal is off. Downton shot Grelland an incredulous glance, not daring to touch the statue again. Negotiating with such a cautious, shrewd, and suspicious individual required one to be on high alert. It will be delivered, but what about the shipping fee? Grelland's stinginess reached its peak, and his erratic demeanor returned as his eyes darted towards the 3 antiques in Downton's grasp, instinctively reaching out to reclaim them for further appraisal. Of course, you will cover that. Downton's temper flared. How small could the town be? The distance from here to the town's edge was merely 200 meters along a wide street, requiring no shipping fee at all. If Grelland continued to refuse, even without the statue, he would not procure supplies here. Fine. Fine, I'll pay. Gerontius relented, casting a regretful glance at the antique before roaring at the Minotaur. Why don't you just leave? Can't you see I'm busy? Upon reaching the street, Danton opened the grimoire and pinned his inquiry. What exactly is that broken statue? Moreover, do not let me deal with that suspicious miser again. It is nothing short of torment. Danton was never one to be stingy. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from demanding compensation after Hannah and Fanny utilized the magical stone. Yet, in the face of Gerontius, he simply could not bear to see his own coin line his pockets. UVE struck gold. That is a Titan statue, a sacred artifact crafted by the giant clan. And if one were to assign a standard, it surpasses the level of perfection as a legendary ornament, worth at least 30 million kindolins. Gazing upon the arcane script displayed by Homar, Danton's hand trembled, nearly bursting his eyes in disbelief. Such a dilapidated statue was valued so highly. Chapter 0037. Bloodhoof tribe. I have used soul detection, and it is rife with the tempestuous elemental spirits of storm. It likely hails from the storm giant clan. But alas, it is severely damaged and can scarcely be used anymore. Homar's subsequent text rendered Danton, who had been reveling in his newfound fortune, utterly frozen in his glee, as if he had plummeted from paradise. Are you mocking me? Danton seethed. Let me finish. Each shamanic high priest from the giant tribes can create statues imbued with differing magical effects, collectively known as Titan statues. Homar, a veritable encyclopedia, possessed a vast reservoir of knowledge that was astonishing. This storm giant statue, also referred to as the Statue of Strength, contains the immense power of approximately 100 dragons, which anyone can draw upon at any time to empower themselves. If I were to draw it all at once, wouldn't that mean I could topple dragons? Danton expressed his skepticism. Certainly, provided your physical strength is sufficient to bear that power without collapsing. Homar doused his enthusiasm, wanting to deter Danton from developing a habit of seeking shortcuts. However, a magic user relying on such external forces can never become a true powerhouse. If wielded wisely, this could be a miraculous magical ornament capable of turning the tide of battle. Danton's thoughts were not as rigid as Homar's. His pursuit was one of maximizing utility. As he caressed the statue, Danton curiously admired it. The expression on the giant's face was vividly lifelike, and the posture of its cry made one feel as though they were truly present, as if faint echoes of sound could be heard. How many more times can it be used? Danton took out a handkerchief to wipe away the stains. The statue still possesses the power of about 1 dragon, equivalent to the strength of 50 trolls. The more you draw upon it, the fewer uses it retains. Upon hearing this, Danton, instead of feeling disheartened, looked at Homar with curiosity. Why are you not regretful that it is not a complete ornament? Am I such an insatiable person? Danton rolled his eyes. Even if he missed the opportunity with the Titan statue, he would not harbor regrets. Homar was quite pleased with this response. It was evident to him that Danton was a grounded man, more inclined to strive with his own hands rather than pin his hopes on some elusive fortune. By the way, given my physical condition, how much power can I bear at once? Danton was cautious, preparing for future battles. Approximately the strength of 1 troll, enough to wield the dragon's tooth for 10 minutes. Homar projected Danton's cheek onto the pages, rolling his eyes in return. Do you think I used a troll as a metaphor for no reason? Very well, but I would love to experience the sensation of being fully endowed with a dragon's strength. After expressing his longing, Danton took a deep breath and stored the Titan statue carefully. Once Gerontius delivers the supplies to the town's entrance and we complete the handover, we can return to the Undercity. The journey proceeded smoother than anticipated. lifting Danton's spirits considerably as he hummed a rustic tune. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Danton unearthed a wooden box from beneath the bed. Opening it, he beheld over 100 gold coins. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. These were the fruits of his labor accrued over half a year. Besides working as a courier, Danton also held a part-time job, dedicating 2/3 of his day to work solely to save enough tuition and living expenses for his sister, Elaine. Today alone, I spent over 200,000 kindlings in less than an hour. What a profligate expenditure. Danton sighed while clutching a gold coin. Indeed, he ought to be grateful to Baelmer. Had that fellow not dismissed Danton, he would never have dared venture to Crow Ridge and subsequently into that forsaken city. Homar, initiate the war space. As Danton organized the supply provisions, he extracted several potions and magical stones to place in his backpack. Preparing for any unforeseen battles, the grimoire projected an ancient bronze door, appearing significantly smaller indoors. As the door swung open, 2 bronze hands emerged, reclaiming the wooden box. Give me a shield, a one-handed longsword, and a 2-handed greatsword. Upon departing the Undercity, Danton had acquired numerous pieces of equipment from the weapon shop. However, due to their weight, he had not carried them with him. Now, with a horse for transport, the issue was resolved. Since I possessed the Titan statue, strength is no longer a concern. Why not utilize the dragon's tooth? Homar selected higher quality weapons to present. A poor lad wielding a perfect grade weapon. Are you suggesting I should flaunt my status? Danton shook his head. I do not wish to attract the attention of greedy individuals. For possessing riches can lead to one's demise. Setting aside whether others can recognize the dragon's tooth, with your timid disposition, you hardly qualify to be a strong man. Homar scoffed. We do not seek trouble. But neither do we fear it. Any who dares to covet what is yours must pay the price in blood. Danton paused, falling into silence. Indeed, he had been overly cautious, while prudence was not misplaced. If he were to live his life in such a manner, what meaning would it hold? A man must confront troubles head-on, for in matters of spirit, one must never concede defeat. Give me the dragon's tooth. As Danton polished his battle axe, Homar nodded in satisfaction. His mindset was shifting, maturing, and a newfound courage began to manifest in his demeanor. What shall we do next? Homar suggested. In a town like this, one cannot procure any tomes on potion making. Why not attempt to challenge the guardian god? Let us discuss it once we're in the Undercity. For now, I must leave some money for Durin and Wild's families, and then head to the blacksmith to purchase a crossbow. Danton's plans were clear as he stepped outside, securing the battle axe, shield, and one-handed sword to the saddle of his black steed. Very humane. Homar appreciated such a master. Excessive coldness could be quite displeasing. Upon receiving news of their son's death, the 2 aunts would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Danton found it difficult to voice his condolences, so he tossed valuable gemstones worth over 10,000 into the yards of both families before hastily departing. The blacksmith in town had average skills, and the crossbows he crafted were merely of ordinary quality. Is this all? An effective range of 50 yards is hardly impressive. Danton tested 6 crossbows, each leaving him dissatisfied. For hunting, it suffices if you find the range insufficient. You may use a longbow. The blacksmith uncle was amiable enough. Very well, I'll take this one, and also 5 spare crossbow strings and 500 serrated arrows. Had the blacksmith's inventory been larger, Danton would have purchased everything at once. With his pockets brimming, gold coins were of no concern to him. Completing a transaction worth 500 coins, the blacksmith uncle was ecstatic. Please hold on. Ill prepare your goods. Barak, come out quickly. The clanging of metal ceased, and a soot-covered minotaur emerged from the forge, his bare upper body muscular and glistening with sweat. Boss, what can I do for you? He wiped his brow with a massive hand, inquiring with a genial expression, but upon seeing Danton, his demeanor shifted, and he averted his gaze. The status of orcs was indeed low within the human empire, even in a third-rate nation like Drankford. They were looked down upon. The racial tensions had long been entrenched, not easily dispelled by mere words, and Barak, having spent considerable time among humans, understood that to avoid trouble, one must endure. What brings you to work here? Aren't you a merchant? Danton felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had it not been for the Titan statue, he would not have mocked the Minotaur. Barak remained silent, but the blacksmith uncle interjected. All those goods belong to the tribe. Barak is merely responsible for selling them. However, he is often swindled by Gerontius, receiving far too little money. making it difficult to explain upon returning home, so he takes on work to earn some extra. Why not seek other merchants? Danton inquired, inspecting the crossbows with confusion. His goods are all tribal specialties: herbs, monster blood, ores, hides, and bones. Besides Gerontius, other merchants lack the capital to purchase them. The blacksmith uncle sighed. Gerontius is too unscrupulous. His prices dwindle with each transaction. Can they be sold separately? Danton asked, only to see the blacksmith shake his head, realizing that regardless of who Barak sold to, he would face the same fate. After all, he was an orc. Go load the goods. The blacksmith urged the Minotaur. After all, he had kept him around for his cheap labor. Wait, let me treat you to a meal. Danton sought to apologize. I have work to do. Barak declined, truly exemplifying the saying that Minotaurs are single-minded. I have purchased all your goods. Danton intended to stock up on herbs and various monster bloods infused with magic in preparation for studying potion making. As for the hides and bones, they would serve as a gesture of goodwill. Really? The Minotaur was skeptical. Do I look like a fraud? Thankfully, Barak did not nod. Otherwise, Danton would have been utterly disheartened. I will pay you in advance with gold. At the entrance of the Golden Ivory Tavern, the notice board remained plastered with bounty posters. The price for the notorious bear, Rooney, had remained unchanged, while the bounty for the ogre, Tyson, had increased by 3,000. This was no surprise, as he had been particularly active lately, raiding far and wide, even attacking a small town and slaughtering over 100 villagers. With his newfound status as a mage, Danton had become increasingly intrigued by these brigands and thus turned to the most expensive bounty notice. Suarez, known as Sia, due to his penchant for cannibalism, was a renowned troll leader in the Western Territories, commanding a formidable band of marauders. With a bounty of 200,000 kindolents, Danton noticed that Balak's gaze lingered on the image of the Tauren from the village of Quito, the one associated with the orc shamaness. Though the ghost honey was delectable, Danton was not extravagant enough to indulge in it, as if it were mere water. The recent diet of spider meat in the underground city had been a torment to his palate. Don't be shy. Eat to your heart's content. As a lavish feast was laid before him, red wine, foie gras, black pepper lamb chops, and spicy lettuce, Danton called out to Balak and began devouring the meal with fervor. For a poor lad like him, this meal, worth 50 gold coins, had previously been a distant dream. I apologize. Noticing the Tauren was in good spirits, Danton seized the opportunity to express his contrition. I understand you were merely trying to procure those 3 antiques. With his mouth full, Balak suddenly uttered a statement that astonished Danton. Chapter 0038. Natural ornaments in the intoxicating atmosphere of the Golden Ivory Tavern. Dancers on the elevated platform flirtatiously lifted their skirts, enticing mercenaries and adventurers alike. Eliciting a chorus of whistles, Danton concealed his expression, choosing not to interject. Don't worry, I won't inform Grandi. Otherwise, I would have done so long ago. Balak's demeanor was one of simplicity, yet a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. You have greatly diminished my impression of you. Danton raised his wine glass. I hold a disdain for those who think themselves clever, yet you have left a favorable impression upon me. Balak grasped a wooden goblet, locking eyes with Danton. With this drink, you are now a friend of Balak, the Bloodhoof tribe warrior. Is the term friend worth merely the weight of this cup? Danton chuckled lightly, but upon observing Balak's serious expression, he tempered his tone. In my heart, even a cup of plain water would suffice, and no human has ever apologized to an orc. You are the first. Balak clinked his goblet against Danton's with vigor, then tilted his head back, swallowing the contents in one swift motion. The liquid trickled down Balak's chin, dampening his attire. Another 2 mugs of rye beer. Danton called to the waiter, pondering why Balak was not foolish enough to be appointed to such an important role by the tribe if he were truly dim-witted. Thank you. Balak wiped away the tears that had escaped the corner of his eye. Unbeknownst to him, the gems Danton had provided exceeded the value of the goods by 30%, enough to sustain the tribe's children for 2 or 3 months. The orcs living on the Sunset Prairie were exceedingly impoverished. Food, salt, and ironware all had to be imported from human territories, while their exports of horses, furs, and other specialties were priced exceedingly low. They also had to contend with the constant threat of trade restrictions and the abolition of their markets. The 12 northern principalities had formed a commercial alliance, employing numerous tactics against these tribes, forcing even the orc governor of the southern border to bow his head, let alone the inconspicuous riffraff. When will you next visit Morning Mist Town? I require all materials related to potions. Danton had intended to set down his cup, but Balak's gaze suddenly sharpened, compelling him to drink in one go. Is that satisfactory? 3 months hence. Balak erupted into hearty laughter, thumping Danton on the shoulder. No problem. Even at a high price, I won't sell. I'll reserve everything for you. Can you even sell it? Danton coughed a few times, pushing both cups toward the Tauren, as he found it difficult to acclimate to the beverage. The tribe possesses the blood of wyverns, magic moon silver wolves, hurricane drakes, and grilletai falcons. If you desire, I shall bring it to you. Balak was not boasting. These were elite magical beasts, and their blood was rich in powerful magical energy, sought after for inscribing magical scrolls and concocting high-grade potions that in human territories. They were highly coveted, often snatched up by influential merchants before they even hit the market. The grimoire pulsed slightly, and without needing to ask, Danton understood it was urging him to make a purchase. This is a down payment. Danton produced 5 gemstones, placing them before Balak. Don't. I trust you. Balak's stubborn side emerged. These creatures were indeed generous and straightforward. Once they recognized a friend, they were profoundly sincere. Danton's apology had granted Balak a taste of respect for the first time, a shaman capable of communicating with nature. Balak could perceive that the young man before him was earnest. Missing the chance to forge a friendship with such a person would lead to lifelong regret. Transporting the blood to Morning Mist Town entails considerable risk. Don't be obstinate. Accept it. After all, I am not lacking in these few gemstones. Danton recognized the difficulties Balak would face, contending not only with a multitude of bandits, but also the soldiers stationed along the border, who might extort him that if they perceived the goods to be of high value. They might even masquerade as robbers. Not only the humans, notorious for their unscrupulousness, but also the orc soldiers could engage in such tactics. Thus, this trade route was fraught with bloodshed and violence throughout the year. Balak lifted his goblet and downed its contents in one go, attempting to mask his discomposure. The 5 gemstones, valued at over 100,000 gold coins, equated to what the Bloodhoof tribe had painstakingly accumulated over 6 months, and he had given them away so easily, due to his simple promise. I will do my utmost to return in 3 months. If I fail to appear, you may sell the goods to another. Observing Balak's slightly darkened visage and tattered armor, Danton sighed and produced a handful of gemstones, over 20 in total, placing them before him. What is the meaning of this? Balak frowned. Use it to purchase armor and weapons to enhance your combat capability. If you were to perish, I would not want my goods to fall into the hands of others. Having endured in silence, Balak could no longer contain himself. Large tears fell into his goblet, creating small bubbles in the liquid. The Tauren understood that Danton's remarks were intended to relieve him of any psychological burden, so he would not feel indebted. Quickly, put that away. Do you wish to be robbed? Danton urged, signaling Balak to be aware of their surroundings. The few mercenaries had begun to take notice of them. The gemstones were too dazzling, and given their profession, they possessed the keen insight to recognize their value. Balak ceased his refusals, retrieving a pouch from his clothing, pouring out a string of bracelets, and placing the gemstones within. This is for you. The Tauren would not allow Danton to decline, forcefully stuffing the bracelet into his hands. It is an ornament carved from whale incense wood by our great shaman, infused with the power of nature. The bracelet was strung with 10 beads, each the size of a marble, exuding a pleasant fragrance that instantly cleared Danton's mind. The infused magical energy can activate a war-grade magical shield inscribed upon it. Balak educated him. It also possesses a refreshing effect, allowing magic users to maintain peak performance while casting spells, thus avoiding fatigue. This bracelet was of superior craftsmanship, and if sold, it would fetch 5,000 kindlings. Such a precious gift. Danton replied he had only offered the gemstones out of kindness, intending to assist the down-and-out Tauren, without any expectation of repayment. Do you consider my gift to be unworthy? Danton quickly shook his head. The gifts of a Bloodhoof warrior are only bestowed upon the best of friends. Balak laughed heartily. If you feel guilty, simply treat me to a drink. It has been far too long since I have indulged in merriment. At your service. Danton had intended to procure a few small gifts for the Death Knight Celis, and now with the bracelet in hand, he found the task considerably eased. Balak was a loquacious orc, yet in the unfamiliar realm of humans, he had grown taciturn. Now, encountering Danton, who did not look down upon him, he opened up, sharing tales of the customs and culture of the Sunset Prairie. Danton proved to be a most attentive listener, maintaining a smile without an ounce of impatience. He understood that Balak needed to vent and express himself. But an ill-timed interruption disrupted their conversation. Well, isn't this our esteemed Western Territories chief messenger? Young Grandi swaggered over, flanked by 6 sycophantic companions, his arms crossed in arrogance as he brazenly seated himself at their table. Woof, woof, the white hunting bear dog snarled at Danton, emboldened by its owner's lack of intervention, and boldly placed its front legs on the table, snatching a piece of steak from Danton's plate. What are you doing here? Orc. Young Grandi cast a disdainful glance at Balak, fully aware of the Tauren who had previously groveled to his father for business. Promoting goods, Balak murmured sullenly, reverting to his former humble demeanor, which caused Danton to feel a pang of sympathy. To whom? Imp. Young Grandi pointed at Danton, then burst into laughter. That poor wretch couldn't afford anything. You've been duped. Are orcs all foolish? This lavish feast is better suited to feed the dogs of the Grandi household than to be wasted on Danton. His sycophants dutifully joined in. Relentlessly mocking Danton, the hunting bear dog, true to its nature, leaped onto the table, devouring the food with abandon, while growling aggressively at Danton. You best remove that wretched dog. Danton fixed his gaze on the eyes of little Jelangtai, exclaiming, otherwise, I truly will reduce it to a dead dog. Ha, did I hear that correctly with you? Little Jelangtai scoffed. A mere postman, or rather, a destitute postman who has already been dismissed. What right do you have? He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of the mercenaries and adventurers in the tavern, seeking to humiliate Danton publicly, to make him lose all face. Hey, do you know what this is? An ogre's suit, worth 20,000 kindilon. You could toil your entire life and still never afford it. Little Jelangtai unsheathed his longsword, a bobcat one-handed sword, of exquisite quality, worth 30,000 kindilon. Any piece of my equipment thrown at you could crush you. Beat him. Make it so his mother wouldn't recognize him. Duel. The mercenaries, reveling in chaos, shouted enthusiastically, banging their tankards against the table, eager for the conflict to escalate. Humph, a duel? Just a commoner. Does he dare battle me? A peak tier 2 sorcerer? I'll beat the very essence out of him. Little Jelangtai boasted arrogantly. The Minotaur glanced at Danton, who was fixated on the hunting hound, his right hand brushing against the battle axe concealed beneath the table. You must remain calm. Balak urged, realizing the vast disparity between the two parties, one a worthless commoner, the other the son of the foremost merchant in Morning Mist Town. He didn't want his newly formed friendship to lead to grave trouble. A lowly beastman has no right to interject here. Get lost, or I shall deal with you too. With a crash, little Jelangtai seized a platter and smashed it into Balak's face, shards flying and juices splattering, in that moment, under the gaze of the tavern's patrons. Crushing his enemy filled him with an exhilarating sense of triumph. Today, I shall eradicate all your dignity. Little Jelangtai sneered at Danton, so that you shall never dare to appear before me again. Chapter 39. The duel on the long street. The mercenaries in the Golden Ivory Tavern laughed boisterously, their breath reeking of alcohol, exposing their yellowed teeth as they shamelessly mocked Danton in their eyes. He was nothing more than a pitiful insect. With regard to status, equipment, and strength, Danton had no chance of turning the tide. Everyone could foresee that this youth would soon be trampled like a dead dog. Little Jelangtai, akin to a general who had breached enemy lines, raised his chin defiantly, looking down upon Danton, sharing the same loathsome demeanor as his sycophants. Danton gripped the handle of the rending dragon's tooth tightly, prepared to cleave the hunting dog on the table, having endured far too long for the sake of retaining his job and amassing tuition for his sister, Elaine. Don't act rashly. The Minotaur firmly held Danton's wrist, shouting, consider carefully. Should you bring that axe down, your life may veer onto a different path. Pa, does he even have the guts to chop me? Little Jelangtai gestured to the ground. If you kneel and bow your head, I might forgive your insolence. Let go of me. Danton's voice turned cold, as if encased in a chilling current. Calm down. Balak sensed the tension in Danton's muscles, realizing he was serious. Had he not been restrained, he would undoubtedly strike down the scoundrel. What is happening here? An opera? Melissa pushed through the crowd, approaching. Little Jelangtai, I wasn't aware you possessed such talents. Hearing the beautiful woman's compliments, little Jelangtai swelled with pride. Yet he refrained from further wrath, instead adopting a more gentlemanly demeanor. Whatever I wished to learn, I grasped quickly. The clamoring of the mercenaries dwindled, their eyes greedily fixated on Melissa, akin to wild boars. Clad in a low-cut dress, Melissa paid no mind to their stares, casually tossing her gently curled, wavy hair, her long, pristine neck, and upright posture rendering her a swan amidst a flock of chickens. The dancers on the stage were immediately overshadowed. Even their revealing attire could not reclaim the mercenaries' gaze. Melissa appeared as a succubus from the abyss, every gesture exuding an intoxicating allure that made men yearn to possess her. Danton, why haven't you been to the post office recently? Worried that fool Bailmer might retaliate against you. Melissa smiled. Fear not, sister will protect you. Danton furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by Melissa's implication. Hey, kneel down. Haven't you heard? Little Jelangtai, displeased that Melissa was ignoring him and addressing Danton, roared. Grant me a favor and spare him. How about that? Melissa's eyes sparkled as she cast a flirtatious glance at little Jelangtai, causing him to shiver, as if jolted by an electric shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. Very well, in consideration of Sister Melissa, I shall let you off this time, but you can no longer use the moniker Fox of the Western Realm, or I shall surely break your front teeth next time. Little Jelangtai, as if shedding a rag, no longer concerned with Danton, turned with a smile toward Melissa, bowing, his right hand over his chest, making an inviting gesture. May I treat you to dinner? There would be ample opportunities to deal with Danton. Yet chances to engage with Melissa were rare. This woman, though seemingly lacking in virtue and appearing promiscuous, had never been rumored to have shared her bed with any man. If I conquer her, wouldn't all the men in Morning Mist Town be envious? Little Jelangtai fantasized, a grin involuntarily spreading across his face, though fortunately, he wasn't foolish enough to laugh out loud. Let us go. The Minotaur urged, pulling Danton along. How does it feel to have a platter smashed in your face, drenched in soup? Isn't it delightful? Danton stood, swinging his right hand fiercely. Let go of me. Balak initially intended to persuade him again, but upon meeting Danton's cold, disappointed gaze and hearing the disdainful tone echoing in his ears, his hand froze, instinctively releasing Danton. Little Jelangtai, weren't you going to smash my front teeth? Don't wait for another time. Let us settle it here. Danton was unaware of why Melissa chose to assist him, but that was irrelevant. What mattered was that leaving like this today would become an indelible stain upon his life. Danton, what are you thinking? Melissa exclaimed in astonishment, her tone growing stern as she reproached him for his foolishness. The mercenaries, unhappy that they would miss the fight, continued grumbling, unaware that the situation had taken a surprising turn. Is this fellow insane? A commoner dares to challenge a sorcerer clad in an ogre's suit. It's absurd. Perhaps he is a masochist. What business is it of yours? Melissa, that lad is not your lover. Why concern yourself with him? Come, accompany me for a drink. I assure you satisfaction. The mercenaries clamored, accustomed to brawls in the tavern, and some even began placing bets, wagering on how long it would take for Danton to be defeated, confident that he would not last long. Go, bet 100 gold coins. I'll finish him in 10 seconds. Little Jelangtai instructed his servant. Glancing at Melissa, wait for me 5 minutes. Melissa, seeing that Danton had completely ignored her, withdrew a battle axe from under the table, knowing that a private fight was inevitable. With a huff, she turned and left. The mercenaries followed Danton and little Jelangtai out of the tavern, gathering on the street, drawing the attention of townsfolk who came to witness the spectacled eye in the blink of an eye. The long street was densely packed with onlookers. Faced with his first duel surrounded by such a crowd, Danton couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety, his heartbeat quickening. Calm down quickly, strategize. Danton took a deep breath, murmuring a reminder to himself as he approached the hitching post outside the tavern. The reins of the Black Emperor were tied there. Since the one-handed sword and shield were not valuable, he had only brought the rending dragon's tooth and his backpack into the tavern. The battle axe is too heavy. You need to switch weapons, the Minotaur observed. Noting that while the rending dragon's tooth was of superior quality, its weight made it impractical for combat. I know. Danton had no intention of activating the giant's power immediately, not wishing to reveal his trump card. He wanted to assess his true strength first. Could you hurry up? The little Jelangtai pressed. He was not in a rush, reveling in the thrill of being the center of attention, feeling like a triumphant hero. Hold this for me. I was wrong earlier to mock you. Danton donned the bracelet, handing the battle axe to Balak, his left hand gripping the shield, his right hand tightening around the one-handed sword as he stepped into the center of the long street. I understand your plight, since you dare not strike. I shall help you reclaim the dignity you have lost. Initially intending to caution Danton to be careful, Balak felt a pang in his heart upon hearing those words, his eyes moistening with Balak's combat prowess. Even 100 little Jelangtais could not stand against him. Yet for the sake of the tribe, he had to endure. Looking at Danton across from him, little Jelangtai dismissed him entirely. Suddenly, two translucent spheres appeared, the size of fists, radiating a pure white hue, revolving around little Jelangtai. Such ostentation before the fight had even begun. He had activated his shield. Within 10 seconds, I shall crush you. Little Jelangtai held his long sword aloft, pointing directly at Danton, declaring loudly, convinced that his current appearance was nothing short of spectacular, akin to a magnificent rainbow dragon. That Danton's response was simple. He raised his right hand, activating the radiance of Hercules. A cascade of golden sparkles cascading over his head like flowing sand. Power surged through his entire being. Could it be that he is a paladin? The crowd gasped in astonishment, nearly bursting their eyes in disbelief. An unexpected twist indeed. Little wonder you dare to challenge me. It seems you have become a magic wielder, but what good is that? I stand at the pinnacle of the second tier of souls, capable of dispatching 10 of you without so much as breaking a sweat. Little Grellant sneered, then lunged forward. That it must be said, despite being a scoundrel, little Grellant was indeed a magic wielder. His sudden dash showcased impressive speed and explosive power. And with unwavering confidence, he swung his one-handed sword towards Tang Dun's neck with remarkable precision and ferocity. Tang Dun slightly raised his left hand, shield in front of him. The clang of the long sword against the shield echoed sharply, followed closely by a second strike. Hurricane strike. Whoosh, the long sword, infused with a fierce momentum, struck the shield, sending a jolt through Tang Dun's arm, leaving it somewhat numb. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Little Grellant roared, treating this private duel as his own personal performance. To him, Tang Dun was merely a fish out of water. Thus he neglected to consider the rational use of magic energy. All he needed was to unleash a relentless assault to crush him. Tang Dun, bracing against the shield amidst the rapid strikes, found himself continually retreating. The crowd jeered, with some mercenaries and civilians raising their arms, fists clenched, thumbs extended, then sweeping downwards with force. Attack, attack, attack. Tang Dun's defensive tactics bore little excitement for the onlookers. They craved a thrilling duel rather than an ugly display of defense. The Minotaur began to regret not having restrained Tang Dun earlier. The disparity between the two was too great, and Tang Dun had no chance of victory whatsoever. You seem quite interested in that, postman. Lister, clad in an ornate noble's cloak, approached Melissa. The mayor's son also finds such duels intriguing. Melissa complimented the 18-year-old youth, for his father was the most powerful man in Morning Mist Town. Just two attention-seeking fools, Lister scoffed. That postman is destined to lose. He has no advantages in equipment, experience, or rank. This duel will undoubtedly cast a shadow over his entire life. Of course, they could never compare to you. Melissa praised the man beside her, though her gaze drifted to Tang Dun's left hand, where a ring adorned his index finger. She had once seen a similar ring on the finger of an unattainable, mysterious figure. Otherwise, she would not have bothered with Tang Dun's fate. Could it be that I am mistaken? Melissa struggled to recall. For years ago, her status prevented her from approaching that figure. She had merely caught a distant glimpse, her impression lingering due to her fondness for exquisite jewelry. Chapter 0040. Soul Talent. Days of dreary rain had finally dissipated, revealing a brilliant blue sky adorned with flowing white clouds. Sunlight streamed down, cascading onto the cobblestone streets of Morning Mist Town and illuminating Tang Dun's youthful yet resolute face, faced with little Grellant's tempestuous onslaught. He remained utterly composed, although his left hand, holding the shield, throbbed with numbness. It steadfastly guarded his front. Tang Dun peered through a single eye, fixating on every movement of little Grellant. The long street echoed with the relentless clashing of metal, reverberating in the ears of the crowd, whose jeers grew louder, urging Tang Dun to launch an attack. The Minotaur scanned the surroundings anxiously, noting the crowd of townsfolk had swelled to nearly 1,000, with many even perched atop rooftops. The worst part was the overwhelming chorus of jeers directed at Tang Dun, which would undoubtedly impose immense pressure on him, threatening to shatter his resolve at any moment. This kid is frightened. He is on the verge of losing. The mayor's son observed the panic and tension etched upon Tang Dun's face. Mocking him, a mere fish is still a fish. Melissa nodded in agreement, yet her heart felt otherwise. Did they not see that Tang Dun's defensive stance remained unyielding, his eyes, unwavering, brimmed with resilience and high-spirited combat intent? His expression was a fade to deceive his opponent. I've witnessed too many gladiatorial contests in the imperial capital. Many capable fighters faltered under the gaze and cheers of thousands. Unable to perform to their full potential, leading to their defeat, Lister commented from a lofty perspective regarding the unfolding battle. Melissa smiled outwardly, yet inwardly berated the mayor's son for his arrogance. Are you scared now? This is the consequence of crossing me. Even if you beg for mercy, I shall show you no leniency. Little Grellant laughed triumphantly, deriding Tang Dun, daring to call yourself the fox of the western region? I am the mightiest youth of the west. Though Tang Dun appeared to be in dire straits, among the mercenaries and adventurers, there were a few with keen insight who recognized his cunning and began to find the battle intriguing. To act in a duel. Lowering the opponent's guard. For one who has just become a magic wielder, this lad possesses remarkable combat instincts, mused the owner of the Golden Ivory Tavern, standing by a second-floor window, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This promising young man was precisely what the organization lacked, and as a destitute civilian, he believed that a few gold coins would suffice to recruit him. Die Hurricane Slash. Little Grellant unleashed his ultimate move. The mountain cat's blade gleaming with white light as it slashed towards Tang Dun's head like a tempest. Time to counterattack, Melissa murmured, and barely had she spoken when Tang Dun transformed defense into offense. Giant barrier. His right foot pressed firmly against the ground. Halting his retreat, with a twist of his waist and a swing of his arm, power surged forth. The shield in his left hand crashed against Little Grellant's long sword like a formidable fortress. Boom! The magical energy burst forth, sending a whirlwind of dust flying in all directions. A thunderous, piercing crack resounded, startling even the fledgling birds perched upon the small church. The crowd's jeers fell silent, their mouths agape in astonishment. Unable to utter a sound, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief as they fixated on the two combatants. Little Grellant's assault was abruptly halted, his mountain cat sword deflected, leaving him wide open. Impossible, it must be a coincidence. Little Grellant exclaimed in shock. Unable to fathom how Tang Dun could have withstood his most powerful strike, almost instinctively, he swung his sword again. Tang Dun pressed his lips together, gathering strength in his right arm before swinging with all his might, sending Little Grellant staggering backward. That a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with even some women gasping in shock, unable to anticipate such a sudden turn in the battle. Now it's my turn to strike. Taking a deep breath, Tang Dun adjusted his stance, stepping forward, his single-handed sword slicing through the air. The blade moved with lightning speed, closing in rapidly, causing the still unsteady Little Grellant to break into a cold sweat and instinctively retreat once more. A translucent soul shield spun before Little Grellant, the final barrier of a magic wielder, capable of withstanding both physical and magical attacks. Thud, the blade bounced off. You cannot breach my defenses. Little Grellant's boast had barely escaped his lips when he saw Tang Dun step forward again, launching another fierce assault. On the long street, having retreated a full 27 steps, Tang Dun finally opened the curtain on his counterattack. Giant execution. Infusing magic energy, Tang Dun gripped his longsword tightly, summoning all his strength and bringing it down with a mighty swing. Boom! The soul shield that had been blocking him was cleaved in two and shattered. How can this be? What kind of martial skill is this? The power is utterly terrifying. Lister's mouth hung open, resembling a thirsty hippopotamus. The mercenaries, too, were unsettled, whispering among themselves, focused intently on Tang Dun, eager not to miss a single movement. Whoosh! Tang Dun swung his shield with great force, creating a gust of wind. The soul shield wobbled under the tremendous impact, rebounding against Little Grellant and sending him flying, crashing to the ground in a heap. Why, I am at the second tier of souls, able to crush you. Little Grellant howled, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. Giant seal. Tang Dun raised his long sword high, a blade magnified tenfold by condensed magical energy materializing before him. Then with a swift motion, he struck down. Boom! The cobblestones of the street cracked, debris flying in all directions, causing the surrounding civilians to gasp in alarm. Little Grellant was too slow to evade. Had it not been for the soul shield, the outcome would have been decided. Giant charge. Tang Dun positioned the shield in front of him, legs powering forward, launching himself. Just as Little Grellant regained his footing, panting heavily and still shaken, he saw Tang Dun charging towards him, and in an instant, he was knocked backward, crashing heavily onto the stones. Thud! Little Grellant coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his insides had shifted. Tang Dun unleashed another giant seal. This time, The downed little Grellant took the full brunt, the soul shield shattering as he struggled to rise, only to find a long sword pressed against his neck. You have lost. Tang Dun glared coldly at little Grellant, his grip on the sword more steadfast than ever. This is impossible. You are just a pathetic fighter. Little Grellant bellowed, refusing to accept reality. You must have cheated. Yes, that's it. This is what you owe Barak. Tang Dun's fist struck little Grellant's mouth, silencing his complaints and curses. The unexpected outcome left the onlookers utterly speechless. Useless. The mercenaries spat disdainfully, giving little Grellant a thumbs down, while others inquired about the martial skills Tang Dun had employed. Generally speaking, as one ascends in rank, accumulating magical energy, practical experience, and the ability to cultivate even more formidable martial skills leads to an ever-widening gap in strength. Thus, it is nearly impossible for lower-tier magic wielders to overcome those of higher tiers. The magical energy reserves of the young Ji Langtai surpass those of Tang Dun, yet he is merely a mediocre adventurer, a product of a lackluster education. Not to mention, he has only mastered the commonplace martial arts of the soul tier, which pale in comparison to the techniques of giants, akin to a mere stone by the roadside. Furthermore, his practical combat experience is lamentably scarce, rendering him utterly overwhelmed by Tang Dun. It is crucial to recognize that in the City of Forgotten, Tang Dun has continuously faced life and death struggles, having felled over 1,000 ghouls. His kill count even exceeds that of some mercenaries with 5 or 6 years of experience. The teachings of the Grimoire Homar are more perfect than any textbook, leaving even the top student from St. George's Academy, Hannah, in awe. What could the young Ji Langtai possibly compare? Among mercenaries and adventurers, there are those seasoned individuals with keen insight who quickly discern the reason, consequently growing more intrigued by Tang Dun's martial prowess. The Fox of the Western Realm is a moniker that the messengers have insisted upon me. Feel free to take it if you wish, Tang Dun declared. Turning away to approach the Black Sovereign, he was not a man given to ostentation. Despite his numerous attempts to dissuade his companions from calling him that, they remained unheeding. What could he do? The long street buzzed once more with chatter regarding the battle, but this time, it was not Tang Dun who faced derision, but rather the young Ji Langtai, labeled as an arrogant fool. Unable to endure such humiliation, a flicker of malice crossed the young Ji Langtai's face as he erupted in fury, raising his right hand to unleash 2 frost bolts. This was his innate magical ability, an offensive spell used for ambushes, with a proven track record of success. Be careful, Melissa and Barak shouted. Lister also witnessed the surprise attack, but remained silent. For someone like Tang Dun, it would be better if he perished, for he was inherently a jealous individual. Noticing the change in the Minotaur's expression, Tang Dun, ever cautious, summoned his soul shield, pivoting swiftly and raising his shield. Thud, thud, the frostbolt struck the shield, sending shards of ice flying and forcing Tang Dun to stagger back several steps. In his desperation to land a hit, the young Ji Langtai had unleashed 2 frost bolts, yet they were still thwarted, igniting his rage. Tang Dun, I will kill you. The young Ji Langtai charged anew, firing more frost bolts in a fit of fury. What a quick reaction, the tavern owner exclaimed, gripping the wooden window frame tightly, increasingly impressed by Tang Dun. Shameless, the Minotaur cursed, ready to join the fray. Stay out of this, it's my battle, Tang Dun roared. Activating his soul talent, the townsfolk, who had thought the duel was concluded and were about to depart, halted in surprise at this scene and then hastily retreated, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. For the frost bolts were indiscriminate, and being caught in the fallout would be unfortunate. The mercenaries and adventurers, unperturbed, began shouting, eager for a more bloody spectacle, but in the next moment, they fell silent, as if a grip had been tightened around their throats. In addition to the soul shield, a sphere the size of a watermelon appeared above Tang Dun, radiating a celestial blue hue. Whoosh, it swiftly descended to his chest, absorbing the incoming frost bolts, which vanished without a trace. Chapter 0041, Devastation. Tang Dun's talent, Celestial Reversal, allows him to absorb almost any magical attack, except for physical blows, and rebound it. This blue orb resembled a mass of seawater, exuding a soft texture. As the frost bolts collided with it, they were absorbed, causing the orb to wobble irregularly before stabilizing. With a whoosh, the frost bolts were fired back. The young Ji Langtai's reaction was too slow, and he had never anticipated that Tang Dun's talent would be so troublesome. Getting struck squarely in the chest by the frost bolt. Boom! The brazen ambusher, G-Langed Eye, was knocked over, spitting blood as the frost bolt exploded. His ogre armor had absorbed the impact, or else he would have been left gravely injured. A rare talent, Lister instinctively exclaimed, staring at Tang Dun with intense jealousy. Ordinary individuals crystallize their soul seeds to become magical energy users within 3 days, unlocking their soul talents. A divine gift to the people, an extraordinary ability. There are many types of talents, broadly categorized into offensive, defensive, supportive, summoning, and more. Tang Dun's talent, which encompasses both offense and defense, is quite rare and is often referred to as a rare talent. Lister could not help but feel envious. The formation of a talent follows no discernible pattern. Its quality is entirely subject to personal luck. One could spend millions of gold coins to acquire rarer martial techniques beyond the dragon-slaying tier or even legendary magical equipment, yet one could never purchase a rare talent. This fortunate fellow favored by Lady Luck. The tavern owner's eyes glimmered with envy as well, not just him. But all magical energy users present wore expressions of envy and jealousy. Melissa and the Minotaur Barak were exceptions, as their talents were also rare. The overwhelming pain and fury from being struck had caused the young G-Langed Eye to lose his composure. And instinctively, he unleashed 3 more frost bolts. The potency of a talent increases with each rank, and Tang Dun, with his strength, could only absorb 1 at a time. Otherwise, the liquid star mass of celestial reversal would exceed its capacity and explode. Boom! 1 frost bolt collided with the soul shield, sending shards of ice scattering. Tang Dun raised his shield to block the second, though it forced him back 2 steps. Then, celestial reversal absorbed the final frostbolt and rebounded it. Bang! The young G-Langed Eye was again struck, howling in pain. Humph! Do you see? This is the difference in equipment. That pauper of a messenger is bound to lose. Lister mocked, reminding, G-Langed Eye, use your magical accessories. Tang Dun, I will slaughter you. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped shield emerged around the young G-Langed Eye, revolving around him as he raised his right hand. The gemstone ring on his index finger unleashed 6 coconut-sized firestorm bolts. This magical armor, a gift from G-Langed Eye to ensure his son's safety, was of superior quality, costing him a whopping 100,000 gold coins. Despite his reputation as a miser, he was willing to part with such a sum for his only son. It's over. Tang Dun is doomed. The wealthy truly are formidable. We cannot provoke them. The mercenaries sighed. The firestorm bolts represented a 6th-tier magical attack, and 6 consecutive blasts could penetrate any soul-tier fire defense. For a fleeting moment, Tang Dun regretted not bringing his ghoul servant into the fray. But he quickly cast aside that thought. People inherently harbor a disdain and fear for creatures of the dark faction. Had Tang Dun brought one along, his reputation would surely plummet. Even if the commoners did not speak out, their interactions with him would diminish. Moreover, summoning the ghoul would take 3 seconds, which was no longer feasible. Barak, toss me the battle axe. Tang Dun bellowed, his voice devoid of panic, showing no signs of surrender. Boom! The first firestorm bolt struck the shield he had raised. The force of the impact and the ensuing explosion sent a sharp pain coursing through his left hand, causing him to lose his grip on the shield, which flew from his grasp. Boom! The second bolt followed. Instead of retreating, Tang Dun surged forward toward the young G-Langed Eye. His dignity forbade him from fleeing, and the soul shield shattered under the assault. Are you out of your mind? The onlookers gasped. Astonished that the youth still sought to retaliate, in the next second, the third firestorm bolt hurtled toward him. Boom! Celestial reversal was overwhelmed and shattered, sparks flying like fireflies. He's still attempting to turn the tide. Melissa's eyes lit up. It is only in adversity that a person's true nature is revealed. Tang Dun's resilience and tenacity earned her admiration. The tavern owner, too, nodded in agreement, even contemplating stepping in to assist him, though he quickly suppressed that impulse. Doing so would expose his identity. Tang Dun, catch the axe and slay him. The Minotaur roared, muscles taut with fury as he unleashed the rending dragon tooth toward Tang Dun. The axe flew with incredible speed, like a thunderbolt, whistling through the air. Tang Dun's peripheral vision caught the axe, calculating its arrival time that he lunged forward, extending his arm to grasp the axe handle firmly. Bang! A golden fist-sized rune appeared above Tang Dun's head, clenched in a powerful grip. The might of a giant surged within him. Immense strength coursed through every inch of Tang Dun's muscles, effortlessly counteracting the inertia from the throw, and he swung down. The giant's execution. Boom! The fourth firestorm bolt that reached him was cleaved in 2. And amidst the dazzling flames, Tang Dun swung the rending dragon tooth once more. Boom, boom. The final two firestorm bolts were shattered. The crowd fell into silence, as if enveloped by the chilling winds of the northern tundra. Their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Tang Dun. How is this possible? The mercenaries had never anticipated that Tang Dun would intercept the firestorm bolts with such explosive force. A display of sheer masculinity, the young Ji Langed Ai, whose proud trump card was torn apart in such a raw manner, was utterly stunned. Watching Tang Dun advance toward him, his legs trembled, robbing him of the strength to evade. The rending dragon tooth struck with force, shattering the young Ji Langed Ai's shield, narrowly missing his nose as it descended. Boom! Dust erupted, and debris scattered, creating a half-meter deep trench in the ground. Thud! The young Ji Langed Ai could no longer hold himself together, collapsing to the ground with a pale complexion, a stream of yellow urine soaking his leather armor. Tang Dun raised his right foot and brought it crashing down upon his face. Amidst the splatter of blood and shattered teeth, the young Ji Langed Ai fell backward, unconscious. The long street lay silent. Tang Dun tilted his head back, allowing the warm sunlight to wash over his face as he gazed at the drifting clouds. Taking a deep breath before unleashing a triumphant roar at the tender age of 16, the young lad, through sheer courage and resilience, savored the exquisite taste of his first cup of victory. The applause erupted, growing ever louder as the townsfolk gazed upon Tang Dun, for the first time recognizing the striking charm of this humble postman. Mercenaries and adventurers, seasoned by countless battles, swarmed around him, inquiring eagerly about the price of the tear of the dragon's tooth. I am not selling it. Please step aside, Tang Dun asserted, pushing through the crowd toward Barak. Withstood a 6th-tier soul magic attack and scathe. It must be an exceptional weapon. No, based on the potency of the enchanted effects, it should be of perfect grade. A commoner possessing a weapon of perfect grade. Are you jesting? The mercenaries buzzed with incredulity, their eyes greedily fixated on the faintly glowing tear of the dragon's tooth in Tang Dun's grasp, akin to hyenas longing to claim a prize. Even if it were merely of exceptional quality, it would still fetch at least 100,000 gold coins, an irresistible allure for these impoverished mercenaries, were it not for their presence in the small town. Some unscrupulous individuals would have already resorted to thievery. Useless fool, Lister spat, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Gerland, before hastily striding toward Tang Dun, coveting the battle axe, the axe, adorned with the insignia of the ogre clan. Stretched an impressive 1.5 meters, its thigh bone handle and enormous, fang-like blade exuding a primal, tribal essence. Coupled with its hefty stature, it possessed an undeniable visual impact, radiating an aura of untamed ferocity. Tang Dun. 50,000 gold coins. I shall procure this axe. Lister's eyes glimmered greedily as he gazed upon the crimson tribal emblem painted on the blade, utterly captivated. What is the magical effect? It seems to augment strength. I have already stated. It is not for sale. Tang Dun furrowed his brow, knowing that the mayor's son looked down upon them, the children of commoners, hence there was no common ground. However, he had heard whispers of Lister's notoriously vile temperament. Those who had crossed him often faced dire consequences. Care to repeat that? Lister's countenance darkened, laden with menace. You seem to forget that we are in Morning Mist Town, and I am the mayor's son. 50,000 gold coins. You might as well resort to robbery. I shall buy it for 100,000. A one-eyed brute pushed his way through the throng. You wish to jeopardize your livelihood in Morning Mist Town. Lister scoffed, threateningly declaring, You have one day to vacate the town, or you shall regret it. I shall await your move. The one-eyed giant, undeterred, reached for the tear of the dragon's tooth, exclaiming, Let me appraise it. There is no way this small town possesses a weapon of perfect grade. It must be of elite quality at best. 100,000 gold coins is a steal. The might of the giant had not yet waned, and Tang Dun deftly swatted the brute's hand away, blaring defiantly, Kid, do not overestimate your worth. The one-eyed giant sneered, lunging for Tang Dun's neck, undeterred by the pain coursing through his hand, driven by an insatiable desire for that axe, for a weapon of perfect grade would triple his combat prowess. Tang Dun silently cursed, bracing for a fight. Release him, Barak interjected, shoving against the giant's chest. This nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth stumbled back several steps, unsteady. The bullman stomped his foot, a shockwave erupting beneath him, in his grip a 3-meter-long column. Effortlessly wielded like a mere twig, radiating raw power, the atmosphere froze, as fierce glares clashed in the air. Chapter 0042. Ambush at Crow Ridge. What are you all doing here? Do you seek a duel? Perfect. The townsfolk have yet to disperse. Melissa squeezed through the crowd, sidling up to Tang Dun, wrapping her arm around his, and bellowing, "Do not leave. Everyone. There is a duel to witness." The cunning beauty's words instilled a sense of caution among the mercenaries. For this was the largest town on the border, Morning Mist Town, boasting a security force of 300. Even if they wished to stir trouble, they had to weigh the consequences. "Kid, if you have any guts, do not leave the town. Otherwise, you are as good as dead." The one-eyed giant glared menacingly at Tang Dun, leading his men away. "I shall await your return." Tang Dun gripped the axe tightly, his heart brimming with indignation, loathing the sense of powerlessness. "Your performance was commendable. You could easily star in an opera." Melissa teased, playfully nudging Tang Dun's arm, undeterred by the sweat on his face. Planting a kiss on his right cheek, Tang Dun frowned, attempting to push her shoulder away, only for her to twist, causing him to inadvertently grasp her bosom. "My apologies." The sensation was soft and inviting. Yet Tang Dun swiftly withdrew his hand. Lister's face contorted with rage, especially upon witnessing the deep indentation formed by Melissa's bosom, as if he could murder Tang Dun on the spot. "You are in grave trouble." Barak expressed his concern. Pondering how winning against Gerland was inconsequential, the lad would undoubtedly seek vengeance, and now they had attracted the attention of some ruthless mercenaries. However, Lister posed the greatest threat, should Tang Dun refuse him. He would inevitably offend the son of Morning Mist Town's highest authority, leaving him without a refuge. This border town, rife with banditry and lawlessness, granted those in power ample means to make someone like Tang Dun vanish without a trace. 70,000 gold coins, that is my final offer. Lister unsheathed a dagger encrusted with gems, nonchalantly grooming his nails, feigning indifference. "Do not test my patience. We are leaving." Tang Dun dismissed him with indifference, Lister's face flushed with rage as he bellowed at Tang Dun's retreating figure. "I swear, you will regret this. You are far too reckless." Barak sighed. "We must alter our plans. In 3 months. I will send someone to contact you and finalize the trade location." Tang Dun had already devised a plan. With no family to return to, he could simply reside in the underground city. But he needed to inform his sister, Ilian, in advance. "Do not fret, there may still be a way out." Melissa reassured Tang Dun, her heart wavering, contemplating whether his future worth warranted her assistance. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Tang Dun was unwilling to linger, eager to exit Morning Mist Town before those seeking retribution could prepare. After declining Melissa's repeated invitations, he and Barak proceeded to the warehouse where his goods were stored for the exchange. "Travel safely." As Barak witnessed the goods being absorbed into the war space, a flicker of envy and astonishment crossed his face, though he refrained from inquiring further. "Indeed, until we meet again." Tang Dun mounted his horse, giving it a light kick to its belly, charging toward the southern exit of the town. "Tang Dun, thank you for that punch," Barak shouted, believing that the greatest reward from this journey was the friendship he forged with the human. The bullman had displayed remarkable strength, and Tang Dun's willingness to venture alone to the warehouse signified trust. Deeply touching him, Tang Dun arrived ahead of schedule, initially expecting Gerland to be late, yet was surprised to find him already awaiting by the roadside, surrounded by a mountain of goods. "Why did you arrive so late?" "Quickly pay the remaining balance." The miserly Gerland, exhausted from hauling the majority of the cargo, rushed over, breathless, eager to ensure that the gold coins did not linger in Tang Dun's possession for even a moment longer. Tang Dun provided an equivalent value in gems, which Gerland caught, confirming the transaction before hastily deporting. Naturally, among the goods were inferior items, and Gerland had resolved not to acknowledge them, should Tang Dun raise a fuss. He would claim the goods had been switched. "Haha, fool, trying to take advantage of Gerland? Go eat dirt." Gerland sprinted through the streets of the town, laughing heartily, reveling in the fact that this transaction not only cleared his surplus stock, but also netted him nearly 5,000 gold coins. There was no reason not to be joyous. Once he could no longer see Tang Dun, Gerland halted, checking his shoe soles for damage, relieved to find none, before proceeding cautiously, opting to take a longer route to avoid stones. "Homa, how much is that damaged Titan statue worth?" Tang Dun, eager for Gerland to vacate, surveyed the area for onlookers before retrieving the magic tome that a 5-meter-tall bronze door unfolded, its engravings of an hourglass splitting in two to reveal a golden glow within. As 2 luminous hands emerged, effortlessly lifting the goods and transferring them into the war logistics space. In terms of pure value, at least 1 million gold coins. However, if utilized wisely, it could serve as a trump card for survival. Homer's projection articulated, in summary. You hit the jackpot. If Gerland were to discover he narrowly missed a rare storm giant statue, he would surely be infuriated. Tang Dun, unable to revel in his fortune, noticed someone lurking at the town's entrance. Frequently glancing in his direction, let us depart, back to the underground city. To lighten his load, Tang Dun even stowed the tear of the dragon's tooth into the war space, vigorously cracking the whip against Black Sovereign, urging the steed into a gallop, kicking up a cloud of dust. It is the war space. This lad possesses spatial equipment. To carry so much cargo, it must be top tier. Oh no, that fellow has truly left Morning Mist Town. Those tasked with surveillance were utterly astonished to witness the bronze doors consuming the goods. Their shock swiftly replaced by intense greed, soon overshadowed by simmering rage. These scheming individuals never anticipated that Tang Dun, when faced with a threat, would not seek refuge within the town but would instead dash out with determination. This unforeseen maneuver completely disrupted their plans, not to mention that these mercenary bands could scarcely afford a handful of horses. Even if they had, the majority of their scouts had yet to prepare. By the time they went to procure horses and pursue, it would be too late. However, Tang Dun's luck was evidently not on his side. Two mercenaries had their horses stabled nearby, although it delayed them somewhat. They managed to catch up. Given their tracking skills, locating Tang Dun would not prove to be particularly arduous. Galloping along the rural paths, inhaling the fresh air, Tang Dun gazed at the sparse oats in the fields, swaying gently in the breeze, and felt a sense of elation akin to soaring high in the sky. Passing through Pisa town, Tang Dun found a familiar postman residing there and entrusted him with a letter for Eileen, requesting that she refrain from returning home this summer. Awaiting his arrival to deliver funds, Tang Dun reiterated that this was a private correspondence, urging him not to present it at the post office in Morning Mist Town. Wary of those unscrupulous mercenaries seeking trouble for his sister. Are you being overly cautious? Your sister is, after all, an exemplary student at St. George's Academy of Magic. Who would dare to trouble her in the royal capital? Homer regarded Tang Dun's concerns as somewhat exaggerated, but soon lost interest as the silhouettes of the two mercenary scouts appeared in his rear view. Tang Dun spurred his horse onward, accelerating his pace. Engaging in combat would consume precious time and potentially allow more foes to catch up. The two mercenaries' mounts, inferior to the Black Emperor, fell significantly behind, yet their seasoned experience allowed them to maintain a close pursuit. Each time Tang Dun chose to slow down to feed his horse. He selected small towns, thus instilling caution in the mercenaries, who dared not act recklessly. As a postman, Tang Dun was intimately familiar with the terrain of Redwood County, a distinct advantage. Once the two mercenaries caught up on their inadequate steeds, he would once again set forth, granting them no respite. Yet he still could not shake them off. After nearly a day's hard riding, Tang Dun drew closer to Crow Ridge, a desolate area devoid of any towns. For no one wished to inhabit such a forsaken place. The mercenaries were puzzled by Tang Dun's choice to venture into the ghoul-infested Crow Ridge. However, they recognized it as an ideal site for nefarious deeds due to its remoteness. Thus, they hesitated to act, choosing instead to apply psychological pressure by simply trailing him, hoping he might crack under the strain. What rank are they? Tang Dun inquired in writing, having noticed the mercenaries had swapped horses. Likely at a nearby town, otherwise they would not be in such close pursuit. Regardless of their rank, you cannot escape. Prepare for battle. Homer had already deployed an Eye of the Abyss earlier in the day. This reconnaissance spell could detect nearby targets even from 3,000 yards away. He refrained from disclosing this to Tang Dun, wanting him to avoid excessive reliance on him, as most battles occur without intelligence support and require one to gather information and adapt on the fly. The Black Emperor is still too ordinary. I must acquire a scorching nightmare or a death knight steed. Even if these mercenaries ride 10 thoroughbreds to death, they would never catch us. Tang Dun was dissatisfied with his current mount. Despite its formidable name, it lacked true prowess. Even retired Officer Layman's beloved Blackjack paled in comparison to those sole steeds and contracted mounts, rendering it little more than a rag. Is this kid really heading into Crow Ridge? He's merely a first-tier soul. Isn't he courting death? The mercenary with a small mustache grew anxious as he observed Tang Dun's unrelenting advance into Crow Ridge. Increase the pace and catch up. Kill him, commanded the mercenary clad in red leather armor. Drawing his curved blade and striking fiercely at his horse's flank, losing 2 horses was a trivial matter. Once they eliminated Tang Dun and seized that perfect-grade battle axe and warspace artifact, nothing would be beyond their reach. Chapter 0043. Death Struggle. The injured warhorse screamed in agony, galloping faster, its hooves kicking up dirt as it quickly closed the distance. The Black Emperor was already fatigued. Unable to shake off the pursuers, Tang Dun made a swift decision, leaping from his warhorse and opening the grimoire. Homer, summon Ghoul number 4 and Tirfan. Tang Dun hastily scribbled, communicate with that cheap deity. I wish to exchange for Gaia's endurance radiance and jungle agility radiance. Remember, the discount must be substantial. Faced with an unknown enemy's power, even the slightest advantage was worth securing. The bronze door to the war space swung open, and a luminous hand emerged, presenting the battle axe. Tang Dun caught it deftly while checking various potions and the Titan statue, ensuring he would not mismanage them in battle and confirming that his magical accessories were in perfect condition. Ready for activation. Ghoul number 4 emerged through the golden light, silently standing beside Tang Dun, its lifeless eyes fixed upon the foes. The two mercenaries, worried Tang Dun might escape, attempted to intercept him. However, he halted abruptly, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Is this kid actually intending to challenge us to a duel? The small-mustached mercenary, originally planning to bulldoze through, instinctively reined in his horse upon the sudden appearance of the ghoul. How could a mere first-tier soul knight possess a magical servant? The red-armored mercenary furrowed his brow, glaring at the ghoul, but soon relaxed. What a scare! It's just a ghoul without even a rank. It must have been summoned through magical accessories. The small-mustached mercenary observed the vanishing war space door, unable to suppress a gulp. How many magical items does this kid possess? What does it matter? If we kill him, all of it will be ours. The red-armored mercenary licked his lips, dismounting his horse. Yet he did not rush to attack, staying 30 yards away. The two mercenaries began to play mind games. Having witnessed Tang Dun's combat style, they had developed a rough understanding of his capabilities and dismissed him as a threat. Their true concern was each other, for who wouldn't want to claim the vast wealth for themselves? Moreover, they were not good people to begin with. It appears they are not of one mind. Perhaps I can exploit this and play them against each other. Tang Dun observed the enemy's actions. Analyzing the situation, the cheap deity offers a 10% discount. For 2 soul-tier divine spells, I require 500 soul offerings, to be paid in 5 days. Homer displayed the magical script on the pages, relaying the negotiation outcome. Let it perish. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Tell it. No more than 50% discount, or I will switch to another deity for sacrifice. Tang Dun handed the battle axe to Ghoul No. 4, furiously scribbling a series of indignant words, merely a cheap deity, acting so grandly. This price is not excessive. If offered at any altar in the Western continent, it would cost at least 600 soul offerings. But it would likely fail due to the low quality of the offerings, rendering you ignored. While Homer felt some sympathy for the cheap deity, he showed no mercy in bargaining. What is this kid doing? The small-mustached mercenary was baffled. They were on the brink of slaughter. Yet he seemed preoccupied with writing something. Could it be a farewell letter? Creating a masterpiece, don't you understand? Don't you find the scenery here quite beautiful? It would be a great regret not to pen a sonnet in commemoration. Tang Dun's performance was impeccable, his serious demeanor betraying none of his true intentions to buy time. Madman, the small-mustached mercenary cursed. Quit dawdling and dispatch him. How do you know I am mad? Oh dear, I must take my medicine. Tang Dun feigned astonishment, pulling out a vial filled with a yellow potion, swiftly uncorking it and gulping it down. Stone skin potion, are you mocking us? The two mercenaries could hardly be unfamiliar with these common defensive potions, especially as Tang Dun's skin immediately developed a faintly yellow, stone-like armor. Tang Dun flexed his limbs. The stone skin armor added approximately 20 pounds of weight and caused slight stiffness in his joints. Such was the drawback of low-grade potions. The shopkeeper from Wolf and Spice was a grand potion master, and the stone skin potion she concocted was of high quality, enhancing its efficacy by at least 30% compared to common fare. Otherwise, Tang Dun would have found it even more difficult to adjust. Oh, what did you say? Tang Dun turned to Ghoul number 4, adopting a listening posture. The two mercenaries exchanged glances. They had intended to strike, but upon witnessing Tang Dun's startled demeanor, they halted. Success. 250 soul offerings, payable in 5 days, no less. Homer finally concluded the negotiation in a timely manner. Otherwise, Tang Dun could not afford to delay any longer. Deal. Have it call for delivery at once. Tang Dun secretly rejoiced. Having struck it rich, 250 souls of ordinary ghouls represented merely 20 minutes of work for him. If he encountered a hapless soul of first tier, he could complete it even faster. I have never seen anyone so brazen as to run a tab with a deity. By the way, you are undoubtedly the first to request basic divine spells, and the first in tens of thousands of years. Homer sighed, reflecting on the plight of the cheap deity. Sacrificers were typically terrified that their offerings would be deemed insufficient by the deity, fearing that divine favor would not be bestowed, as such deities commanded exorbitant entrance fees. Not to mention, they would never dare waste offerings on basic spells that barely qualified as divine, even if they wished to. They could not approach any altar, for the paladins guarding them would swiftly reduce them to shambles. Did this reflect a disdain for the divine? The benevolence they bestowed was, at the very least, at the level of dragon-slaying prowess. Be cautious. Homer ceased his musings, floating up to observe from a vantage point. This fellow is merely posturing. There is nothing to fear. The red-armored warrior saw through the ruse. Brandishing his curved blade as he charged forward, the bearded fighter wielding the warhammer closely followed, flanking Danton from the opposite side. Whoosh, whoosh, two golden arrows suddenly shot forth from the grimoire, piercing Danton's forehead. The two mercenaries were momentarily startled by this unexpected turn of events, utterly perplexed by Danton's intentions. Was it a form of suicide? Exercising caution, they slowed their advance, granting Danton a fleeting respite akin to having his head struck by a battering ram. As the darkness before him lifted, Danton regained his senses, immediately noticing two incantations embedded within his mind. Recognizing the urgency of the battle, he swiftly gestured and unleashed his divine magic. With a flourish, 3 streams of golden, sand-like brilliance cascaded over him. Is he initiating the 3 divine spells? The red-armored mercenary fumed. Hurry, we must act. This cunning wretch has concealed his true power, the might of Hercules. The endurance of Gaia and the agility of the jungle surged into Danton, doubling his physical prowess. Even the stone skin armor felt significantly lighter, yet he remained unsatisfied, seizing the Titan statue to directly extract its latent strength. Danton's muscles swelled, stretching his tight leather armor to its limits, creating a visually striking spectacle. The red-armored mercenary closed in, his curved blade aimed at Danton's neck, while the bearded fighter approached from behind. Warhammer ready to smash into his skull. Under the command of the soul power, the fourth entity fearlessly lunged at the bearded warrior. With raspy growls emanating from its damaged vocal cords, the ghoul's claws struck out, instilling an instinctive fear in the bearded warrior, who abandoned his attack on Danton to block the fourth entity instead. Roar! Danton exhaled forcefully, unleashing a thunderous bellow that reverberated throughout the vicinity. This was the roar of a giant, a control-type martial technique with an extensive coverage area. However, the closer one was, the greater the damage sustained. The two mercenaries felt as though their eardrums would burst, drowned in a cacophony of buzzing, their heads spinning with pain. Under such disorienting circumstances, their movements naturally slowed, yet their experience compelled them to activate their soul shields for defense at the first opportunity. Giant's execution. Danton wielded the rending dragon tooth and swung it fiercely at the red-armored mercenary. The axe blade colliding with the soul shield. Boom! The shield shattered, the magical energy dissipating. Seizing the momentum, Danton swiftly reversed his swing, targeting the mercenary's flank. The soul shield absorbed the blow, but bolstered by the strength of a troll. Danton's overwhelming force caused the spherical shield to recoil, crashing into the red-armored warrior and sending him flying. Each mercenary was enveloped by shields the size of fists, indicating they were both at the second tier of soul power. With only a minor disparity between them, we can fight. Danton surged forward, axe raised, aiming once more at the red-armored mercenary, a clenched fist rune flashing above his head. The power of giants activated as well. Danton's strategy was clear. He intended to obliterate one opponent within 20 seconds. Otherwise, the threat would only escalate when they surrounded him. I am Dipolo. The red-armored mercenary regained his composure, witnessing the axe's swift descent, cursing loudly as he clumsily evaded. Despite already knowing of Danton's formidable martial prowess, experiencing the shattering of his shield firsthand filled both mercenaries with trepidation, dispelling their initial contempt. Open fire. The bearded warrior had initially planned to stall for time amidst the melee with the ghoul, hoping to exhaust his comrade before seizing the spoils. However, upon witnessing Danton's eruption of power, He immediately altered his course, swinging his warhammer toward the ghoul's head. Had it been a free-roaming ghoul, this strike would have surely obliterated it. Alas. The fourth entity had a master and, under the direction of the soul power, nimbly dodged to the side. The bearded warrior found himself in a quandary. Danton's successive attacks had already pushed him beyond his range, and pursuing would expose his back to the ghoul. Even if it were merely a common creature, he dared not risk it. Is this fellow merely fortunate, or is it intentional? The bearded warrior opted to eliminate the ghoul first. At least his comrade was at the second tier. And even if he couldn't win, he could buy a few seconds. Unbeknownst to him, their mindset had shifted from initial disdain to cautious respect, a testament to Danton's strength. Chapter 44. The tide of assault the rancid Crow's Ridge was engulfed in a sudden escalation of violence. Push him back. Keep your distance, and avoid the mercenaries' attack range. Danton had summoned all his strength, even at the cost of magical energy, unleashing his most potent giant's execution once more. Upon seeing the axe cleave through the air with a piercing howl aimed at his head, the red-armored mercenary, just regaining his feet, dared not stand firm and retreated in disarray. Danton advanced, activating the giant's flail. Boom! The axe, charged with magical energy, struck through the red-armored mercenary's shield and collided with his abdomen, sending him staggering backward once more. The combined might of the giant and troll had surpassed the soul shield's limits, rendering it incapable of providing effective defense even if it remained intact. Fourth entity. Restrain him. Danton understood the ghoul was too weak, likely unable to withstand even a single blow, so he employed a harassment tactic, aiming to distract the bearded warrior and prevent him from launching a full-scale assault. Danton lifted his right foot and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The giant trampled down, causing the earth within a 5-meter radius to crack and collapse, fissures extending outward. The red-armored mercenary found his footing compromised, his body swaying and his blocking stance becoming distorted. Danton lunged forward, swinging his axe. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the soul shield, sending it reeling. A golden opportunity. Giant's execution. Danton swung his axe, bolstered by 2 forms of giant power. The 300-pound rending dragon tooth felt as light as a toothpick in his hands. The red-armored mercenary desperately raised his curved blade, but it was instantly forced aside, and the overwhelming backlash rendered his arm numb, causing him to lose grip on the blade, which clattered to the ground. With a swift strike, Danton's axe found its mark, cleaving into the red-armored mercenary's left shoulder and severing him in two. Half of his body flew away, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. In less than 20 seconds of combat, the red-armored mercenary was slain. Danton had dispatched so many ghouls that even witnessing the gruesome scene failed to elicit any sense of nausea. He adeptly pivoted and charged at the bearded warrior. How is this possible? The bearded warrior exclaimed in shock, his resolve wavering as thoughts of retreat began to surface. Fourth entity, harassed from behind. Danton pressed on with his assault. The giant's roar had already strained his vocal cords, and he could manage no more than 2 shouts. So he intended to reserve it for the most critical moment. The fourth entity proved ineffectual. Its threat was minimal, serving only to divert attention and instill psychological fear. The bearded warrior finally seized an opportunity to counterattack against Danton, his warhammer whirling like a tempest. The giant's power had faded, yet he still retained the strength of a troll. However, Danton realized he could not overpower the bearded warrior. Are you frightened? My innate talent is the strength of a rhinoceros, and I lack magical abilities, rendering your talents utterly useless against me. In the brief exchange, the bearded warrior regained his confidence that in battle, the opponent's unique abilities could either turn the tide or become irrelevant. The red-armored mercenary, unfortunately, was rather unlucky. His talent reduced magical energy consumption, favoring protracted engagements, yet he was overturned by Danton within mere seconds. Now, however, it was Danton's turn to face adversity, confronted by the bearded warrior. He found his tactics rendered ineffective. I see now, your reflexes and dynamic vision are commendable, complemented by a calm demeanor that allows you to respond to most dangers in a timely fashion. However, your experience against magic users is severely lacking. Engaging directly, the bearded warrior recognized Danton as a raw gem, yet lamented his inexperience. He was always a beat behind in countering the various tactics employed by magic users. 2-hit combo. The bearded warrior swung his axe, shattering the soul shield before retracting slightly and striking again, landing a powerful blow to Danton's chest that sent him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. The taste of iron flooded his senses. And the stalemate finally revealed to Danton how naive he had been to consider himself a seasoned fighter. Among the thousands of ghouls he had slain in the dungeon, almost all were of the lowest caliber. Even those low-tier monsters with soul imprints possessed minimal intelligence. Their attack patterns monotonous and predictable. How could they compare to a human? The bearded warrior's combat style was elusive, replete with numerous martial techniques, presenting a formidable challenge. Danton's soul shield barely held against the warhammer's onslaught when the bearded warrior delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, forcing him to stagger backward. The bearded warrior followed up with a brutal swing of his warhammer, striking Danton's face. Danton narrowly evaded, yet his shoulder still absorbed a glancing blow. Had it not been for the layer of stone skin, his bones would have surely shattered. Damn it! Danton seethed, activating the natural ornament on his wrist, causing a shield to materialize, covering much of his body. Another magical accessory. How many do you possess, you wretch? The bearded warrior cursed. Realizing this was no mere pauper with exquisite weapons, magical artifacts, and spatial items at his disposal. Any one of them could fetch a fortune capable of crushing him. Danton's display of wealth only fueled the bearded warrior's resolve to eliminate him. Thunderous strike. The bearded warrior's right foot stomped the ground, unleashing arcs of blue electricity that surged up Danton's legs, causing his muscles to convulse. Savage execution. The bearded warrior propelled himself upward, barely 2 meters off the ground, yet still harnessing enough downward force to bring the warhammer crashing toward Danton's head. Danton swung the rending dragon tooth to block, but the tremendous force of the strike forced his axe aside, leading to a swift 2-hit combo that nearly shattered his shield. Fourth entity. Danton hastily retreated to regroup his offensive. The mustachioed adversary relentlessly pursued him. Commoner, do you intend to rely on your shield for the entirety of your life? Homer projected vivid crimson magical runes, admonishing Danton. Through the abyssal eye, Homer discerned the modest ranks of the two mercenaries, which prompted the decision to utilize them to hone Danton's skills. The battles among magic users are far more perilous than slaying 1,000 mere ghoul minions. The utilization of various martial techniques, combat patterns, habits, styles, and even instinctive responses must be meticulously observed, for the outcome lies within these nuances. Homer, akin to a flawless textbook, imparted to Danton the art of utilizing martial techniques with impeccable precision, ensuring no magical energy was squandered, nor detrimental habits formed. What Homer bestowed upon Danton were essentially formulas, while those ghouls were merely rudimentary exercises to familiarize and reinforce his comprehension of martial techniques. The true challenge lay in confronting magic users. These two mercenaries constituted a test devised by Homer. A sentient spellbook? I am destined for wealth. Upon witnessing the projected text of the grimoire, Homer nearly burst his eyes in astonishment. Such an artifact would command no less than 10 million at an auction, rendering one unworthy of even bidding. Damn it. Damn it. Danton fumed. If a mere second-tier soul was so troublesome, how formidable must Robinson be? Yet he swiftly quelled his rage, forcing himself to regain composure and dispel his natural shield. You, lad, are unhinged. The mustachioed foe spat, driven reckless by the allure of immense wealth. What should I do? Danton strained to endure, having already taken several hits, even suffering a sneak attack from the mustachioed one, who had deftly thrust a dagger into his arm, leaving a gory gash. Homer remained silent. It could mold Danton into a flawless combatant, but to what end? Such a version of Danton would merely resemble a masterfully crafted artwork devoid of soul. Danton was kicked, hastily rolling away. Thud. The warhammer grazed his head, crashing into the earth, sending a spray of foul-smelling dirt onto his face. What advantages do I possess? Martial techniques, strength, shield. Eliminate that. Danton fixated on the mustachioed adversary, his mind racing. The opponent's advantages are combat experience and strength. What are you muttering about? A death wish? The mustachioed one deemed Danton a fool for neglecting his magical trinkets. I shall extract the strength of one, perhaps even 2 trolls, utterly suppressing his power, and unleash a rapid assault to disrupt his rhythm, rendering his experience ineffective. Danton resolved, immediately reaching into his pocket, gripping the Titan's arrow. A surge of power coursed through his body. The mustachioed one found his warhammer failed to breach Danton's axe, and the shift in the power transmitted to his arm instilled a sense of crisis, compelling him to intensify his assault. But Danton was swifter. Roar. The giant's roar activated, at the mustachioed one's level. Even if he covered his ears, such a control technique would not be exempt. He took the full brunt, his head spinning instantly. Giant's execution. Bam! The battle axe shattered his soul shield. Danton continued his relentless assault, bellowing as he raised his axe, activating the giant seal, the diameter of the axe blade alone reaching 3 meters, crashing down towards the mustachioed foe. Boom! Dust billowed as half of the mustachioed one's body was driven into the ground. The second soul shield did not shatter, but was forcefully breached. Danton struck again. The mustachioed one attempted to block with his warhammer, but as he prepared to counterattack, Danton's left hand, fingers poised like a blade, lunged forward, unleashing the giant spear. Whoosh! A sharp arrow of magical energy shot from his fingertip, piercing the mustachioed one's neck, instantly creating a gaping wound, blood splattering. The mustachioed one howled in agony, his attacking motions distorted. He instinctively stomped the ground to unleash a thunderous strike. Danton was quicker, initiating the giant's stomp while swinging his axe simultaneously. The mustachioed one, with one foot in the air, found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, managing to block several slashes, yet his chest was struck by the giant's spear. Danton, having endured that kick to his abdomen, applied the lesson learned, employing a dual attack of axe and spear. Homer nodded in satisfaction, while the soul shield offered dual defense against physical and magical attacks. It was not infallible. The soul shield possessed limitations. Attacks exceeding its threshold could obliterate it. There were also speed deficiencies. When faced with sufficiently powerful, yet not overwhelming strikes, the soul shield would be deflected. And the greater the force, the farther it would be pushed back. During the interval before it could reset its defense, that window would inevitably leave it vulnerable. Additionally, the area covered by the soul shield posed a challenge. It could not defend the entirety of the body, and simultaneous multiple assaults from an opponent could easily breach its defenses. Danton exploited this weakness, using his axe to distract the mustachioed one's soul shield while targeting vital areas with the giant spear. Why is it said that lower-tier magic users struggle against higher-tier ones? Because with each ascension to a new tier, an additional layer of soul shield is gained. A soul 5th tier, Robinson possessed 5 shields, which at Danton's current strength, he could not even breach. The rapid succession of attacks surpassed the soul shield's mobility limits, leaving it unable to keep pace with the onslaught. This was also a method of breaching defenses. A 2-hit combo fell into this category. Other tactics included feigned attacks, such as pretending to target a vital area, forcing the magic user to command the soul shield to defend, only to swiftly switch targets to achieve a damaging effect. For Danton, there remained much to learn. To believe that having slain over 1,000 ghouls rendered him invincible would lead to a swift demise, no doubt left. Homer felt assured. The mustachioed one bellowed repeatedly, seeking to retaliate, yet Danton offered no opportunity, his assaults rising in intensity. I must not allow him to counterattack. Danton delivered 3 successive axe strikes, followed by another giant's execution, preventing the mustachioed one from mounting any defense, forcing him to retreat. Excellent. Skills must be interwoven with ordinary attacks. This makes them far more challenging to defend against, and significantly increases the threat. Homer projected text, offering timely commentary. The mustachioed one endured several axe strikes. Realizing that his trump card, the rhino's might, was being countered, his arm numbed from the impact. Nearly dropping the warhammer, he sought to create distance to regroup and allow the previous wave of attacks to pass. After an explosive barrage, a brief interval of fatigue was inevitable, and the mustachioed one planned to counter during that moment. However, Danton's attack surged ever more fiercely. Danton relentlessly pursued, and after another empty strike, he suddenly unleashed the giant's flail, a battle axe connected by magical chains, crashing heavily into the mustachioed one's abdomen. The mustachioed one was sent sprawling, and before he could land, he beheld a colossal battle axe seal soaring skyward, then descending upon him. The very air seemed to tear asunder. Boom! The mustachioed one was struck squarely, crashing into the ground, dirt flying as his left leg was reduced to a bloody pulp. This was only due to his ample combat experience. At the critical moment, he managed to prop himself up with his warhammer, narrowly evading dismemberment. Danton surged forward, swiftly retrieving a vial of potent magical elixir. He crushed the cap with his thumb and gulped it down. After a series of unleashed combat techniques, Danton's magical energy was depleted, his limbs growing weak, and his mind slightly dizzy. I must kill him. Danton gritted his teeth, pushing through. If he did not eliminate his foe in this onslaught, he would surely succumb to exhaustion. Dipolo, even possess recovery potions. You must be affluent. The mustachioed one fell into despair. The potion's sweetness, reminiscent of fruit, invigorated Danton, who strode confidently towards the mustachioed adversary, executing the giant's execution. Death loomed, as the rending dragon's tooth severed the mustachioed one in twain, spilling entrails across the ground. Blood splattered upon the black, decaying earth, steaming as it soaked several plump yellow maggots. Danton, exhausted, sank to the ground, panting heavily. Well done. The grimoire floated forth, offering rare praise to Danton. Heh, pure luck. Danton humbly replied, though a sense of satisfaction bubbled within. These were no mere weaklings like those nurtured in a greenhouse, but true mercenaries. As the effects of the stone skin potion faded, Danton felt significantly lighter, opting to sit on the ground and bandage his wounds. Do you know why you triumphed? Homer guided Danton to reflect on his battle. I overwhelmed them in a single breath, denying them a chance to retaliate. Danton dipped a quill in ink, writing with effortless precision. Be more detailed. Homer began feasting. 2 wisps of deep purple mist wafted from the corpses, drawn into the grimoire. This was the soul energy of magic users. Still intact, equivalent to the remnants of 100 ghoul minions, a substantial boon. Employ control skills to restrict and disrupt the enemy's attacks, suppressing their advantages, while maximizing your own strength and martial prowess. Unleashing an unceasing tide of assaults to obliterate your foes. Excellent. Having slain so many ghouls, your understanding and execution of martial techniques have become quite proficient. What you now require is adaptability. Judiciously applying them in combat. Homer was pleased with Danton's response. This embodied combat wisdom. The grimoire could impart volumes, yet nothing compared to the profound insights gained from first-hand experience in life and death battles. The 2-hit combo is quite commendable. I must practice that. Along with the timing for activating shields, Danton recognized the vast expanse of knowledge still awaiting him. Above all, remember, never to overly rely on shields. The strongest defense will always be your courage and conviction. Homer believes that Tang Dun must embody an indomitable spirit in the face of death, rather than cower like a timid soul behind a shield. Indeed, Tang Dun humbly acknowledged. Having rested sufficiently, he rose, brushed himself off, and began to gather the spoils. The 2 mercenaries were rather destitute, having collectively unearthed a mere 16 gold coins, along with a few vials of basic healing and mana potions. Given Tang Dun's current financial standing, he regarded these items with disdain, yet he still decided to stow them away. The renowned sculptor Rodin of the Renaissance period is celebrated throughout the entire Western continent. Each of his creations could command a staggering price of millions of gold coins. He was once commissioned by the Plantagenet royal family to serve as the curator of the Royal Museum of Art, bestowed with the title of Lifetime Honorary Advisor. What are you doing? Tang Dun questioned, perplexed by Homer's sudden inclination towards the arts. I have no intention of becoming an artist. In his middle age, Rodin reached the pinnacle of his creative prowess, crafting his most perfect work, The Thinker. Royalty from various nations vied for the opportunity to purchase it, with the final bid soaring to an astronomical 26 million Gidelin gold coins. Can you guess who acquired it? Saint Gidelin. Based on the strength of his nation at that time, he would be the most formidable. Tang Dun mused, resolving to read more in the future, for the erudition of the magical tome was quite overwhelming. None were able to claim The Thinker. Master Rodin himself wielded his hammer and shattered its head. Homer's projected text seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. No matter how unparalleled my chisel may be, I cannot bestow it with a soul. It remains merely a sculpture, standing before the shattered statue. After uttering these words, Master Rodin never again touched a chisel. I know of it. That sculpture is quite famous. Is it not housed in the Royal Museum of the Plantagenet Empire? If you wish to see it, we can visit later. The entrance fee won't cost us much. The injured warhorses had long since fled, and Tang Dun was too lazy to search for them. He mounted Black Sovereign and set off towards the small town within Crow Ridge. Fool! Homa, interrupted by Tang Dun, fell silent in frustration. What it truly meant was that even if it were to surpass the most perfect textbook, the students it taught would only ever be the most flawless of sculptures. Only by infusing them with a soul, namely, combat wisdom, resilience, courage, and conviction, could they become true masters of battle, heroes renowned across the continent. This was Tang Dun's second venture into Crow Ridge. The path was familiar, with the 4th scout in hand, wielding a weapon of perfect caliber and sufficiently supplied. But Tang Dun remained vigilant. He would not allow himself to falter due to arrogance. Lying in his backpack, Homa felt satisfied. This master exhibited considerable potential. Perhaps reaching that realm and restoring Homa to its former glory as for that sacred mission, it might be within reach upon entering the small town. Tang Dun dispatched 2 ghouls that obstructed his path before making his way to the 3rd floor of the inn. The connection between him and the ghouls would be severed by the portal, preventing him from discerning the situation beyond. Yet he had his strategies. 4th go. The loyal ghoul disappeared down the corridor, indicating that the portal was still operational. Without hesitation, Tang Dun followed closely, intending to exploit the distraction created by the 4th scout to make a swift escape from the inn towards familiar territory. Once within the perilous depths of the dungeon, even Robinson, as a 5th-tier soul, would not dare to pursue recklessly. Fortune favored Tang Dun. The guest room was unoccupied. He stationed the 4th at the door while he swiftly removed the magical stone embedded within the teleportation magic array's node. Then, he raced down the corridor and leaped from the window of the inn. The air in the dungeon remained murky, permeated with a foul odor, yet Tang Dun felt an unprecedented sense of security. Are you perhaps a masochist? Homa teased. Observing Tang Dun's relaxed demeanor, Tang Dun, confused, had no time for inquiries. He lowered his body and swiftly traversed the rooftop, soon reaching the bakery that served as his refuge. Cautiously, he ensured that neither anyone nor undead creatures were in pursuit before jumping into the small courtyard. Celeste, Tang Dun called softly. But the surroundings fell silent. The banshee did not appear. He remained unperturbed, as he had returned several days earlier than planned. Hurry and meditate in the bedroom to recover your mana. Your upcoming journey will be demanding. Repay the offerings, strive for the 2nd tier of the soul, and then challenge the gatekeeper to unlock the grand library of the magical tome. Homa's projected text enumerated Tang Dun's tasks, having delayed for so long. I wonder how far Robinson and his companions have progressed. The thought of them siphoning mana and unearthing wealth in the dungeon pains me. Chapter 0046. The First Gift, with such a dense concentration of mana in the dungeon. How much can they possibly siphon? For now, I can only hope they do not progress any further, or it will become even more challenging to eliminate them. Tang Dun summoned his ghoul servant through his soul power. As for the wealth, as long as Robinson and his group remain inside, they cannot spend it. With a crash, the heavily armored 3rd scout smashed through a decayed door, emerging amidst a shower of splinters. This must be Celeste's masterpiece, Homa remarked, eyeing the rust-covered armor adorned with bizarre paintings. You better start listening when I speak. Communicating through writing is truly cumbersome. After inspecting the 3rd scout and finding no signs of battle, he instructed it to join the 4th in guarding the backyard before he proceeded to the bedroom. That depends on your efficiency in collecting soul remnants, Homa retorted, wishing it could roll its eyes. Do you think I enjoy being a canvas for someone to scribble on? Moreover, your handwriting is atrocious, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. I concede. Tang Dun quickly yielded, realizing that Homa would continue its tirade. Though he understood its intentions were not malicious, its sharp tongue was undeniably vexing. Humph. It's good that you know. Homa floated languidly into the bedroom. Though Tang Dun had witnessed this scene numerous times, it still appeared rather eerie in the dimly lit dungeon. Setting down his backpack, he removed the whale-scented wooden bracelet from his wrist and concealed it within. Celeste is sure to be in for a surprise, Tang Dun mused, recalling the banshee's expression while rummaging through his backpack. He felt the gift was still insufficient, so he opened the war space and retrieved 10 large chests filled with clothing, food, and various daily necessities. Also take out the magical stones. Homa could fully manipulate the war space but preferred not to overstep. Hence its suggestion. You wouldn't want me to use them while meditating, would you? Tang Dun guessed the reason as he observed the bronze hand presenting the box filled with magical stones. Even the most abundant gold cannot buy back time. What you need most right now is this, Homa huffed. Although the mana density in the dungeon is 5 times that of Morning Mist Town, condensing it is a time-consuming endeavor with low efficiency. Using magical stones will expedite the process. That must be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Tang Dun lamented, recalling his past as a destitute commoner and feeling guilty for such extravagance. One day, we will clear out the monsters from the bank and that Duke's mansion. The wealth contained within will be yours, enough to purchase many magical stones. Homa complained about Tang Dun's frugality. You must seize every moment to ascend and strengthen your abilities. Otherwise, when Robinson and his group come knocking, you will find yourself with no way out. They are likely too busy excitedly conquering the dungeon's key structures to even consider me. Besides, they probably think I am already dead. Tang Dun muttered. Although he understood Homa's point, gold was no longer a concern. The velvet bedding had decayed beyond recognition, its feather stuffing reduced to a foul mass. Tang Dun paid it no mind. He sat cross-legged on the floor, arranged the magical stones around him, placed the magical tome on his lap, and closed his eyes. Focusing his mind, he regulated his breathing to maintain a steady rhythm, meditating on the image of the seraph. The soul seed began to release soul power, and as time passed, they multiplied, spilling from his body and gradually coalescing into a cherry-sized orb of white soul power. It expanded and elongated, sculpted by an invisible chisel, slowly forming a female angel who commenced siphoning the ambient mana in abundance of mana gathered, nearly materializing into pure white feathers that formed a stunning pair of wings on the angel's back. As the wings filled out, the white feathers detached, shooting into Tang Dun's body, merging within and transforming into mana for his absorption point. One after another, soul angels manifested, ultimately reaching a total of 18, within less than 2 months. The count had surged from 12 to 18, an astonishingly rapid progression. It is worth noting that the mana absorbed from a single wing shot by a soul angel equated to half an hour of meditation for Robinson. Were it not for the scarcity and value of the mana crystals, I would have urged you to utilize them. Homicide. The epic grade, ultra-rare meditation technique, coupled with Tang Dun's exceptional physique and talent, facilitated rapid progress in his training. Yet, Homa remained dissatisfied. Time waits for no one. We must swiftly eliminate Robinson and his companions and conquer this dungeon. Homa contemplated future plans, meticulously organizing a schedule, much like a diligent personal secretary. That a vast reservoir of magical energy coalesced under the frenzied siphoning of 18 soul angels. The overwhelming concentration caused scintillating specks of light to flicker incessantly, transforming the entire bedroom into a scene reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the twilight. In this dim illumination, the phosphorescent glow resembled a breathtaking masterpiece. Danton, you have returned. The deathly specter drifted back into the courtyard, and, upon spotting number 4, her face lit up with joy as she rushed towards the bedroom. Silence. Do not disturb his meditation. The grimoire hastily projected its words to halt Celine. The deathly specter remained clad in her tattered gown, suspended a meter above the ground, her delicate fingers intertwined, her expression a portrait of melancholic yearning. Do not feel so aggrieved. Dunnan has brought you a gift. Go and see. Homar, observing Celine's unscathed form, felt a wave of relief wash over him, indicating she had not encountered the Robinson trio. Given Dunton's cautious nature, he would undoubtedly inquire about recent events upon waking, rendering further questioning unnecessary. Is it inside here? Celine's face brightened instantly as she lunged towards Dunton's satchel, glancing nervously at Homar. Can I truly open it? You may choose not to. Homar had initially intended to supervise the deathly specter's meditation, but upon witnessing her excitement over the bag, he relented. Consider it a day off. I want to, Celine exclaimed anxiously, quickly silencing herself as she shot Danton a glance to ensure he remained undisturbed. She meticulously extracted each item from the satchel, arranging them neatly on the ground. In addition to the whale-scented wood bracelet gifted by the Minotaur Barak, Danton had selected several exquisite tribal-style ornaments from his possessions, intending to surprise the deathly specter. Time swiftly slipped away, and Danton's meditation approached its zenith. The silhouettes of the soul angels in the bedroom began to thin, vanishing one by one within minutes. Danton inhaled deeply, his lungs swelling. Before exhaling, the magical energy still lingering in his chest burst forth with his breath, sparkling in the dim room like a shimmering ribbon of starlight. The soul seed expanded, increasing Danton's total magical energy by nearly 1/5. Celine, with a piece of pale yellow cheese clutched in her mouth, had half her body buried in the cargo box, surrounded by discarded clothing and food. How do you feel? Homar, noticing Danton's improved complexion, promptly urged, get to work, hunt some ghouls. Isn't that a bit harsh? Are you a heartless overseer? Danton jested. May I catch my breath? You will have plenty of time to breathe later. Do not compel me to prepare a whip, Homar remarked, sizing up Danton, contemplating if a light reprimand would be satisfying. Danton, you are awake, Celine exclaimed with delight, gliding over, only to halt abruptly, awkwardly gathering the scattered clothes. I will tidy up immediately. Oh dear, the maids used to handle this. I truly did not intend to create such a mess. Do not concern yourself with them. Do you like the gift I sent you? Danton rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Seeing you unharmed puts my mind at ease. I absolutely adore it. Celine caressed the natural ornament adorning her left wrist, which, against the backdrop of whale-scented wood, accentuated her flawless complexion. The Undercity was rife with jewelry, and Celine had amassed a considerable collection. Although many were more valuable than this bracelet, their significance was incomparable, as this was Danton's gift, her first token of rebirth as a deathly spectre. Have an apple, it is quite sweet. Danton handed her a piece of fruit, affectionately stroking her long hair. His touch was cool, revealing that the deathly spectre possessed no body heat. Celine opened her small mouth and took a bite, memories of her brother flooding back, tears spilling unbidden. Since the city's destruction, no one had treated her so kindly. After a while, I will introduce you to Elena. I am certain you will become good friends. By the way, all these items are for you. Take whatever you fancy. Danton pulled out a copper pocket watch. Glancing at it, dinner time is approaching. I shall prepare you a feast of Western delicacies. How wonderful. Celine floated around Danton in circles, her skirt billowing. During my absence, has anything noteworthy occurred? Danton located the cargo box containing the ingredients, momentarily setting aside the grimoire's urgings. Nothing significant. Little Tung-Ting ran low on water and lost 3 branches. Brother is still asleep. That I intended to collect more magical stones for you, but those monsters would not allow me into their territory. Remembering the fierce countenance of the creatures, Celine felt a swell of anger. In any case, they have no use for them. What harm would it do if I took some? Thank you. Danton chuckled. What sort of monsters? I shall take my vengeance upon them. Some grotesque, hulking creatures, and knights with glowing green eyes. They are all quite fearsome. Celine's knowledge was limited, leaving her unable to identify the types of undead creatures. The former is uncertain, but the latter are death knights, Homar interjected, deeming it necessary to provide them with an education. Otherwise, his pupil would remain a shallow and ignorant fool, a disgrace to the encyclopedia. Chapter 0047. Pinnacle of the first stage as time flowed by like grains of sand slipping through fingers at the beach. The 15 days could not be reclaimed, no matter how forcefully one tried. For the deathly spectre and the grimoire, these days were but a trivial step in their daily lives, ignorable. However, for Danton, it marked the first crucial phase of his existence. Harnessing the faint glow of bioluminescent moss, Danton seized every second to enhance his strength within the shadowy confines of the forgotten city. Loneliness, solitude, and the pervasive threat of death from the myriad of undead creatures all submerged beneath the copious sweat pouring from Danton. Leaving not a ripple behind, in the courtyard of the blacksmith's workshop, perilous combat raged on. Celine had admirably fulfilled her task, luring in 36 ordinary ghouls, nearly filling half the small yard. Danton donned a lightweight black knight's armor, wielding a large ogre machete as he fought valiantly. Seeing such a throng of ghouls pursuing Danton made Celine anxious, prompting her to cast spells at breakneck speed in an attempt to alleviate the crisis. White phosphorescent arrows shot forth like a volley from a crossbow, piercing through the ghoul ranks, sending flesh and gore flying as they punctured numerous bodies. Celine, your attack frequency is too rapid. Do not scatter them. Danton dodged the claws of a ghoul lunging at him, swiftly severing its head with a single strike. The repelling force of the phosphorescent arrows was considerable. Celine's attacks would cause the ghouls to disperse, diminishing Danton's evasion space. Oh, Celine responded, confusion etched on her face, unsure why she was being chastised. Fool, ghouls without soul seals lack intelligence. They are merely driven by instinct to pursue prey. The monsters that were once clustered around you will scatter, Homar reprimanded. Numbers 3 and 4 acted as shields, shifting under Danton's command to create a barrier. Coupled with Danton's own retreating maneuvers, they formed A-shaped defense, keeping the horde of ghouls confined within a manageable range. This way, Danton faced no more than 3 ghouls at a time, significantly easing the battle. The ghouls scattered by Celine would not return to the formation but would charge directly at Danton. Number 3. Shift left 3 steps. Number 4. Return and guard closely, shielding my right side. Danton promptly adjusted the positions of the ghoul minions while hastening his retreat. The foremost ghoul howled and lunged forward. But before it could close the distance, Danton struck it on the shoulder, cleaving open half its chest cavity. The ogre machete, 2 meters in length with a slight curve, though its runes had long since deteriorated and become inactive due to neglect, remained a finely crafted weapon, retaining its sharpness after meticulous honing. While it could not rival the Terror Dragon's Fong, it proved more than capable against ghouls, as the battle axe was too cumbersome for frequent use. Your task is to eliminate or repel any ghouls that stray from the positions of numbers 3 and 4. Preventing them from disturbing Danton's movements, Homar advised Celine, resolving to supplement the Deathly Spectre's education with some area of effect spells. Magic users were typically artillery, the profession best suited for clearing fields. It was utterly humiliating to be relegated to assisting a melee paladin. With a crash, number 3 was knocked aside. Before the ghouls could charge, Danton swiftly stepped forward, slashing with 2 powerful strokes. The keen, broad blade enveloped 2 ghouls, slicing through their waists, and before their remains touched the ground. Danton delivered a fierce kick, propelling them forward. The ghouls' momentum faltered. Number 3 quickly rose to its feet, but Danton noticed its left leg was grotesquely twisted, limping and hindered, significantly slowing its movement. Is it malfunctioning? Danton retreated to let it take a position. Assessing the impact of number 3's condition on the battle, seeking to contain any repercussions. Once this wave is finished, we shall swap out the minions. Homar projected his thoughts, reflecting on the past 15 days. He had witnessed what it meant to be relentless and fervent, realizing for the first time a person could exert such unwavering effort. Every day, Tang Dun's sleep was limited to no more than 3 hours. His time was consumed either by hunting ghouls or meditating. Even meals, save for the grand feast on the first day, consisted merely of simple fare such as bread, cheese, and smoked ham that he refused to squander a single second on trivialities. The intensity of the battles had drenched the backyard in his sweat, yet he persevered. However, even the ghouls, having worn down 5 sets of heavy infantry armor, began to falter. When only 7 ghouls remained, number 3 could no longer endure. During a swing, its already battered arms were completely shattered, leading to a loss of balance and defense, and it was torn to shreds by the onslaught of ghouls. Lacking intelligence, the ghouls acted purely on instinct, viewing even their own kind as enemies. We cannot delay any longer, Tang Dun exclaimed, delivering a lethal strike that felled 1 ghoul that he immediately reached for a first aid pack secured at his waist and extracted an instant mana potion. With his nearly depleted mana replenished, Tang Dun unleashed a barrage of powerful spells. The giant seal descended from the skies, crashing into the throng of ghouls, sending chunks of flesh flying a minute later. The battle concluded. Breathing heavily, Tang Dun propped himself on his military knife to rest and regulate his breathing. Celis floated over, obediently offering a water bottle. In the backyard. The ghouls whose heads had not been destroyed still clung to life, dragging their tattered bodies forward, though they posed no further threat. I am not thirsty. You should rest. Do not attract any more foes, Tang Dun said, brushing aside the hand of the death wraith as he began to survey the battlefield. Delivering finishing blows to the remaining ghouls, the grimoire hovered in the air, siphoning the remnants of souls, tendrils of deep purple mist wafting from the corpses, absorbed by it. Are you not going to take a break? UV exhausted even the ghouls, who lack pain receptors. I am genuinely concerned for your health. Homar's tone was not particularly severe, as he understood Tang Dun's resolute nature. It has been ages since I last told a story. Celis eagerly nodded, murmuring, what about the promised tale of Romeo and Juliet? Even the death wraith, with her spectral constitution, was nearing her limits. The frequent use of empty mana was gnawing at her nerves. Yet, it was precisely this intense combat that rapidly enhanced her strength, allowing her to face ghouls of the same tier with ease. Then let us rest for half a day. Tang Dun acquiesced, walking over to the number 3 ghoul, observing its futile struggle to rise. And he swung his knife to obliterate its head. May your soul find peace in heaven. He uttered a blessing, preparing to return to his hideout, when suddenly he saw the grimoire, having absorbed the last remnants of a soul, erupt in a brilliant red light like a shooting star. What is happening with Homar? Celis clutched Tang Dun's arm tightly, her gaze filled with concern for the grimoire. I am uncertain, Tang Dun replied, shaking his head as he pulled Celis behind him, positioning number 4 in front, gripping his military knife with utmost vigilance. If trouble arises, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. I will not abandon you, Celis resolutely refused. Do I really seem like a villain? The light quickly dissipated, as though it had never been, and the grimoire floated over, tapping Tang Dun's forehead. Can you hear me now? Tang Dun, ever perceptive, discerned the underlying meaning from Homar's projected text. Yes, I can finally be free from your dreadful scrawlings on my being. Homar exhaled dramatically, as if liberated from the depths of hell. My handwriting is quite lovely, thank you very much. Tang Dun rolled his eyes, yet he felt a genuine happiness for the grimoire. Indeed, it appears that the stains on the cover have diminished as well. Humph. Still too slow. It merely allows me to speak. What is there to be proud of? Homar remained acerbic, though secretly pleased in the time since this wave of ghouls had been lured into the backyard for slaughter. Over 200 had been dispatched, so many that Tang Dun could hardly be bothered to keep count. This exceptionally efficient method of extermination had also allowed the grimoire to collect a vast number of soul remnants. And after settling its debts to the cheap deity, the remaining remnants, brimming with soul power, provided the grimoire with a slight restoration. Although nearly 95% of its power remained inaccessible, communication had become considerably easier. At least Tang Dun no longer needed to write. Along the rooftop, Tang Dun and Celis, clutching the grimoire, returned to their humble abode to prepare a meal and relish a brief respite. Number 4 is also nearing its limits. We should replace it early to prevent complications during battle, the grimoire advised. Having magically scanned Number 4's body and found numerous fractures in its bones and ruptured muscle fibers, rendering it exceedingly fragile. Indeed, it is time to recruit a new ghoul, Tang Dun remarked as he tossed a clean apple to Celis. Unable to suppress his vexation. 2 magic servants are simply too few. Complete defense is unattainable. If only we could execute a wave-style group slaughter tactic, it would be safer and offer more tactical options. You could use the necromantic confession to continue recruiting. The grimoire settled on the table, its surface cushioned by thick, soft fabrics, a request it had made. Oh, has my soul power reached the threshold to summon another? Tang Dun inquired excitedly. You are woefully unaware of your own physical condition, Homar criticized. Your hard work has earned you sufficient rewards. Your soul seed is nearing the pinnacle of the first stage. Does that mean I could ascend at any moment? Tang Dun's heart raced with anticipation for that realm. At this rate, it should happen within 5 days, so you must prepare for the second stage. The rules of ascension are not to be trifled with. They could obliterate you, Homar warned. Chapter 0048, Armory Strategy, Always Be Prepared, Tang Dun declared, clenching his fist and flexing his arm to display his muscles. With the current strength of your soul seed, you can fully control 3 ghouls, for might be possible, but they would pose a risk of rebellion at any moment. Homar cautioned, I recommend a more cautious approach. Let us stick with 4, even if they rebel. They are merely fodder, posing little threat. Tang Dun calculated the benefits of commanding 4 ghoul servants, concluding that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, thus dismissing Homar's suggestion. Suit yourself. Homar merely pointed out the risks. The choice remained with Tang Dun. And having a ticking time bomb would only encourage more caution. 3 shall don heavy armor to serve as shields, while 1 in leather armor ensures adequate mobility, ready to provide support when needed. Tang Dun pondered how to maximize the value of his magic servants. If you were a supervisor, you would undoubtedly be the most ruthless. It is truly unfortunate for the ghouls to have you as their master, Homar jested, urging, now, tell a story. The grimoire exuded an artistic flair, akin to a poet, and was particularly enamored with Romeo and Juliet. Do not rush me. There are still matters to address. Tang Dun's response drew a pout of discontent from Celis. The equipment at the weapon shop is still insufficient. And the route to the armory has yet to be cleared, has it not? The quality of the ghouls was already established, and to enhance their combat effectiveness, Tang Dun had to devise alternative strategies. These mindless beings could not utilize magical accessories, leaving armor and claws as the sole options to increase their durability. The weapon shop's offerings were scant, with little selection, and lacking maintenance, though classified as fine quality. They still fell short of that standard. Every city possessed an armory, not only to accommodate the wear and tear of soldiers' training, but also to stockpile for the unforeseen outbreak of war, thus housing a considerable reserve of armor and weaponry. With Celis as his guide, Tang Dun found the armory with ease, akin to crushing an ant, though the ghouls lurking on the streets proved bothersome. He aimed to eliminate them beforehand. Otherwise, should he enter the armory and encounter combat, attracting nearby undead monsters would undoubtedly spell his doom. The area has been cleared, Homar reported. By the way, the route to the bank is also mostly open. Once we secure the equipment, we shall head to the bank, Tang Dun announced as he served lunch. Eat quickly, we must act after. But what about Juliet? Despite the delectable caviar and candied foie gras, which had Celis nearly licking her plate, she was eager to know whether the star-crossed lovers would unite as the tale unfolded. Once we strategize the bank, I shall regale you for 3 days and nights. Additionally, I will share the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, I assure you. It will be captivating. Tang Dun swiftly devoured his meal, making a promise he felt compelled to fulfill given the pressing timeline. Through Celis's inquiries, Tang Dun had learned of the Robinson Trio's movements. They were currently besieging the Mage Tower. Having dispatched 3 Guardian constructs, they had captured the bottom 3 levels and were preparing to ascend to the tower's peak. The towering Mage Tower was resplendent, its exterior a testament to its owner's exceptional stature. Its intrinsic worth was easily equivalent to 1/5 of the city's wealth. Were it not for the Robinson Trio being preoccupied with the prospects of conquering the Mage Tower, Tang Dun could have slaughtered ghouls in the surrounding areas without drawing attention, should the trio's assault falter. They would undoubtedly seek other valuable structures to target, placing Tang Dun in jeopardy, thus leaving him with little time to act. I must accumulate enough wealth before them, not only for self-preservation but also to turn the tide. To vanquish them and seize this underground city. Tang Dun set down his knife with a resolute tone, mentally rallying himself. If you do not wish to live like a humble ant, you must seize this opportunity and fight with all your might. I will assist you. Celis, inspired by Tang Dun's declaration, observed him sitting upright with a tight-lipped determination, finding him utterly captivating. A commendable mindset, Homer concurred. However, once this is all over, you are required to recount no fewer than 2 tales, and their quality must not fall short of Hamlet. You might as well kill me, Tang Dun lamented. Were it not for having encountered some classic masterpieces in dreams and retaining a fair amount of knowledge, he would truly be at a loss when faced with the grimoire, for this fellow's demands were excessively high. The armory lay to the south of the city, approximately a 20-minute trek from the bakery where Tang Dun was hiding. Even though he had cleared the streets of wandering ghouls, he remained cautious. Celis cradled the grimoire to her chest, floating 50 meters ahead as a scout. Tang Dun held an oil lamp in his left hand and a troll's machete in his right. Moving silently along the wall like a wildcat, the surrounding silence was eerily profound. In the dimly lit streets of the underground city, Tang Dun's silhouette was cast by the oil lamp, swaying in the darkness like a specter. He memorized the route, staying alert to his surroundings, accustomed to the foul stench that permeated the air. Suddenly, Celis halted at a fork in the road, observing for several seconds before producing a nightstone and drawing a large circle. Ghouls were highly sensitive to sound, hence Tang Dun and the Death Hag had established numerous signals beforehand. This indicated the discovery of an enemy. Without hesitation, Tang Dun rushed over and quickly handed his weapon and the lamp to Celis. Softly intoning the incantation of the undead's penance, Tang Dun raised his left hand, summoning a golden longbow, while his right pulled the bowstring taut, causing a light spot to coalesce into an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, striking the ghoul squarely in the head. Hastily, Tang Dun grasped the machete to deal with the penitent, yet unsuccessful undead creature, contrary to his expectations of a frenzied assault. The ghoul stood frozen in place after being struck. The success rate seems to have improved somewhat. Tang Dun commanded, beckoning the ghoul over. From now on, you shall be designated as number 5. Extracting a set of spare armor, Tang Dun equipped number 5, transforming it into a tin can. Your soul power has increased, giving you a natural edge over these lowly creatures. Homer imparted his wisdom. Can I attempt to penance the lower-tier ghouls? Their strength need not be formidable, merely equivalent to the first tier of soul power. Tang Dun found the lamp too bright and dimmed the flame within. The failure rate will be quite high, and the chances of rebellion are substantial. Homer cautioned against Tang Dun playing with fire in the perilous underground city, as such risks could very well cost him his life. Tang Dun acquiesced, opting to have the nearly depleted number 4 follow Celis, ready to respond to any sudden crisis while still extracting its final value. After traversing a series of cross junctions and numerous silent streets, the haphazardly constructed buildings of the common folk abruptly vanished from Tang Dun's sight, replaced by an expanse of warehouses, lined up neatly as if awaiting inspection. The armory had been reached, due to years of neglect. These structures exuded an air of decay. The paint was peeling, yet the sprawling vines still clung to a semblance of vitality. After some effort, Tang Dun discovered a rusted iron door, opting to scale the adjacent wall rather than push it open. Ghouls detected. Celis hovered nearby, about to point, but Tang Dun pressed her head down. I see them. Maintain stealth. Tang Dun removed his bulging backpack, retrieving a crossbow while simultaneously surveying the environment. This was a rectangular encampment, its cobblestone floor covered in greenish stones. The 2-story wooden building to the left was likely the guards' quarters, while directly ahead lay the storeroom. Nearly 50 meters from the iron gate. 26 ghouls roamed the camp, evidently the fallen guards transformed. Some still donning armor, clearly having died without shedding it. There are 3 lower-tier ones. Be exceedingly careful, Homer reported after casting a magical detection. Assessing their ranks, he estimated their strength to be around the 2nd tier of soul power, but refrained from stating it outright. This value was merely a prediction. Even with the grimoire's experience and might, accurate estimation was unattainable. Furthermore, even among beings of the same tier, their strengths could vary greatly, not to mention that certain formidable creatures could even surpass their rank to slay enemies. Homer wished to prevent Tang Dun from developing a reliance on it. True combat should involve encountering foes, employing various means to gather intelligence about them, and using that information to gauge their strength, thereby deciding whether to engage or retreat and which tactics to employ for victory or safe escape. Of course, this was easier said than done, as the dynamics of battle could shift in an instant. Testing the comprehensive qualities of the magic user. Understood, Tang Dun exhibited no signs of retreat, immediately contemplating how to break the deadlock. At all times, one must retain a trump card. Homer, ever the perfect textbook, took the opportunity to teach. In the myriad planes, one is never lacking in treacherous beings, such as the Shadow God, the Spider Queen Loth, and those devils from hell, who delight in concealing their true capabilities, hiding various trump cards, revealing them only at the brink of life and death. Celis felt a surge of anxiety. She had previously slain lower-tier ghouls, but never more than 2 at a time, and they had been comparatively weak. This situation was her first encounter with such odds. Celis, your task is to slow the advance of those lowly ghouls, buying me time that if they surround us, do your utmost to scatter them. Tang Dun began assigning tasks. Remember, you must remain suspended in the air. No matter what happens to me, do not approach to assist. Chapter 0049. Dazzling assault. The death hag nodded vigorously, her fingers trembling slightly around her staff. Homer, take good care of her. Tang Dun tossed his backpack onto the wall, preparing to unleash the dragon's tooth. He took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing and mindset to enter a state of readiness for battle. Celis felt deeply moved. Tang Dun was exceedingly kind to her. Commence battle. Once he confirmed Celis was prepared, Tang Dun cast the 3 divine arts upon himself and then directed the spell of undead penance at the nearest lowly ghoul. Fortune seemed to have run dry, for the penance failed, and the startled ghouls, upon sighting Tang Dun, charged at him like ravenous hounds. Stay calm, accelerate, and suppress with magic, Tang Dun commanded Celis as he loosed another arrow of penance. Only to fail once more. The horde of ghouls moved swiftly, having the distance in an instant. Tang Dun calculated the time until their arrival, realizing he had enough time to cast one more undead penance. Without hesitation, he released another arrow. The golden arrow struck a ghoul, causing its body to pause momentarily before, under Tang Dun's command, it lunged at a nearby ghoul to intercept. Claws tore and rotten teeth gnawed, as the newly minted magic servant fearlessly engaged in a brutal clash with its former companions. Celis floated in the air, her face alight with excitement upon witnessing the success of the penance. Had she not been chanting incantations, she would surely have cried out. Focus your attention, Homer admonished, projecting arrows onto the grimoire to indicate the attack directions for her. A being of the undead, Celis possessed an innate affinity for arcane energies, soul energies, and dark energies. Thus, Homer had meticulously selected a necromancy-based arcane curriculum as her primary course of study at this stage. Upon completing her chant, Celis waved her staff, unleashing a mass of black liquid that, upon contact with the ground, immediately corroded the area, transforming it into a quagmire within a 10-yard radius. The toxic sludge bubbled and gurgled, ensnaring 6 ghouls who could not evade in time. Success. Seeing the Deathmire spell perfectly executed and ensnaring the ghouls, Celis's cheeks flushed with excitement, sweat glistening on her nose. Continue. Throw more against the wall, Homer urged. 3 lower-tier ghouls, having been endowed with soul marks, could slowly siphon magical energy to enhance their bodies, rendering them stronger and faster. Thus they were the first to approach the wall. Tang Dun discarded his crossbow and seized the dragon's tooth. Just then, one of the lower-tier ghouls leaped 3 meters high, lunging toward the wall. Twisting his waist and swinging his arm, Tang Dun cleaved at the ghoul with his battle axe, channeling the might of a giant. Boom! A fist-sized emblem of a watermelon flashed above Tang Dun's head, filling him with strength. The ghoul's claws were mere inches away. Tang Dun could even see the maggots infesting it, sensing the noxious odor wafting toward him. However, and the next moment, the battle axe, slicing through the air, struck its head, cleaving it in two and continuing down to its chest. Roar. Following closely, two more lower-tier ghouls leaped at him. Tang Dun swung the battle axe to the left, sending one crashing down along with the corpse while swiftly moving his feet to evade the third's assault. The third ghoul charged too quickly, and due to its momentum, it leaped over the wall and landed outside the camp. Giant's execution. Tang Dun pivoted and delivered a downward slash, dispatching the third ghoul. With a resounding crash, the battle axe cleaved a substantial crater into the ground, yet the ghoul deftly evaded the blow, demonstrating the rudimentary intelligence possessed by lower-tier undead creatures. Do not use the phosphorescent arrow. Switch to summon skeletons, Homar advised. Gesturing with the arrowhead towards the fallen ghoul, Celise promptly complied. A commendable tactic. Now, let us see if you can execute it effectively, Homar remarked, observing Danton engage in combat with the ghoul. His tactical objective was crystal clear: unleash a powerful attack to swiftly eliminate a lower-tier foe within 20 seconds, thereby reducing the number of formidable adversaries. Ideally, without hesitation, Danton vaulted over the wall to assault a third ghoul outside the encampment, utilizing the barrier to momentarily obstruct the approach of other ghouls. The lower-tier ghoul leaped towards him, a straightforward endeavor, but the ordinary ones proved to be far more challenging. That Danton's second strike with the giant cleaver was again evaded by the third ghoul, merely severing an arm. This injury posed no threat to a creature devoid of pain receptors. The third ghoul continued its relentless assault, eyes wide and mouth agape, eager to tear Danton limb from limb. The second ghoul vaulted over the courtyard wall, descending with intent. I must take a risk. Danton decisively activated his soul shield. Channeling magic energy from the gem ring on his finger, the shield-shaped magical barrier sprang to life. Danton stood resolute, engaging the third ghoul head-on. The ghoul's claws raked across the shield, leaving 5 deep indentations and igniting an explosion of magical sparks. Danton bellowed, executing a powerful cleaved at such close range. The ghoul had no room to dodge, but it tilted its head just as the axe descended. The razor-sharp blade cleaved through its shoulder, splitting the third ghoul in two, though its head remained intact. The lack of a body rendered it a non-threat, no longer warranting attention. The second ghoul closed in, its claws poised to strike. Danton counted down the seconds, aware that the power of the giant cleave would soon dissipate. At that moment, the burden of the heavy dragon tooth would impede his movements. Against ordinary ghouls, a slight delay posed little issue, yet in a confrontation with lower-tier foes, such details could dictate life or death. Therefore, while lunging forward, Danton decisively discarded his battle axe and unsheathed the ogre machete from his waist. The second ghoul relentlessly pursued him, propelling itself off the ground for a fierce charge, just as its claws were about to make contact with the soul shield. Danton, having calculated the distance with acute precision, suddenly pivoted and unleashed all his strength, swinging the machete. The 2-meter-long ogre blade covered a vast area, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, embedding itself halfway into the second ghoul's midsection. Despite being struck, the second ghoul's claws still managed to swipe at the soul shield, only to be repelled by the force of the machete's swing, sending it tumbling to the ground. With a surge of magical energy, the giant cleaver erupted forth, cleaving downwards with unrelenting ferocity. Danton did not allow for a moment's hesitation, unleashing his full might. Boom! The machete descended. Although the second ghoul attempted to evade, the sheer size of the cleaver proved overwhelming, resulting in one of its legs being severed. Amidst the rising dust, Danton pressed forward, launching additional attacks. The ordinary ghouls, driven into a frenzy, crashed through the walls, swarming towards Danton like a horde. The waiting fourth and fifth ghouls immediately rushed out to act as meat shields. Buying Danton precious time, the second ghoul, now missing a leg, remained undeterred, propelling itself off the ground to lunge at Danton with its jaws wide open, intent on delivering a fatal bite. Danton stepped back, gripping his machete tightly. As the second ghoul brushed past him, he executed a swift counter, severing its neck in a single stroke. Reaching into his waist pouch, Danton swiftly procured a potent magical elixir, uncapped it, and gulped it down while retreating hastily. Several ghouls had already bypassed the 2 meat shields and were closing in. Well executed. Homar floated in the air, observing Danton's fluid combat maneuvers and quick adaptations with immense satisfaction. Danton's tactical acumen shone brightly, fully commanding the battlefield. The only lament was that his assaults lacked a certain elegance and grandeur. During this period, Danton had grown accustomed to the frenzied onslaught of ghouls. dispatching the less than 10 ordinary soldiers with ease, posing no threat to him. Hovering 6 meters above the ground, Celise unleashed a continuous barrage of phosphorescent arrows through the breaches in the walls. Danton beheld a total of 10 ghouls ensnared within 2 swamps of death, their flesh corroded and revealing stark white bones. Skeleton soldiers summoned by the death wraith from the ghoul corpses brandished thigh bones, swinging them with little effect. The murky swamp, waist deep, posed a challenge for the ghouls attempting to escape. Upon emerging, they were met with Danton's machete, while those that barely made it were swiftly dispatched by Celise's arrows. Shattering their skulls, Danton cleaved the heads off 3 lower-tier ghouls, extracting the soul seals shaped like mahjong tiles, quickly wiping away the brain matter and blood with a cloth before stowing them away. Homar had begun to feast, drawing forth wisps of deep purple soul remnants. Danton ascended the wall, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and retrieved his crossbow. The urgency of the previous combat had left no time for him to shoot arrows. And the weapon's power was insufficient. Even if a ghoul were riddled with bolts, it would still remain animated. As Celise concluded her battle and descended, her excitement was palpable. Her cheeks flushed from the thrill of her first full-power engagement and the notable number of kills. The skeleton, clutching the thigh bone, followed closely behind, resembling a loyal guardian, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. How long can this creature persist? Danton inquired, poking the skeleton with his machete, prompting it to ready for combat, which startled Celise into intervening. 15 minutes, Homar replied, astutely grasping Danton's intent. Do not expect it to scout. It possesses no intelligence and can only fight by instinct. Well done, Celise, Danton commended, patting the death wraith atop her head. Tonight, you shall be rewarded with a grand feast. The incantation time for magic is still too lengthy. There is insufficient simplification. Your courses in Ancient Elvish, Ancient Draconic, and Nerial tongue must be intensified, Homar insisted, aiming to mold the death wraith into an ideal sorceress, thus applying stringent expectations. Celise's expression fell, her head bowed as her delicate fingers intertwined. After dispatching the ghouls in the armory courtyard, the storeroom lay open like a bride ready to be ravished. Chapter 50. The Warrior's Set. The newly repented ghoul minion, lacking armor for protection and desperately intercepting the lower-tier soldiers, had been reduced to a mangled state. Even its head bearing the marks of gnawing, clearly no longer of any use. Thus, without even acquiring a number, Danton swiftly put an end to its existence. Carrying an oil lamp, he stepped over its corpse and approached the armory's grand entrance. The 4th ghoul limped, its demise imminent, and its combat effectiveness had plummeted. Adhering to the principle of utilizing what was deemed useless, Danton designated it as the vanguard, parting the vines. 2 towering iron doors, 5 meters high and rusted, emerged before him. A touch revealed a handful of rust. Danton prodded the door's seam with his machete. It was tightly sealed, secured by 3 flat, palm-width white metal bars. This one seems intact. Danton wiped the dust from the metal bars. This was a magical lock, its runic array far more complex than those used by commoners. Allow me to inspect. A green beam shot from the grimoire, scanning the magical lock, just as Danton was about to inquire about the results. The runic array emitted a faint glow, followed by a click as it divided into 2 parts. The unlocking was successful. The grimoire proved itself to be an invaluable encyclopedia, its efficiency astonishing, seemingly untroubled by any challenge. Danton pressed against one door, pushing with force. The ungreased hinges screeched ominously, but fortunately, the nearby ghouls had been dealt with, lest they attract a horde. A musty, moldy scent wafted forth from the crevice, stirring up dust that tickled Danton's nostrils, prompting him to cough. He secured the oil lamp to the 4th ghoul's arm and commanded it to enter first. The inky darkness of the armory was eerily silent, even the slightest breath resonating audibly, particularly the abrasive noise of the 4th ghoul's iron boots scraping against the floor. Danton found this fortunate, as it would better draw the attention of any lurking monsters. However, he believed that the nearly sealed armory should pose no danger. The storeroom was expansive, akin to a football field, 6 meters in height, furnished with shelves upon which wooden crates were arranged, thus avoiding an overly barren appearance. Danton did not rush to inspect the spoils. He followed closely behind the 4th ghoul, scrutinizing every corner with meticulous care. Unable to contain herself, Celise waved her hand to cast a light spell and floated over to a large crate. Curiously exploring, a spherical light ascended to the ceiling, scattering illumination and revealing much of the armory's condition to the group. Finding no crowbar, Celise resorted to brute force, firing a phosphorescent arrow into the crate. Splintering wood as a black, lightweight infantry armor emerged, The death wraith inspected the helmet before discarding it and smashing open another crate, revealing yet another set of the same infantry armor. Danton blew a gust of air at the wooden crate as the accumulated dust dispersed. Red lettering became visible. Holy Daterlania Empire, Northern 17th Legion, 7th Light Infantry 1000-man Battalion, number 782. Danton embedded the ogre's military knife into the crevice, and with a creaking sound, pried open the lid of the box. At which point his breathing immediately grew heavy. The armor was entirely black, emblazoned with a red imperial emblem on the chest. It featured a shield as its base, intricately carved with a two-headed dragon adorned with a crown, each head gazing to its respective side, while its symmetrical claws grasped a sword in one and a scepter in the other. This was the standard equipment of the Geedlin Empire, specifically designed for the warrior class of light infantry. Through the inscriptions on the wooden box, Homer had already confirmed the origin of these armaments. Danton nodded, for he understood the value of this armor far better than the naive Celeste. To preserve these weapons and armor. The ventilation openings in the armory were kept to a minimum to reduce the influx of moist air and ensure dryness. The walls and floors were not only coated with a significant amount of moisture-absorbing paint, but also engraved with various dehumidifying magical arrays, despite the passage of time having depleted the magic stones embedded in the nodes, causing the intricate patterns of the magical arrays to flake and deteriorate. The architectural structure still kept the storeroom relatively dry. Additionally, the soldiers responsible for logistics at the time had not been negligent, applying ample protective oil to the armor, which minimized rusting. Even an average blacksmith could polish, refine, and maintain these armors without spending much time. Danton quickened his pace, opening a box every 10 meters, discovering that each one was filled with armor, confirming that they had not been sold off by the logistics officer. Finally breaking into a smile. "It's all armor, how dull." Celeste floated over after toppling dozens of boxes, her disappointment evident. "Celeste, we have struck gold." Danton cheerfully ruffled the hair of the death banshee. "Arms, after all, were one of the most marketable commodities in any era. Since the conclusion of the Fifth Holy War that swept across the entire Western continent, there had been no large-scale wars, yet numerous small-scale bloody conflicts persisted. The 9 great empires were in constant rivalry, seemingly engaged in an arms race behind the scenes, while second- and third-rate nations were also rife with silent tensions, not to mention the duchies and families that occasionally erupted into bloody conflicts over land disputes, mineral veins, and religious beliefs. Beyond the chaos among the human realms, the true Mahi Empire located on the Dark Continent was also restless, perpetually plotting a counteroffensive to conquer the Western continent. The shadowy races dwelling beneath the earth were also coveting the abundant resources of the surface. Like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, ever ready to strike with their bloodied fangs and hunt their enemies. Frankfurt, where Danton resided, was a third-rate nation, surrounded by instability. To the northwest lay the Orc Empire occupying the sunsetting prairie, while the west bordered the expansive Dragon Hills, inhabited by many foreign tribes. As for the northern alliance of the 12 duchies that bordered the east, skirmishes had never ceased. 20 years ago, the northern nations had even united to launch a war against the alliance of the 12 duchies. And even now, the scars and aftermath of that conflict had yet to fade. In such a tumultuous environment, it was inconceivable for the arms trade not to flourish. As one of the 9 great empires, the military technology of St. Geedlin was indisputable. The armors known as warriors were undoubtedly of exceptional quality and craftsmanship. In fact, even if they were not of the highest caliber, Danton need not worry about selling them. The potential clientele was overwhelmingly abundant, not to mention the second-rate nations and duchies with outdated forging techniques. Merely the numerous great nobles and wealthy merchants across various regions could consume a significant quantity. And there were even the Orc tribes with scarce mineral resources, relying heavily on imports for ironware. If we spread the word about the arms, we could just sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Danton laughed. "Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." "More like waiting to collect corpses," Homer retorted sarcastically. "I can almost guess the origins of this underground city. If you dare to sell these arms, I assure you that within a week, you'll be targeted by Geedlin's spies, kidnapped, interrogated, and ultimately discarded in the wilderness." "I was merely indulging in a fantasy. I never considered selling them," Danton protested. "The gold coins, gems, and artworks within this underground city are abundant. I am not foolish enough to risk my neck for these arms." Arms smuggling was a game reserved for powerful individuals with backing, if Danton rashly ventured into it. He would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, especially considering he had no means to explain the origins of these armaments as standard issue armor, even if he were to remove the Imperial and Legion insignias. He could not obscure the characteristic forging style of St. Geedlin. If they cannot be sold, then what use are these armaments? They are inferior to the set you possess, Danton, Celeste inquired. These armors are intended for ordinary soldiers. If Danton were a small lord or a noble permitted to have private troops, he could equip several hundred-man squads, rapidly enhancing his strength. Alas, he is but a commoner. Homer sighed, for this was a world stratified by rigid class distinctions. Danton's birth set him far apart, and even if his gold coins could fill the underground city, he would have no right to purchase land or estates, as these would forever remain the insignia of nobility. What of being a commoner, even if I were a serf or a slave? I would not feel inferior, Danton declared, licking his cracked lips. Just you wait. I will surely become a great noble, a lord with vast lands. As a poor little postman, Danton not only had to support himself, but also save for his sister Ilian's tuition and living expenses. Enduring a grueling life of working at least 16 hours a day, yet he had never abandoned his dream of rising above his station. Talk of marrying a princess, becoming an imperial prince, or a great noble. Those aspirations are too distant for now. My immediate goal is to become the mayor of Morning Mist Town. The thought of Lister, who relied on his status as the mayor's son to threaten his life and openly extort him, ignited a raging fury within Danton. This time it was merely a matter of tearing a dragon's tooth. What if it were his sister next? Ilian rarely returned home, a fact Danton had insisted upon, as she was frequently harassed by Lister and his gang. It was well known that the status of commoners was so low that even if they were accidentally killed by a noble, their families would merely receive a paltry compensation, with no hope of retribution for a life lost. As for humiliation and injury, the penalties were even lighter, relegated to mere misfortune. The abundance of bandits along the borders was not solely due to the inherent wickedness of some. A portion were pitiful souls driven to desperation, unable to survive. I believe you can do it, Celeste encouraged, raising her small fist in support of Danton. Are you a wretched worm, or a lazy goblin waiting for death? You possess the ancient grimoire, yet you only aspire to be the mayor of such a trivial town, Homer derisively chided. Please refrain from voicing such thoughts. I fear losing face. Watching the fiery magical script blaze, Danton rolled his eyes, having become accustomed to Homer's scathing tongue. Chapter 0051. Heavily armored ghoul servants. You could continue to recruit magical servants. If there were 1,000 fully armed ghouls, perhaps even dragons could be slain. Celeste hastily changed the subject, concerned that Danton might argue with the grimoire. A ghoul army, that concept has merit, Homer muttered, contemplating the feasibility of such a plan. Let us check the other wooden boxes. If they all contain this type of light infantry armor, we can proceed to the next storeroom. Danton brandished his military knife, remaining vigilant, but regrettably could not locate the inventory records, which would have saved considerable effort. Of course, personally searching through the spoils was also a form of enjoyment. Celeste aggressively dismantled boxes, gliding through, blasting open over 100 chests with phosphorescent rockets. Before dragging Danton towards the second armory, Homer unlocked the magical energy lock, and the death banshee eagerly floated inside, casting a light spell upon the ceiling, revealing that the shelves were still stacked with long wooden boxes, albeit larger in size. St. Geedlin Empire, Northern 17th Legion, 9th Heavy Infantry 1000-Man Corps, number 238. After glancing at the text on the box lid, Danton pried it open with his knife. Inside lay a set of black heavy armor, still slumbering beneath a layer of dust and slight rust, yet it could not conceal the overwhelming aura of weight it exuded. Both in craftsmanship and material, the armor appeared unpretentious and understated, emanating a sense of solidity that inspired confidence at first glance. Danton lifted the helmet, discovering it to be much lighter than he had anticipated. The warrior-type heavy infantry armor employs the forging techniques of the Rockhammer dwarfs, blended with a small amount of rare metals, ensuring high defense while significantly reducing weight. The Encyclopedia Grimoire did not disappoint, providing further enlightenment. This type of infantry armor not only alleviates the burden on soldiers, but also allows them a degree of speed on the battlefield, avoiding the fate of being mere targets. Remarkable armor, Danton marveled. Heavy infantry would always represent the strongest defensive unit on the battlefield, yet their substantial weight, slow speed, logistical pressures, and high production costs constrained their development, prompting the major empires to seek ways to overcome or replace them. Why are there only 800 sets? Danton quickly scanned the contents, realizing that more than half of the boxes contained light cavalry armor and horse barding, causing him to grimace slightly. Be content. Forging a set of warrior heavy armor requires at least 10 times the time and money compared to that of warrior light armor. I suspect that had it not been for the enormous mishap during the war with St. Roland, you wouldn't even see 50 sets. Homer was right. Had it not been for the significant incident during the war, these armaments would have been swiftly dispatched to the front lines. When you have the time, please share the origins of this underground city with me. Danton, currently preoccupied, called over numbers 4 and 5, preparing to equip them with armor. Wait, go find the gear for those centurions. Homa halted Danton, explaining, the grassroots officers of all major empires are predominantly mana users. To protect them, as well as to emphasize their status and motivate ordinary soldiers, the military has specially crafted superior equipment for them. Is it this one? Celis exclaimed, having discovered 100 chests painted in red and black on a shelf in the eastern corner. These were the specialized armors for centurions, classified as high quality, each set valued at 20,000 gold marks. Not only did they offer superior protection, but they were also inscribed with runic arrays, bestowing additional magical effects that enhanced stamina. Naturally, after such a long time, the runic arrays had long since rusted and decayed, yet the inherent defensive capability remained intact. Danton examined the armor, noting that the primary distinction from the warrior's heavy infantry armor lay in its dark red hue. A thickness increased by a third, and a significantly larger imperial emblem emblazoned across the left chest. They are called Centurion warriors, Homa introduced, prompting Celis to break open the chest. 6 mist-like elemental arms emerged from the grimoire, lifting the armor to adorn the magical servants. Wait, Danton placed a standard helmet on number 5's head. What's wrong? Homa queried, puzzled. Celis picked up a helmet, tried it on, and found it somewhat heavy. She then floated before Danton, placing it on him and admiring it from various angles. Such a waste. It's unnecessary for the magical servants to don this. A standard heavy warrior's armor would suffice. Danton's frugal nature resurfaced. Homa projected a series of red exclamation marks, expressing surprise and a sense of incredulity. Poor numbers 4 and 5. Celis eagerly nodded in agreement, 100 times over. There's no alternative. The Centurion warrior sets are exceedingly rare, Danton lamented. Fortunately, the magical servants lack sentience. Even if they heard this, they wouldn't feel a thing. Otherwise, they might rebel. Homa jested. I understand your sentiment. You wish to repent by providing them with lower-tier ghoul servitors instead. Yes. Danton adjusted the helmet. Can the skeletons summoned by Celis remain for an extended duration? Do they require a full set of armor? Not for now. Her rank is too low. Even if she successfully summoned skeleton soldiers, they would merely be fodder. I plan to wait until her rank increases, then set up a summoning array for a necromantic ritual to call forth a permanent high-tier undead guardian. Homa had already mapped out every stage of Celis's learning, with the summoning ritual being a requisite course. Indeed, Danton refrained from further comment, recognizing that the grimoire was far more knowledgeable than he. Hurry, don it for me to see. It looks rather impressive. Celis grasped the breastplate, eager to assist Danton in donning it, her brow glistening with sweat from excitement. This model is incorrect. It's too large. Homa's elemental arms rummaged through the wooden boxes, selecting a piece of armor that was more appropriately sized. The two halves of the breastplate aligned perfectly to protect his torso, secured with 10 leather straps located at the sides. Following that were the arm and leg plates, all scaled like dragon hide, overlapping each other, allowing for greater mobility. Once Danton donned his battle boots and jumped a few times, the elemental arms presented him with gauntlets, which he smoothly inserted his hands into. The elemental arms of the grimoire were remarkably agile, capable of intricately drawing magical circles, let alone assisting with simple attire. In merely 5 seconds, Danton was fully armored, encased in a black iron shell. When the helmet's visor was lowered, only a narrow slit remained for his eyes, greatly restricting his field of vision and causing exhaled air to rebound, warming his cheeks. The entire suit of armor weighs about 50 pounds once I wear it. I can't use the stone skin potion, or it would be too heavy. Danton took a few steps, his footsteps echoing like a war drum. He punched, turned, and kicked, performing simple movements, but due to the armor not being tailored to his form, it felt somewhat uncomfortable. Let us make do for now. After we deal with the Robinson trio and completely seize the underground city, we shall venture to the royal capital and commission a set of bespoke, perfect grade armor. Homa was also dissatisfied. The master of the grimoire should not be clad in such gear, as it diminished his stature. I think it looks quite good. Celis was thoroughly pleased, due to his previous frugality. Downton's physique appeared somewhat gaunt and frail, but in this heavy armor, he resembled a steel automaton, exuding a robust presence. I'm only 16. I'm still growing. If I order custom gear, I want to be able to wear it for long. Downton's humble mindset had yet to change. We are not short on funds. Homa's voice was still authoritative. I am the great encyclopedia, even without the wealth of this underground city. Making money is not a challenge. Celis applauded. The grimoire's confidence was so profound that it seemed entirely natural, causing the deathly banshee to find it quite admirable. Onward to the next armory. Downton raised the visor, deciding against removing it, treating it as additional weight to strengthen his body. Homa did not dissuade him. This amount of weight would not hinder Downton's growth, but a dietary and exercise regimen would be necessary to lay a better foundation for his physical development. The third storage room contained a plethora of clothing and winter tents for warmth, yet all had decayed, emanating a musty odor. The fourth storage room did not disappoint, filled with an array of fine warrior-grade weapons, sabers, short swords, long spears, and double-layered tower shields, all neatly arranged on shelves. The tower shield weighed approximately 30 pounds, was 1 meter long, and had a kite shape with serrated edges, capable of guarding a third of the body. Downton extracted a warrior's saber, swinging it a couple of times, and finding it remarkably well balanced with a slight curve conducive to slashing. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable weapon against armor, while the shorter swords, measuring less than half a meter, were intended for soldiers' self-defense. Notice, the shield can be attached to the recess of the arm armor, eliminating the need to hold it constantly, though it's merely a minor detail. It reflects the meticulous craftsmanship of the military industry in the Jiderland Empire. Few items could earn Homa's admiration. Among some boxes lay bundles of arrows, roughly estimated to number in the thousands. Though the wooden shafts had become brittle, breaking with minimal force, rendering them unusable, nevertheless, such trivial issues could not dampen Downton's spirits. The haul this time is tremendous. After inspecting the armory, Downton smiled, filled with confidence for the impending assault on the bank overrun by spiders. Bolstered by these armed ghoul servitors. To breach the second tier of the soul and withstand elemental repulsion, you will need to bolster your defenses. Would you like to offer a sacrifice in exchange for a protective divine spell? Homa was keen to ensure Downton did not falter in this endeavor. Preparation must be flawless. Any recommendations? As a wild paladin, Downton had little knowledge of divine spells. Chapter 0052. The land-sinking spell. The identity of this underground city was becoming increasingly apparent. The architecture sprawled before him in a predominantly Baroque style. Fresh and vibrant, yet the external contours, domes, and stone walls employed simple horizontal and vertical lines, exuding a sense of solidity, strength, and solemnity. This was a common construction style for northern cities of St. Jiderland during the late Renaissance. Some books and letters found in the residences bore writing habits characteristic of Jiderland script, while the arrangement and design of furniture and decor, as well as the text on shop signs in the streets, hinted at the essence of Jiderland in every detail. The armors in the armory were stamped with the tricolor flag and insignia of St. Jiderland, providing irrefutable evidence. Barusna was the name of this city. 3,000 years ago, St. Jiderland waged a protracted 10-year war against St. Roland, affecting no fewer than 100 cities. However, Barusna remains the most memorable. For a marshal from the JIS family of St. Roland cast a forbidden spell that caused the entire city to vanish from the western continent. The grimoire was quite proud, although it had suspected this was Barusna. It would not speak without solid evidence. Homa refused to permit any mistakes. In truth, perusing the documents and daily correspondence at the town hall or examining the family crest at the Duke's residence would reveal the truth. But given Downton's current ability, wandering casually through streets teeming with undead creatures was far too perilous. What kind of forbidden spell is that powerful? Downton did not express doubt, having never seen the grimoire err in their time together. The land-sinking spell. Homa projected the text. Be cautious. The spider is about to spray venom. I'm watching. Downton raised the double-layered tower shield in his left hand and, with a sudden burst of strength, struck the shadow spider that had just opened its mandibles. The battle continued along the long street, with numerous spider carcasses strewn about. With a thud, the green venom was only expelled slightly, and the spider quickly closed its mandibles, choking on its own venom, which only enraged it further. Despite its frantic thrashing, it could not breach the defenses of Downton, clad in the centurion warrior heavy armor. Ghoul number 4 had completely broken down, lying in a corner against a nearby wall, while numbers 5 and 6 bravely surrounded the shadow spider, which was even larger than a warhorse, showcasing the full effect of their meat shield capabilities. Celis floated in the air, launching phosphorescent arrows at the spider. By this logic, it seems that Barusna is no longer in the realm of the Western continent, is he? Danton inquired. Where are we? Or rather, what lies above this underground city? In the multiverse, numerous realms exist, vast as the stars, with the Western continent being merely one of the lesser realms. I do not know, Homer replied with a resigned expression. Even that Marshall cannot ascertain the truth. For the realm-sinking spell is an incomplete super-forbidden incantation. What then of these ghouls? Could the sinking spell also have the effects of a necrotic plague? The necrotic plague is a disease that originated from the necro-language realm. Capable of transforming human beings into undead creatures. It is said to have been discovered inadvertently by a powerful and malevolent lich while researching the activation of skeleton puppet cells. This invention should not exist in the world. Even the undead race holds it in deep revulsion, strictly forbidding its use. Undoubtedly, this city has experienced an outbreak of the necrotic plague. Those undead creatures are a result of it. As for the cause of the outbreak, it is evidently a mystery obscured by the annals of history. The grimoire is not a deity, although it has existed for eons. The Western continent is vast, and there are some exceedingly secretive events that Homer cannot comprehend. That Marshall was likely privy to the truth, but alas, he cannot rise from his grave to enlighten us. Danton jested. Suddenly recalling a possibility, the ogre's blade aimed at the shadow spider had gone awry. What is the matter? Celis gasped, startled, for Danton rarely made mistakes. Since this city has experienced a necrotic plague, could I be in peril? I have no desire to become an undead creature. Danton believed that if he were to turn into a wretched ghoul, he would rather perish. 3,000 years have passed. Those plague bacteria have likely desiccated. Just as Danton sighed in relief, Homer's next words rendered his expression grim. However, there remains a risk of infection, and given that the city is rife with decaying ghouls, other pathogens are surely present. You should prepare some potions for unforeseen emergencies. The grimoire reassured him. You need not worry excessively. As a paladin, many divine arts can purify your body. That is good to hear. Danton felt relieved. Since we are discussing plagues, I have further inquiries. Who established the portal leading to Crow Ridge? The grimoire, displaying a hint of mischief, altered the projection's text color to a dark green, swaying as if it might extinguish like a ghostly flame at any moment. Danton furrowed his brow. What is Celis' true identity, with her brother's extravagant magical attire? It could serve as a family heirloom for a mid-tier noble. How could she wear it so casually? The grimoire was astute, with keen observational skills. Danton turned his gaze to Celis, the young girl with an innocent expression. Her sapphire eyes blinking with naivety. As a death siren reborn from nature, Celis had lost many memories. Have you chosen what divine art to sacrifice? The grimoire inquired, filled with concern. 2 days had passed since they secured the armory, and he had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, poised to advance to the second, yet Danton was not fully prepared. I desire them all. What should I do? Can I negotiate with a budget deity for a buy-one-get-one-free deal? Danton commanded number 6 to position himself, as this fellow was more responsive than number 5. Dreams should be discussed after falling asleep. Homer projected an expression of exasperation, rolling his eyes dramatically. Those are all dragon-slaying tier divine arts. Even if a budget deity forsook all dignity, they would never offer such gifts. Then I shall take the sacred armor, for 1,500 soul offerings, to be repaid in 15 days. Danton was quite pleased with this transaction. The sacred armor, a dragon-slaying tier divine art, upon activation, consumes magical energy to form a protective layer upon the skin, granting immunity against any magic, martial skills, or divine arts of war tier and below, and achieving a 50% damage reduction against judgment tier attacks. Compared to the equally dragon-slaying necrotic repentance, the sacred armor is decidedly more practical. However, Danton's tier was too low, and his reserves of magical energy were insufficient, allowing the armor to function for only 3 seconds before depleting his magical energy, rendering it unusable except in dire circumstances. Stop dawdling. Quickly slay it, then capture the ghoulish minions. Today we shall strive for the second tier of the soul. Although Danton's training speed was already impressive, the grimoire remained dissatisfied. He needed to reach a level where he could ensure his own safety against the Robinson trio and those low-tier undead creatures. Understood. Downton unleashed his ultimate move. The already heavily injured shadow spider posed no challenge for him. With a single strike of the giant seal, he effortlessly cleaved it in two, extracting the magic core and cleaning the blood. He approached number 4, severing its head, despite the high failure rate of necrotic repentance. With Celice leading the reconnaissance, locating the ghouls proved exceedingly simple for Downton. Within half an hour, amidst the overwhelming numbers, he had summoned ghoulish minions 7 and 8. The 4 ghouls donned a full set of warrior heavy infantry armor, concealing their grotesque forms, appearing far more formidable than their original state. When a magic user advances, they experience a rejection from the laws of the realm, enduring elemental strikes and other attacks, thus creating considerable noise. Downton feared attracting the attention of the undead or the Robinson trio, so he chose a secluded courtyard, where the ghouls had been cleared days prior. Celice, take the ghouls to guard the entrance. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, Homer floated in the air, projecting the words, "If you are ready, let us commence." The war space opened, and a bronze hand had already piled all the amassed magic stones upon the floor. Downton sat down, placing several weapons beside him, and began to meditate. In less than a minute, orbs of soul energy emerged around him, coalescing into soul angels that absorbed magical energy, condensing it into feathers that shot towards Downton's body. As time passed, the soul angels continuously appeared, eventually totaling 20 once they filled Downton's soul seed with magical energy. A harmonious and ethereal hymn resonated from within their bodies, doubling the speed at which they condensed feathers. Heralding the commencement of his advancement to the second tier of the soul, the power of the soul angels surged forth, and with the hymn's enhancement, torrents of magical energy flooded into the courtyard like a tidal wave. The concentration rose swiftly, frequently erupting into star-like spots. Celice understood that this advancement was of great significance to Downton, thus she grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing back, and eventually hiding in a corner to observe. Had it not been for her fear of being reprimanded by Homer, she would have rushed in. The courtyard was nearly suffused with magical energy, resembling a swarm of fireflies, as they, guided by the soul angels, encircled Downton, nearly engulfing him. The saturated soul seed could not contain the magical energy, causing it to surge towards Downton's body. "Do not rush, gather a bit more." Homer projected the words, though in his meditative state. Downton could not perceive them. The magical energy accumulating within his body would serve as the force to impact the soul seed. Like water in a balloon, the more it amassed, the greater the force of the impact, and the higher the success rate. However, not all magic users could endure the immense pain of such extreme limits. Chapter 53. Impacting the second tier of the soul, an overwhelming influx of high-concentration magical energy surged into his body, akin to a balloon being relentlessly filled to the brink. Downton's visage contorted, his body trembling violently. Every muscle, every cell ached, convulsed, and cried out in agony. They struggled, resisted, and tenaciously erected a dam against the onslaught. "Is he all right?" Celice floated closer. Whispering her concern, Downton's face was drenched in sweat, his entire being soaked, and numerous patches of skin had ruptured, oozing crimson blood. "Silence," Homer cautioned. "It is about to begin." Feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, Downton's spirit jolted. He understood he had reached his limit. Continuing to accumulate magical energy would lead to his own demise, so he immediately harnessed his soul force to draw the energy toward the soul seed in his mind. The first wave of impact arrived. Boom! The soul seed, like a resilient rock in the midst of a torrent, remained unyielding. Magical energy flowed from his limbs, converging once more in his chest, and then the second wave of impact commenced. Downton's face contorted in even greater agony. The force of the magical energy crashed against his nerves like razors, sending tremors through his very soul. The immense pain instinctively urged Downton to surrender, though he had inquired with his sister and discussed the conditions of tier advancement with the grimoire. Only by experiencing it did he truly grasp its torment. The grimoire observed coldly. The tier advancement was the ultimate test for a magic user. Only those with the most resolute will could endure. Should Downton fail, Homer would unhesitatingly obliterate him. A man who could not withstand pain, a coward, a failure, was utterly unworthy of possessing the proud ancient grimoire. "He appears to be suffering greatly. Cannot you assist him?" Celice was on the verge of tears. "Be silent." Homer unleashed burning words of magic. "Furious, or else be gone. If he falls here, all will be lost. For the rest of your life, you shall remain an insignificant fish." Downton gritted his teeth, fervently squeezing his soul force. The soul force swirled like a tempest, stirring the magical energy within his body, causing it to surge forth like a wild tsunami. crashing against the soul seed. This time, Danton did not pause to adjust. He launched a relentless wave of impact. Knowing that failure would result in his demise, the seed of the soul began to tremble, cracks appearing on its surface, which then expanded continuously, causing fragments to peel away under the onslaught of magical energy. "Break it," Tang Dun bellowed. His heart racing like a war drum, the surge of magical energy coursed through him, raising his body temperature and nearly boiling his blood. Boom. The seed of the soul finally could not withstand the relentless impact and shattered, leaving behind a speck of light the size of a pinhead. This was the purest essence of primordial power. Although its size was diminutive, it contained an abundance of magical energy, far exceeding that of a first-tier soul practitioner. For a magical energy practitioner to ascend, one must continuously rupture the seed of the soul, leaving only the most primal speck of light, and then nurture it, repeating this process until the seed ultimately sprouts. Signifying the transition to the war tier, swish, swish, two soul shields emerged, orbiting around Tang Dun's form. He exhaled an arrow of breath, filled with shimmering specks of magical energy, resembling the breath of a colossal dragon. Splendid beyond compare. Do not relent. The law of repulsion is imminent. The grimoire projected massive text that nearly filled the air above the courtyard. Boom, boom. Blue lightning struck without warning, crashing into Tang Dun and causing the soul shields to tremble violently. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Tang Dun grasped his double-layered tower shield, a white tornado formed in the sky nearby, launching a massive arrow of holy light. The thunderous strikes intensified, forming a pale blue cloud that swirled like a tornado, incessantly unleashing bolts of lightning. The soul angel was directly obliterated. Tang Dun raised his shield. The holy light arrow struck it with such force that he staggered back 2 steps, following the lightning's assault. The energy coursed through the metal shield into his arm, leaving it numb. Is this ever going to end? Tang Dun hastily braced his shield against the lightning, while the shield primarily defended against the arrows from above. In less than 10 breaths, the holy light tornado in the sky unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down upon Tang Dun. This elemental assault was particularly frustrating for close combat magical energy practitioners, as the attacks lacked a physical form and could not be easily targeted. Tang Dun dared not confront them head-on. Instead, he began to run and evade, hoping to outlast the elemental barrage. Waves of arrows struck, shattering the ground and sending dust swirling, while the lightning tornado seemed to possess a life of its own. Pursuing Tang Dun relentlessly, he was battered and bruised, his soul shields riddled with cracks. Yet the elemental assault was far from over. A fiery tornado of flame elements coalesced, launching coconut-sized fireballs towards him. The attack was reminiscent of an RPG, and Tang Dun, using his shield to absorb one, was sent flying, tumbling to the ground, his insides shaken. I.D. Polo will not be defeated, as he noticed another water element tornado forming, launching crescent-shaped water blades that embedded themselves into the wall. He could no longer restrain himself and let out a curse. The grimoire was taken aback. Such a level of elemental assault rivaled the intensity of a typical magical practitioner by tenfold. However, after contemplating Tang Dun's ascension process, it understood the situation to end striving for a successful breakthrough. Tang Dun had amassed an immense amount of magical energy, nearly reaching his body's capacity. Following such a degree of magical impact and refinement, his seed of the soul was far more potent than that of an ordinary magical practitioner. Furthermore, his foundational strength during his ascension as a magical practitioner was superior, resulting in this extraordinary scenario. The stronger the magical practitioner, the more formidable the law of repulsion becomes. A timeless truth. Of course. While the danger was immense, enduring it would yield countless benefits. A vastly greater soul force, more stored magical energy, and eventually, a soul tree that would surely flourish even more. Tang Dun waved his hand to cast 3 divine spells upon himself, then drank from a vial of stone skin potion, subsequently drawing upon the power of the Titan statue before crashing through the wall and charging forth. 3 tornadoes spun after him, relentless in their pursuit. While the holy light arrows from above became even more concentrated. One of the soul shields finally surpassed its limit and shattered. Tang Dun, in a desperate bid to evade, ran half a street's length, grateful that he had changed into leather armor for ease of movement. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Even the 100 warriors' heavy armor would not withstand such an onslaught. A fireball exploded beside him, the shockwave toppling Tang Dun to the ground. As he realized he could not evade the incoming water blades, he activated the stellar rotation, while his ring shield had already been shattered. A blue liquid sphere materialized above him, quickly moving to engulf the water blades, and then immediately shot forth, obliterating the incoming fireball. The stellar rotation proved its worth, countering and intercepting the elemental attacks that Tang Dun could not evade. Yet this retaliation rapidly drained his magical energy. If it were to run out, the stellar rotation would naturally cease to function. Fortunately, I still have magical energy potions. Tang Dun rejoiced prematurely, just as he retrieved a fast-acting magical energy potion and swallowed it. He saw the 4 tornadoes swell in unison. Without hesitation, he activated the sacred armor, as if a layer of luminous film coated his skin, radiating a golden glow. Fireballs, water blades, lightning, and the holy light arrows from above erupted in a simultaneous explosion. Converging upon him, boom, Tang Dun was engulfed by the elemental onslaught, which struck the long street, creating elemental detonations and a cloud of dust. "Ah!" Celicy exclaimed, about to rush over, but was restrained by an elemental arm that emerged from the grimoire. "He is unharmed. Those attacks cannot breach the sacred armor," Homo remarked. Seemingly calm, though internally anxious, long before the elemental assault commenced, he had taken Celicy to a safe distance. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly been caught in the fray. Upon witnessing the final scene, he wished to warn her. But the distance was too great to relay his message in time. Fortunately, Tang Dun's reflexes were swift. After the 4 elemental tornadoes erupted, they dissipated, signifying that Tang Dun had endured the law of repulsion and successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of the soul. "It is done." Upon hearing the grimoire's proclamation, Celicy hurriedly embraced her, floating towards Tang Dun. Is becoming a magical practitioner always this arduous and painful? In the large crater on the long street, Tang Dun lay on the ground, having sustained internal injuries. Unable to move, and coughed up a mouthful of blood as he asked, "What do you think magical practitioners are?" "Common weeds." Homo instructed, "This world is fair. To gain power, one must be willing to pay the price." "Are you all right?" Celicy helped Tang Dun up. Her tear-streaked eyes filled with concern. "Fear not. I shall not be daunted by such trifling hardships," Tang Dun replied with a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. "My sister endures these tribulations as well. A commendable mindset." The grimoire was pleased, for it understood that due to Tang Dun pushing his body to the limits of magical energy capacity, the pain he endured was far greater than that of an ordinary magical practitioner. By a factor of 10. Moreover, as his tier increased, this suffering would only escalate exponentially. "It feels as though I have undergone a form of torture." Tang Dun finally regulated his breathing, realizing he would need to rest for 2 or 3 days. At the end of the long street, a figure concealed behind the wall revealed a single eye, stealthily observing Tang Dun before silently retreating before being detected. In the Mage Tower, the Robinson trio, having just cleared the 5th floor, rested by the window, noticing the white tornadoes drifting in the southern district sky. All 3 were magical practitioners, naturally familiar with the elemental assault phenomenon during the law of repulsion. "Someone is actually ascending?" Tony spat, his face contorted in disbelief. "Is that low-tier scum named Durin still alive?" To him, the commoner named Tang Dun could not possibly survive in the undead-infested underground city and must have perished. The only possible survivor was the magical practitioner Durin. "Tony, you go take care of him," Robinson commanded, having bandaged his wounds. "How much magical energy has this fellow stolen from us?" Pierre lamented. "I want to go too." "You can't. You'll attract ghouls," Robinson refused. "Besides, that cunning automaton could appear at any moment." "Do you want me to be killed? I should have just eliminated him earlier." Pierre regretted deeply. "I wonder if he managed to spread the news of the underground city." "Don't be ridiculous. He's just a lowly fish. Surviving would be difficult for him." Tony tossed his dagger in a display of disdain. "Rest assured, I guarantee you won't survive the day. But you all better not slack off. Get the Mage Tower secured. Robinson is more anxious than you." Pierre understood Tony's ulterior motive, knowing he merely wanted to take a breather while avoiding the dirty work. "You promised to leave me one of the constructs from the alchemy workshop." Tony looked at Robinson, his eyes glinting with desire as he gazed through the small ventilation window at the iron figures. Once activated, those constructs made for the most obedient and practical bodyguards. "No problem. You hurry and eliminate the person. Then draw some ghouls to the inn so that even if he collects enough magic stones, he won't be able to activate the teleportation portal," Robinson casually instructed, having no leisure to concern himself over a lowly fish. He was deeply engrossed in thought, devising a way to unravel the magical lock on the iron gate of the alchemy workshop. A brute force dismantling would be futile. Otherwise, the alarm magic formation above would activate. And if not deactivated within the designated time, the entire alchemy workshop would be obliterated by magical mechanisms. As a magic-based magical practitioner, this mage tower represented the greatest enhancement for Robinson. The few parchment scrolls he had discovered earlier, though merely notes jotted down casually, had already proven immensely beneficial. Thus, he was eager to access the upper level's bedroom and study to obtain the master of the tower's magical notes. All right, I'm off. Tony descended the stairs, trained in the arts of stealth and assassination, allowing him to approach his target without disturbing the restless spirits lurking in the streets. Unbeknownst to him, Danton, having regained some strength, departed from the partially ruined district. Already marked by an assassin's gaze, the nearby ghouls had been eradicated. Any intruder would immediately sense something amiss, and he could search himself without danger. Thus, Danton made his way to the East District, a place he had never ventured before. He lowered his body, carefully navigating the undulating rooftops, evading the ghouls that roamed the streets below. Ceres, clutching the grimoire, took flight from a courtyard 60 meters away. Raising the luminous stone and tracing 2 semicircles in the air, Danton hurried over. There were only 2 ghouls, and the space was ample. It appeared the owner of the courtyard was a minor noble. Homa projected the text, opening a portal to the realm of Warpoint. 4 magical servants emerged through the bronze gates into the courtyard. Upon sighting them, the 2 ghouls turned their attention, but, recognizing their kin, refrained from attacking and averted their gaze. Danton drew his ogre blade and leaped from the rooftop. The magical servants charged fiercely, clad in heavy infantry armor, akin to formidable war chariots, effortlessly toppling their foes. Pinning them down, with swift precision, Danton severed the lives of 2 insignificant adversaries before advancing towards the bedroom. Ceres had already inspected the residence, and Danton was loath to waste time, yet Homa called out to him. Go to the study. It will provide me with a safe hiding place. An elemental arrow emerged from the grimoire, indicating the direction. Pushing open the decayed wooden door revealed a tall bookshelf brimming with leather-bound tomes, over 100 in total. As Danton stepped inside, the wooden floor creaked beneath him. The white oak desk was coated in dust, with only a few yellowed parchments and a brown coffee cup containing a spoon and a hardened lump. These are works from 3 millennia ago. For the book-loving Danton, the bookshelf piqued his interest. He brushed his fingers over the spines. Wiping away the dust to reveal the titles, he casually pulled out a volume of selections from Fogats and leaned against the bookshelf, engrossed in its pages. Hey, there's no time for leisurely reading now. The guardian of the Grand Library awaits your challenge. Homa obscured the selection with magical flames. I'm injured, and my soul shield hasn't been restored. Going now would be tantamount to seeking death, Danton replied, perplexed. The soul shield, once shattered, would naturally mend itself, but it required at least 3 hours. Not to mention Danton was not in the best condition. You won't die. The Grand Library is a place of learning, not a life-and-death battleground. It won't claim your life. A beam of light shot forth from the grimoire, expanding to form a grand, Gothic-styled portal. May I enter? Ceres implored, her cheeks flushed with hope, hands clasped in prayer as she gazed pleadingly at Homa. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she cheered and dashed inside. As Danton stepped through, he found himself in a hall constructed entirely of the costly Heaven Star stone, surpassing even gold in weight, immaculate and suffused with a sacred aura. Which way? Ceres inquired. Bewildered, addressing the grimoire, stone staircases extended before them, leading to towering, majestic library doors, countless in number. Each door was adorned with intricate reliefs, exuding wisdom and sanctity. Danton scanned the surroundings, seemingly hearing a melodious recitation. Stop gazing, with your caliber. You may only enter this one. Homa floated upward. Hurry, do not waste time. Ceres did not levitate, but instead ascended the steps, feeling diminutive in such an esteemed environment, growing reserved. The staircase comprised 267 steps, and Danton noticed each step bore an inscribed maxim. How beautiful! Ceres exclaimed, captivated by the door of wisdom, inadvertently interrupting Danton's silent reading. 2 grand, substantial stone pillars, each 88 meters tall, were adorned with exquisite floral reliefs. But the most striking was a statue of a youth seated on the grass, fervently perusing a massive tome, its pages inscribed with 12 profound words. Books bear wisdom. Wisdom births civilization. Urged by the grimoire, Downton stepped through the door of wisdom. Inside lay a hall so vast it seemed boundless, yet this time it bore a notable difference. Divided by a white line, the right side was a reading area. Furnished with broad desks and chairs, sunlight streaming through glass windows, suffusing the space with a warm ambience. The left side constituted the borrowing area, colossal bookshelves reaching 30 meters high, filled to the brim with tomes of rich brown. Wow. This is incredible. To fill all these shelves, how many books would that require? Ceres marveled, glancing at a table in front of the borrowing area, where a sign proclaimed librarian, yet no one was present. 12,630,000 volumes. The grimoire announced the staggering number. Drifting toward the borrowing desk, even the ancient elves, with their prolonged lifespans, could not peruse such a quantity in one lifetime. Ceres followed closely. Knowledge is infinite, Homer retorted, rolling his eyes, across the entirety of the Western continent. Over millennia, fewer than 5 individuals had qualified to read more than 2/3 of these tomes. How can one borrow books from here? Downton's eyes sparkled, akin to a parched traveler in a desert encountering an oasis. Eager to delve into reading. Through assessment, obtain a borrowing permit, the grimoire instructed, turning its gaze towards Ceres. You must also apply. Be prepared. Ah, Ceres gasped but quickly broke into a smile. That's wonderful. Do not be overly joyous. Introduction to Necromancy. 100 variations and derivations of elemental laws, elementary applications of magical energy. These are your upcoming courses. Subsequently, you will study the 3 great laws of magical energy and advanced elemental theory. In short, your life from now on will bid farewell to terms like play and games. The grimoire merely hinted at the extensive reading required for Ceres to become a renowned sorceress of the Western continent. Ceres looked at Downton with a pitiful gaze, yearning for him to intercede on her behalf. The deathly wraith was but a 15-year-old girl, still in an age of carefree innocence, loathing the prospect of studying. Homa. Please don't turn Ceres into a bookworm. Lighten her workload. Though he understood that Ceres' prowess would aid him immensely, Downton did not wish for her to lose her joy, with her entire youth consumed by books. Do you have time to concern yourself with others? If you wish to become a great potion master, your efforts must not be significantly lesser than hers, the grimoire admonished. If you are afraid, leave now. Do not tarnish the Grand Library. Those who enter here do so with a sincere heart and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. I was speaking about Ceres. Downton was unafraid, for him. Reading was a pleasure, not a torment. You have no idea how fortunate you are. If those scholars of magical energy knew of this place, they would weep and cry, willing to pay any price for a glimpse. Yet they lack the qualifications, not even a chance to look. Why do you not cherish this opportunity? The grimoire's disappointment was palpable. Downton, eager to learn, quickly changed the subject. Who collected these books? You are not entitled to know. Homer refused to answer. However, should you discover a book or knowledge not present in the Grand Library, you may receive generous rewards. Rewards? Downton inquired, puzzled. Do you really think you have free access to all the books here? Homer teased. You must strive to earn borrowing qualifications with your current standing. Merely attaining the lowest level of access would be commendable. Chapter 0055, Don Quixote in the vast, tranquil expanse of the Grand Library. Downton's eager voice echoed far and wide. How does one obtain borrowing privileges? Defeat the Guardian? That would only grant partial low-level access. To attain medium to high-level privileges, contributions are required, Homa earnestly advised. The Grand Library is not a profit-driven entity. It is designed to instill in borrowers the understanding that all knowledge is priceless. A wealth, a power. Only when you feel the sting of your own sweat and effort will you cherish the opportunity to read. I agree. Downton did not delve into how to gain contributions, focusing instead on securing borrowing privileges. Book sprites process our borrowing permits. The grimoire landed on the borrowing desk, and as it projected the text, it was promptly processed. With 2 soft thuds, 2 tiny sprites resembling dragonfly wings appeared in the air. Their matchstick-like arms dangling as they each carried a round disc, fluttering to Downton and Ceres. Downton noted that the center of the disc featured a pointer, with the edges inscribed with ornate titles of literary classics. Just tap it. And good luck. The book sprites chimed cheerfully, their voices filled with childlike joy. They were the keepers of the Grand Library. Downton flicked the disc with his middle finger, and the pointer spun rapidly like a windmill, eventually coming to a halt after a few breaths. Exam topic, Don Quixote. Upon the announcement of the book sprite, a resounding bang echoed as a tome materialized in its grasp. The pages flared open with fervor, from which emerged a gaping moe reminiscent of bubblegum, swiftly engulfing Tang Dun. Tang Dun, exclaimed Selris, startled. "Do not fret." Holmar hastily reassured, as the deathly spectre, in her anxiety, raised her hand to unleash a spell against the sprite administrator. "Is everything truly fine?" Selris remained unconvinced. "I assure you." "Make your choice quickly," Holmar urged, annoyed by the waste of time, asserting that he had no intention of causing them harm. Distracted, Selris lightly touched the disc. The examination topic is Les Miserables. Another leather-bound volume emerged. Swallowing Selris whole in that very instant, as Tang Dun was consumed by the bubble, he drew forth his ogre's saber, only to find himself standing in an arena. The stone walls surrounding him bore scars of battle, and the seating was shattered, permeated by an aura of ancient ruin. Creak, creak, the iron gate in the wall swung open, revealing a diminutive warhorse, dragging a frail knight who brandished a spear, poised at his right breast. "Surely, I am not meant to defeat this fellow." After casting a protective spell upon himself, Tang Dun surveyed the battlefield. Without a word, Don Quixote charged forth, albeit at a sluggish pace, his body swaying like an inexperienced rider. Tang Dun remained unperturbed, fixating on his adversary, waiting for the moment to evade the imminent thrust of the spear. However, as Don Quixote galloped past, the spear struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing Tang Dun's left shoulder with such force that he was sent sprawling to the ground. This was an assault that struck at his very soul. Thus, although no blood was shed, the pain was unyielding, causing a cold sweat to beat upon his brow. The steed halted before the wall, and Don Quixote, shaking the reins, turned the horse around and quickened its pace. Gritting his teeth, Tang Dun struggled to rise, gripping the saber tightly. Cognizant that evasion was futile, he would rather endure the pain and trade injury for injury. As Don Quixote charged again, thrusting his spear, Tang Dun stood firm, his legs planted like mountains, swinging his saber in a horizontal arc. Yet, just as it neared Don Quixote, the spear pierced his chest, pinning him to the ground. Despite the excruciating agony that tore through his body, Tang Dun stifled a cry, his muscles convulsing in torment. The spear, infused with magical energy, vanished without leaving a mark, yet the wound upon his soul was grievous enough to spell death. "I must rise." Hearing the rapid hoofbeats approaching, Tang Dun realized that Don Quixote's third charge was imminent. "Quite the courage and decisiveness, yet regrettably, your rank is far too low." The esteemed volume Don Quixote hovered in the air, with a sprite of the same size as a fist seated atop it. Arms crossed, observing the arena, admiring Tang Dun's resolve and bravery. Once more, Tang Dun felt the spear's sting in his right leg, yet he managed to leave a faint mark on the knight's armor. After 6 rounds, leaning on his saber, he could barely maintain his stance, yet he remained undaunted, his gaze fixed on the charging Don Quixote. "It seems he has no intention of slaying me." Indeed, Homar mentioned that the Grand Library is a place of learning, not a deadly arena. Thus, even if I exchange injuries, I shall not perish. A sudden realization struck him. He must be gauging how long I can endure. The thought barely crossed his mind when he was once again pinned to the ground. Neither contender has been ejected yet? Homar glanced at the hourglass, surprised that, given Tang Dun's indomitable spirit and intellect, he had exceeded expectations. Equally astonishing was Selris's continued presence in the arena. In the 10th round, facing the charging knight, Tang Dun boldly advanced. Don Quixote thrust his spear, predictably piercing Tang Dun's chest. "Take that." The immense pain seared through his nerves, causing him to bite his lip, yet he endured, summoning strength to propel himself forward. As his chest traversed the spear, he swiftly closed the distance to the knight, swinging his saber with his left hand while his right drew forth a short sword from his waist. Clang! The saber was swept aside by Don Quixote, but the short sword found purchase against the knight's armor, sending forth a shower of sparks before glancing off his abdomen. Ultimately, the weapon proved insufficient to breach the defense. As the warhorse galloped past, Tang Dun sank to his knees, struggling to rise, yet utterly drained of strength, allowing Don Quixote to charge once more, striking him down and rendering him unconscious. The book's sprite rose to applaud. For the purpose of this examination lay in delivering a profound blow to the soul of the borrower, allowing them to experience immense pain, thereby instilling the gravity of entering the Grand Library and the rarity of such an opportunity. Don Quixote's role was to relentlessly attack until Tang Dun's nerves succumbed, expelling him from the arena. Having presided over numerous qualification examinations, the sprite regarded Tang Dun as the first to courageously retaliate from the outset. And the borrower who had engaged with Don Quixote the most times, Had it not been for the abysmal quality of his weaponry, he might have truly wounded Don Quixote. However, the notion of slaying him was utterly ludicrous, as the disparity in rank was insurmountable. Should the knight unleash his full might, he could annihilate Tang Dun in an instant. When Tang Dun regained consciousness, his head throbbed painfully. Not bad. You've attained E-level permission. One rank higher than I anticipated, the grimoire praised, satisfied with its new master after hearing the sprite's account of the arena's events. Is she unharmed? Tang Dun inquired, glancing at Selris, who lay nearby, worry etched upon his face. Rest assured, the Grand Library does not take lives. This assault on the soul serves as a form of baptism. Have you not noticed how the soul seed appears more refined? What level of permission does she possess? Tang Dun pondered, realizing he needed to prepare a few formidable weapons, as the tear of the dragon was too cumbersome for constant defense. F level, the grimoire replied, somewhat smug, proud of its recommendation, knowing that their names would be etched upon the examination results list. How many levels are there in total? Is E-level considered impressive? Tang Dun inquired eagerly. What books can I borrow? How many? Third from the bottom. Tang Dun nearly choked on his own disappointment, his expression falling instantly. Be grateful. This level of permission allows you to remain in the library for 10 days at a time, Homar preemptively explained, knowing Tang Dun would inquire further. In other words, the time-flow ratio between the Western continent and the library is 1 to 10. So a day in the Western continent equates to 10 days here. Upon receiving Homar's affirmative response, Tang Dun marveled. Does that mean I can have more time to study than others? Indeed. Homar added, however, there are limitations on entries. You may only enter once a week. That is still considerable. It amounts to a month, 36 extra days of time. A significant gain, Tang Dun chuckled, though his brow soon furrowed, as if he had just encountered a crab's pincers. Are you implying that my body will also age more rapidly than others? With a keen intellect, Homar easily deduced Tang Dun's concerns. Indeed, I do not wish to grow old while my sister remains youthful. If that were the case, I would rather not come, Tang Dun lamented. The Grand Library's power is beyond your wildest imaginings. When you acquired E-level permission, the flow of time for your body was stabilized, causing it to age according to the Western continent's pace, while within the library. Is it truly that extraordinary? Tang Dun exclaimed in astonishment. What manner of place is this? This is the formidable power of the laws. As for the library's location, I am unaware, but it likely exists within a higher realm of the material plane, Homar replied calmly. As your strength grows, your horizons will broaden, revealing more incredible phenomena. If that is the case, can I train here? Tang Dun had long lamented the lack of time. Dream on. There is no magical energy here. How would one train? Even if you brought in a gem of greater value than a magic stone, the moment you used it, it would rapidly dissipate. Homar dispelled Tang Dun's final glimmer of hope. This is the Grand Library, designated solely for your acquisition of knowledge. Do not harbor unrealistic notions. Chapter 0056, Spider's Nest. What if I enter the Grand Library while injured? Even if the flow of time is constant, 10 days would surely provide more healing than a single day, right? Tang Dun proposed another possibility. Yes, you may read within the library while concurrently recuperating. However, remember that no potions will be effective. You must rely on divine arts for healing. At last, Homar offered a glimmer of good news. Most healing spells are harmless, but potions differ, as the body ages at a constant rate. Metabolic activity slow, which means the absorption of potions becomes sluggish and can lead to harmful accumulation within the body and organs. It seems I do not know a single healing spell, Tang Dun exclaimed in disbelief. Followed by frustration, a wild paladin. He had no understanding of systematic learning in divine arts. He simply sacrificed for what was needed in battle. The grimoire, within the spatial realm of the arcane, requires the convergence of three pivotal elements: the altars long extinguished of divine flames, the countless undead beings dwelling in the dungeons, and the sacrificial rites through which Tang Dun may acquire divine spells. Otherwise, he would be relegated to the same mundane path as other clerics, learning in a methodical manner. Did you just come to this realization? Teased Homa. A paladin of such mediocre caliber as yourself would hardly catch the eye of any adventuring party in a secret realm or a relic expedition. They wouldn't even spare you a glance. Never mind that. I shall defer the study of divine spells until I emerge from the library. For now, I will commence my studies in potionology, with the thought of the numerous soul sacrifices owed to the lowly deity. Tang Dun suppressed the urge for another offering. Here's the reading list you are to pursue. The flickering letters of infernal flame coalesced into a dense array of titles, nearly 100 in total. Introduction to Potionology. Compendium of Potion Properties, Practical Potionology, 1,000 Marvelous Potions, 1,000 Common Potion Recipes. With a resounding pop, a book sprite, no larger than a fist, materialized from the air, a slightly yellowed parchment floating before it, along with a pristine quill made from a swan's feather. Is this all? The book sprite inquired, blinking its large eyes with a soft voice. Indeed, Tang Dun affirmed that Homa's extensive experience, akin to that of a grand encyclopedia, ensured that the potionology reading list it provided was undoubtedly the most efficient and practical available. Loan processing. As the sprite's voice echoed, the quill hovered in the air, as if dipping into ink, and began inscribing a series of ornate infernal letters on the parchment adorned with blossoms of the redbud tree. Each completed title sparkled like stars, and the corresponding books appeared to sprout wings. Soaring from the shelves, when Selrez awakened, she beheld books descending gracefully like returning wild geese, landing in high stacks upon Tang Dun's table. Tang Dun picked one up and opened the cover. Though the book was not particularly new, it was preserved in excellent condition, devoid of any damages or creases. Loan completed. Please handle the books with care. Failure to do so will result in penalties. After listing a dozen reminders, the book sprite vanished into thin air with a pop. You may read now. I shall not disturb you. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me or the book sprite. The grimoire released paper and ink from the war space, along with a vial of ink, before flying towards Selrez. Come. Let us venture to the other side of the reading area. Selrez, reluctant, was met with a firm tap on the forehead from the grimoire, which chastised her before she obediently departed. Tang Dun opened the book. His hands trembled slightly. He was reminded of the days spent under the flickering oil lamp with his sister, listening to their mother read. The quill caressed the parchment, producing a subtle yet rhythmic rustling sound, akin to tender green sprouts bursting forth from the earth, filled with youthful dreams. Time flowed like a stream, yet Tang Dun's posture remained unchanged. Observing Tang Dun engrossed in his book, his gaze unwavering from the pages as he munched on black bread, Homa felt a sense of contentment. Over the past 10 days, it had witnessed this state numerous times. It was not a fleeting whim, but a genuine yearning to become a grand potion master. Such focus and diligence will yield bountiful rewards. With a sigh, Homa chose not to intrude, allowing Tang Dun to savor the moment until the very end. Selrez, with her lively disposition, found it impossible to maintain her composure in silence. Yet each time she sought out Tang Dun, she found him absorbed in his studies, as if carved from stone, while the lips of the deathly wraith parted many times, yet ultimately refrained from disturbing him. At the very least, I must keep pace with Tang Dun. Inspired by these scenes, Selrez resolved to apply herself diligently. With 2 industrious students, Homa felt satisfaction, and thus took on the responsibilities of a mentor, devoting itself wholeheartedly to teaching Selrez. With a thunderous sound, the book sprite reappeared. Your borrowing time has expired. Please vacate the library within 5 minutes, or face forced ejection and the revocation of your next borrowing privilege. The sprite, adhering strictly to protocol, would not regard Tang Dun with any favor due to his efforts. So soon, Tang Dun stretched, feeling as if his body were rusting, muscles slightly sore. Over the course of 10 days, he had hardly left his seat, making stiffness unavoidable, were it not for his status as a mage. He could scarcely have endured it. Selrez flew over, clutching the grimoire to her chest. Next time, remember to balance work and rest. If you're tired, stand up and move around. Homa projected the words, "Let us depart." Thank you. Tang Dun reluctantly closed the book, tidied the table, and expressed his gratitude to the book sprite. It is my duty. The sprite, touched by Tang Dun's demeanor, added a rare comment. Do you wish to borrow any books to take with you? Are you suggesting that I can take a book outside? Tang Dun was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy, nodding eagerly. I do need one. You possess E-level privileges, allowing you to borrow 1 book to take from the library, but please ensure it's safekeeping. Any damage will incur severe penalties. The sprite continued. The borrowing duration is contingent upon the magical stones you provide. Please process this for me. I would like to borrow 1,000 marvelous potions. Tang Dun had no surprise or complaint regarding the payment of magical stones. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. A simple truth. A wise choice. You must quickly familiarize yourself with various potions lest you purchase counterfeit ones. It would be a waste of gold, but more importantly, it would be utterly embarrassing. Although Homa was knowledgeable about these matters, they belonged to it. If Tang Dun could not retain this knowledge, he would not even qualify to enter the realm of potionology. Exiting the library, Tang Dun descended the steps and returned to his study, the Gothic doors behind him shattering into fleeting light that danced and fell. Feeling the weight of the book in his hands, Tang Dun experienced an unreal sensation. The power of the grimoire was indeed astonishingly formidable. Prepare yourself. We shall continue our assault on the bank and hunt the spiders to repay our debts. The grimoire had meticulously arranged the plan. As Tang Dun stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the shadowy dungeon, he inhaled deeply. Homa, equip me. Summon the magical servants. The war space opened. 6 elemental arms presented the components of the 100 warriors' armor, assisting Tang Dun in donning it. While 4 ghouls clad in warrior garb emerged from the portal, taking their positions around him. One of them bore a battle axe crafted from dragon teeth, with the warrior's short sword sheathed at his waist. Tang Dun brandished the ogre's blade and made his way towards the central street, home to the largest bank in the dungeon of Belusna. Before the bank stood a stone monument, engraved with the Hohenzollern family crest, a hereditary aristocracy of St. Giderania, a name synonymous with wealth, power, and influence. I hope the treasures within the vault do not disappoint us. Tang Dun swung his blade, cleaving through the black blood spiders that surrounded him. Why are there so many spiders? Selres, repulsed by the sight of these creatures, larger than war horses with grotesque mandibles and compound eyes, kept her distance, unwilling to scout ahead. Surrounding the bank, the street was swathed in white webs, with clusters of spider eggs the size of buckets scattered haphazardly. Aside from the black blood spiders that had ventured from their nest to hunt, the remainder were sparsely dispersed along the long street, guarded by their matriarchs. Do not rush, advance slowly. These spiders are far more formidable than the mere ghouls. After conferring with Tang Dun, the grimoire abandoned the idea of using fire. Should it ignite, controlling the flames would be impossible, and it would attract a multitude of undead. If some high-ranking beings were among them, Tang Dun would surely meet his demise. Moreover, the greatest hazard was the Robinson trio. Should they notice the bank due to flames, they would raid the vault, leaving Tang Dun with nothing to gain. Perhaps there are legendary weapons and equipment within. Tang Dun readied his crossbow and loosed a bolt at the nearest spider. The arrow struck its mark, and blood gushed forth as the creature scurried towards him. Fortunately, the dark creatures of the dungeon were not abundant, indicating a lack of food that prevented the black blood spider population from flourishing. Otherwise, Tang Dun would not have dared to target the Hohenzollern bank, now a spider's lair. Tang Dun continued to shoot arrows, prepared to dispatch a ghoul to harass the spiders, ensuring they would not abandon their pursuit. As he turned the corner, the magical servants, already poised for action, charged fearlessly. Still not secure enough, and the pace is too slow. After dispatching spiders and collecting their cores, Tang Dun remained calm, pondering his next move rather than hastily provoking more foes. What should we do then? Selres, entirely reliant on Tang Dun, was disinclined to think for herself, believing he must have a solution. You will know soon enough, Tang Dun promised, not disappointing her. A pair of crimson eyes, glowing ominously, peered through a narrow window crack. Fixated on Tang Dun's every movement, before a scarlet tongue flicked out, licking its lips. After searching for some time, it became apparent that Tang Dun's companion Tony was hiding in the safety of a nearby residence. Sound asleep on a wooden bed. Chapter 57. A wave of mass slaughter in the adjacent courtyard along the long street. The ghoul's servants toiled diligently, excavating a large pit without a hint of complaint, strictly adhering to Tang Dun's every command. Meanwhile, Tang Dun seized the moment to meditate in the living room. Following his ascension to the second stage of the soul, this was his first opportunity to assess his physical condition. As expected, his soul shield had transformed into 2 orbs, a hallmark of the second stage. The primary purpose of the soul stage is to reinforce the essence of the soul and augment its power. However, Tang Dun's physical prowess has increased by 1/5, rendering him twice as formidable as the average magical practitioner. Most gratifying is the surge in soul power emitted by the soul seed, which has escalated to 5 times that of the initial stage. This signifies that Tang Dun can absorb magical energy at thrice the rate, allowing him to command a maximum of 6 magical servants, albeit with the risk of rebellion. The creation of the penitent ghoul servants is not merely a matter of additions. Each additional servant exponentially increases the required soul power. Why must we demolish the wall to a width of 6 meters? Would it not be safer to narrow it down, allowing the entrance of just 1 at a time? Celis, squatting before a pit deep enough to measure 5 meters, hurriedly inquired as Tang Dun emerged from his meditation. The aim is to ensnare them all simultaneously. Thus, we must ensure that any approaching spiders fall into the trap together. If even one or two slip through, the ensuing battle will become cumbersome. Tang Dun inspected the pit, his dissatisfaction evident, and leaped in to make adjustments himself. The walls of the pit must be vertical so that the descending spiders have no foothold to escape, after which he would invert a warrior's spear, embedding it in the pit's bottom and walls, ensuring a lethal outcome for them. Even Death Knights seldom resort to underhanded tactics. They engage their foes openly and honorably. Your approach is quite novel to me. Homar floated nearby, observing the menacing pit and unable to refrain from projecting his thoughts. You could simply state that I am an uncouth wild paladin, Tang Dun retorted, rolling his eyes. It is merely the extermination of spiders. Should I engage them in a fair duel? I find it rather impressive. This is not treachery, but strategy, akin to a diminutive hunter slaying a grizzly bear. Celis earnestly defended Tang Dun, only to receive a light reprimand from the grimoire. Enough, Celis. Frost a layer of ice approximately as thick as a finger atop the pit, Tang Dun instructed as he climbed out, brushing off the dirt from his attire. A portion of the necromantic arcana encompassed frost magic, and with Celis's nature as a banshee, her attacks inherently bore the chill of death, making the creation of ice a trivial task. Nodding, Celis softly chanted an incantation, her breath manifesting as white frost that visibly enveloped the pit. Tang Dun stepped onto it, jumping with force, which startled Celis into a shriek as she rushed to pull him back. What on earth are you doing? Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Merely testing the strength of the ice, Tang Dun chuckled, gently patting Celis's forehead. Fear not. Even if I were to fall, my armor would withstand any spear. That does not justify such reckless behavior. Celis pouted, her fingers entwined nervously. This shall be a lesson not to repeat. We shall commence the battle, starting with 5 as a preliminary test. Leaving 2 magical servants behind, Tang Dun led the others to the long street before the bank. You are truly courting danger. 5 is hardly a simple task, Celis complained, though her words fell on deaf ears. I see your courage has grown to the point where you would dare to assault a dragon's rear, Homar jested, yet he admired Tang Dun's audacity. Only through relentless challenges can one extract their utmost potential. The spiders lay still upon their webs, motionless as they awaited the arrival of prey. With a crossbow in hand, Tang Dun bypassed the 2 in front, aiming at a slightly more distant spider adorned with patterns on its back before pulling the trigger. The struck spider surged forward like a frenzied warhorse, its 8 legs propelling it into a charge. Closely pursued by another. Unperturbed, Tang Dun swiftly reloaded, keenly observing his quarry. Indeed, the 2 previously undisturbed spiders were roused and joined the fray. Only 4. That hardly suffices. Calculating the time it would take for them to reach him, Tang Dun raised his hand and loosed another arrow, striking an unperturbed spider, which immediately bolted, startling 2 others in proximity. Have you bitten off more than you can chew? Homar observed gleefully as 7 spider-like beasts, comparable to warhorses, charged toward them. However, he quickly noted that Tang Dun exhibited no signs of panic, methodically reloading as he retreated toward the backyard of the long street. The first spider struck by an arrow was the most frantic, dashing forward with unmatched speed while unleashing a volley of coconut-sized green venom from its mandibles. One of the magical servants promptly stepped forward as a shield. Tang Dun deftly snatched the double-layered tower shield from its back. As the venomous spider approached, it raised its formidable pincers, aiming for Tang Dun's head. 2 magical servants swiftly positioned themselves as a meat shield, their heavy armor clashing against the pincers with a resounding noise. Perish! Tang Dun raised his crossbow, the distance so short that it nearly pressed against the spider's fragile compound eyes that he fired. The bolt penetrated fully, and a mixture of green ichor and red blood erupted forth as the spider screeched in agony. Discarding the crossbow, Tang Dun gripped his Ogre Slayer's sword and executed a mighty blow. With a swift motion, he cleaved the spider's head, blood splattering in the air. 1 down. Tang Dun swiftly retreated alongside his 2 magical servants. A barrage of green venomous projectiles rained down, striking Tang Dun's shield and the 2 magical servants, but their heavy armor rendered them impervious to harm. Block the left, as the 3 spiders at the rear were yet to approach. Tang Dun established a defensive line before the gap in the wall. The spider on the left was ensnared by the 2 magical servants, while the one on the right lunged towards Tang Dun unimpeded, its pincers poised to strike. With legs slightly bent, Tang Dun exerted force with his left hand, swinging the tower shield. Giant barrier. The shield deflected the pincers and slammed into the spider's face, sending it sprawling backward. Number 5, Number 6, seal the gap. Tang Dun now found the spider's slow pace frustrating, prompting him to deploy the 2 waiting magical servants. 4 ghouls stood guard at the breach, and together with Tang Dun, successfully blocked the 3 spiders. Once the remaining 3 converged, Tang Dun directed the ghouls to form a V-shaped formation as they retreated toward the trap. The spiders frantically slashed at the ghouls with their pincers, their mandibles spewing venom all around. It must be said that even the lesser spiders exhibited a lack of intelligence. Unable to discern which tin cans were Tang Dun, they targeted all indiscriminately. Sellers floated above, focusing her attacks on the rear spiders. Should any escape the ghouls' interception, she would drive them back with her phosphorescent arrows. Tang Dun stepped onto the ice layer and retreated past the trap, while the magical servants flanked from both sides, effectively trapping the spiders within the confines of the pits. The 4 black-blooded spiders trod upon the trap. The ice, unable to bear their weight, began to crack. The pit's opening is too small. Sellers shouted in alarm, concerned that the spiders' considerable size would prevent them from clustering together atop the trap. Do not fret, this is sufficient. Tang Dun reassured her and swung down his sword with all his might. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and the 4 black-blooded spiders, deprived of support, plummeted into the pit, impaled by the spears below, their mandibles emitting anguished cries. The spider atop, cushioned by its kin beneath, struggled to escape, only to be met with a mighty strike from Tang Dun's giant slash, severing 3 of its legs. All-out assault. Under Tang Dun's command, the 4 magical servants promptly repositioned, splitting into pairs to flank the black-blooded spiders before charging with full force. Pushing them deeper into the trap, the 6 black-blooded spiders screamed and squirmed, yet the ones beneath were pinned down, rendering them immobile. The one on top was less than 2 meters from the edge, but its vertical walls made climbing difficult. Moreover, the panicked movements of the bottom spiders further destabilized the upper one, preventing it from mounting any effective attack. Sellers, unleash your full firepower. Tang Dun and the ghouls spread out at the pit's edge, guarding against any spiders attempting to climb up, while entrusting the offensive to the Banshee. As a sorceress, Sellers was inherently a long-range artillery specialist, capable of dispatching these spiders with greater efficiency than Tang Dun. Excellent tactics, Homar praised, as it became evident that eliminating this group of spiders, incapable of even a proper defense, was merely a matter of time. Despite the spiders' desperate resistance, their frantic writhing rendered them unable to target effectively, causing most of their venom to splatter against their brethren and the walls. Even when a few managed to launch projectiles toward the trap, they posed no threat, given that heavy armor is not merely for show. We still lack sufficient ghouls, and their heavy armor slows their movement, Tang Dun mused, contemplating the tactical shortcomings as he surveyed the mangled corpses in the trap after dispatching 7 black-blooded spiders in a single attempt. I feel I am killing them too slowly. Sellers floated down, her head bowed, her slender fingers entwined nervously. Indeed, and thus I shall impart to you a spell for wide-area destruction. The arcane bomb. It is imperative that you master it swiftly. Homar projected the incantation, providing Sellers with an impromptu lesson. The arcane missile possesses significant power, yet its casting time is nearly 3 times longer than that of the phosphorescent arrows. It is well known that sorcerers cannot be interrupted while casting. Otherwise, it may lead to a chaotic explosion of magical energy. Thus, extended casting times entail heightened risks. Homar favored rapid offensive magic strategies, teaching Sellers, who was just beginning her journey, simpler and swifter necromantic spells, opting for lesser potency to minimize the dangers of prolonged incantation. However, the circumstances were now different, with Tang Dun and a cadre of ghoulish servants serving as meat shields alongside the deep pit trap. The black-blooded spiders posed no threat to her, allowing her to unleash her magic without restraint. Chapter 0058. The Assassin Strikes. What is Tony up to? It has been 3 days, and Tony has yet to return after dealing with that insignificant fish, causing Robinson, who had just been thwarted on the 7th floor and chased down by the construct puppets, to erupt in a fit of rage. Calm down. You are not unaware of his character. He is undoubtedly hiding somewhere, shirking his duties. Pile assisted Robinson in bandaging his wound. Shall I go find him? Never mind, I have already discerned the weaknesses of that construct puppet. Let us rest a moment, prepare for battle. This time, we shall surely vanquish him. Robinson, anxious to take down the mage tower, could not allow Pile to leave. What if he seized the opportunity to slack off? You are far too impatient. Let us wait for Tony to return. We should first depart the underground city and unwind in Morning Mist Town. Pile complained, having found so much gold. What difference does it make if we do not spend it? It is akin to hoarding worthless scrap. Very well. Robinson, driven by an insatiable desire to rise above, understood that to become a noble of high stature, one required not only vast wealth but also formidable strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to safeguard such riches. Achi, perched atop the roof, Tony sneezed, muttering a few curses before resuming his search, besides a day of restful slumber. He had not indulged in idleness during these 2 days. After all, the underground city offered no charming dancers for his enjoyment, only grotesque ghouls, compelling him to labor tirelessly. Where could he possibly be hiding? Tony surveyed his surroundings, his mood darkening. In addition to returning empty-handed, the sight of the ghouls' corpses was a grievous affront to his eyes. When had a Soltier Durin grown so formidable? Furthermore, why was he not devising a way to escape rather than slaying those ghouls? Collecting soul remnants as offerings? The cathedral in the underground city should contain an altar, but Robinson had scouted it with his ghostly eye and found it guarded by several abominations, not to mention the presence of a skeletal dragon. Given Durin's capabilities, he could never approach. A head full of perplexing confusion threatened to explode Tony's mind, but the next moment, he perked up upon hearing a faint, almost imperceptible wail. He lifted his hand to his ear, activating his assassin's enhanced hearing, causing the wail to swell. Found you. A sinister grin spread across Tony's face as he nimbly raced across the roof, swiftly nearing the main street. Upon reaching the long street before the Hohenzollern Bank, Tony stood frozen, his face contorted in disbelief. A heavily armored figure was leading 8 black blood spiders back towards a courtyard, flanked by 4 tin cans serving as meat shields, arranged in AV formation to minimize the spiders' attack space. When he witnessed the individual wielding an ogre's machete smash the ground, causing the 4 tin cans to neatly sidestep, allowing the 8 black blood spiders to tumble into a large pit below. Tony resembled a suffocating hippopotamus, mouth agape. Surely, I'm not dreaming. Tony muttered. The coordination was astonishingly seamless, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Yet, even more explosive was to come. As a death wraith in a flowing gown floated mid-air, chanting incantations and unleashing arcane bombs upon the spiders in the pit. Tony felt as though he had exhausted his lifetime of astonishment in a single day. I am Dipolo. What on earth is happening? Tony swore, quickly hiding himself. As a melee assassin, he was inherently at a disadvantage against magic users, especially one who could float, accompanied by 7 armed tin can minions. The arcane missiles, resembling translucent white spheres the size of watermelons, surrounded by a circle of purple, would explode upon entering the pit. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves, a mix of magical energy and air blasts, obliterated the spiders, tearing their bodies apart. Within a minute, the pit was filled with a gruesome mixture of flesh and blood, and the acrid stench of carnage wafted through the air. Tony gazed at the death wraith's exquisite visage, appreciating her beauty for a moment before deciding he must find Robinson. He would surely know how to deal with this death wraith. In human territories, she was a far more valuable slave than any beastfolk fox or wolf girl, or even an elven maiden. After all, few adventurers could venture into the realm of the dead to capture a death wraith. One must realize that this race, upon birth, belonged to the nobility of the undead, and their ethereal nature allowed them to completely evade any physical attacks at higher levels, coupled with an exceptional affinity for magical energy, enabling them to become formidable spellcasters even without rigorous study. A young soul-tier death wraith. What a fortune! Tony, not short of coin, resolved to claim this death wraith for himself. The thought of parading a wraith made through the streets was undeniably appealing. No, I cannot inform Robinson as a mage. He would undoubtedly seek to monopolize her. While contemplating how to capture Celis, Tony's gaze fell upon Danton removing his helmet, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, resembling a frog caught by the throat, nearly bulging his eyes out. How is this possible? A commoner surviving and mingling with a death wraith? Surely, he must be her slave. Tony muttered nervously, tugging at his hair in frustration, and the next moment, he nearly exploded with rage. Celis tenderly wiped the sweat from Danton's forehead with a handkerchief, offering him a water flask from her waist, attending to him as a devoted maid. When has it become commonplace for humans to have haughty death wraiths as their servants? Tony slapped himself hard, convinced he must be hallucinating from exhaustion. However, after rubbing his eyes thrice, the scene remained unchanged as Danton affectionately stroked Celis's hair as one would a beloved pet. Tony's chest swelled with envy and resentment, particularly upon seeing the death wraith adorned with a smile. Exuding no hint of impatience, he drew his dagger, his mind consumed with a singular thought: to eliminate Danton, seize the wraith, and ravage her mercilessly in bed. That wraith is mine, Tony roared inwardly, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by acute imbalance. Danton was merely a commoner. Fine, even if he had become a mage, he was still just a first-tier fish. Why should a death wraith be so obedient to him? As for the tin cans, Tony naturally assumed they were Celis's magical servants. Danton, he was no judge tier, let alone magical servants. Even a goblin slave would not be cast a glance by him. Out of mana stones? I have some. Wait a moment. Celis floated away, her lair located in the northern district where undead creatures abounded. With Danton's strength, he could not venture there. Magical tome. Follow her closely. Do not let anything happen. Danton sat down to rest. Controlling 6 magical servants, which indeed proved tiring, yet for the soul seeds, it was a form of training. She is of the undead. What could possibly happen? The magical tome extracted soul remnants from the dismembered bodies of the spiders, refusing to pursue Celis, finding no value in such efforts. What an opportunity! Initially uncertain how to separate Danton and Celis for a strategic strike, Tony's heart soared with delight upon witnessing this scene. He retrieved his crossbow from his backpack, drew it back, and crouched low, advancing swiftly until within range. He aimed directly for Danton's head. Whoosh! The bolt was loosed. Hearing the whistling sound, Danton instinctively turned his head, raising his right arm. Clang! The bolt struck his arm armor, sparking as it bounced away. Danton sprang to his feet, assuming a battle stance, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The ghouls were scattered about, serving as meat shields. Quick reflexes. Tony frowned, unaware that Danton's initial ascension had endowed him with twice the physical prowess of a typical mage due to the lengthy soul-shaping process, making him even stronger than Tony. Tony. Danton recognized the agile figure leaping from the rooftop, clad in leather armor, evidently of superior quality. During this time, they had acquired quite an array of fine equipment. Are you not going to flee? Tony inquired, astonished at Danton's audacity to confront him. Why should I run? Danton retorted, his left hand gliding over the blade's edge, exuding an air of unfathomable calm. Why? Because you are a mere fish. Tony's face twisted in a snarl, nearly driven to madness. To him, Danton was simply a lowly fish. He could not even be bothered to employ his assassination techniques, opting instead to charge indirectly, believing he would soon play the role of the cat in a game of deadly cat and mouse. However, Danton neither fled nor cowered, but rather questioned him with an air of entitlement. Indeed, you are merely fish, Danton mocked, beginning to employ strategy to unnerve Tony. Had it not been for Danton's quick thinking in the inn, he would have undoubtedly been slain by now, rendering any possibility of negotiation between them utterly futile. Very well. You are as good as dead, I assure you. Even if the goddess of fate herself were to intervene, you would still become fodder for the ghouls. Tony, equally cunning, wasted no time. Before his words had settled, he flung a throwing knife while lunging at Danton. Go! Danton recognized that the throwing knife would not penetrate his defenses, so he did not even bother to defend, charging forward with unyielding momentum. Clang! True to his nature as a swift melee fighter, Tony covered a distance of several meters in just 2 breaths, appearing before Danton, his dagger leaving 3 marks across Danton's armor. However, Tony was not unscathed. The ogre's machete grazed his side. He swiftly dodged back, cold sweat breaking out as he stared at the gash left by the machete upon his leather armor, realizing that Danton's combat experience was likely far from negligible. While an ordinary newcomer would either dodge or block upon seeing a throwing knife, Danton had decisively charged forward. Such judgment and courage were terrifyingly formidable. The magical servants moved closer, but their heavy armor hindered their speed compared to Tony. Ghouls. Why do they obey you? Through the gaps in his visor, Tony caught sight of the grotesque ghouls, and his mind brimmed with questions. Dead men require no explanation. Danton raised his left hand. The radiant power of Hercules cascaded down like golden sand from above. Chapter 0059. Encirclement Tactics, Paladin. Tony's pupils dilated, almost bloodshot. This is impossible. You, a mere commoner, have learned such divine arts. What business is it of yours? Tang Dun raised his hand, and the brilliance of Gaia's endurance and the agility of the jungle enveloped him. enhancing his combat prowess. Tony was stunned beyond belief, akin to witnessing a filthy, despicable goblin mercilessly assaulting a mighty dragon. Do you think this will allow you to defeat me? I am at the third tier of the soul. Tony exhaled, narrowing his eyes, finally beginning to scrutinize Tang Dun seriously. He was no mere brute, especially as he had not gained the upper hand in their initial clash, which quelled his overconfidence. Tang Dun would not afford Tony a moment to ponder. He lunged forward, his military blade slicing fiercely. The magical servants surrounded him from all sides, with the 9th and 10th, clad in light infantry armor, displaying commendable speed. Tony swung his left-hand dagger forcefully to deflect the military blade and launch a counterattack. But upon collision, he realized the opponent's strength was formidable. He attempted to change his tactic, but it was too late. Tang Dun inhaled sharply, his lungs seemingly swelling, and unleashed a giant's roar. The immense sound wave engulfed Tony, causing a brief moment of dizziness amidst the deafening roar. However, his extensive combat experience allowed him to raise his shield just in time. Whoosh, 3 fist-sized soul shields sprang forth, intercepting Tang Dun's assault. The giant strike. Boom, the military blade crashed down upon the soul shield like a thunderclap, fracturing it with numerous cracks before it was repelled. A second strike followed, but another shield blocked it. Tang Dun's left fist unleashed the giant's arrow, resembling a piercing lance, striking Tony squarely in the chest and forcing him to stagger backward. How is this possible? Being suppressed in a mere exchange left Tony in a state of shock and disbelief. He desired to retaliate, but Tang Dun was swifter. Boom! After activating the giant seal, the massive magical military blade descended rapidly, shattering Tony's already damaged shield. Had he not evaded quickly, he would have surely been injured. The 9th and 10th pressed forward, their claws slashing. Even though they wore helmets and could not bite, their heads still charged ferociously. Tony found this desperate approach disconcerting and was compelled to retreat, regrouping his offensive. Seize him, grapple him. Tang Dun leaned forward, his legs propelling him like a fired cannonball, brushing past Tony's left side. His right-hand military blade swung horizontally, but was deftly avoided. Is that all you've got? Tony sighed with relief, preparing to unleash a lightning thrust aimed directly at the 9th. When a heavy kick struck his waist, sending his body uncontrollably crashing into 4 nearby ghouls. This is bad. That kid intentionally let his guard down to get behind me and cut off my escape route. Tony gasped in realization, despite his poor combat reading skills. He understood Tang Dun's tactical intent as he observed the 4 magical servants spreading out to surround him. Besides the 9th and 10th, Tang Dun and the remaining 4 ghouls were clad in heavy armor, engaging Tony in a direct confrontation, undoubtedly maintaining the advantage. Anxious, Tony charged toward the 5th, desperate to carve a path to freedom. As an assassin, he excelled in speed and swift attacks, but once trapped, his abilities would be rendered ineffective, especially since his leather armor could not withstand the punishment these foes could. The dagger Tony wielded was discovered in the Mage Tower, classified as a low-grade exceptional weapon, although its enchantment had faded. It remained sharp enough to pierce through warrior armor. Die! Tony erupted, thrusting toward the 5th's head, targeting the ghoul's vital point. Otherwise, even if he turned the servant into a pincushion, he would still be grappled. Tony's nerves were taut, fighting with all his might as 5 ghouls closed in around him. Any delay would lead to his demise. Tang Dun did not need to guess. He knew Tony would aim for the 5th skull in a bid to escape after a decisive strike. Thus, as Tony lunged at the 5th, he commanded it to pounce with ferocity. Tony's reflexes were commendable. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the dagger, relentlessly aiming for the 5th's head. Unfortunately, just as the dagger pierced, the 5th turned with all its might, the tremendous force nearly dislodging the dagger from his grasp. Damn it! An expanse of emptiness loomed before Tony, but a single arm blocked his path, and another ghoul closed in. Just as he prepared to accelerate, a massive magical military blade crashed down upon his back, shattering a soul shield. Most of Tony's focus had been diverted by the 5th and the nearby ghoul, leaving him oblivious to Tang Dun's assault, resulting in a solid hit. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? War? No, it must be the judgment tier. For the first time, fear crept into Tony's expression, as Tang Dun could obliterate one of his soul shields with every 2 strikes, a truly terrifying prospect. Let me tell you this, you corpse, I practice dragon-slaying martial arts. Tang Dun unleashed another giant flail, striking from a distance, forcing Tony to struggle to maintain his footing. Impossible. Tony instinctively refused to believe, yet the power of the martial art left him without a counterargument. Die. Tang Dun intentionally provoked Tony. Seeking to unnerve him and lead to a lapse in judgment, the ghouls charged, relentlessly pursuing Tony like relentless maggots, with the 9th and 10th leading the charge. I am at the 3rd tier of the soul, Tony roared. Rallying his spirits as he noticed Tang Dun leaning forward to dash, he immediately prepared to sever his throat as the giant passed by. Tang Dun executed a giant leap, soaring over Tony's head, landing swiftly before turning to strike with his military blade. You shall not use the same tactic twice. Just as Tony finished his shout, he was taken aback, receiving another slash. His soul shield shattered before he could reset, and a second strike landed upon his leather armor. Had it been the rending dragon's tooth, the battle could have concluded, but alas, Tang Dun wielded an ogre military blade. During their time in the underground city, the Robinson trio had made some gains. At the very least, they had upgraded their gear, no longer resembling their previous impoverished selves. This delay allowed the ghouls to finally close in on Tony. He sought to break through the unsealed gap, but the 9th and 10th had already moved to block it under Tang Dun's command. Get out of my way, Tony roared, but was powerless to change his fate. The ghoul clad in warrior heavy armor resembled an immovable iron mountain. Tony's strength was insufficient to budge it, and their defensive capabilities were remarkable. Without destroying their skulls, he could not hope to slay them. Not to mention, the 9th and 10th persistently harassed him, preventing him from aiming accurately. With only a single soul shield remaining, Tony could not fully defend himself. Tang Dun gripped his military blade, thrusting it through the mass of flesh shields surrounded. Tony had no room to evade and could only channel magic energy into the ring on his finger, activating his final trump card. A bolt of lightning erupted suddenly, branching outward like a tree. Engulfing the courtyard, blue arcs of electricity danced across the armor, yet the ghouls hesitated only briefly. Before Tony could escape, they resumed their assault. These undead monsters were indeed the most cost-effective cannon fodder, unless struck directly in the skull. They suffered minimal damage from the shock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only did 2 soul shields explode forth, but a swirling liquid mass also emerged, the lightning obliterating them before crashing against Tang Dun's activated ring shield, ultimately being intercepted by the divine armor, leaving not a single hair on Tang Dun's body harmed. Soul Tier 2? How is this possible? Witnessing Tang Dun deflect his lethal strike, seeing the 2 soul shields that represented the 2nd tier, Tony's face was filled with shock and unease. This moment of hesitation allowed a ghoul to strike him in the eyes, leaving them bruised and swollen. Why is it impossible? Tang Dun was also taken aback, nearly stumbling into disaster. Thus, he grew somewhat irate. Homa, stop staring and unleash the rending dragon's tooth. The elemental arm had already retrieved the battle axe, and upon hearing this, hurled it toward Tang Dun. Tang Dun caught it, and, in one fluid motion, activated the giant's power, delivering a lethal strike aimed at Tony. The soul shield rose to block, but was instantly shattered, and the axe cleaved into Tony's shoulder, severing his arm. The excruciating pain drove Tony into a frenzy, struggling for survival. Impossible. How could you ascend from a commoner to Soul Tier 2 in such a short time? Have my years of effort been for naught? Reduced to that of a goblin. Tony was somewhat exaggerating. He was inherently a lazy individual, unable to endure even the slightest hardship. Back then, you looked down upon me, believing I was merely a lamb for slaughter. Where has that disdain gone? Produce it, and continue to scorn me. Tang Dun commanded the ghouls to make way, then unleashed a full frontal assault. Tony had no space to evade, forced to block with all his might. Yet before the augmented strength of Tang Dun, he felt like an ant. Even when his dagger occasionally struck true, it failed to penetrate Tang Dun's 100-man warrior armor. Sizzle, the battle axe rend the leather armor, leaving a bloody gash across Tony's chest. I refuse to accept this. The looming shadow of death stripped Tony of all composure, and he lunged at Tang Dun, only to be met with an axe that cleaved into his shoulder, slicing him in two. Thud. Tony collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Had I known, I should have eliminated you from the start. Beneath Tony, blood flowed freely. He truly felt unwilling to accept his fate, for his innate talent was the agility of a cat, yet amidst the ghoul's relentless assault, he could not unleash it. Regrettably, you understood far too late. With a swift motion, Tang Dun cleaved Tony's head from his shoulders. An excellent battle, Homa praised, as from the outset, Tang Dun had tactically suppressed Tony, controlling the rhythm of the fight. Tony's advantages lay in speed, rapid strikes, and greater magical energy. Yet under Tang Dun's ghoul encirclement and frenzied attacks, none of it came into play. He could only brace himself and engage in a direct confrontation. Confronted by 5 iron cans, Tony, a close combat specialist clad only in leather armor and wielding a dagger, seemed to be at a distinct disadvantage. If it were Homar in his place, he would not even reveal himself. Opting instead for stealthy assassination techniques. Chapter 0060. An uninvited guest. The reason Tony lost is due to his dismissive attitude towards you. Homar warned. Therefore, in future encounters with any adversary, you must commit fully. Indeed. Danton nodded, recalling the battle scene from earlier, and inquired of Homar. The ghoul encirclement tactic proved quite effective, but the mobility of the heavily armored ghouls is too slow. Can my jungle agility spell accelerate them? No. Besides, what you wield is brilliance. The enemy will not wait for you to bestow enhancements upon each target, Homar countered. It would be wiser to bring more ghouls, split into 2 teams, using lightly armored minions to intercept and heavily armored ones to subsequently encircle and eliminate. Yes, I can also participate in the encirclement. Rather than relying solely on a finishing move like Giant Slayer, Danton found various control techniques quite agreeable, as they could disrupt the enemy's rhythm. What is it like to eliminate an enemy intent on your demise? Homar inquired. Like savoring exquisite wine, Danton mused. While inspecting Tony's corpse for spoils, the treasures discovered by the Robinson trio were stored in a concealed cottage. Apart from a small pouch of magic stones and 6 potions, the only valuable item left on Tony was a ring capable of summoning lightning. Although the dagger and leather armor were of high quality, Danton had little interest in them now. This ring of superior quality, once activated, can unleash a second-tier attack spell of war, but the cooldown period stretches to 2 hours, far too lengthy, Homar assessed after scanning with magic. With your current magical energy reserves, casting it once would consume 1/5 of your power, so use it judiciously. The challenge of optimizing the magical energy required to activate magical artifacts for maximum efficacy has long plagued the magical community. Serving as a stringent measure of the artifact's quality, Danton placed the ring on his left middle finger and began to clean the battlefield, aware that troubles were far from over. If Tony remained missing for too long, Robinson and Pierre would surely come looking for him. It must have been the commotion during the promotion that alerted them to my presence. Danton sighed, a circumstance he could not evade. Let us set aside thoughts of Robinson for now. How do you plan to deal with that creature that consumes brains and entrails? The grimoire had absorbed the remnants of Tony's soul, extracting its power. I can't shake the feeling that it is lurking in the shadows, watching me furtively. Danton did not glance up. Let us set a trap. Over the past 3 days, Danton had noticed a creature sneaking in during his meditation to devour corpses. Initially, it had not even spared spider meat, but as his kills mounted, the creature became more discerning, now only consuming brains and entrails. It could possibly be a few monsters, Homar speculated, based on this feeding habit. It is highly likely to be an evolved ghoul with intelligence. Then why doesn't it attack me? A ghoul possessing such intelligence must at least be of intermediate rank, right? Danton lamented. It wouldn't be trying to make me its laborer to hunt for food for free, would it? That is assuredly the case. The very day you exterminated the bank as spiders was also the day you were ambushed, Homar comforted. But do not lose heart, just as humanity has its prodigies. There are also fortunate exceptions among ghouls. Perhaps it merely awakened its intelligence prematurely, while still being rather weak. Regardless, I will not flee. Danton refused to become a lost dog. He intended to confront that ghoul, as the sensation of being hunted was intolerable. To a ghoul, human brains are a delicacy. Let us take advantage of that. Homar projected an arrow, pointing at Tony. It might catch sight of your arcane flame script. If it is crucial, we should communicate through the grimoire, or you could project the text to the size of a grain of rice, as long as I can discern it. Danton lowered his voice. Do not disturb Tony's body when we leave. Set up a surveillance spell nearby to ascertain what manner of creature it is. Sellers returned, straining to carry a bag filled with over 10 pounds of magic stones. Had it not been for the death wraith's lack of strength, she would have attempted to bring all her collected stones. No, these stones will hasten your promotion. Danton declined Seles's goodwill. Why not? Seles whimpered, her fingers twisting together. Do you dislike me? Such tiresome pride. Homar remarked, secretly admiring Danton's decision. Had he shamelessly exploited Seles's magic stones, Homar would have looked down upon him. Do not overthink it. How could I possibly dislike you? If I needed magic stones, I would procure them myself. Danton flicked Seles's pristine forehead. Let us not waste time. Commence your tasks. To avoid raising the suspicions of the lurking creature. Danton acted as if he were oblivious and continued to slay spiders. Utilizing a wave-style group attack tactic proved highly efficient, yielding numerous spider corpses that contributed significant soul energy, yet it was still insufficient. In addition to repaying debts, he needed to restore the grimoire. At the very least, I must first activate the spatial beacon and construct the teleportation portal. Danton had a plan. Once the portal was established, it would mean he could enter and exit the dungeon at will. Remaining in the dimness of Barusna day after day, even the brightest disposition would grow somber. Human growth relies on the brilliance of sunlight and fresh air. Exhausted of magical energy, Danton returned to the cottage. Delegating the surveillance task to the grimoire while he hastened to meditate, bolstering his strength for the impending crisis, it wasn't long before Homar roused Danton, announcing the appearance of their target. The pages of the grimoire revealed a scene from the street near Tony's corpse. Transmitted by the eye of the abyss, the ghoul lurked around the corner, stretching its neck and peering about cautiously, resembling a thief in the act. Once assured of safety, the ghoul puffed out its chest, swaying its hips as if waltzing, and circled around the long street, entering the courtyard where Tony's body lay. Huh, is this fellow a jester? Danton couldn't help but chuckle, but the creature's gear soon caused him to frown. Indeed, this ghoul was unlike those bare-suited rabble. Not only was it clad in blood-stained leather armor, but it also bore a curved dagger at its waist and a large shield resembling a turtle shell on its back, with the hilt of a dagger protruding from its tall boots, clearly prepared for treachery. This was unequivocally an intelligent ghoul, as it wielded a crossbow, fully loaded with bolts. Even some intermediate beings could not manage such complex weaponry, relying more on brute strength in combat. The ghoul's eyes glowed with a green luminescence, exuding an air of endless cunning. Upon nearing Tony's corpse, it glanced around once more to confirm the absence of danger, then retrieved a gray velvet napkin from its pocket, draping it around its neck before producing a knife and fork. Is this creature truly a gentleman? Not only Danton, but even the seasoned Homar was taken aback. The ghoul's behavior was utterly unexpected. Ah, Celis gasped, grabbing Danton's arm and hiding behind him, too afraid to look in the courtyard. The ghoul used a dining knife to sever Tony's eyes, then speared them with a fork, savoring the morsel as it chewed slowly. A trickle of liquid dribbled from its mouth. The ghoul wore a look of delight that nearly led Danton to believe it was seated in the imperial palace, indulging in a feast prepared by the royal chefs, rather than consuming a deceased individual's eyeball. Tut, tut, what a connoisseur. It is exquisitely refined. Surely it is not a noble. Homar suddenly expressed keen interest in the creature, exclaiming, "We must capture it alive. Such a unique ghoul would be of immense collectible value." What? Danton was bewildered. Did I hear you correctly? Commoner. You heard me right. Such a rare ghoul deserves to be caged and displayed in a manner for all to see. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. Were Homar capable of showing emotion, his eyes would surely be gleaming with excitement. Danton suddenly realized that in addition to his habit of calling others commoners and his sharp tongue, Homar possessed an unusual penchant for collecting oddities. It must be of intermediate rank, right? Danton watched as the ghoul skillfully cracked open Tony's skull to sample the brain, feeling somewhat nauseous. Impossible. At most, it is at the level of a 5th or 6th tier soul. Look at its face. The flesh is highly decayed, and its gums are exposed. Homar elucidated. The soul imprint within a ghoul's head draws magical energy from the space around it, continuously transforming its body to make it stronger. Consequently, the more intact a ghoul's body is, the greater its power. The feasting ghoul appeared grotesquely disfigured, its jawbone exposed and riddled with cracks, a portion of its cheekbone missing, and many of its fingers revealed, with overexertion causing the muscle covering to flake off. This is undoubtedly a ghoul that has enjoyed extraordinary luck, although the leather armor concealed its body. Homar estimated that based on the exposed parts, it was not in good condition. The grimoire's deductions were accurate. This ghoul, apart from having decent innate qualities, had also encountered incredible fortune by consuming the brain of a super-tier magical beast, thus gaining the intelligence that would ordinarily only be acquired at higher levels during its early stages. For the ghoul, devouring the corpses of other living beings, especially the brain matter, blood, and entrails, serves not only to mend its own body, but also represents the most straightforward and effective means of augmenting its power and swiftly ascending in rank. The undead legion of ghouls, following battles, consumes the bodies left upon the battlefield, an act that has been deemed one of the most gruesome and terrifying spectacles. Even at the 5th tier of the soul realm, I cannot contend with it. Danton acknowledged his limitations. Not necessarily, Homa analyzed. Judging by its fully armed appearance and its furtive demeanor, it is evidently a coward fearful of death. Let us first use a magical servant to probe its combat style. Chapter 0061. The Diary of a Ghoul. Danton concealed himself in a location on a neighboring street, striving to evade the gaze of that gentleman ghoul, yet he remained within a mere 100 meters of the small courtyard where Tony's body lay. Celine, clutching the grimoire, followed closely behind him as they dashed down the long street. Having safely ensconced the magical servant within the war space, alleviating concerns about the noise it might generate attracting undead creatures, Danton surged into a courtyard situated 15 meters from the gentleman ghoul. Having previously eliminated the undead within to ensure temporary concealment, he released number 5, having discarded its armor to avoid arousing the ghoul's suspicions. Go! Danton gestured, and the loyal magical servant sprang into action. The pages of the grimoire displayed the scene observed by the eye of the abyss. The gentleman ghoul savored the taste of the brain while scrutinizing Tony's abdomen, contemplating where to cut without damaging the entrails and detracting from its aesthetic appeal. As number 5 approached a breach in the wall, the gentleman ghoul, alerted by the sound of footsteps, swiftly seized a crossbow and dashed into the room, glancing back repeatedly, torn between watching for enemies and its reluctance to part with this sumptuous feast. How swift it is! Celine exclaimed in astonishment. And Danton's expression turned grave. This creature was evidently faster than the assassin Tony. Number 5 entered the courtyard and lunged toward the corpse, crouching beside it to feast. The magical servants, being ghouls themselves, could enhance their own strength through the consumption of biological remains, yet Danton, as a human, found this practice distasteful and thus forbade it. Get away, that is Lord Jackson's lunch. The gentleman ghoul, upon seeing a mere lowly ghoul without a soul seal, was instantly emboldened and charged out of the building, growling at number 5. Is this creature truly a lord? Celine queried, puzzled. In the realm of beasts, a lord was not self-proclaimed but earned through strength, typically claiming territory. Thus those bestowed with the title were usually extraordinary monsters, formidable beings requiring dragon-slaying mages to confront. Certainly not. It does not even possess the ghoul insignia indicative of a lord's status, Danton replied, shaking his head, noting that Jackson's mangled form resembled a victim of a pack of wild dogs. To think it is merely a boastful ghoul, it must be captured alive for my collection. Homa chuckled, considering that if it were truly a lord, its mere soul pressure could obliterate number 5's head. Due to vocal cord damage, Jackson's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, yet it was undeniably in the Jutlandic tongue, laced with the rustic accent typical of the northern regions. Number 5, abandoning its meal, under Danton's direction, advanced toward the self-proclaimed gentleman ghoul, Jackson. It is all my fault. Please take the corpse. Jackson suddenly knelt, donning a sycophantic grin. Danton and Homa were taken aback, having prepared to gauge the gentleman ghoul's strength, only to witness this unexpected display. Am I mistaken? Is it kneeling? Celine stared in disbelief, turning to Danton. It must be stronger than number 5. Why does it do this? Because it feigns weakness to facilitate a sneak attack. Danton indicated the scene displayed on the grimoire page. Jackson remained on the ground, gazing at number 5, his expression servile like that of a loyal hound seeking to please its master, yet his right hand stealthily and swiftly reached behind him, grasping the crossbow and firing a bolt at number 5's head. With a swift whoosh, the bolt struck number 5's neck, embedding itself therein. The precision and skill exhibited indicated that the gentleman ghoul was no stranger to the use of a crossbow. TCH. Jackson expressed his discontent at failing to slay his adversary in one shot, spitting disdainfully, discarding the crossbow, and swiftly drawing a curved dagger to assault number 5's head. Number 5 evaded while extending its claws toward Jackson's eyes. The dagger, of inferior quality, lodged itself in number 5's arm but became stuck, prompting Jackson to release it and maneuver to number 5's rear. Suddenly, a dark green aura with a radius of half a meter erupted from beneath Jackson's feet, doubling his speed instantaneously, like a gust of wind. Jackson appeared behind number 5, brandishing a dagger drawn from his long boots, plunging it forcefully into the back of its head. With brain matter splattering, Jackson twisted with force and followed up with a kick to number 5's back, sending it sprawling. Pa, to dare steal Lord Jackson's feast. Such audacity is simply courting death. Jackson approached number 5's lifeless form, inspecting it before rudely spitting upon its corpse. This is hardly gentlemanly conduct. He is truly insidious and despicable. Celine abhorred Jackson, recognizing that despite his formidable prowess, he had surrendered and then resorted to a treacherous ambush, a thoroughly shameless act. To think he has activated a swift aura to enhance his speed and possesses such cunning intelligence. Down. You are in grave peril. Homa assessed that even if Danton and Celine teamed up against Jackson, their chances of victory were slim. He may possess additional auras. Ghouls, upon ascending, could unlock talents, manifesting various auras with different effects, which could not only be utilized by themselves but also bestowed upon their kind. Is there a way to make him a magical servant? Danton mused, considering that if he could capture Jackson under the influence of the aura, even clad in heavy armor, the magical servants would not be significantly slowed. Your soul power is insufficient. Do not even contemplate the undead penance. The divine art of soul redemption might be feasible. But aside from being cumbersome to learn, it would be an excessive waste to use against a mere ghoul, Homa analyzed. It appears we can only resort to the death contract. What is that? Celine inquired with curiosity. An extremely unequal pact, once signed. Jackson's soul and body would become Danton's property, bound to obey without question, even unto death, lest the power of the contract shatter his soul in an instant, Homa elucidated. Isn't that a devil's contract? Danton recalled having heard of such. Known for luring humans into signing various seemingly equitable but treacherous agreements favored by the lawful evil alignment of devils. The source is inconsequential. The crux lies in how to compel Jackson to inscribe his true name upon it. Homa, a living encyclopedia, possessed a wealth of knowledge as vast as the stars in the galaxy. Jackson could effortlessly leap to a 5-meter-high rooftop, indicating that ambush tactics were rendered futile, and given his caution and cunning, it was unlikely he would fall into a trap. Continue methodically hunting spiders. Do not allow Jackson to perceive any flaws, and then devise a plan, Homa advised. Do not rush. He is evidently intent on having you labor for free, preparing corpses for him. Until every spider is slain, he likely will not turn his attention to you. Damn it. I cannot believe I am being used by a ghoul, Danton seethed. Once I secure the death contract, I shall consign him to Siberia and impose a fine of 25 rubles. The images upon the pages faded, the prolonged use of the dragon-slaying tear magic, the eye of the abyss, having drained considerable soul power from the grimoire, causing the projected arcane flames to flicker uncertainly. In the ensuing days, Danton slowed his assault on the spider nest after slaying a dozen or so. He began hunting ghouls to accumulate soul remnants for the grimoire while utilizing every spare moment for meditation. Jackson continued to lurk. Having lived in the underground city of Perusna for decades, he had grown accustomed to solitude and waiting. Or perhaps Jackson was merely a ghoul lacking ambition, timid and fearful of death, content to consume corpses when available, indifferent when none were present, naturally drawing magical energy from the soul seal within his mind, resolutely avoiding the perilous labor of hunting for sustenance, exhausted and weary. Jackson had no desire to endure such hardships. He had previously wandered the streets daily to alleviate boredom, but now he had discovered a new pastime, watching Danton, observing his every move. Jackson noted how Danton often pursed his lips, scribbling in the grimoire, finding the scene quite captivating, which inspired him to consider keeping a diary. In truth, I resemble a great philosopher more than a mere poet. I should not be confined by paper and ink. Jackson racked his brain, ultimately concocting a justification, and then, without hesitation, discarded the notebook in his grasp. He would never admit that it was due to his failure to find an ink bottle that had led to his abandonment of the endeavor. On another dim, sunless morning, Jackson, as per his usual routine, lingered atop the rooftop for half an hour before seeking out Danton, only to discover the street devoid of life, the traps remaining undisturbed, for an entire day. Danton failed to appear, leaving Jackson feeling despondent. Even gnawing on the bone at his bedside had lost its appeal. Lord Jackson was plagued by insomnia. In the dead of night, upon hearing a faint sound, he hurried outside, only to find it was still devoid of any figures. To think one would dare to toy with your lordship. He glared at the small magical mouse responsible for the noise, baring his teeth as he pursued it. The following day, while clutching a rib bone of the magical mouse, Jackson's eyes lit up upon seeing Danton emerge onto the street, and he immediately broke into a grin, oblivious to the reason behind his joy, nor the nature of this emotion, simply feeling inexplicably happy. Such powerful thighs. I can't help but want to take a bite. Jackson gazed at Danton, who deftly maneuvered to evade and counterattack against 8 black blood spiders. Each the size of a warhorse. In admiration of his prowess, Jackson couldn't suppress a gulp. The instinct of the ghoul made him ponder the desire to consume Danton. Is that fellow lurking nearby? Spying on me? Danton felt a peculiar sensation, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him, evoking both disgust and discomfort. Yesterday marked the day of entry into the Grand Library, a rare opportunity that came only once a week. And thus, Danton cherished it greatly. His knowledge of potion crafting had been steadily increasing through diligent effort. He could now recite over 200 commonly used potion plants and the preparation processes of a dozen simple potions. The 11th magic servant replaced the deceased 5th, performing excellently, and it was likely an evolving ghoul on the brink of ascension, executing commands with a speed that surpassed the other servants. Chapter 0062. The demon spider matriarch. The arcane bomb launched by Celis flickered with a white-purple radiance as it exploded into the trap pit within the dimly lit dungeon. It detonated like a grenade amidst the swarm of black blood spiders, sending limbs flying and splattering blood and flesh against the walls, the pungent stench wafting through the air. The spiders screeched in agony, frantically climbing, but even when they neared the pit's edge, Danton would swiftly dispatch them with his saber. After nearly 10 days of employing mass slaughter tactics, Danton had become so adept that he could execute them flawlessly with his eyes closed. The fate of these 8 black blood spiders was already sealed. Watching the arcane bomb wreak havoc, Celis had developed a fondness for powerful area of effect spells. Yet despite her pleas, Homa had not granted her another. For Homa, who revered the theory of the 3 most powerful spells and favored rapid assault magic, the actions of the Death Banshee were undoubtedly a slap in the face, leading Celis to rightly receive tenfold tutoring as punishment. This is the last batch of spiders. Shall we begin planning? The grimoire inquired while absorbing the remnants of souls. As the queen of the spider colony, the demon spider matriarch commanded the entire bank hall, allowing male spiders entry only during mating season. At other times, they were relegated to weaving webs and guarding her. Danton was grateful for this species' customs. If the spiders congregated, although he could devise a means to separate them, it would undoubtedly complicate matters significantly. Celis, meditate for a moment to recharge your magical energy. Then we shall commence. Danton nodded. For the past 10 days, he had been contemplating how to capture that elusive ghoul, devising 15 strategies in total, and after repeated analyses with Homa, he had ultimately settled on one. Whether it would succeed depended on today. Celis was exhilarated. They were finally going to confront the demon spider matriarch. Previously, she had glimpsed its form through the eye of the abyss, and it appeared even more formidable than a fully grown rhinoceros. With its crimson compound eyes glinting with malevolence and darkness, Homa had informed her that the matriarch was a mutated creature, likely having consumed some demonic beings, thus evolving certain traits of abyssal demons, such as a pair of enormous fangs protruding from its mouth. Time flowed slowly yet resolutely in the tense atmosphere. Hidden in a corner, Jackson observed Danton traversing the web-laden street towards the bank. After a moment of stunned realization, he understood that Danton was about to challenge the demon spider matriarch. So he's just a fool. Jackson felt disappointed. He had expected the one who devised the trap tactics and executed the mass slaughter to be a bold and meticulous warrior, only to find him a brash egotist, daring to challenge the matriarch recklessly. Should I eliminate him in advance? Otherwise, he will surely be devoured by the matriarch. Jackson began to contemplate, but soon noticed Danton's unusually resolute stride. His eyes shimmering with an air of confidence, the typically cautious and timid creature abandoned the thought of intervening. Ascending the 32 steps, Danton stood at the bank's entrance, his gaze piercing through the webs to behold the demon spider matriarch. Adorned with green stripes, Celis, clutching the grimoire, hid in the apothecary across the street, anxiously watching Danton. Taking a deep breath, Danton retrieved a basic agility potion and downed it, then raised his hand to cast divine spells. The brilliance of Hercules' strength, Gaia's endurance, and the swiftness of the jungle radiated, heralding the commencement of battle. The trifecta of divine spells would double his 3 attributes, and combined with the basic agility potion acquired from the merchant of wolves and spices, his speed would increase twofold, nearly rivaling Tony's full power burst. Though this enhancement would last only 3 minutes, Danton raised his crossbow and loosed a serrated bolt obtained from the armory. Upon striking, the slumbering demon was jolted awake by pain. emitting a sharp, low wail, and upon seeing Dun, it immediately lunged forward. Its form, akin to that of a rhinoceros, with a weight exceeding a ton, made the matriarch resemble a tank charging at full speed. Intent on crushing Dun, the matriarch was aware that her offspring had been dwindling in number, yet that was of no consequence. As long as food was abundant, she could lay nearly 1,000 spider eggs at once to bolster her brood. Due to the scarcity of food, the matriarch often remained dormant, but the fact that prey had come to her doorstep prompted her to kill and consume him, all while seeking vengeance. Dun did not glance back to check if the serrated bolt had struck true. He discarded the crossbow and propelled himself down the steps. Whoosh, whoosh, the matriarch opened her mandibles and fired a watermelon-sized black sphere, akin to an RPG rocket, narrowly missing Dundan's body and crashing into the opposite wall, leaving a crater with a 1-meter radius. Indeed, it is not so easily dealt with. Homer realized that for Dun, this was a deadly trial. Any oversight or misstep could cost him his life. Merely exerting 100% of his combat power would not suffice. Dun needed to transcend his limits, to extract every ounce of potential from his body to have any hope of victory. The matriarch surged up the steps, her 8 long legs, covered in barbed bristles, bent sharply before springing forth like a coiled spring, allowing her to leap high into the air akin to a cannonball. Thud, amidst the billowing dust, the matriarch landed before Dun, her mandibles gaping wide, unleashing a barrage of magical energy projectiles. Dun did not halt. Instead, he raised his tower shield, evading while continuing his charge that he had yet to reach the designated combat zone. And should he be cornered here, all plans would be thwarted. Of course, Dun had prepared a contingency plan, but that was something he desperately wished to avoid. The magical projectiles slammed into the street, sending stones flying and ringing against Dundan's armor. Fortunately, the density of the magical projectiles is not great. With Dundan's exceptional dynamic vision and reflexes, he can evade them. Homa projected words of comfort to Celis, fearing she might rush out to assist, which would jeopardize the entire plan. Get away! Dun swung his sword, activating the giant stampede, the 10-meter-long magical energy blade cleaving down with a sonic boom, splitting the ground beneath him. The matriarch's agility was evidently insufficient. She failed to completely evade the attack, yet her defense was remarkable. Even the powerful giant stampede could only leave a shallow scratch on her chitinous shell without harming her vital organs. The outcome of this probing attack weighed heavily on Dundan's heart, but he had anticipated such a scenario. Thus he remained unfazed. After a brief pause, the matriarch resumed firing magical projectiles. Dun charged within 7 meters, immediately activating the giant leap, soaring high into the air. This is bad. Jackson had witnessed the matriarch hunt before and knew that escaping from beneath her was utterly impossible. Sure enough, in the next instant, the matriarch lifted her upper body and unleashed magical projectiles at the sky. Boom, boom. Airborne targets lacked the ability to use leverage, and with their trajectory fixed, they were the easiest targets imaginable. There was no chance the matriarch could miss. The double-layered tower shield was already positioned beneath him, yet Dun remained focused on the magical projectiles, adjusting his angle. Boom, the magical projectile struck the shield. The tremendous impact sent Dun careening sideways like a baseball struck by a home run. Flying obliquely through the air, bang, Dun crashed into a courtyard over 20 meters away, rolling to absorb the impact. His heavy armor mitigated any serious injury. Well done, Homa praised, as Dun had managed to utilize the impact of the magical projectile to create distance from the matriarch. This must have been a stroke of luck. Jackson denied it vocally. Yet he observed Dun had already moved the shield in advance, indicating he had considered this point before the matriarch's attack. Is it truly possible to maintain such calmness and thought amidst a life-or-death struggle? Oh dear. Celis could not discern the intricacies and merely perceived that Dun had taken a severe fall. Teetering on the edge of danger, the matriarch crashed through the wall. When Dun had already leaped from the courtyard, she pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, her rapidly charging form plummeted into a pit that had been excavated. With a piercing scream, the matriarch leapt out, yet her body bore several punctures, inflicted by the dragon's spear. The spear was undoubtedly ineffective against the matriarch, so Dun had opted for the heavy-duty dragon spear. The 10-meter-deep pit, combined with the matriarch's own weight, was sure to leave her in dire straits. The first phase is complete. Let's proceed. Homa, seeing the trap pit had been ineffective, showed no surprise and urged Celis to hurry. Celis soared towards the bank with all her might, According to the predetermined plan, Dundun would lead the demon spider matriarch away, allowing her to enter with the grimoire, unlock the vault, and subsequently use the war space to transport the treasures while making arrangements. Concerned about disturbing the matriarch and limited by the effects of the Eye of the Abyss, Celis was not entirely clear on the vault's location and took some time to find it. Complicating matters further, there were not only 5 magical locks, but they were also exceedingly intricate. Can you unlock them? Celis was exceedingly anxious. If she failed, the entire plan would be rendered futile. I am the greatest grimoire in history. Homar expressed his indignation. Yet he understood that every passing second increased Downton's peril. Thus, he set aside his desire to reprimand Celis, floating in midair, extending 10 elemental arms, simultaneously unlocking the 5 magical seals. The obscure and intricate patterns of runes flickered erratically, dazzling Celis, until she made a remarkable discovery. Why are these magical seals so new? Celis exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to the seals in the armory, these were remarkably recent, surely not more than a century old, perhaps. Aside from us, others are privy to the secrets of this underground city. Why does that demonic spider choose to build its lair within the bank? It may well have been deliberately placed here to guard the vault, Homar elucidated. The craftsmanship of the magical seals suggests a necromantic style. Could there be an undead entity endowed with intelligence? Oh, it just struck me. I once encountered a skeleton draped in a black robe. Celis suddenly shrieked, nearly startling Homar to death. Enough. With Homar projecting arcane flames, the elemental arms grasped the vault door, which was infused with rare metals and weighed no less than 5 tons. And it began to creak open slowly.